You are undoubtedly a general of remarkable achievements. However, your parents insist that you bestow your achievements upon your younger brother. Merely due to the incursion of extraordinary beasts, the nation has initiated conscription. The younger brother, as a prodigious talent in the flourishing martial arts lineage, has consistently been nurtured by his parents as the heir apparent. Thus, you, as the elder brother, shall enlist in the military on behalf of your younger sibling and venture to the front lines of battle. Is not the life of a younger brother as precious as one's own? Reluctantly, you had no choice but to bravely step onto the battlefield. Yet, one could say that misfortune has unexpectedly led to fortune. Upon entering the battlefield, I never anticipated that your martial prowess would be so extraordinarily formidable, propelling you to the esteemed rank of a general in the Eastern Theater. Today marks the third day since your return from the battlefield, having devoted 3 years to military service in place of your younger brother. 3 years have passed since the fierce battles at the frontier against the demonic beasts and foreign tribes. It has been 3 days since my return, yet I have not even laid eyes upon my parents. It is as if one has traversed through time to the present day. Regardless of how hard one strives, even if one surpasses a younger sibling in excellence, it feels as though parents remain perpetually oblivious. Upon arriving here, the table was already adorned with an abundance of sumptuous dishes. At the head of the table sits a tall, resolute middle-aged man with a stern visage. Beside him sat a woman adorned in exquisite attire. A mere glance was sufficient to evoke a surge of memories within my mind. My own father. General Ye Tai of the demon-subduing army in Jiangbei Province. And her own mother, Su Rong, the head of the largest gene therapy research and development company in Jiangbei Province. You remain silent, quietly taking your seat at the dining table. Beside you, apart from Ye Linyuan, there is also your younger brother, Ye Bai. Yet Ye Bai, like Ye Linyuan, regards you with a frigid expression, offering not even a single word of greeting. This has undoubtedly left you feeling somewhat displeased. I served in the military for 3 years on your behalf, and upon my return, this is the treatment I receive. However, before you could respond, Ye Tai beside you inquired. Upon your return to the military district, it would be best for you to refrain from going. I shall convey this to the army upon my return. Now that you are back, take the time to rest at home. Ye Tai pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Why, you inquired, furrowing your brow in a semblance of confusion. Your brother is soon to participate in the martial arts examination. According to the current policies regarding this examination, those with military achievements are afforded additional points. Furthermore, I intend to promote your brother to the rank of major in the military. This necessitates a foundation of merit to support such an advancement, thereby enabling him to eventually assume my position. Ye Tai picked up the teacup and took a sip, yet a mysterious smile lingered on his face. What connection does his college entrance examination and military service have with my return to the military district? You seem to perceive the underlying meaning in Ye Tai's words and inquired with great interest. You will bestow all your achievements upon your younger brother. From now on, you shall assist at your mother's company. Ye Tai furrowed his brows, slightly displeased with your demeanor, yet he chose not to reveal his sentiments. Upon hearing these words, you felt a profound sense of ease wash over you. You had never anticipated that after serving 3 years in the military on behalf of your brother, you would return to find not the warmth of familial concern and recognition, but rather an unexpected silence. Instead, they demanded that you surrender your military achievements to your younger brother. During that time, the situation at the front was dire. After the conscription list was released, they compelled you to enlist in place of Ye Ziren. Upon your return, you are once again compelled to relinquish your hard-earned accomplishments. Ye Tai, noticing your silence, spoke once more. I have heard that you have accomplished quite a bit in the military region. It is not surprising that you hold a military rank, however, given your martial arts talent, further advancement may prove to be quite challenging. You shall bestow your military achievements upon your younger brother, not only granting him entry into the prestigious top 10 martial academies but also enabling the Ye family to seize control of the demon suppression army in Jiangbei. You ought to comprehend this principle. Upon regaining your composure, a laugh escaped your lips, albeit one tinged with a hint of irony and a sense of liberation. Ironically, my current military rank and achievements are sufficient to place me on par with Ye Taiping, if not surpassing him. Had his parents shown even a modicum of concern during his 3 years of military service, the communication would not have remained stagnant for the past 2 years. In your inaugural year of military service, you exhibited a terrifying talent for martial arts, having slain over 1,000 foes and achieved numerous commendable feats in battle. At that time, it nearly caused a sensation across all major battle zones. Subsequently, Ye Linyuan's martial talent became increasingly formidable. In order to ensure protection, the military district implemented a comprehensive blockade on information regarding you. However, in the guise of Ye Tai, if one truly cared, it would be inconceivable to let the information linger for 2 years. The liberation is the decision of the parents, which fortifies your resolve to sever ties completely, compelling me to relinquish my achievements. His future holds no relevance to me. 3 years ago, I enlisted on his behalf. Have I not done enough? Perceiving the chill in your tone and the sound of contradiction, Ye Tai's expression momentarily shifted. He did not anticipate that there would be anyone in the entire Jiangbei Province bold enough to contradict him, and that this challenger would be none other than his eldest son. One must recognize that prior to this, he acted precisely as he expressed. Though there were many grievances in his heart, Ye Tai still revealed a faint smile, harboring even more disdain for you within. Are you dissatisfied with my arrangements, or are you reluctant to part with the meager accomplishments you have achieved? Or perhaps you simply cannot bear to see your brother thrive? Or is it that you wish to contest your brother for the position of general of the demon army in Jiangbei town? As you listen to these words, a wave of profound bitterness surges within you. Despite having traversed through time, you hold no emotional ties to this family, yet you still feel a sense of grievance on behalf of your former self. Ye Tai nodded and continued, "Mo, do you think that after a few years of military service, you have the right to make choices? If it were not for my name, Ye Tai, during this period, do you truly believe you would receive such extensive care on the front lines or retain your military rank with such swiftness? A decade ago, I retrieved you from the old town, driven by a singular purpose, to forge you into a formidable weapon for the Ye family. It is to pave the way for your younger brother. I have given you everything, and I can take it all away. So do not make me regret bringing you back." As the sound descends, your pupils tremble. So it is. You ponder why, despite countless endeavors in your past, you yearn for your family's acknowledgement. It turns out you have not been raised in the Ye family all along. In this moment, you suddenly feel the knot that has long resided in your heart unravel, bringing a sense of lightness to your entire being. Thus, it becomes evident that all of this was meticulously planned by you long ago. You suddenly comprehend why the conscription order would unexpectedly manifest at the Ye residence, as Ye Tai, the Grand Commander of Jiangbei Province, holds his position. Perhaps that enlistment list was also crafted by Ye Tai, designed to pave the way for Ye Bai, ultimately facilitating a smoother transition to the position of General of Jiangbei Province in the future. Ye Tai remained silent, yet the veins on his temple throbbed ominously, his expression shrouded in an unmistakable darkness. He never anticipated that his once obedient eldest son would now display such defiance, repeatedly going against his wishes. "Do not forget who brought you back from the old town without me. You would still be living a life of hunger and cold in that desolate place. You shall entrust your military achievements to your younger brother. He will take over Jiangbei. Would he ever treat you, as the elder brother, unfairly? When he enters the top 10 martial arts academies, the path of martial arts will be brilliantly illuminated. In the future, he shall achieve the status of a martial saint, and as his elder brother, your countenance will also radiate with pride. This matter is thus settled." Ye Tai took a deep breath, his dissatisfaction towards you reaching its zenith. Yet he still restrained himself, refraining from erupting. At this moment, the turmoil within you has been alleviated, liberated from the burdens of your past. You have come to an understanding. You nodded, your tone surprisingly serene. "Since you understand, take a seat and enjoy your meal. I hope you realize that my actions are all for the Ye family. For the sake of Jiangbei." Ye Tai let out a cold snort, his expression still grim. "And you rise slowly. There is no need to elaborate on your achievements in battle. I shall not acquiesce. As for the so-called heir of Jiangbei, I have no desire for it." Upon hearing these words, Ye Tai could no longer suppress the anger he had endured for so long. "Rebellious son! What do you intend to do?" Ye Tai rose in fury. An overwhelming aura erupted from him as he struck his palm towards you. However, this strike was effortlessly evaded by you, leaving Ye Tai's eyes filled with a mix of astonishment and fury. Although his strike did not utilize his full strength, he is nonetheless a grandmaster-level martial artist. Even a master would find it impossible to evade such a blow. "The gratitude you speak of for bringing me back to the Ye family has long been repaid, as I settled my debt 3 years ago. From this day forth, I shall have no connection with you. You turned on your heel and departed without a backward glance, a scene that left everyone present utterly astonished. Who could have anticipated that the timid individual from 3 years ago would display such remarkable fortitude today? The master of the house. The eldest son has completely departed. At this moment, the sound of the butler's voice echoed from outside the door. Upon hearing these words, Ye ceased his furious invectives. Yet, the flames of anger within his heart remained unextinguished. Indeed, it appears there are no boundaries to his arrogance. He seems to believe that after serving in the military for a few years, he can rely solely on himself for survival. I shall ensure he understands that without the Ye family, he is nothing. Ye took a deep breath, his tone still chilling. In Ye heart, Ye has always been his heir. As you might have anticipated, it was he who personally added Ye name to the conscription list 3 years ago. The objective is to enable Ye to attain military achievements more swiftly. It is essential to understand that in this high martial world besieged by monstrous invasions, individuals possessing military merits indeed enjoy numerous privileges. Some martial arts masters, renowned for their remarkable achievements in battle, can indeed be said to bestow blessings upon 3 generations through their singular attainments. Most importantly, Ye, as the commander of the demon-suppressing army in Jiangbei Province, wields an impressive force of 300,000 martial warriors. If one wishes for Ye to assume his position, then Ye must demonstrate exceptional competence, sufficient to earn the trust and belief of others. In this regard, military achievements serve as the most compelling evidence. However, Ye was still uneasy about allowing Ye to venture alone into the perilous front lines of the battlefield, which ultimately led to your decision to enlist in the military on behalf of your younger brother. Thus, during the 3 years of your military service, you have consistently used the name Ye. This is precisely why Ye possesses such confidence. Even if you do not acquiesce, he can still seamlessly transfer the accolades of your accomplishments to Ye. In a couple of days, preparations will be made for a celebratory banquet, inviting several distinguished individuals from Jiangbei. The occasion will honor the return of my son, who enlisted 3 years ago, and will also serve to announce the order promoting Ye to the rank of major. As night fell, you departed from the Ye family, feeling an unparalleled sense of relief. At the very least, the path of your martial arts journey would no longer encounter any obstructions. Upon reflecting on this, your thoughts stirred, and a panel materialized before your eyes. Host, Ye Linyuan. Age, 22. Realm, Grand Master. Merit, 6,560,000. Martial arts, Grandmaster level of the Fiery Sun Blade Technique. Grandmaster level of the Demon Subduing Blade Technique. Grandmaster level of the Crimson Fire Golden Body. Personal profile, the first year of enlistment has been classified. In this realm of advanced martial arts, the various levels can be broadly categorized as follows. Innate body refinement, acquired blood tempering. Jade Bone Realm, Essence Refinement Realm, Master level. Grand Master level, True Dragon level, Martial Saint, and Martial God. The vitality and blood have once again diminished. It appears that the wounds inflicted by those otherworldly beasts continue to worsen. At this rate of decline, not only will it be impossible to surpass the True Dragon level, but it won't be long before one falls to the Master tier. You glanced at your own condition and couldn't help but furrow your brow. During a battle on the front lines, although you vanquished numerous otherworldly beasts, you sustained injuries in the process. Your return is partly motivated by the need to recuperate and heal from your wounds. In this era of martial prowess, the decline of human warriors' vital energy predominantly manifests in 2 instances. One is the inevitable deterioration associated with advancing age, and the other is the affliction of severe illness. What you are experiencing is a rare form of affliction, one that has been brought forth from the rifts of the starry cosmos. Otherwise, within the realm known to humanity, no toxin has yet been discovered capable of infecting a martial artist, let alone one of Grandmaster caliber. At this moment, your phone began to ring. A glance at the caller ID revealed the Eastern Military Region Commander, General Ye Linyuan, who shares the same esteemed position as Ye, both commanding the formidable martial army. A month ago, Ye Linyuan was still your superior. However, the two of you now occupy equivalent positions. Xia Ye. Have you visited home already? As the call connects, a voice emerges from the other end. You nodded calmly. The events that transpired earlier had little effect on you. If there were any impact, it could only be said that your current mood is now more serene. Returning from a visit to Commander He. I heard your cheerful laughter on the other end of the line. You are now a high-ranking official in our military. There is no need for such formality. Even if you were to address me as old he, I would have no objections. You let out a bitter smile, harboring a sense of gratitude towards Ye Linyuan. When you first entered the frontline military, your innate talent for martial arts was evident. Ye Linyuan took great care of you, generously allocating a significant amount of martial arts resources. I have made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. The esteemed medical family from Jiangbei Province has previously rescued a dying grandmaster and is prepared to assist at any moment. Ye Linyuan, foregoing further pleasantries, spoke swiftly. You ponder for a moment. The Ye family no longer holds any significance for you. Remaining in Jiangbei serves little purpose. It would be more prudent to hasten your recovery and return to the military district. Ye Linyuan sensed a hint of the extraordinary. After all, with age comes wisdom, and with experience comes cunning. If there is something amiss, do not hesitate to speak to me. You are, after all, the promising talent of our Eastern martial saints. At this point, Ye Linyuan hesitated for a moment. Could it be that your father is unwilling to release him? Do not treat me with ingratitude. I have devoted countless martial arts resources for your sake. If that is truly the case, I shall make my way to Jiangbei tonight. In Ye Linyuan's eyes, you are undoubtedly a promising candidate for the title of martial sage. It is merely a matter of time before you achieve this esteemed status. Such a martial arts prodigy, when placed in any setting, would undoubtedly attract fierce competition. Ye Tai presides over the Eastern Military District. His own son possesses such talent that it is quite possible he may insist on keeping you in Jiangbei. In this way, the efforts you have invested over the past 3 years will not have been in vain. Rest assured, Hezwa, once my injury heals, I shall return to the military district without delay. Upon hearing this, a bitter smile escaped your lips. If parents were truly ordinary individuals, it would indeed be uncertain. However, the prospect of you remaining in Jiangbei has become an utterly implausible endeavor in the present day. Meanwhile, at the Eastern Theater Command, a middle-aged man, clad in military uniform and exuding an air of resolute strength, set down the phone. Gazing intently at the documents on the table, my eyes narrowed. Damn it all. Ye Linyuan slammed his palm onto the table, unleashing a surge of formidable vitality that enveloped the entire room in an oppressive aura of terror. Before him, several individuals clad in military uniforms were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Yu Shizhua and Ye Linyuan shouted in unison. In front of them, Yu Fei visibly trembled, his forehead glistening with beads of perspiration. Ye Linyuan seized the documents from the table and hurled them at Yu Fei. You better take a good look, he exclaimed. He is the son of the Ye family from Jiangbei Province. If he doesn't return, I will have your 367th Division spend a decade in the abyss. Yu Fei picked up the scattered documents from the floor, which contained information pertaining to you. Yu Fei felt a sudden jolt in his mind, as an unsettling sensation enveloped him. As for Hezwa, I too am uncertain. At that time, the information indicated that Ye Bai hailed from the old city district of Jiangbei, yet I could not uncover any details regarding the Ye family. Yu Fei's expression was grim. He was undoubtedly the first to be implicated in such an affair. Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan coldly remarked. Well, you, Ye Tai, truly possess a remarkable scheme. You have made me raise your son. List the resources he has consumed in the military district over the past few years. I shall personally make a trip to Jiangbei. On the other side, after you hung up the phone, you quietly began to wait by the roadside. At this moment, you remain unaware of the events transpiring within the military. As for the moniker Ye Bai, it has scarcely captured your attention. As Ye Tai aptly remarked, 3 years ago, I enlisted in the military on behalf of my younger brother, using the name Ye Bai. Thus, for all these years, others have believed you to be Ye Bai, and you have grown accustomed to it yourself. Before long, a sudden screech of brakes echoed through the air, as a sleek black sedan came to a halt beside you. Greetings. May I inquire if this is General Yi? Upon hearing the voice, Ye Linyuan slowly turned his head. A tall and graceful young woman alighted from the vehicle, appearing to be in her early 20s. My name is Zhao Ye, a disciple of teacher Jiang. He specifically instructed me to come and fetch you. A flicker of surprise crossed the girl's eyes. Although she remains unaware of your true identity, one who can be addressed as a general must undoubtedly be a significant figure within the military, holding a rank at least at the level of general, with merit points amounting to no less than 1 million. Such individuals, apart from being prodigies in martial arts, also require time to accumulate experience. It appears that you are merely in your early 20s, a rarity for a general in the realm of martial arts history. You immediately recollected the illustrious medical family renowned in Jiangbei, which indeed took you by surprise. The Jiang family, though a lineage renowned for their medical expertise, holds a status of considerable esteem. Their exceptional skills in healing have undoubtedly saved countless martial artists, including several masters and grandmasters. Thus, the Jiang family is a presence in Jiangbei that few would dare to provoke. What is surprising, however, is that Ye Linyuan was able to summon the elder of the Jiang family to treat him. In your recollection, the elder of the Jiang family has long since retreated from the world. Well, since that is the case, let us depart. You shook your head, choosing not to ponder further. Once the physical ailments are resolved, you shall be able to depart from Jiangbei completely. After taking your seat in the rear of the vehicle, I inquire about my condition. Is there any possibility of healing? Jia turned back with a smile and assured, rest assured, the teacher has already reviewed your condition, and the treatment is not difficult. However, it is quite late today, so the teacher has asked me to come and fetch you first. He will personally arrive tomorrow. You nodded, feeling a sense of relief in your heart. Though the injuries you bear are indeed troublesome, there exists a way for you to remedy them. After all, you are not without resources, for you possess a system by your side, within which reside numerous miraculous elixirs. Sufficient to resolve your physical troubles, yet the cost is exceedingly exorbitant. If one truly wishes to redeem it, they must venture to the front lines and eliminate those monstrous creatures themselves. Yet now, your vitality wanes, and your strength is greatly diminished. The time for a desperate struggle has not yet arrived. Shortly after, the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of an estate. The following morning, before you had even risen from your slumber, a piece of news had spread throughout the entire Lingwu city. From the esteemed officials and dignitaries to the humble alleyways, everyone had heard the whispers. Have you heard? The Ye family is to host a celebratory banquet. It is said that the son, who ventured to the front lines 3 years ago, has returned. Moreover, in addition to the celebratory feast, he is to be promoted to the rank of major. At this moment, the streets are abuzz with discussions among passers-by. The Ye family stands as a pillar in Jiangbei. News regarding the Ye family naturally draws considerable attention from many. Similar news also reached the ears of some high-ranking officials in Jiangbei. Provincial Governor Li Wenqing rose early, and upon entering his office, he noticed a freshly printed newspaper laid upon his desk, still carrying a faint scent of ink. He casually picked it up for a glance, only to furrow his brow in immediate concern. The news reported the return of the individual from the Ye family. If I recall correctly, this Ye Bai displayed an exceptional talent for martial arts upon enlisting. However, I wonder why he seemed to vanish later on. I had thought he might have perished. It appears that is not the case. Li Wenqing narrowed his eyes slightly, for no one in the entirety of Jiangbei paid more attention to the Ye family than he did. As the provincial supervisor, although he lacks the authority to intervene in military affairs, he is indeed a genuine grandmaster. Thus, there lies a responsibility upon the Ye family to exercise supervision. Otherwise, given the Ye family's status and standing, would they not become lawless in Jiangbei, akin to local tyrants? This issue extends beyond Jiangbei, affecting provinces far and wide. In the early morning, the eastern commander Ye Linyuan also received news from Jiangbei. The prodigious talent he has painstakingly nurtured in the eastern region is now in Jiangbei. It is nearly impossible for him to refrain from paying attention, especially considering the imminent risk of this promising individual being snatched away. Ye Linyuan listened attentively to the reports from those below, his brow furrowing deeper and his expression growing increasingly grim. Are you implying that Ye Tai is preparing to promote Ye Bai to the rank of major? Where did this information originate? Is it accurate? Ye Linyuan was filled with bewilderment. Ye Bai had already attained the rank of general, how could he now be a major? The progression of military rank seemed to be descending rather than ascending, leaving Ye Linyuan perplexed. Although the East later classified information regarding Ye Bai as military secrets, effectively sealing it off from public knowledge. Who is Kai Tai? He is the general of Jiangbei. How could he not pay attention when his own son is battling ferociously against thee on the front lines? How could Ye Linyuan possibly be unaware of Ye Yuan's current identity? Simply refrain from overthinking. After all, it is 1,000 miles away. Listening to news will only deepen the confusion. It would be better for him to make the journey himself. In any case, Ye Tai's debts will eventually be settled. Jiang family in Jiangbei. At this moment, you have just finished your morning cleansing ritual. Unbeknownst to you, the news released by the Ye family has yet to reach your ears. After a modest breakfast, a knock resounds at the door. This return not only alleviates the burdensome feelings but also heals the physical wounds. For you, it can be regarded as a double blessing, General Yi. The teacher has arrived. You open the door, and besides Jiaoya, whom you had encountered yesterday, there stood an elderly man with graying hair, clad in a traditional tang suit, appearing to be in his 80s or 90s. You see the old man, and memories of him emerge in your mind. Zhang Yuye. A master-level martial artist. Skilled in medical arts. In my youth, I delved into the study of various elixirs designed for warriors. Beyond remedies for healing wounds, I also explored potions that enhance vital energy and fortify the body. Moreover, it is said that a grandmaster was on the front lines a decade ago. Severely wounded, he hovered on the brink of death, with one foot nearly crossing into the realm of the departed, yet he resolutely pulled himself back from the abyss. Although Zhang Yuye is a master, he does not show the slightest sign of timidity upon encountering Ye Tai. The reason is quite simple: Zhang Yuye is a master-level pharmacist. In this world of martial arts practiced globally, practitioners of the same rank and pharmacists of equivalent skill inevitably find the latter to be more precious. The elderly gentleman entered. After Zhang Yuye stepped into the room, he settled onto the sofa, gazing at you. The young friend extends a hand, and I, the elder, shall first assess your pulse. You nodded in agreement and followed suit. Moments later, Zhang Yuye opened his eyes. The young friend removed his upper garment, revealing a physique adorned with well-defined muscles. His sun-kissed skin bore numerous scars, each a testament to the trials endured amidst the ravages of war. Near your heart lies a scar the size of a palm, surrounded by dark toxins that visibly seep out as black vapor. You are fortunate. Had it been any higher, it would have reached the heart. If the toxin were to enter the heart, no one could possibly intervene. A flicker of astonishment passed through Zhang Yuye's eyes. Although it did not wound his heart, the ability to suppress such a toxin is an accomplishment beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Is there a way for the old gentleman to eradicate it? You inquired while donning your attire. However, your injury has persisted for 10 days to half a month. The toxins have entered your body, and it will require some time to eradicate them completely. Zhang Yuye nodded and spoke. Upon hearing this, you exhaled a sigh of relief. In that case, I shall trouble the esteemed elder. Zhang Yuye smiled, and a glimmer of brilliance shone through his murky eyes. Do not be hasty in expressing your gratitude. I, Zhang Yuye, provide medical treatment, and there is no notion of complimentary services. You calmly assert that paying for medical treatment is a matter of course. However, given the Jiang family's background, it seems improbable that they would be lacking in funds. Therefore, what could be the issue that warrants such hesitation in providing a definitive answer? My young friend, it is clear that the Jiang family places greater emphasis on the art of medicine rather than martial prowess. Although we have forged numerous connections in the outside world, ordinary warriors dare not provoke us. However, that ultimately relies on others. In martial arts, the only undeniable truth is the strength of oneself. Zhang Yuye let out a sigh, a trace of sorrow etched upon her face. To outsiders, the Jiang family appeared to receive compliments, yet such praise was merely a reflection of Gu Yuye's medical prowess. Now, in his advanced years, his vitality begins to wane, inevitably leading him to contemplate the future of the Jiang family. In the words of Ye Linyuan, your identity is also partially known to Zhang Yuye, a general in his 20s, a future martial sage, and a prodigy of the military. In the future, I shall undoubtedly be a protector of the Jiang family. Should the esteemed elder encounter difficulties, I will certainly not remain indifferent. Upon hearing these words, you comprehended the message conveyed. This discourse transcends mere formalities. Although you may not be particularly sentimental or loyal, you possess the discernment to distinguish right from wrong and recognize that virtues are rewarded. Zhang Yuye chuckled a few times and shook his head, saying, "Did I not just mention that relying on others is never a sustainable strategy? I have a granddaughter who is currently studying at Ye Linyuan in Kyoto. I believe you are of similar age. I learned from Ye Linyuan that you, in this mundane year, have devoted yourself entirely to martial arts and have yet to find a girlfriend. Thus, I wish to invite you to become the illustrious son-in-law of the Jiang family." Upon hearing these words, you were immediately taken aback. Are you still pondering the considerable sacrifice that He Dingjun has made? It seems you are prepared to sell yourself, correct? I have been practicing martial arts since my youth. 3 years ago, I re-entered the military, a rugged individual. Even if you agree, it is likely that your granddaughter will not acquiesce. Furthermore, I am already bound by a marriage contract, making it difficult for me to comply with your request. As for the engagement, it is not a fabrication of your imagination, but rather a matter orchestrated by our parents themselves all those years ago. You have never encountered this person yourself, however, a fragment of memory from a previous existence lingers. Yet, in your recollection, it appears that the other party did not hold him in high regard, thus you did not pay it much mind. Zhang Yuye, upon hearing these words, could not help but reveal a glimmer of disappointment in his eyes. After all, the engagement is a matter dictated by parental authority. How could an outsider possibly intervene? If it were an ordinary household, it might be acceptable. However, during the era of martial arts, the state encourages procreation. Especially for martial artists endowed with exceptional talent, it is not uncommon for them to take 2 or 3 wives, the purpose being to preserve and propagate superior martial genes. The issue lies in the fact that the Ye family and the Jiang family are both prominent and distinguished clans, naturally emphasizing the importance of social standing and compatibility in marriage. Zhang Yuye need not utter another word. In light of this, I shall not impose further demands upon you. I will tend to your wounds and, upon my return, prepare a prescription for you. With a few concocted elixirs, your ailment shall be eradicated. Zhang Yuye, finding no further words to say, rose to depart after imparting a few instructions. Thank you for your understanding, old sir, Ye Linyuan exhaled in relief, supporting Du Yuye as they prepared to exit. Just as they stepped outside, a figure hurriedly entered. Glancing at Ye Linyuan and offering a courteous greeting. Master, the young lady from the Su family has arrived, specifically requesting an audience with Ye Linyuan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuye furrowed his brow. Ye Linyuan? Is he not the eldest son of the Ye family? What business could she have with him? Uncertain. Please dismiss her, stating that he is unavailable. Zhang Yuye gestured dismissively, appearing unconcerned. Wait, old sir, perhaps she seeks me, Ye Linyuan interjected. You are that eldest son of the Ye family? I thought you were Ye Bai? Zhang Yuye was taken aback, evidently caught off guard. This matter is rather intricate. Let us allow her to enter and ascertain the nature of her visit. Ye Linyuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. It seems the Ye family has indeed accomplished much over the years. To ensure Ye Bai's accolades. Even a family like the Zhengs mistakenly believes that the individual who enlisted years ago was Ye Bai. If he were merely an unremarkable soldier, those merits would have undoubtedly been appropriated by the Ye family. Alas, his current rank far exceeds what Ye Bai could withstand. Just as it surpasses what the Ye family could endure. Chapter 7, the fiancé Yi is bewildered. Has the Zheng family gone mad? Ye Linyuan. Do not presume that hiding here renders you invisible to me. Before she even laid eyes on him, an indignant voice reverberated through the Zheng family hall. A young maiden entered, her skin fair and her lips a vivid red, a rare beauty even in Jiangbei. However, her expression was as frigid as ice. And her eyes brimmed with fury. Yet, upon seeing Zhang Yuye, she hastily offered a polite greeting. Zhang Yuye merely nodded, his murky gaze drifting over the scene without intervention. What brings you here? Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow, his tone detached. He was already aware of Su Yuhan's identity and her profound disdain for him. Each encounter had been rife with her bitter sarcasm, belittling his humble origins from the old district and deeming him unworthy of her. Fortunately, in this situation, his predecessor had retained some dignity, refraining from acting like a sycophant. What brings you here? Ye Linyuan repeated, his voice icy. Aware of her sentiments towards him, he had no intention of extending warmth. Do not think that by hiding here I am powerless against you. Let me make this clear, there is no way I will marry you. Su Yuhan declared coldly. Upon learning of Ye Linyuan's return, she had rushed to the Yi residence with a singular aim, to annul their engagement. To her surprise, Yi Tai had readily consented. Yet, she did not dwell on it. For the dissolution of the engagement was undoubtedly beneficial for her. So, you have come solely to convey this? I understand, you may leave now. Ye Linyuan's expression remained calm. He had severed ties with the Ye family, rendering the engagement null and void. His earlier demeanor had merely been to placate Jiang Yuye. However, he had not anticipated that Su Yuhan would confront him directly. "Do not think that your attempts to retain me." Su Yuhan was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Ye Linyuan's indifferent attitude. She was well aware of how many times she had mentioned the annulment of their engagement. Each time, Ye Linyuan had brushed it aside, always greeting her with a smile. Regardless of her harsh words, he had never taken offense. Yet now, she sensed an elusive chill emanating from him. "What, is there something else?" Ye Linyuan inquired, impatience creeping into his tone as she hesitated. "No, nothing." Su Yuhan felt a strange discomfort upon witnessing Ye Linyuan's demeanor, an indescribable sensation. She had stormed in, intent on demanding the annulment, only to have him agree so nonchalantly. It left her feeling as though she had struck a fist against a cloud. Even more perplexing was the fact that not only did Ye Linyuan acquiesce to her request, but Ye Tai had also concurred with such ease. In the past, she would never have dared to imagine this scenario. It is essential to note that he is the commander of the demon army in Jiangbei town. Few possess the audacity to break off a marriage with the Yi family in Xia country. Since you are self-aware, that is even better. It spares me the trouble of wasting time on you. I apologize for my presumptuousness today, Grandfather Jiang, and I hope you will not take it to heart. Su Yuhan let out a light huff before politely addressing Jiang Yuye. "It is of no consequence," Jiang Yuye replied, his aged face nearly splitting into a smile. In the past, he would have been furious and dismissed any young member of the Su family who dared to act unruly in his presence. However, given the situation surrounding the annulment of the engagement with Ye Linyuan, he decided to exercise restraint. Just as he had recently faced disappointment, here was an unexpected turn of fortune. "I shall not impose further, then," Su Yuhan stated, turning to leave without a backward glance. At that moment, Jiang Yuye jovially remarked, "Young friend Yi, now that the engagement has been dissolved, what do you think about my granddaughter?" Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan couldn't help but let out a wry smile. His excuse had been utterly dismantled by Su Yuhan's interruption. He found it difficult to refuse outright and replied, "Old master, it would be prudent to deliberate on this matter further. We ought to consider your granddaughter's feelings as well, do we not?" "Ha ha." Jiang Yuye laughed heartily, nodding in agreement. "If that is the case, let us proceed with this arrangement. When my granddaughter returns from the Holy Martial Academy in Kyoto, I shall introduce you." At that moment, Su Yuhan, who had yet to step beyond the gates of the Jiang family, naturally overheard their conversation. Her pupils widened in disbelief, her expression one of utter incredulity. The Jiang family had truly lost their senses, though their dialogue had not explicitly stated it. Any discerning individual could discern the implication. Old Master Jiang intended to match his granddaughter with Ye Linyuan. And not just anyone, but the esteemed prodigy from the Holy Martial Academy? Has the world gone mad? Su Yuhan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. First, Ye Tai agreed to the annulment, then Ye Linyuan displayed indifference towards her, and now Jiang Yuye. After a moment of contemplation, she turned back. "Grandfather Jiang, there is something I believe you ought to know." The jubilant Jiang Yuye waved his hand dismissively, "Do tell." Although Ye Linyuan is the eldest son of the Yi family, he cannot inherit the family legacy. The true heir of the Yi family is none other than Yi Bai. This was conveyed to me directly by Yi Bai himself. So do not be deceived by Ye Linyuan into entrusting the fate of the Jiang family to such a person. Su Yuhan remained silent for a moment before speaking up. In her eyes, she could not fathom what value Ye Linyuan possessed to warrant Jiang Yuye's regard. If pressed to identify one, it could only be the Yi family itself. After all, Ye Tai was the commander of the Jiangbei demon army and a formidable grandmaster-level warrior, teetering on the brink of greatness. As the eldest son of the Yi family, Ye Linyuan was the expected successor to Ye Tai's command of the Jiangbei demon army. However, little did they know that Yi Bai was the true heir chosen by Ye Tai. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yuye was momentarily taken aback, only for his expression to darken immediately. When did the affairs of the Jiang family become subject to the opinions of a mere girl? Leave. Zhang Yuye's temper flared instantly. What did she mean by implying that he had set his sights on Ye Linyuan's background? While it was true that part of his interest lay in Ye Linyuan's current martial talent, it was not due to Ye Tai or the Ye family. Moreover, such matters were not to be publicly discussed. Su Yuhan's expression shifted as she realized her well-intentioned warning had provoked Zhang Yuye's ire. And she was utterly bewildered by the reason behind it. Consequently, she refrained from saying anything further and hastily departed from the Jiang residence. Insanity, they are all insane. Once outside, Su Yuhan clenched her teeth in frustration, her face pale with anger. However, she knew that after the celebration banquet of the Ye family in 3 days, the Jiang family would come to understand that Ye Linyuan held no significant standing within the Ye household. The only one in power would be Ye Bai. At that time, they would have much to regret. Chapter 8, Let the Bullets Fly for a While. After Su Yuhan departed, Zhang Yuye refrained from disturbing Ye Linyuan, opting instead to concoct medicine for him. During this time, Ye Linyuan received some news. The Ye family was to host a celebration banquet, during which Ye Bai would be promoted to the rank of major in the demon suppression army. Had it only been this, Ye Linyuan would have remained indifferent, as he had already severed ties with the Ye family. Even if Ye Tai were to elevate Ye Bai to the position of general on the spot, it would hold no significance for him. What truly piqued Ye Linyuan's interest was the Ye family's audacious announcement that Ye Bai, who had enlisted 3 years ago, had returned. Ye Tai, you truly have a knack for scheming. Ye Linyuan couldn't help but reflect. 3 years prior, with a cunning sleight of hand, he had been dispatched to the military, battling fierce beasts. Now, upon his return, in pursuit of that so-called merit, they sought to reverse their identities? Nonetheless, matters would not unfold as Ye Tai desired. After 3 years of hardship and valor, earning commendable accolades, they could not simply take what was rightfully his. Never mind. Since he had distanced himself from the Ye family, as long as they did not provoke him, there was no need for him to contend for anything. His immediate priority was to recuperate. Ye Linyuan was, of course, unconcerned with the merit. Given his current status, even if it were granted to Ye Bai, he would be unable to bear it. 3 days swiftly passed. The Ye family's celebration banquet captivated the attention of the entire Lingwu city. On this day, luxury cars filled the streets, all heading to one destination, the Ye family. Ye Linyuan, however, paid it no mind, as he focused on his recovery with the medicine prepared by Zhang Yuye. Meanwhile, in a vibrant entertainment venue in Lingwu City, where lights dazzled and wine flowed freely, all expenses were being covered by young Master Zhao. Amidst the revelry, a voice rang out, eliciting cheers from the crowd. In a discreet booth, a young man clad in a suit with his collar slightly open, exuding an air of nonchalance, swirled his drink, a smile dancing on his lips. Zhao Xiao. News has arrived. The Ye family's celebration banquet is being held today. At that moment, a martial artist dressed in black and sporting sunglasses entered and whispered. Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes sparkled with interest. Oh, it seems I am fortunate enough to meet the legendary god of death from the border. Zhao Zai downed his drink in one go and slowly rose. However, Zhao Xiao, the Ye family has invited only the elite from Jiangbei. As newcomers, we might not even be able to cross their threshold. A bodyguard nearby chuckled ruefully. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zai slapped his forehead, realizing he had overlooked this detail. The Ye family was a prominent military clan in Jiangbei. Ordinarily, he would have no qualms about barging in, as long as he revealed his identity. Ye Tai would not dare to act against him. Yet the dilemma lay in the fact that the god of death from the border was none other than Ye Tai's own son. As the saying goes, one must not offend the monk, lest they anger the Buddha. Crossing paths with him could lead to dire consequences. Let us proceed to the provincial governor's office. Zhao Zai pondered briefly before arriving at a decision. The provincial governor's office. What on earth are you up to? You come to Jiangbei without a word to me. And now you expect me to attend the Ye family's celebration banquet? Do you realize who your uncle is? I am the provincial governor of Jiangbei, on par with Ye Taiping. To ask me to partake in a banquet for a junior is a disgrace I cannot bear. Li Xingwen gazed at the young man before him, casually lounging with an air of bravado, feeling quite helpless. In his view, The Ye family's celebration was merely a gathering for children. It was not as though Ye Tai was celebrating his 80th birthday. Was it truly necessary for him to attend in person? Li Xingyuan, this matter has been expressly entrusted to me by my esteemed elder. Otherwise, do you think I came to Jiangbei for no reason? Zhao Zai scoffed, his demeanor dismissive. Your esteemed elder? How could he possibly send you to the Ye family? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyuan's previous exasperation vanished, replaced by a serious expression. The Zhao family patriarch? He is renowned as one of the martial saints in the capital. If a martial saint is concerned, the matter must be of great significance. I must ask, how do you govern as provincial governor while remaining oblivious to the happenings concerning the Ye family? Zhao Zai uncrossed his legs, his face revealing skepticism toward Li Xingyuan's apparent negligence in his duties. Enough with the trivialities, please enlighten me as to what truly transpires. Li Xingyuan inquired, urgency evident in his tone. It was alarming that individuals far afield in the capital were aware of developments, while he remained uninformed right under their noses. If the Ye family were indeed to become the local sovereigns of Jiangbei, would he remain ignorant? Should an inquiry arise from above? His position as provincial governor would be in jeopardy. The Ye family's son, after 3 years of military service, has already been identified as a promising candidate for the martial saint training program in the East. Moreover, he has achieved numerous victories in battle. Earning a formidable reputation, he is referred to as the god of death at the borders. I have also heard from the elder that the military seems to have conferred a general's rank upon him. Zhao Zai stated gravely. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyuan's expression shifted dramatically. It was no wonder there had been no news regarding the Ye family's son. To be granted a general's rank at such a young age spoke volumes about his martial talent. And it was entirely reasonable for the military to keep such information under wraps. It was no surprise that this had drawn the attention of martial saints in the capital. A general at such a young age must possess at least the prowess of a grand master. In the future, he was destined to become a martial saint. And that day might arrive sooner than anticipated. He could potentially become the youngest general in Xiagua, indeed the youngest martial saint in the entire world. Let us go, Li Xingyuan declared decisively, striding away. Where are you off to? Zhao Zai chuckled, feigning ignorance. Of course, to the Ye family. This young man possesses the potential for sainthood. It is imperative that we foster a close relationship and avoid any enmity. Just a moment ago, did you not express that attending would be a loss of face? Meanwhile, outside the Ye family residence, luxury cars gathered in abundance, creating a lively scene. As a prominent martial arts family in Jiangbei, coupled with the command of the demon suppression army, their stature was undeniable. The guests in attendance were all notable figures from Jiangbei. At this moment, the hall of the Ye family was filled with a multitude of individuals. Above the main seat, there stood the formidable general of the Jiangbei demon suppression army, the head of the Ye family, Ye Tai. Today marks the celebration banquet for my son, Ye Bai. In the tumultuous times of the past, when chaos reigned at the front lines and monstrous beasts invaded, my duty as a high-ranking general of the military was to confront these challenges head-on. However, the northern tribes also lurked with malicious intent, thus, I resolved to send Ye Bai to the front lines to combat the enemy. Ye Tai scanned the room before speaking solemnly. Upon hearing his words, many present nodded in agreement, their respect for Ye Tai deepening. The invasion of foreign tribes and the noble sacrifice of a general sending his son to face danger at the front lines truly exemplified the pillar of the military. I have gathered you all here today, not only to celebrate Ye Bai's achievements but also to invite you to witness this moment. Many of you are from the military. And today I wish to bestow upon Ye Bai the rank of major in the Northern Demon Suppression Army. Who is in favor, and who is against? Chapter 9, the provincial governor's personal visit, the martial saint clan, the Ye family's prestige is at its peak. Ye Bai has served in the military for 3 years. And by virtue of his experience and merits, he is indeed qualified for promotion to major. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that Ye Bai possesses exceptional martial arts talent. Undoubtedly a promising figure from the Sacred Martial Academy in the capital. It seems that we may soon witness the emergence of another martial saint in Jiangbei. Generally, his actions suggest he intends to nurture Ye Bai as his successor, preparing him to take over Jiangbei in the future. as Yi Tai concluded his remarks. The attendees nodded in agreement, not merely to echo his sentiments, but to acknowledge that Yi Bai, having survived 3 years on perilous foreign battlefields, has indeed earned his commendations and qualifications for the rank of major. Moreover, considering Yi Tai's intention to cultivate him as a successor, this is entirely reasonable. Simultaneously, they recognized that this is merely the beginning. Since Yi Tai has opened this door, Yi Bai's ascension in military rank will likely accelerate. This is a preparation for Yi Bai to inherit command over the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Army. It has become evident that Yi Bai, aside from having a father who was the commander of the Demon Suppression Army, possesses the martial prowess to justify his qualifications. Hearing these words, Yi Tai nodded in satisfaction, declaring that since there are no objections, it is settled. From today onward, Yi Bai shall hold the rank of major in the military. With this matter resolved, while Yi Bai maintained a calm demeanor, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement within. After all, he is only 20 years old this year, achieving the rank of major at such a young age, and soon to become a student at the Sacred Martial Academy in the capital. How many can accomplish such feats at his age? Brother, congratulations! You have become yet another pillar of strength for Jiangbei, Ye Linyuan exclaimed with excitement. Let us not grow complacent, there are many prodigies in the realm of martial arts, and I am merely one among them, Yi Bai replied with a smile, his tone serene. That may be true, but I have yet to hear of anyone achieving such accomplishments at your age, Ye Linyuan teased, her pride evident on her face. After all, Yi Bai is her elder brother, and his achievement of becoming a major at 20 fills her with pride. Yi Bai chuckled softly, choosing not to speak further. With the announcement concluded, Yi Tai took his seat, sharing a comforting smile with Su Rong as they looked at Yi Bai. Their son has grown up. At that moment, a butler hurriedly entered the room. Master, the provincial governor has arrived. Upon hearing this, Yi Tai's expression shifted to one of surprise. Although his relationship with Li Xingwen cannot be described as particularly good or bad, he is well aware that Li Xingwen, as the provincial governor of Jiangbei, also bears the responsibility of supervising him. Consequently, their interactions are quite limited. Despite having sent an invitation to the governor's office for the celebration banquet, he did not expect Li Xingwen to attend. Though Yi Bai's martial talent is exceptional and his future bright, he is still merely a junior. It seemed unrealistic for the provincial governor to come in person. Could it be related to Yi Bai's promotion to major? A hint of concern appeared on Su Rong's face. It is unlikely. We publicly declare that Yi Bai has served in the military for 3 years, and upon his return, I promote him to major. What is inappropriate about that? Moreover, this is a matter concerning the military, even he, Li Xingwen, has no right to interfere. Yi Tai shook his head, equally perplexed. However, he quickly regained his composure and stepped outside. Those present observed the scene with varied expressions. They were well aware of Li Xingwen's stature. Yet, why had Li Xingwen come to the Yi family, and at this particular moment? It is crucial to note that both Yi Tai and Li Xingwen are prominent figures in Jiangbei, and their relationship is well known. Could it be that Li Xingwen intends to meddle in Yi Bai's promotion to major? Outside the Yi residence, Yi Tai emerged and immediately spotted Li Xingwen and Zhao Zai standing at the entrance. He briefly glanced at Zhao Zai before retracting his gaze. Governor Li, what brings you to my humble abode today? Li Xingwen chuckled lightly and replied, I heard there is a celebration at the Yi family. Since I find myself with some leisure time, I thought to join in the festivities. Surely, General Yi would not turn away a guest? Of course not. Guests are always welcome. Please, come in, Yi Tai responded, raising an eyebrow, though he remained skeptical of Li Xingwen's intentions. Once they entered, all eyes were on them. Expressions filled with astonishment. Observing the jovial exchange between the two, it seemed unlikely that Li Xingwen had come solely regarding Yi Bai's promotion to major. If that were the case, wouldn't Yi Tai have confronted him directly? The very fact that they could converse so amicably suggested otherwise. Realizing this implication, those present inhaled deeply. With Yi Bai returning triumphantly from military service and the governor himself attending the celebration, the grandeur of the occasion was undeniable. Clearly, Yi Bai's martial prowess surpassed their expectations, otherwise, Li Xingwen would not have come personally. May I inquire, who is this? Yi Tai asked. directing his attention to the young man who had been closely following Li Linyuan. Initially, Ye Tai had not given it much thought, but noticing the young man's demeanor, it seemed Li Linyuan regarded him with utmost respect. "He is a junior from my family, visiting from the capital, surnamed Zhao," Li Linyuan explained with a smile. Upon hearing the surname Zhao, Ye Tai's brows furrowed slightly, as he was quite familiar with Li Linyuan's background. A junior from the capital, surnamed Zhao, surely. This could only refer to the esteemed Zhao family, known for their martial prowess. Not only Ye Tai, but many others present also exhibited surprise at the mention of the surname Zhao. They too realized that this young man hailed from a prestigious martial family in the capital. But what could have prompted a member of such a distinguished lineage to visit the Yi residence? Surely, it could not be merely for the sake of Yi Bai. Zhao's eye promptly rose, smoothing his demeanor. "General Yi, 3 years ago, amidst turmoil at the frontlines and the invasion by foreign forces, you resolutely sent your son to the borders to fight against the enemy. Such a noble act is truly commendable. Coincidentally, I learned that Brother Yi has returned from the front lines, and you are hosting a celebration in his honor. I have taken the liberty to come and pay my respects." As Zhao Zai's words fell upon the ears of the crowd, many were taken aback. It is important to note that this was the esteemed family of the martial saint, and this young man was likely to be the future heir. To show such courtesy towards the Yi family, and indeed to come specifically for Yi Bai, was quite remarkable. Ye Tai was momentarily stunned, clearly not anticipating that Zhao Zai had arrived for this matter. However, he did not dwell on it for long. Zhao Zai's remarks resonated with him, reminiscent of the noble cause that had driven him to send his own son to the front lines 3 years prior. Upon hearing these words, Ye Tai chuckled lightly, saying, "Young Master Zhao, protecting our homeland and slaying monstrous beasts is indeed the duty of a soldier. As a general in the military, how could I possibly stand idly by in times of national peril?" Zhao Zai nodded in admiration, affirming, "What you say is indeed true. General Yi, may I inquire about the whereabouts of your brother Yi?" Chapter 10, The Eastern General has arrived, and the Yi family has produced a prodigy. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai, unable to contain his excitement, stepped forward and said, "Brother Zhao, I am Yi Bai. Although the Yi family is a martial arts lineage based in Jiangbei, and Ye Tai serves as the Grand General of Jiangbei, they still fall somewhat short when compared to the illustrious martial saint families. It is well known that a martial artist who ascends to the rank of martial saint has surpassed the limits of the human body, transcending the realms of vitality, lifespan, and the very understanding of humanity. It is said that a martial saint possesses a vitality of 1,000,000. In fury, they can shift mountains and rivers, while in harmony, they can ensure favorable winds and rains, leading the nation to peace and prosperity, suppressing all adversaries. Yi Bai could never have imagined that he would find himself on such familiar terms with a martial saint family. Zhao Zai regarded Yi Bai with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. So this is Yi Bai? Though he had never met the individual in person, he had certainly heard tales of his exploits, slaying thousands of enemies in a single night at the border, earning the moniker of the border god of war. While he may not possess the traditional good looks of a hero, he should at least exude the aura of a soldier. In stark contrast, the man before him, with his fair skin and sharp, starry eyes, seemed rather ordinary. Yet the air of privilege that surrounded him since childhood made it difficult for Zhao Zai to reconcile him with the formidable border god of war. Indeed. Ye Tai nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zai, though still somewhat puzzled, refrained from pressing the matter further. "Ah, so it is true. Brother Yi. I have long admired your reputation," Zhao Zai said with a smile, extending his hand. Yi Bai felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had speculated how Zhao Zai might know him, attributing it to his unparalleled martial arts talent that had already stirred the capital. Perhaps Zhao Zai had come to recruit him for the esteemed Holy Martial Academy in the capital. Elated, he grasped Zhao Zai's hand firmly and replied with a smile. "Brother Zhao, you flatter me. I still have much to learn compared to you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zai felt a twinge of confusion. Was Yi Bai implying that he was inferior to him? Was this a veiled mockery or a humble gesture? The border god of war, the Eastern General, the youngest star of the Summer Kingdom, there was hardly anyone who could rival him nationally. Not only Zhao Zai, but even Li Wenqing, who stood nearby, sensed something amiss. Was this truly the famed Eastern star Yi Bai? His demeanor seemed far too frivolous, bordering on sycophancy. A stark contrast to the image of a young military star that Li Wenqing had envisioned. However, since Yi Tai had acknowledged him, he refrained from questioning further. Yi Tai watched the unfolding scene with a smile, feeling reassured that his decision was indeed wise. Yi Bai was destined to be his heir. In fact, Yi Tai believed that Yi Bai could lead the Yi family to even greater heights. This was merely a celebration banquet, yet the city's elite had gathered in droves. The provincial governor had personally come to pay his respects, and the martial saint families had arrived to congratulate them. The fortunes of the Yi family were on the rise. In the forthcoming era, the Yi family would undoubtedly secure its place in history. Yi Tai clenched his fists in anticipation of that day. I had not anticipated the provincial governor's visit. Today, I have prepared a modest feast, everyone should feel at ease, he declared with great cheer, clapping his hands and laughing heartily. Yet, just at that moment, a voice, discordant and untimely, echoed from outside the door, capturing the attention of all present. Yi Tai! You truly are a master of scheming. Tell me, where is Yi Bai? At the entrance of the Yi family? A middle-aged man clad in military attire stood rigidly, his anger palpable. This scene drew gasps of astonishment from several onlookers. The Yi family was basking in glory today. With not only the provincial governor in attendance but also representatives from the illustrious martial families of the capital. Who would dare to provoke the Yi family on such an occasion? Yet, as the crowd's gaze fell upon the figure at the door, their expressions froze in disbelief, not for any other reason than the golden insignia resting upon the man's shoulder. The newcomer was, astonishingly, a general. Ye Linyuan? Why are you here in Jiangbei instead of tending to affairs at the military? Yi Tai inquired, his brow furrowed in tone decidedly unfriendly. Ye Linyuan let out a cold laugh. What do you think? I'm here to demand someone from you. Tell me, where is Yi Bai? Yi Bai? Again with Yi Bai? At that moment, the assembled crowd was rendered utterly speechless in shock. The provincial governor, the martial families. And now a general from the Eastern Front, what secret did Yi Bai possess? Or perhaps, had the Yi family truly given rise to a prodigy? Yi Tai's expression tightened. The arrival of Ye Linyuan alerted him to something extraordinary. After all, he had previously sent Ye Linyuan to the east. And now Ye Linyuan had come personally to seek Yi Bai. Could it be that Ye Linyuan had acquired some extraordinary status in the east? Or perhaps had he caused some monumental trouble? Such a notion seemed implausible. What kind of identity could necessitate a general's personal visit? Yi Tai swiftly dismissed the thought. As he pondered, Yi Bai could no longer contain himself and stepped forward with an air of pride. General, I am Yi Bai. Today, Yi Bai was the center of attention, with the prominent figures of Jiangbei gathered in his honor, which filled him with immense satisfaction. Upon seeing Ye Linyuan arrive, he mistakenly believed the general had come to commend him and eagerly stepped forward. Ye Linyuan glanced at Yi Bai, his brow furrowing deeper. You are Yi Bai? Then who is the Eastern general? Just as Ye Linyuan was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he noticed that Yi Tai did not intervene, which only deepened his frown. Not only Ye Linyuan, but also Li Wenqing and Zhao Zai, who had been observing, exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss. Yi Bai. A star of the East, how could Ye Linyuan exhibit such a demeanor? Something was decidedly off. You say he is Yi Bai? Ye Linyuan advanced a couple of steps, fixing his gaze on Yi Tai. Yi Tai nodded. What of it? My son Yi Bai has returned to my side. Why should it cause a stir for you, Ye Linyuan? Ye Linyuan squinted, avoiding the topic, and suddenly burst into laughter. Oh, come now, it has been over a decade since we last met at the military. I simply came to see how things are. To his astonishment, Yi Bai had grown up so much. Yi Tai furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by Ye Linyuan's abrupt change in demeanor. If this was truly a reunion, then what could be the meaning of his anger? Yi Tai inquired. Ye Linyuan let out a cold sneer within, thinking, anger? I would relish the opportunity to strike you. If not for the fact that Yi Bai was not that person, he would have already turned hostile. Oh, it's nothing, he replied, merely standing up for Yi Bai. He has bravely fought on the front lines, achieving considerable merit. Yet upon his return, you bestow upon him the rank of major. Ye Linyuan chuckled, his mind beginning to grasp the situation. No wonder Ye Tai had promoted Ye Bai to major, it was clear they were not the same individual at all. Upon hearing this, Ye Bai felt a surge of joy. Another ally to speak on his behalf. General he said. The rank of major is more than sufficient for me at this stage. I am still young and lack the necessary experience, it is only fitting that I progress gradually. Ye Bai exhaled deeply, adopting a humble tone. He Dingjun cast a sidelong glance at him, then, astonished, remarked, "Oh, I recall you have 2 sons. What about the other one? Why not introduce him to me as well?" Chapter 11, That wayward son has been cast out of the Yi family. He Dingjun inquired with an inscrutable expression. Upon realizing that Ye Bai was not his Eastern Star general, he immediately sensed something amiss. However, he refrained from exposing the truth on the spot. After all, Ye Tai was the commander of Jiangbei, and he must have his reasons for such actions. At this moment, his only concern was the whereabouts of his Eastern Star general. Humph. Upon hearing this remark, Ye Tai couldn't help but let out a cold snort. His complexion darkened, and his entire demeanor seemed to sour. To the onlookers, it appeared that Ye Tai was reluctant to mention his eldest son. He Dingjun narrowed his eyes. The information from his military department was indisputable, having undergone a second confirmation. Therefore, since this Ye Bai was not his Eastern Star general, he must be another son of Ye Tai. That wayward son has already been expelled from my household. To be precise, it was not Ye Tai who cast him out, but rather he himself sought to sever ties with Ye Tai. Ye Tai took a deep breath and spoke with a frosty expression. Although the people present were somewhat taken aback by Ye Tai's words, none dared to speak further. Firstly, it was a matter of the Yi family's private affairs, and Ye Tai was involved, who would be bold enough to comment? Secondly, it was not the prodigious Ye Bai who had departed. Thus it bore little impact on the Yi family. Ah, I see. He Dingjun nodded thoughtfully, pondering what had compelled Ye Tai to expel a military general, a future martial sage, from his home. Clearly, some unpleasant incident must have transpired. Stealing a glance at Ye Bai, He Dingjun began to form his own conjectures. The individual from the east was certainly not this Ye Bai before him. Yet, the celebration banquet hosted by the Yi family was in honor of this very Ye Bai. What was the family attempting to convey? He Dingjun's brow furrowed deeper. He could hardly fathom that after Ye Linyuan's return, he had been compelled by Ye Tai to relinquish his merits, leading to his furious departure from the Yi family. In He Dingjun's eyes, Ye Linyuan was Ye Tai's biological son. Could a father truly act in such a manner? Nevertheless, He Dingjun chose not to disclose the truth. Since the Yi family's eldest son had left and severed ties, did that not imply that Ye Linyuan remained part of the East? If he revealed the truth, would Ye Tai still allow him to leave? Regardless of circumstances, Ye Tai was still Ye Linyuan's father, and should the truth come to light, the East might very well lose a martial genius. Compared to the prospect of losing a martial prodigy, he preferred to pursue the expenses incurred over 3 years to cultivate that genius. His desire was to bring this martial talent back to the East. A martial genius like Ye Linyuan could not be measured by mere currency. He Dingjun inhaled deeply, smiled lightly, and remarked, "In that case, I shall not impose any further. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future." Did he truly believe that as a general from the East, he had come solely for Ye Bai? Having obtained the answers he sought, remaining at the Yi family held little significance. His immediate goal was to locate Ye Linyuan and escort him back to the military district. Oh, I shall not bestow any gifts. At this moment, Ye Tai was engulfed in a multitude of uncertainties. After all, he had merely hosted a celebratory banquet. The influx of unexpected guests was indeed perplexing. Were they truly here for his son, Ye Bai? Contemplating this, Ye Tai's gaze fell upon Ye Bai, his eyes revealing a semblance of satisfaction, yet tinged with skepticism. He Dingjun nodded and straightforwardly exited the Yi family residence. Observing from the sidelines, Zhao Zai promptly followed suit. Outside the Yi residence, Zhao Zai called out to the hastily departing He Dingjun, "General He, please hold." He Dingjun turned back, frowning. "What is it?" "General He, I am Zhao Zai, a descendant of the Zhao family from the capital. I have a few inquiries and wonder if I might trouble you for a couple of minutes?" Zhao Zai approached earnestly, introducing himself. Upon hearing the Zhao family name, He Dingjuan's expression softened slightly as he associated it with the esteemed martial lineage. "Speak. What do you wish to know?" he inquired. "May I ask, General He, if the legendary figure known as the god of war at the border was none other than Ye Bai?" "I refer to the current Ye Bai of the Yi family." Zhao Zai took a deep breath, for this matter had troubled him for quite some time. He found it peculiar. The Yi family was one thing, but He Dingjun, a general from the east, must have encountered Ye Bai personally. Why, upon their meeting today, did it seem as though they were strangers? Moreover, He Dingjuan's demeanor only intensified his suspicions. Ye Bai is indeed remarkable. Yet he is not the same individual who once graced the Yi family, He Dingjun retorted with a cold chuckle. It appears Yi Tai has either grown senile or is otherwise confused, casting a military general and future martial sage out of his home, only to replace him with another. Is it not astonishing? Zhao Zai was taken aback. Despite his prior doubts regarding Ye Bai's identity, He Dingjuan's words left him incredulous. Just as He Dingjun suspected, what game was Ye Tai playing? Why did you not expose the truth earlier? Zhao Zai inquired, brow furrowed. He Dingjun laughed heartily, responding nonchalantly. Why should I? Ye Tai's actions bear no consequence to me. His expulsion of the Eastern general serves as no misfortune for my interests. Indeed. Without his position in the Yi family, he can only return to the East. Zhao Zai nodded, a realization dawning upon him. Very well. I must seek out my esteemed general from the East. It is surprising that after 3 years of service, I do not even know his name. He Dingjun sighed heavily, his expression one of regret. Yet still, what is the Yi family truly up to? I shall not intrude any longer. Within the Yi residence, Ye Bai basked in the limelight, his spirits soaring. Yuhan, has the matter of the engagement been resolved? Ye Bai quietly inquired of Su Yuhan from his seat in the hall. Yes, I owe you my gratitude. Without your assistance, I would not have dared approach Uncle Yi about this, Su Yuhan replied with a calm demeanor, yet her gratitude toward Ye Bai was evident. Prior to this, she had only confided in her family and Ye Linyuan regarding the dissolution of the engagement. Before Ye Tai, she would not have dared to speak even if her father were present. Fortunately, Ye Bai assured her that discussing the annulment would not provoke Ye Tai's wrath, which emboldened her to voice her thoughts. A smile graced Ye Bai's face. With Ye Linyuan having severed ties with the Yi family, he defiantly confronted his father, infuriating him considerably. Given this momentum, Ye Tai would surely acquiesce. By the way, Yuhan, I encountered someone today from the illustrious martial family of Kyoto. I shall introduce you to him shortly, Ye Bai remarked with a glimmer in his eyes. A martial family? A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Yuhan's gaze as she inquired, how did you come to know such a prestigious lineage? Perhaps it is my exceptional talent in martial arts that has drawn attention from Kyoto, Ye Bai replied nonchalantly, though his expression betrayed a sense of pride. Su Yuhan furrowed her brow but chose not to comment further. At that moment, Zhao Ziyi happened to enter through the door. Brother Zhao, come in, come in. Chapter 12, A Sudden Departure. Ye Bai called out, where is my brother? Upon hearing his shout, Zhao Zai turned to glance at him. In that fleeting moment, his expression darkened. Retracting his gaze, Zhao Zai disregarded Ye Bai entirely and approached Li Xingwen, whispering a few words. As Li Xingwen listened, a look of astonishment gradually spread across his face, soon replaced by a dawning realization. General Yi, I have pressing matters to attend to today, I must take my leave, he said, his tone growing noticeably frosty. Ye Bai was taken aback to discover that this Ye Bai was not the one from the frontier. The true individual was the one cast out by Ye Tai, Ye Linyuan. If he had indeed been expelled, what business did he have at the Yi family gathering? Ye Tai was momentarily stunned, quickly sensing the shift in Li Xingwen's demeanor. After a brief pause, he responded, in that case, please, go ahead. Li Xingwen rose, preparing to depart with Zhao Zai. At this juncture, Ye Bai sensed the tension in the atmosphere but could not grasp the underlying cause. Brother Zhao, what transpired? I called for you just now, yet you seemed oblivious. Ye Bai expressed his dissatisfaction. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never dare to speak so freely to someone from the martial saint family. However, today was different. Powerful figures and dignitaries had gathered for him, Ye Bai, the true protagonist. Zhao Zai scoffed, brother? Ye Bai, I merely mistook you for someone else. If this gets out, I assure you, you will not be able to set foot in the capital. He extended some courtesy to Ye Tai, for he was, after all, the chief military officer of Jiangbei, a high-ranking general. Even the Marshal Saint family could not afford to be overly arrogant in the presence of such a person. Otherwise, with Zhao Zai's temperament, he would have long since dealt a heavy blow to Ye Bai. Brother? What are you, to presume such familiarity? Ye Bai was momentarily stunned. Quickly snapping back from his moment of self-importance, adopting a composed silence. Once Li Xingwen and Zhao Zai departed, Su Yuhan also prepared to leave. Passing by Ye Bai without pausing, as if their previous conversation had been mere jest. Witnessing this scene, Ye Bai clenched his fists. Feeling as though a heavy stone had settled upon his heart, a sense of suffocation enveloping him. At the Jiang residence, Ye Linyuan left the wash basin. Having dressed himself, the scar on his chest had noticeably faded, showing signs of healing. Your physique is commendable. It appears you have practiced some form of body refinement martial arts, as your recovery exceeds my expectations, Zhang Yuye remarked, producing a sandalwood box from which a fragrant aroma of medicinal pills wafted forth. Ye Linyuan reached out to accept it, inquiring, the wound is indeed healing rapidly. Yet toxins still linger within. Zhang Yuye nodded, explaining, the subsequent medications will primarily focus on detoxification. Within less than a week, you should be fully recovered. Thank you. Esteemed elder, Ye Linyuan expressed gratefully. Zhang Yuye smiled, reflecting, your physique is somewhat rare, it may have reached the realm of golden skin and jade bones. To inflict harm upon you, that foe must be of considerable caliber. Indeed, they are formidable, teetering on the brink of the Marshal Saint level. Ye Linyuan replied with a faint smile. Zhang Yuye took a deep breath, stepping halfway into the realm of a Grand Master, his presence already formidable enough to instill fear. No wonder he was dubbed the God of Death at the border. Old Patriarch, there is someone outside claiming to be from the military, named He Dingjun. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. Zhang Yuye paused momentarily before responding with a smile, it seems there are still those who care for you. Ye Linyuan sighed with a bitter smile and exited the room. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing Ye Linyuan, He Dingjun burst into hearty laughter. You rascal, I finally found you. I almost thought you wouldn't return. He approached and clapped Ye Linyuan on the shoulder. Did we not agree that you would come back once your injuries healed? Why did you personally come here, he? A strange emotion lingered in Ye Linyuan's heart as he inquired. Is it not because I feared your father would not let you go? You are now a promising Marshal Saint. It would be a tremendous loss if you were unable to return to our eastern region. He Dingjun casually remarked, then quickly adopted a serious tone. You need to explain to me what is happening with Ye Bai, and I heard from Ye Tai that you have severed ties with the Ye family? In the hall, He Dingjun slammed his teacup onto the table, letting out a cold snort. This Ye Tai has gone too far. For the sake of Ye Bai, he actually demanded you relinquish 3 years of effort and dedication. To justify his actions, he even orchestrated a scheme for his younger brother to enlist. He Dingjun was left astounded. Was it possible for parents to be so biased? Just because Ye Linyuan was the elder brother, he was expected to support his younger sibling? What do you plan to do next? He Dingjun inquired. He did not offer to help Ye Linyuan, for given his current status, he did not require such assistance. If anything, it was Ye Linyuan who would be helping him out. Once your injuries are healed, you shall return to the military district and participate in the selection for the Star of Generals. As for the Ye family, since you have distanced yourself from them, let the past remain in the past. Ye Linyuan sighed, expressing his resignation. He Dingjun nodded in agreement. Very well, with your current standing, Ye Tai has no authority to manipulate your records. However, I will remember this matter and ensure his true nature is reported when I return to the military. Ye Linyuan took a sip of tea, remaining silent. I have heard that this time the military is offering true dragon essence as a reward for the Star of Generals. You must not let this opportunity slip away. He Dingjun added. Ye Linyuan nodded, stating, yes, if my injuries heal, I should be able to achieve a rating of 6.5 stars for the Star of Generals. He Dingjun was taken aback, taking a deep breath. 6.5 stars? The rating for a true dragon-level warrior is only 5 stars, and you already possess 6.5? No wonder. You are indeed a leader in our military district. In the Ye family hall, ever since the departure of prominent figures like Li Xingyuan and He Dingjun, Ye Tai gradually lost interest. The celebration banquet concluded after just an hour. Ye Tai sat on the sofa, his brows tightly knit together. Do you not find today's events somewhat peculiar? He inquired. Su Rong shared his sentiment. Although the Ye family held the esteemed position of the commander of the demon army in Jiangbei town, the notion that such stature could summon both Li Xingyuan and He Dingjun seemed implausible. Furthermore, why did they depart so swiftly afterward? It felt as if they had come for a specific individual, only to change their demeanor upon discovering that this person was absent from the Ye household. This notion was not without merit. Was it not Ye Bai who had taken his brother's place after 3 years of military service? Could it be related to Ye Linyuan? Su Rong suddenly suggested. At this moment, she could conceive of no other explanation. For it was only Ye Linyuan whose presence had been completely erased from her memory over the past 3 years, leaving her mind devoid of any recollection. Chapter 13, Ye Tai's Bewilderment and Ye Linyuan's Identity. Upon hearing Su Rong's words, Ye Tai could not help but furrow his brows. The events of the day had been exceedingly bizarre. First, there was Li Xingyuan, followed by representatives from the martial sage family, and ultimately, a general from the east arrived at the Ye family, exhibiting unusual behavior and speech. Initially, Ye Tai assumed they had come for Ye Bai, who, in his eyes, was the rightful heir, endowed with exceptional martial talent and a promising future, likely to become a martial sage. It seemed reasonable for them to visit in light of Ye Bai's potential. However, the abrupt shift in their demeanor and their hasty departure left Ye Tai in a state of perplexity. Su Rong's remarks compelled Ye Tai to entertain certain speculations. Could it be that Ye Linyuan had embroiled himself in some trouble at the front lines? Or perhaps he possessed some clandestine identity? The first possibility seemed improbable. Had he truly caused a stir, Ye Tai was certain that He Dingjun would have disclosed it on the spot. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that Ye Linyuan must be of considerable significance to attract the attention of the provincial governor and the martial sage family. Clearly, he had underestimated Ye Linyuan over these past 3 years. A cold smirk crossed Ye Tai's mind as he pondered the situation. It was no wonder Ye Linyuan had reacted so strongly when he attempted to bestow Ye Linyuan's merits upon Ye Bai. Evidently, he held a special status within the military. Nonetheless, this realization only served to deepen Ye Tai's disdain. With a few accomplishments and the attention of the East, did Ye Linyuan truly believe he could defy him? Let us not forget that everything Ye Linyuan possessed was granted by him. Without Ye Tai, Ye Linyuan might have perished in some neglected corner of the old city during a harsh winter. If he could bestow such gifts, he could just as easily retract them. Perhaps I should bring Linyuan back and cease this petty stubbornness. Su Rong, observing the fluctuations in Ye Tai's expression, spoke gently. Bring him back? Humph. Do you think such theatrics will alter my decision? He could have chosen any other time, yet he waited until Ye Bai's celebration to cause a scene. Is he not intent on embarrassing his brother? Ye Tai's voice dripped with cold disdain. Su Rong, taken aback by his words, opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. I shall see what this rebellious son truly intends, whether he has ever regarded us as family. With that, Ye Tai issued 2 commands: first, for the military to conduct a thorough investigation into Ye Linyuan; second, to ascertain Ye Linyuan's current whereabouts. For he intended to confront him personally. Meanwhile, after He Dingjun had grasped the intricacies of the situation, he departed the Jiang family and returned to the east. Jiang Yuye, having also comprehended the unfolding events, could not help but marvel at the audacity of such shameless individuals in this world. However, knowing Ye Linyuan's true identity, Jiang Yuye harbored anticipation regarding the matter. What expression would Ye Tai wear upon discovering Ye Linyuan's true nature? Old Master, representatives from the Su group have arrived, inviting you to participate in the latest drug development. A voice called from outside. Jiang Yuye regained his composure and said without a moment's hesitation, no. Inform the Su group that from this day forth, the Jiang family shall have no further collaboration with them. In this era of martial artists, the value of a warrior is self-evident, and the medicines for warriors are even more precious. A mere bottle of ordinary blood-nourishing powder commands a staggering price of 100,000. This is just the cost for basic martial artists' medicine. The price escalates for more advanced remedies. For the wealthy, even if their martial arts aptitude is lacking, they can still ascend through the use of such medicines. A prime example is a certain conglomerate's CEO, who invested billions to become a master, causing a nationwide sensation. Therefore, the profits for these pharmaceutical companies are exceedingly high. With fierce competition, the Su Group's rise as the leading industry in Jiangbei is attributed not only to its own merits but also significantly to Jiang Yuye's influence. Now that Jiang Yuye is aware of the actions taken by the Ye family, he naturally refuses to engage further. In the provincial governor's office, Li Xingyuan and Zhao Zai returned with grim expressions. Just take a look at the mess you've created. Here I am, a provincial governor, attending a celebration for Ye Bai. It's utterly disgraceful. Li Xingyuan was seething with anger. If Ye Bai were indeed of significant stature, he might have remained silent. But the reality was that Ye Bai was merely a pampered young master, the youngest son of the Ye family. What right did he have to attend a celebration for someone of such low standing? Can you blame me? Who knew that Ye Tai would unceremoniously expel a military general from his home? Zhao Zai's mood was equally bleak. The thought of Ye Bai's smug expression made him feel nauseous. What he found most unacceptable was Ye Bai's incessant calling him Brother Yi. Had it not been for Ye Tai's reputation, he would have slapped Ye Bai twice on the spot. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyuan could only sigh and respond, indeed. Ye Tai seems to have lost his senses. But what are you planning to do now? First, let's find out where that person is currently located. I shall pay him a personal visit, Zhao Zai replied. The entire reason for their trip to Jiangbei was linked to Ye Linyuan. Whether considering the political landscape of the capital or Ye Linyuan's future potential, his value is immeasurable. Hearing this, Li Xingyuan hesitated before asking. What is the situation in the capital? The foreign tribes are growing increasingly powerful, and the major martial saints are embroiled in a fierce struggle for sovereignty. Especially with the imminent selection of star generals, which may determine the outcome, Zhao Zai said with a grave expression. So, it seems that whoever the eastern faction supports stands a chance at sovereignty? Li Xingyuan's eyes flickered with intrigue. Could that individual truly be strong enough to alter the dynamics among the major martial saint families? He may be even stronger than you can imagine. His standing in the military is unrivaled by most, Zhao Zai replied, taking a deep breath. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyuan's expression shifted dramatically. The highest rank in the military is that of general, which is further divided into major general, lieutenant general, and general. Upon reaching the rank of general, one is evaluated by their stellar accomplishments. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars. The effort required to ascend each rank is beyond imagination. And one's own strength must also be formidable. Individuals like Ye Tai and He Dingjun, who command certain territories, are indeed 1-star generals. Ye Linyuan's status is unrivaled within the military. What level could he possibly hold? 1 star? That seems implausible. Across the nation's major war zones, there are hundreds of 1-star generals. 2 stars? That would place him at the level of military leadership. Li Xingyuan inhaled deeply, a chill running down his spine, daring not to contemplate further. However, this does seem reasonable. No wonder he could alter the dynamics of several prominent martial families. Yet, achieving such heights at this age is utterly astonishing. The Ye family must be filled with regret. After He Dingjun's departure, Ye Linyuan remained at the Jiang residence for several days. He was unaware of the events occurring within the Ye family and had no desire to know. At this moment, he was diligently working on his recovery. Thanks to the elixirs provided by Jiang Yuye, Ye Linyuan's injuries healed rapidly, the wounds had completely mended. In another 2 or 3 days, the toxins would be entirely purged. Ye Linyuan opened his eyes, the vigor in his body subsiding, exhaling a breath of turbid air. His physical condition was improving steadily, and concurrently, as the toxins were eliminated, he sensed a loosening within his martial realm. Originally, he was on the brink of reaching the true dragon level, but his injuries had caused a regression in his vitality, delaying his breakthrough. given his current condition. Once the toxins were cleared, he could prepare to step into the realm of true dragon warriors. Ye Linyuan splashed cold water on his face at the washstand and exited the room. Having spent several days at the Jiang residence, it was time to step outside for some fresh air. Upon leaving the room, he spotted Jiang Yuya in the courtyard, tending to some precious herbs. Finally out. How is your recovery? Jiang Yuya inquired with a smile as he turned around. Quite well, I should be fully healed in another couple of days. Thank you, old man. Ye Linyuan expressed gratefully. That's wonderful to hear. However, do not forget our agreement. Jiang Yuya chuckled heartily and then added. Ye Linyuan nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Yuya suddenly called out to him. By the way, things have been rather unstable in Jiangbei lately. It would be wise for you to exercise caution if you venture out. Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan recalled sensing a trace of foreign aura during his recovery over the past few days. What significant events have transpired in Jiangbei? He inquired. Jiang Yuya set aside the herbs and nodded, saying, Indeed, a cave has emerged about 100 miles from Lingwu City, initially assessed to be a double S level. A double S level cave? Ye Linyuan's eyes flickered with intrigue. This implied the presence of at least a Grandmaster level foreign entity within. Such caves are rare and typically accompanied by a plethora of exotic beasts or their lairs. As Ye Linyuan pondered, Jiang Yuya displayed a moment of realization, momentarily forgetting his identity. However, there was indeed a matter concerning him. Ye Linyuan, regaining his focus, inquired, What is it? Jiang Yuya replied. The provincial governor's office sent word yesterday, requesting a visit. It seems someone from the capital wishes to meet you. Upon hearing the capital, Ye Linyuan's expression shifted. Someone from the capital wanted to see him? He recalled his last visit to the capital during the conferral of military ranks. In such a place, where the powerful and noble abound, with esteemed families in every corner, the presence of numerous influential figures from the Sacred Martial Institute and the Martial Saints lineage was commonplace. If someone from that realm sought an audience, it was likely of considerable significance. Ye Linyuan asked, Did they mention the purpose of the visit? Jiang Yuya shook his head and said, No details were provided, but I heard that a member of the Zhao family from the Martial Saints in the capital has arrived. Currently at the provincial governor's office, and it may pertain to you. Very well, I have some time to spare, I shall pay a visit, Ye Linyuan replied. In the military department, at the training hall, Ye Tai strode in with purpose, surveying his surroundings. How is the situation in the underground cavern? He inquired. A commanding officer stood, saluted, and reported, Commander Yi, the demon suppression army has been dispatched and is planning a cleanup. Ye Tai nodded, then casually asked. What about that matter? How is the investigation progressing? The officer responded, Insufficient authority, it appears you must personally authorize it, Commander Yi. Ye Tai's expression turned to one of surprise. Insufficient authority? This was a commanding officer. It seemed Ye Linyuan's status was even more intricate than he had anticipated. He certainly did not realize that Ye Linyuan held a rank superior to that of a commanding officer, even surpassing his own. After all, having served for 3 years, how much could a mere 20-something young recruit really achieve? Ye Tai approached the screen displaying the insufficient authority message and placed his hand upon it. Verifying identity. Gene match in progress. Verification successful. Welcome to the military system, General Yi. Your current permissions allow you to view the following content. Slowly retracting his hand, Ye Tai waved, prompting the officer to depart discreetly. Then, with a mere thought, information regarding Ye Linyuan materialized before him. In the year 397 of the martial era, he joined the Eastern Theater's Vanguard Squad, officially entering the battlefield in February of this year. Achieving over 10 enemy kills on his first day, thereby earning a commendation of 10. On February 18, the Vanguard Squad captain fell in battle. And due to Yibai's 100-plus enemy kills, he was exceptionally promoted to the rank of squad leader. In December of the same year, he joined the 367th Division and was conferred the rank of second lieutenant. Ye Tai's pupils constricted. Indeed, he had heard whispers of Ye Linyuan's exploits in his first year. However, he had not anticipated such a rapid ascent in rank. Within the span of a mere year, he had transformed from a novice recruit to an officer. Such a pace was extraordinarily rare. At this moment, Ye Tai comprehended the reason behind Ye Linyuan's insistence on clinging to his modest accomplishments. It was for this very reason. According to Ye Tai's conjecture, Ye Linyuan was now, at the very least, a captain in the eastern region. Or perhaps even a major. Access denied. Just as Ye Tai intended to delve deeper, he discovered that his access was insufficient. However, he was not taken aback. Such rapid progress could certainly be deemed as the hallmark of a martial arts prodigy. It was only natural for him to be sheltered in the East. Yet the level of encryption seemed excessively stringent. Reflecting on He Dingjun's sudden appearance days prior, Ye Tai surmised that this was likely a precautionary measure against him. As if he would covet a mere lieutenant. Ye Tai turned off the screen, a cryptic smile gracing his visage. Exiting the martial arts arena, he discreetly inquired. Do you mean to say that Ye Linyuan is currently at the Jiang residence? Indeed. Ye Tai strode out of the military compound, and upon his exit, he let out a cold snort. This ungrateful child certainly knows how to pick his locations. At that moment, a phone call interrupted him. After answering, his expression shifted dramatically after just a couple of sentences, and he hastily departed. Shortly thereafter, at the Ye family residence, in the hall, Su Rong sat on the sofa with a troubled expression, mirroring the countenances of Ye Bai and Ye Linyu. Upon entering, Ye Tai immediately inquired. Are you saying that the Jiang family has severed ties with the Ye family? Su Rong nodded, her face grim as she replied, yes. Regarding the new drug development a few days ago, they sent someone to invite Jiang Yi, but he outright refused. He even stated that from now on, there will be no further dealings with us. Chapter 14, Is it all Ye Linyuan's fault? Ye Linyuan comes knocking. In the grand hall of the Ye family, the atmosphere was rather somber. Without the assistance of Jiang Yuye, the Su Corporation faced significant obstacles in the development of new pharmaceutical products. Especially in this era of martial prowess, where martial artist medicines were all the rage, major corporations frequently launched new products. Failing to keep pace with market demands could lead to dire consequences, including obsolescence. Thus, Jiang Yuye's role was crucial for the Su Corporation. Upon hearing Su Rong's remarks, Ye Bai couldn't help but furrow his brows and comment, could it be that old Master Jiang finds our offerings insufficient and has decided against collaborating with us? Or perhaps we've inadvertently displeased him in some manner? Ye Bai speculated that apart from these two scenarios, he could hardly conceive of any other issues. As Jiang Yuye's most suitable partner in Jiangbei was undeniably the Su Corporation, backed as it was by Ye Tai. This presented a win-win situation, and ordinarily, there would be no reason for Jiang Yuye to sever the financial ties between them. It's unlikely. We provide the Jiang family with 50% of the annual profits. And furthermore, we haven't seen old Master Jiang or any members of the Jiang family in recent days. Ye Linyuan shook her head, dismissing Ye Bai's conjecture. Su Rong nodded in agreement, believing that unless the Jiang family were being unreasonable, there was no need to irreparably damage their relationship with Jiang Yuye. However, given that the Ye family hadn't done anything to provoke discontent from Jiang Yuye, why had he abruptly declared an end to their collaboration? Could it be that another corporation has secretly approached Jiang Yuye with an offer he cannot refuse? Su Rong pondered aloud, glancing at Ye Tai as if awaiting his decision. Listening to the discussions in the hall, Ye Tai's expression grew increasingly grim. I doubt that's the case, he stated coldly. With these words, Su Rong, Ye Bai, and the others immediately turned their attention to Ye Tai. Father, do you know the reason? Ye Bai inquired. Ye Tai, his face stern and his tone laced with anger, replied, it is most likely related to Ye Linyuan, who is currently at the Jiang family. Jiang Yuye's sudden announcement to terminate cooperation with the Ye family is likely connected to him. Just moments ago, upon returning from the military, he had learned of Ye Linyuan's presence. Jiang Yuye and the Su Corporation had collaborated for many years, maintaining a stable relationship without any prior upheaval. Why would such a sudden discontinuation occur upon Ye Linyuan's return? Moreover, Ye Linyuan was presently at the Jiang family. This was difficult for Ye Tai to overlook. What? It's him. Ye Bai was momentarily stunned before asking, Father, given his current status, how could the Jiang family possibly harbor him? And would old Master Jiang even trust his words? Ye Tai let out a cold chuckle. Do not underestimate your elder brother. His standing in the eastern region is not insignificant, he is at least a captain. Upon hearing this, Ye Bai and Ye Linyuan instantly comprehended the implications. A captain of his age might indeed attract Zhang Yuye's attention and investment. However, it seemed Zhang Yuye's judgment was rather lacking for choosing someone who had been cast out by the Ye family. Ye Bai couldn't help but sneer internally. After all, he was now a major, far surpassing the rank of a mere captain. His actions were utterly excessive. On that day, he angered our father. And now he dares to incite discord between us and the Jiang family. I believe he has never truly regarded us as family. Ye Linyuan was equally enraged, harboring a hint of resentment towards Ye Tai, questioning why he had brought him back all those years ago. Are you certain? She asked. Though Lin Yuan harbors some grievances against us, I cannot believe he would resort to such treachery. Su Ron, upon hearing these words, remained somewhat skeptical. What is there to be certain about? He is currently at the Jiang residence. Can you think of another possible culprit? Ye Tai cast her a sidelong glance, speaking in a measured tone. After a moment of silence, Su Ron could only sigh, suggesting they invite Zhang Yuye over to discuss matters further. Ye Tai narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, yet an intriguing glimmer flickered within his gaze. Seeing her parents troubled, Ye Linyuan's cheeks flushed with indignation as she strode purposefully outside, intent on confronting Ye Linyuan. At the provincial governor's office, Ye Linyuan lifted his teacup and took a sip, reclining on the sofa as he inquired. I heard from old Master Zhang that someone has come looking for me? Although Li Xingwen held the title of provincial governor, in the presence of Ye Linyuan's current stature, he felt somewhat diminished. Even He Dingjun paled in comparison. The reason for his courtesy towards He Dingjun was due to the latter's past kindness, but with others, such courtesy was wholly unnecessary. General Yi, we had anticipated visiting you. Yet here you are in person, Li Xingwen speculated, recognizing that the man before him was indeed the disowned Ye Linyuan. With an upright posture, sharp brows, and piercing eyes, he exuded a powerful aura, distinct from the Yi Bai he had encountered at the Yi family estate. No matter, Ye Linyuan waved his hand dismissively, placing the teacup on the table. His secretary, attuned to the situation, promptly refilled his cup. At midnight, Li Xingwen called out, and Zhao Zai entered from outside. General Yi. This is my nephew, a member of the Zhao family from the capital, Li Xingwen introduced with a smile. Ye Linyuan nodded, aware of the prominent martial families in the capital. General Yi, it is an honor to meet you. Zhao Zai inhaled deeply, adopting an unprecedented seriousness. Given Ye Linyuan's status, even his father would have to show deference, let alone him. This military general had vanquished countless foes at the borders, standing as a pillar for humanity. No need for formalities, please speak candidly. What business does the Zhao family have with me? Ye Linyuan inquired. Zhao Zai hesitated momentarily before responding. I presume you will participate in the upcoming stellar selection, General Yi, and you will likely travel to the capital for that. Currently, the foreign tribes are eyeing us covetously, and the situation in the capital is quite complex, with the major martial families embroiled in a protracted stalemate over power. If we could secure your support, we believe the situation in the capital could stabilize swiftly, enabling us to unite in our efforts against the foreign tribes. Zhao Zai took a deep breath, articulating his thoughts. Gaining Ye Linyuan's backing, while it may not equate to the entire military's support, would certainly represent at least half of it. That alone would suffice. Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow and stated, the military department is solely focused on suppressing the foreign tribes. It will neither intervene in your matters nor desires to do so. However, the threat from the foreign tribes grows stronger by the day, and the martial sage families are at a standstill. If this situation is not resolved promptly, it will only allow the enemy to take advantage of our weaknesses. Zhao Zai added his thoughts. Ye Linyuan fell silent for a moment, realizing that Zhao Zai's words were not without merit. Yet, this matter was not one he could decide unilaterally. After all, the military department no longer operated solely under his authority. I will contemplate this further. We shall discuss it again upon our arrival in the capital, Ye Linyuan replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zai wished to say more, but he swallowed his words upon catching a glimpse of Li Xingwen's gaze. Very well, let us leave this matter here, we will address everything once we reach the capital. Meanwhile, outside the provincial governor's office, Ye Linyuan waited impatiently, her eyes peering inside. Upon spotting Ye Linyuan, she immediately made her way toward him. However, just as she was about to confront him, she was taken aback by an astonishing sight. Ye Linyuan was accompanied by Li Xingwen and Zhao Zai. She had seen these two personally at her brother Ye Bai's celebration banquet. One was the governor of Jiangbei Province, while the other hailed from a martial sage family in the capital. How could Ye Linyuan be mingling with them? Ye Linyuan's expression was one of confusion. Although she harbored a strong dislike for Ye Linyuan, the recent events concerning the Ye family had made her so furious that she felt compelled to confront him. However, having grown up in the Ye household, she was not one to let anger cloud her judgment. Most importantly, it appeared that Li Xingwen and Zhao Zai showed some degree of fear and respect towards Ye Linyuan. Damn it! Ye Linyuan gritted her teeth and refrained from approaching him directly. Firstly, she had yet to ascertain the nature of Ye Linyuan's relationship with Li Xingwen and Zhao Zai. Secondly, as a prominent martial arts family in Jiangbei, any public discord between the siblings would tarnish the Ye family's reputation. Alright, you may leave now, Ye Linyuan said calmly before departing the governor's office. Li Xingwen and Zhao Zai, understanding the cue, nodded and retreated. Once Ye Linyuan had distanced himself, he stopped at the entrance of a secluded alley. Aren't you tired from following me for so long? With his current mental prowess, he could perceive the entirety of Linwu city. Ye Linyuan had stealthily followed him, and he was well aware of her presence. Humph. Ye Linyuan stepped forward, snorting coldly, her face alight with anger. This left Ye Linyuan somewhat perplexed. However, he was indifferent, having severed ties with the Ye family. He would not trouble them as long as they did not provoke him. Tell me, what is your relationship with the governor and that individual from the Zhao family in the capital? Who exactly are you? Ye Linyuan inquired, her curiosity piqued. How could the governor, Li Xingwen, and members of a martial sage family be so closely associated with Ye Linyuan? The disparity between her perception of Ye Linyuan and the reality was immense. Upon hearing her words, Ye Linyuan refrained from offering an explanation, coldly responding, after all this time. Is this what you sought me out for? At this, Ye Linyuan regained her composure, her expression darkening as she retorted, Ye Linyuan, you are being utterly unreasonable. Did you ever consider us family? Tell me, why did you persuade Jiang Yuye to reject any collaboration with the Ye family? Reject collaboration with the Ye family? Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow, responding nonchalantly, what does Jiang Yuye's decision to cooperate with your family have to do with me? Still feigning ignorance, Ye Linyuan pressed on. Father has stated that you have been residing with the Jiang family these days, who else could it be but you? Upon hearing Ye Linyuan's accusations, Ye Linyuan felt increasingly bewildered. Why was it that Jiang Yuye's refusal to collaborate with the Ye family was somehow being attributed to him? Moreover, when he left, Ye Tai had made it clear he was not welcome to return. Why was there now an interest in him, or rather, an investigation into his affairs? He doubted that Ye Tai's motives were rooted in concern. If he truly cared, he would not have sent him to the military in place of Ye Bai all those years ago. Furthermore, upon his return, he would not have demanded the fruits of his labor from the past 3 years. If you are unwell, seek treatment, do not come here to lose your mind. I have no desire to indulge you, Ye Linyuan stated coolly, turning to leave. The matters concerning the Yi and Zhang families were of no concern to him. He had no interest in knowing, nor did he care about the Yi family's opinion of him. He had already departed from them. Ye Linyuan was taken aback by Ye Linyuan's indifferent demeanor. When he had first returned to the Yi family, he had been utterly compliant with her and Ye Bai. Even when she had continually provoked him, he still referred to her as third sister. How could he now dare to insult her? What she did not realize was that his previous compliance and endearing address stemmed from a desire to integrate into the family. Now that the Yi family had cast him aside, why should he regard them as family? Not to mention, Ye Linyuan was a transmigrator. Naturally, he bore no fondness for Ye Linyuan. Ye Linyuan, you ungrateful wretch. Father brought you back from the old district and provided you with everything. Now, not only do you fail to show gratitude, but you also wish ill upon the Yi family. Ye Linyuan exclaimed instinctively as she saw Ye Linyuan prepare to depart. Ungrateful? Ye Linyuan paused, slowly turning around. I have already made it clear that when Ye Tai brought me back, the debt of gratitude was settled long ago. I owe nothing to any of you in the Ye family. He took measured steps towards Ye Linyuan. What are you going to do? Ye Linyuan's pupils dilated. She sensed an inexplicable aura emanating from Ye Linyuan. Additionally, her mental energy seemed to be drawn forth by some unseen force, involuntarily releasing itself. The tremors originating from her mental energy resurfaced at that moment. She recalled the last time, when she was still in the Ye family, and felt the aura emanating from Ye Linyuan. The reason I engage in this conversation is out of respect for the bond we once shared as siblings for several years. You wish to know my identity, do you not? Then allow me to reveal it to you. As these words fell, a formidable surge of spiritual power erupted from Ye Linyuan, his pupils radiating a ghostly white light. In that instant, Ye Linyuan was utterly stunned. In her vision, Ye Linyuan's figure began to multiply 1, 2, 3 until her surroundings were filled with manifestations of him. Furthermore, she seemed to glimpse a projection from a distant battlefield, an imposing young man, tattered and bloodied, standing atop countless slain beasts, wielding a spear that pierced through an enemy. That scene became indelibly etched in her mind. Then, she beheld a blurred image of soldiers dressed in military uniforms, adorned with gleaming gold insignias on their shoulders, saluting a young man before them. This young man, too, bore a radiant gold emblem on his shoulder. She strained to discern his features. But just as she was on the verge of clarity, he vanished completely. Who could that possibly be? Could it be Ye Linyuan? Ye Linyuan awoke from her reverie, murmuring to herself. Although she could not clearly see, that vision lingered in her consciousness like a haunting nightmare, impossible to shake off. She could not bring herself to believe that it was Ye Linyuan. It simply could not be him at that moment. Her martial path came to a standstill. That figure and scene became her inner demon. Unless she acknowledged that figure, that person who commanded the attention of thousands in the military and received a salute, was indeed Ye Linyuan. Snapping back to reality, Ye Linyuan sought out Ye Linyuan, only to discover that he had already vanished without a trace. Heartbroken, she returned to the Ye family, still murmuring to herself, "It cannot be Ye Linyuan." Chapter 15, Ye Tai's Fury, a single palm strike. Lingyu, what has happened to you? Ye Bai, noticing her vacant expression and her incessant murmurs, approached her with concern. However, Ye Linyuan seemed oblivious to his presence. Continuing to walk deeper inside, Ye Bai hurriedly followed her. At that moment, Ye Tai was seething with anger over matters concerning Ye Linyuan, but upon seeing Ye Linyuan, his stern countenance softened considerably. In his eyes, both Ye Bai and Ye Linyuan were far superior to Ye Linyuan. "Father, please look at my sister. She appears to be bewitched," Ye Bai called out as he entered. Ye Tai furrowed his brow and soon recognized Ye Linyuan's abnormal state. With just a glance, he discerned that her mental energy was compromised. Ye Tai swiftly approached, a look of concern etching his features, and a pure stream of mental energy emanated from his palm, gently pressing against Ye Linyuan's forehead. Before long, Ye Linyuan's gaze began to clear. "Linyuan, what has transpired?" Ye Tai inquired with genuine concern. "I don't know." "I don't know." Ye Linyuan shook her head, desperately wanting to utter the name Ye Linyuan, yet the mere thought conjured horrific images in her mind. The brutal battlefield, awash in blood, and the blinding glory. This figure loomed in her thoughts like a demon, and whenever it surfaced, her mental energy would spiral out of control. Ye Tai, witnessing this, erupted in fury. How dare anyone lay a hand on Ye Tai's daughter? Truly, they must be seeking death. Linyuan, go to your room and rest, do not fear. Once I apprehend that individual, you shall have your vengeance. Ye Tai, suppressing his wrath, spoke in a composed manner. Ye Linyuan nodded, her eyes filled with terror as she retreated to her chamber. Meanwhile, Ye Bai's expression was equally grim. "Father, what has happened to my sister?" Someone has forcibly imprinted a terrifying memory onto Linyuan's mind, rendering it a source of torment for her, thus becoming her inner demon. Ye Tai's usually stoic face twisted in rare disarray, his expression contorted with rage. "What? Does this imply that Linyuan's martial journey may have reached its terminus?" Who could be so malicious? Ye Bai's countenance shifted as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. In the realm of martial arts, apart from innate talent, the heart for martial arts is paramount. Once the martial heart is shattered, even the greatest talent becomes futile. It has not reached such a dire state. Once I locate that individual and slay him on the spot, I shall eradicate Linyuan's inner demon. Ye Tai spoke in a deep tone, his breath resonating like a thunderous bell. He was indeed infuriated. Father, when Linyuan returned, she was murmuring the name of our elder brother. Ye Bai's expression shifted to one of contemplation, then realization dawned upon him. What? That beast, has he truly sunk so low as to harm his own sister? Ye Tai's shock morphed into rage, his eyes narrowing as he commanded, send someone to the Jiang family and summon Ye Linyuan to return by tomorrow. Otherwise, should I have to go personally, he should not expect any consideration of our familial bond. He contemplated going directly to the Jiang family to bring Ye Linyuan back himself. However, this is Jiangbei, and he is Ye Tai. What business does he have with the Jiang family? Is it a father-son showdown? Ye Linyuan is shameless. But Ye Tai is not. Very well, I shall go at once. Ye Bai nodded in agreement. In truth, Ye Linyuan did not shatter Ye Linyuan's martial spirit. He merely stated certain facts. It was Ye Linyuan's unwillingness to accept this that led to the current predicament, although this was anticipated by Ye Linyuan. Given her disdain for him, how could she possibly believe in his current identity? Once she accepts it, the inner demons will naturally dissipate. One cannot deny that Ye Tai's movements were swift. No sooner had Ye Linyuan arrived at the Jiang family than the Ye family dispatched someone to inform him. It seems that Ye Linyuan has already returned to the Ye family. Ye Linyuan's expression turned contemplative. He naturally understood why the Ye family wanted him to return tomorrow, yet he was too indifferent to prepare an explanation. He had not truly severed Ye Linyuan's path in martial arts. Eldest young master Ye Linyuan, the family head has made it clear that if you do not return tomorrow, do not blame him for disregarding familial ties, spoke a member of the Ye family. Disregarding familial ties? Ye Linyuan could not help but chuckle upon hearing this. If he truly valued familial bonds, would he have uttered such words that day? The Ye family member lowered his head, too afraid to respond. Enough. Go back and tell Ye Tai that I have no connection with the Ye family and will not return. If he truly wishes to find me, let him come himself. Since it has been declared that there is no longer any relationship, Ye Linyuan had no intention of returning to the Ye family. Nor did he even care to glance in their direction. Upon receiving this news, Ye Tai slammed his palm down on the table, instantly reducing it to splinters scattered across the floor. This beast. Does he truly believe I am powerless against him? If that is the case, then I shall pay him a personal visit. Ye Tai declared coldly, rising to his feet. Ye Bai followed closely behind, his anger towards Ye Linyuan intensifying. After all, he could not condone an attack on his own sister. Before long, the Jiang family was abuzz with activity. In the grand hall, Zhang Yuya observed the furious father-son duo, his expression darkening. Ye Linyuan, have him come out to meet me, Ye Tai declared as he entered, getting straight to the point. Zhang Yuya's expression shifted slightly. General Yi. This is the Jiang family, not your Yi family. Ha! Ye Tai scoffed lightly, replying coolly, Zhang Yuya, under normal circumstances, I might give you some face. But today, that beast dared to lay hands on his own sister, I shall give no face to anyone. If you dare oppose me today on his behalf, do not blame me for forgetting our old ties. Zhang Yuya's complexion darkened at these words, but he recognized that Ye Tai was genuinely enraged. Otherwise, he would not have spoken in such a manner. However, as a family of medicinal practitioners, the Jiang family possessed their own depth. Just as Zhang Yuya was about to speak, a voice rang out from the entrance. Old Master Jiang, since you are looking for me, please do not make things difficult. Ye Linyuan walked in with an air of calm. The moment Ye Bai laid eyes on him, she stepped forward, her gaze icy with murderous intent. Ye Linyuan, you beast! You committed the heinous act of defying our father, and now you dare to lay a hand on Linyuan. Do you possess any shred of humanity left? She is your own sister. Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow and replied nonchalantly, "Do not speak so harshly. I have done nothing to her. Are you unaware? Or does your father remain oblivious? Besides, I regard her as a sister, but does she see me as a brother?" He casually took a seat, his tone remaining composed. Upon hearing this, Ye Tai was so enraged that his breath hitched. Despite having severed ties that day, he was still her father. Chapter 16, Am I the eldest brother now? Reflecting on the situation, Ye Tai was infuriated. Ye Linyuan persistently referred to him as your father, which grated on his nerves. Nonetheless, as Ye Linyuan remarked, Ye Linyuan's circumstances were not so dire that she could never tread the path of martial arts. "How dare you speak to your father like that?" Ye Tai exclaimed, his demeanor radiating the essence of a soldier. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson." Ye Bai stepped forward slowly, his gaze icy. Ye Tai did not intervene, for he believed that Ye Bai's intervention was far more favorable than his own. After all, it would be unseemly to witness a father-son duel in such a manner. He held considerable confidence in Ye Bai. His heir and a prodigy among the younger generation in Jiangbei. Dealing with Ye Linyuan should pose no challenge for him. Ye Linyuan cast a casual glance at Ye Bai and instantly discerned his strength. A practitioner at the innate stage. Achieving such a level at this age indicated commendable martial talent, yet unfortunately, he bore the name Ye Linyuan. With a thunderous step, Ye Bai surged forward with remarkable speed. His fist slicing through the air with a sound akin to rending fabric. The power of an innate warrior typically hovered around 1,000 points. With a single arm capable of exerting a force of 10,000 pounds. This punch possessed the potential to shatter a building. Yet, Ye Linyuan remained unperturbed, standing his ground without a hint of movement. This instilled a sense of pride in Ye Bai, who believed himself to be among the elite in Jiangbei's youth. It seemed his elder brother was rendered speechless by fear. However, in the next moment, Ye Bai's expression froze in disbelief. His prideful punch had missed entirely. Ye Linyuan had vanished from his sight without him even realizing it. Not only was Ye Bai astonished, but Ye Tai, standing nearby, was equally taken aback. Just as Ye Bai's fist was about to connect, he perceived a fleeting shadow. In an instant, a sound akin to the breaking of air erupted, releasing an overwhelming force that thickened the very atmosphere around them. Accompanied by a faint metallic scent, a suffocating sensation surged in Ye Tai's throat. "This is bad." Ye Tai's expression darkened. He sensed that the power behind Ye Linyuan's punch exceeded 10,000 pounds, perhaps even reaching 100,000. Given Ye Bai's current capabilities, he would likely need to recuperate at home for at least a month. Ye Tai attempted to intervene and save Ye Bai. But Ye Linyuan's speed was astonishing, so swift that in the blink of an eye, he had already struck, leaving Ye Tai unable to act before a scream pierced the air. "Ah!" Ye Bai's eyes widened with disbelief as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to rise. Yet every movement felt as if his bones were shattered, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. "Beast!" Ye Tai, witnessing this, disregarded the notion of a father-son conflict and his own pride. He reached out toward Ye Linyuan, unleashing a strike that bore the might of a formidable master. If Ye Bai's earlier punch could effortlessly demolish a building, then Ye Tai's strike possessed the capacity to raze an entire city to the ground. The strength of a commanding general was indeed formidable. Confronted with this formidable strike from Ye Linyuan, he advanced instead of retreating, stepping forward to launch a counterattack against Ye Tai. A thunderous crash erupted, stirring a cloud of dust and sending tremors through the entire Jiang family estate. "Ye Tai! I have severed all ties with you. From whence do you claim to come, you beast?" Ye Linyuan declared. "If we speak of beasts, I dare say you are the most wretched of them all. Should I reveal your transgressions to the world?" After unleashing his palm strike, Ye Linyuan's expression remained cold and detached. Ye Tai was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Ye Linyuan could withstand his blow, and even after their clash, his arm began to tremble. Moreover, the aura emanating from Ye Linyuan felt as if he had plunged into an abyss. If Ye Tai's presence felt like a mountain pressing down, suffocating all beneath it, then Ye Linyuan's essence was akin to a river, a sea, an unfathomable chasm. "Unfilial son, how dare you resist?" Ye Tai's voice dripped with astonishment and fury. He was astonished by Ye Linyuan's strength and enraged by his defiance. although he had previously witnessed Ye Linyuan's resolute demeanor within the Ye household. He had merely assumed it was a reaction to his demands after Ye Linyuan returned from 3 years of military service, seeking recognition for his achievements. He never imagined that Ye Linyuan would dare to lay a hand upon him. After all, he was Ye Linyuan's father. In the past, when he had lost his temper, Ye Linyuan had instantly knelt before him, compliant to his every word. Now, to see him so audaciously rebellious, daring to strike back, left him incredulous. "Are you out of your mind? I have already severed all relations with the Ye family, when you call me unfilial. Are you referring to the one lying on the ground?" Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. After being struck, was he not entitled to retaliate? If he did not respond, what was the point of the conflict? Upon hearing Ye Linyuan's words, Ye Tai finally noticed the feeble Ye Bai lying on the ground. His expression shifted dramatically. "Goodness! I never anticipated that beneath the docile exterior lay such a beast. I truly regret having raised you. I should have left you to fend for yourself in the old city." Ye Tai trembled with rage. Yet he had felt the true strength of Ye Linyuan in that last strike. Should a full confrontation ensue, the outcome was uncertain. If things escalated, the entire Lingwu city would surely be drawn into the fray. As a man of stature, he was not only concerned about maintaining the Ye family's reputation but also feared that his past schemes might be unveiled by Ye Linyuan, which would undoubtedly tarnish his own name. "General Ye, your words are misguided. When the beasts invaded, it was your failure to safeguard your eldest son that led to this predicament. As the saying goes, to bring forth a child without nurturing them is a disservice to humanity. Your attempt to reclaim him is a parental obligation, not an act of benevolence." Jiang Yuye interjected, stepping forward. Upon hearing this, Ye Tai's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, ultimately resulting in a cold snort before he hastened to check on Ye Bai's condition. "You have a heart of stone. Are you aware that your brother is about to take the martial examination? You are ruining his future." After reviewing the matter, Ye Tai's tone became exceedingly frigid. Just moments ago, he had referred to him as a beast, and now he was addressing him as brother? Shouldn't he inquire whether, during his time at the Ye family, Ye Linyuan had ever once called him elder brother? Ye Linyuan showed no mercy, bluntly revealing the truth. As for this matter, Ye Tai was not oblivious. Ever since Ye Linyuan's return to the Ye household, both Ye Linyuan and Ye Bai had treated him with disdain, let alone calling him brother. Yet, in the face of such circumstances, Ye Tai had consistently chosen to turn a blind eye. He believed that perhaps Ye Linyuan's brief time at home had hindered his integration, and that with the passage of time, things would improve. This waiting, however, had brought them to this very moment. Even he had forgotten that Ye Bai and Ye Linyuan had never referred to Ye Linyuan as brother from the very beginning. Perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to it. Ultimately, Ye Tai said nothing, his expression ashen, and with a heart laden with complexity, he departed from the Jiang family alongside Ye Bai. Chapter 17, Ruined. No chance for the college entrance exam? Disturbance in the underground. Upon returning to the Ye family, Ye Tai hastily examined Ye Bai's injuries. With the martial arts examination approaching, there was no room for error. What has happened? His injuries are so severe. Just as Ye Tai brought Ye Bai through the door, Su Rong returned home. Upon seeing Ye Bai drenched in blood, she rushed forward, her concern palpable. "It's that son of yours, so ruthless in his actions. With the martial arts examination looming, he has severely injured Ye Bai. It seems he is intent on seeing his brother suffer." Ye Tai's face flushed with rage. Had it not been for Ye Linyuan's peculiar strength, he might have sought to subdue him on the spot, forcing him to kneel at the entrance of the Ye family for 3 days and nights. However, the question of why Ye Linyuan's martial prowess was so formidable, enough to instill fear in him, lingered in Ye Tai's mind, though there was no time to ponder it, as Ye Bai lay on the ground, barely alive. "Linyuan? Are you saying that Ye Bai's injuries were inflicted by Linyuan?" Su Rong, taking out a miraculous elixir, placed it into Ye Bai's mouth, her face a mask of astonishment. The Su Corporation specialized in creating medicines for martial artists, although Ye Bai's injuries were grave. It was not impossible to recover before the examination, provided they were willing to invest the resources. Who else could it be? That little wretch. Emboldened enough to lay hands on me. The more Ye thought about it, the angrier he became, nearly beside himself. He had always been a resolute man. And his son's blatant defiance left him feeling powerless. Did you provoke Linyuan in some way? Su Rong sighed internally, having initially thought that in a few days. Once Ye Linyuan's resentment towards them dissipated, he would return. Yet, the situation had only worsened and grown more intricate. Provoke him? I felt provoked by him. Ye glared, visibly displeased. Su Rong said nothing more, and after assessing Ye Bai's condition, she finally spoke with a measure of reassurance. His injuries are severe. But I will return from the company with some medicine. It will not affect the martial arts examination. Upon hearing this, Ye exhaled a sigh of relief. Though his anger remained unabated. It appeared that this wayward child was determined to sever ties with the Ye family. In that case, do not seek him out any longer. Let him fend for himself. Ye declared coldly. Despite the impact of Ye Linyuan's words on his heart, he grappled with the notion that his children had never acknowledged him as their brother since Ye Linyuan's return. Yet, as a father, how could he bow to his son? Even if he were truly at fault, even if the issue lay with him. Su Rong sat in silence, realizing that matters were spiraling beyond her control. Though she had not been present today, Ye palpable fury indicated that if this continued, the father-son relationship would inevitably turn into enmity. As Ye Linyuan's mother, she already felt a sense of indebtedness to him and had never intended for things to escalate to this point. However, she sensed that if she did not take action soon, her eldest son might truly distance himself from her forever. Beyond Lingwu City, a majestic mountain range stretches forth, its undulating peaks rising and falling in a breathtaking display. At the foot of this grand formation lies a quaint village. At the village entrance, several robust men, burdened with farming tools, roll up their trousers in preparation to return home. Occasionally, their conversations punctuate the air. What's been going on lately? At night, I feel a chilling presence at my back, as if someone is watching me. You're not alone, I've sensed it too. I heard there's been a cavern appearing in the mountains, harboring strange beasts. No wonder I've been feeling so restless these past few days. What are you worried about? The demon suppression army has arrived, led by at least a master. Truly? A master warrior is said to possess a vitality that can shatter mountains with a single punch. With such a figure around. Before he could finish his thought, a tremendous roar erupted from within the mountains. Boom! Debris flew through the air, dust swirling in a chaotic dance. A thick plume of black smoke billowed forth, darkening the sky like ominous storm clouds. Accompanying this spectacle were the urgent shouts of the demon suppression army. Retreat! Everyone in the village, evacuate immediately! A stern and serious major from the army emerged from the depths of the mountains, landing at the village entrance. Sir, what is happening inside? Why the sudden evacuation? A burly man questioned, bewildered. The major, with a cold demeanor and icy tone, responded, the creatures within exceed our expectations. If you wish to survive, leave at once. Upon hearing that the demon suppression army was at a loss, the men ceased their inquiries and fled without hesitation. Soon, families began to evacuate from the village. Contact the military headquarters immediately. This cavern is not merely double S-class, it may be even higher. Request additional troops for suppression. Furthermore, summon psychic specialists for a reassessment of the cavern's classification. With that, the major turned and ventured back into the mountains. Within the embrace of the towering peaks lay a basin, at the center of which gaped a pitch-black chasm, unfathomable in depth. A creature emerged from the abyss, leaving the army with severe casualties. This was merely one beast, who claimed it was double S-class. The major's expression darkened. Yet he hesitated not as he stepped into the basin. In the capital, at the Sacred Martial Academy. As the pinnacle of martial arts, the academy is a coveted sanctuary for every aspiring warrior. Those fortunate enough to enter possess extraordinary talent and a promising future. Graduates who join the military can ascend directly to the rank of major, and those who teach can receive the support of national policies. On the academy's playground, Jiangbei closed her eyes, her elongated lashes fluttering gently. Her mental realm was a hue of gray and white, with all beings and objects magnified frame by frame. It seemed as though the entire school lay within her observation. At last, her mental strength had surpassed level 7. Jiangbei opened her eyes, her crystalline gaze sparkling with joy. Mental fortitude is an essential discipline for every warrior, as its influence profoundly aids in practical combat scenarios. This phenomenon is akin to a cheat in a game. Capable of distinctly slowing down the movements of any individual and even sensing adversaries concealed behind walls or situated at a considerable distance. Some martial artists endowed with formidable mental fortitude can even anticipate their opponent's next move, allowing them to react accordingly. However, honing one's mental acuity is no simple feat consequently. The majority of martial artists opt to specialize in either a primary or secondary discipline, though there are exceptional prodigies who choose to pursue dual training. Xiao Dai, Xiao Dai. Before Jiangbei could revel in her joy, a voice resonated from a distance. Approaching was a young general, shouldering the emblem of the Golden Branch Star. Teacher! What brings you here? Jiangbei inquired, her tone laced with surprise. I have just received a mission to survey a cavern in Lingwu City. And it occurred to me to seek you out. What do you say? Would you like to accompany me and take a look? Chapter 18, Altering Genes, Resurgence from Withering. The Grand Technique Rebirth. After the matters concerning the Ye family reached a conclusion, Ye Linyuan remained at the Jiang residence. On this particular morning, he sat cross-legged by the window, his eyes firmly shut. The pores of his skin suddenly opened and closed, his breathing steady, as if he had entered a wondrous state. This breathing technique was indeed remarkable, befitting a masteress skill. Ye Linyuan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of refined energy, a smile gracing his lips. Through several days of recuperation, the toxins within his body had been entirely eradicated. He could distinctly sense that each cell within him brimmed with vitality. There were even signs of overflow. This indicated he had attained the prowess of a top-tier grandmaster, merely a step away from the true dragon level. However, breaking through to the true dragon level required the cleansing of one's entire being with true dragon essence to fortify the sinews and cells. Given his current status, acquiring true dragon essence was merely a matter of uttering a single phrase, yet he deemed such a low-grade essence beneath his consideration. The true dragon essence awarded for excelling in the military district's selection reached level 9. Should he absorb this essence, his sinews and cells would undergo maximal development. Upon entering the true dragon level, when facing opponents of the same rank, his vitality, strength, and speed would surpass theirs significantly. It could be said that true dragon essence lays the foundation for ascending to the true dragon level, particularly at this caliber, where it becomes extraordinarily precious. With a mere thought, Ye Linyuan directed his gaze to the system panel. Host, Ye Linyuan, age, 22, realm, Pinnacle Grandmaster, vitality, 100. 000, current reward level, 7, a cursory glance confirmed that his vitality had returned to its peak and even progressed further. As for the reward level, it was quite straightforward. The system functioned transparently. By vanquishing foes, one could garner various rewards, including vitality, realm, martial arts, and elixirs, among others. The higher the reward level, the more substantial the rewards. With the panel stowed away, Ye Linyuan contemplated his next course of action. Once he resolved the matters in Jiangbei, he would return to the military district, preparing to participate in the stellar selection. However, Ye Linyuan glanced at the messages on his phone, his expression slightly perplexed. Stepping out of the room, he contemplated bidding farewell to Zhang Yuye. The rapid recovery of his injuries was largely thanks to Zhang Yuye. In the Jiang family hall, after hearing this, Zhang Yuye wore a smile, stating, "My young friend, although your injuries have healed and the toxins have been eradicated, there remains a possibility of recurrence." Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan frowned slightly. He circulated his vitality throughout his body, his meridians unobstructed, vitality surging like a torrent. There was not a trace of lingering toxins. "Old sir, the toxins within me have been completely purged, how can there be any talk of recurrence?" Ye Linyuan inquired. Zhang Yuye shook his head gently and replied, "The poison you endured is a first in humanity, originating from the cosmos. It is prudent to remain cautious." This assertion held merit. Those foreign entities were exceedingly enigmatic. Ye Linyuan nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Zhang Yuye continued, "Next, There is another potion designed to protect your heart meridians and alter your genes to produce antibodies. In the future, if you encounter such toxins again, you will be completely immune. Moreover, this genetic alteration will enhance your regenerative abilities. Ye Linyuan was momentarily astonished. Enhance regenerative abilities? Could it be akin to the scenes of severed limbs regrowing that he had glimpsed in his past life? In this world, he had never heard of such a thing. Even among the most formidable martial saints, none had been known to possess regenerative capabilities. Zhang Yuye shook his head, seemingly aware of Ye Linyuan's thoughts, and added, "It's not quite to the extent you imagine, it merely accelerates the process slightly." Ye Linyuan nodded. "In that case, it seems I will be in for quite a journey." Although it does not reach the level of severed limbs regrowing, the ability to produce antibodies and enhance regeneration is of paramount importance for a warrior like me, who has spent years on the battlefield. Zhang Yuye retrieved a porcelain white vial from a spatial pocket and handed it to Ye Linyuan, adding, "If you can absorb it well, the effects may be even stronger." Ye Linyuan nodded, accepting the vial and stepping into his training room. In this age of martial warriors, nearly every household had a dedicated space for training. Once inside, Ye Linyuan poured the contents of the vial into his palm, revealing a pill the size of a fingernail. It was a vibrant sky blue, imbued with a herbal aroma. Without further contemplation, he swallowed it whole. In the next instant, Ye Linyuan felt a tremendous transformation within him, as a piercing pain radiated from every part of his body. It was as if something within him was being shattered and reassembled. He understood clearly that it was his genes, and the cells within him. This elixir possessed immense destructive power, relentlessly fracturing his genetic strands while simultaneously teeming with vitality. It stimulated his cells to proliferate incessantly. In that moment, Ye Linyuan felt akin to a withered leaf that, after enduring many seasons, was rejuvenated in the spring. This was the effect of the potion. Yet, Ye Linyuan's mind stirred. All martial arts are comprehended through diligent practice. Whether it be martial techniques or the martial ways spoken of by esteemed sects, they all share this truth. Should the essence of this rejuvenation be integrated into martial arts, perhaps true regeneration could be achieved. Ye Linyuan once again activated his breathing technique, entering a profound state of enlightenment, completely immersed in this concept of renewal. Prior to this, Ye Linyuan's innate talent for martial arts was already exceptional. And after 3 years of systematic honing, his abilities transcended mere genius, bordering on the prodigious. Boom! The internal transformation ceased, and Ye Linyuan abruptly opened his eyes. Surrounded by swirling winds and crackling thunder, an interplay of ice and fire, his martial prowess was unmistakably revealed in that moment. If one were to observe closely, a fleeting glimmer of green could be seen in his eyes. The concept of withered wood blossoming in spring encapsulated the marvel of vitality, and within it, he had gleaned a new understanding of martial arts. Great sect technique regeneration. Ye Linyuan took a deep breath, his eyes still filled with profound incredulity. Rebirth. Even in the era of martial arts, such phenomena were unheard of. With this martial technique, could it not imply that even in the face of grievous injuries, one could heal at an astonishing pace, and even regenerate severed limbs in a remarkably brief period? A thought stirred within Ye Linyuan as he gazed at his palm. Lost in contemplation, naturally, he would not sever his own hand. What if this martial art were not fully perfected? That would be utterly foolish. Suddenly, a small knife materialized beside him, swiftly slicing open his palm. Before blood could even flow, the wound had already staunched, a testament to the efficacy of the medicine. Following this, Ye Linyuan channeled the master technique he had just comprehended, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, until not a trace remained. The effect was astonishingly miraculous. It seemed truly capable of achieving genuine rebirth. Chapter 19, A Visitor from Kyoto, Master of Spiritual Power. How is it outside? Zhang Yuye smiled and inquired as Ye Linyuan emerged. It has been absorbed quite well, Ye Linyuan replied, nodding slightly, yet refraining from disclosing his comprehension of the master technique, rebirth. That is excellent, you can now depart with peace of mind. In the future, should you encounter similar toxins, you will be entirely immune. Zhang Yuye sighed inwardly, acknowledging Ye Linyuan's significance to the military. In just a short while, merely an hour had passed, and he had absorbed the 8th level substance, comparable to a 9th level drug, entirely. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Linyuan had not only absorbed the drug but had also gleaned a master martial art from it. One could only imagine the expression on his face if he were to witness Ye Linyuan's severed limb regenerate. At that moment, Ye Linyuan's phone emitted another notification. Glancing at it casually, he promptly opted to block the number. By the way, my granddaughter called a few days ago, expressing her intent to return to Jiangbei. Jian Yuya chuckled lightly before continuing. Hearing this, Ye Linyuan couldn't help but sigh internally. It seemed he could not escape this fate. However, during his stay at the Jiang family, Jian Yuya had provided him with considerable assistance. Without his guidance, his recovery would surely have been prolonged. Most crucially, he would not have been able to comprehend the master technique. Given these circumstances, since the matter had been raised, it would be unbecoming to simply depart without addressing it. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Linyuan finally stated, "Very well, I shall impose upon you for a while longer." Meanwhile, not far from Lingwu City, the mountains were devoid of ordinary people. Following a sudden upheaval, the area resonated with the solemnity and grimness of a military encampment. The emergence of a formidable beast had led to the number of guarding troops doubling, sealing off the area completely. At this moment, a specially designed helicopter approached at remarkable speed, carrying none other than a representative from the Kyoto Sacred Martial Institute. Upon hearing the sound, a lieutenant colonel stepped out from the camp. His name was Su Qianlong, the one who had previously directed the surrounding civilians to evacuate. He was also the elder brother of Su Yuhan from the Jiangbei Su family and currently served as the team leader of the 72nd Brigade of the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Army, responsible for this subterranean region. As the helicopter landed smoothly, a woman clad in a light blue military uniform and wearing alloy combat boots disembarked, accompanied by a seemingly youthful girl. Su Qianlong scanned the area and immediately recognized her. She was the prodigy from the Jiang family who had entered the Sacred Martial Institute 2 years prior. What was she doing back, especially in the company of military personnel? However, upon reflection, it was not surprising. Those who gained entry to the Sacred Martial Institute were all geniuses destined to become formidable assets on the battlefield. Establishing connections with the military in advance was indeed reasonable. "I am Su Qianlong, the person in charge of this region. You are here to inspect the subterranean area, I presume?" Su Qianlong stepped forward and inquired. "Indeed, what is the current situation in the abyss?" Zhao Lingshuan inquired, nodding slightly as she strode forward. Su Qianlong followed closely behind, responding, "Initially, when the abyss first emerged, we classified it as SS level. However, just a few days ago, a master-level aberration suddenly appeared below. And there are sporadic sightings of other aberrations within, though we are yet to ascertain their exact numbers and the strongest among them." Zhao Lingshuan halted her steps, casting her gaze towards the mountains as she asked, "Have any psychic warriors conducted an investigation?" "Not yet. Currently, our psychic warriors are unable to observe from the outside. It seems there is something obstructing their mental power within. Hence, we have requested higher-level psychic warriors from above," Su Qianlong replied, shaking his head with a grave expression. "Typically, in regular abysses, psychic warriors can observe from the outside. This inability to penetrate the mental barrier is a first for me." "I see. That leaves us with two possibilities: either the number of aberrations inside is so great that it has created a field disrupting mental power, or the level of the aberrations surpasses that of a Grand Master," Zhao Lingshuan remarked, her brow furrowing. Upon hearing this, Su Qianlong's expression shifted. "Surpassing Grand Master level? Does that imply the presence of true dragon-level aberrations within the abyss?" "In all of Jiangbei, there are but a handful capable of addressing such a predicament. Moreover, these aberrations typically reside on the frontlines. How could they suddenly manifest in the abyss?" Su Qianlong swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation and continued. "Is there a way to assess the level now? If it exceeds SS, we must prepare at once. Arrange for a helicopter to take me above the abyss." "Very well," Zhao Lingshuan affirmed. Before long, a helicopter ascended slowly, heading deep into the mountains. At that moment, the abyss had expanded significantly, surrounded by the remnants of aberrations. It was evident that more than one aberration had emerged in recent days. As the helicopter hovered above, the abyss appeared like a vast, bottomless black hole, with wisps of dark mist emanating from it, enhancing its sinister aura. Upon reaching the aerial vantage point, Zhao Lingshuan's expression turned significantly grave. This place was even more eerie than she had imagined. When she unleashed her mental power to probe below, she too was met with an invisible force that impeded her efforts. Strange, I find myself unable to investigate as well, Zhao Lingshuan remarked, her brow slightly knitted, her tone heavy with concern. What? Even a master-level psychic warrior cannot probe? What exactly is the origin of this abyss? Su Qianlong's countenance changed, his heart stirring with unease. Prior to Zhao Lingshuan's arrival, he had reviewed the information from above. She was indeed a genuine psychic master, with a mental probing range extending up to 100 miles. It was unfathomable to consider that an abyss could resist the probing of a psychic of such caliber. What is the highest level of warrior currently in the military? Zhao Lingshuan pondered, retracting her mental power. 7th level master, which is myself, Su Qianlong replied. Master? It is still insufficient. I require at least a formidable martial artist of the Grand Master level to accompany me in descending to explore the depths of the cavern. Zhao Lingshuan shook her head. The precise level of the cavern remains uncertain. Based on the information at hand, it is confirmed that there exists a master-level beast within. However, the number of such creatures is unclear, rendering the danger associated with a master-level descent exceedingly high. The most prudent course of action would be to seek a Grand Master martial artist. No, absolutely not. Su Qianlong vehemently rejected the notion without a moment's hesitation. The cavern's level remains unknown, and previously, several small teams were dispatched, none of whom returned. This is far too perilous, even if I were to acquiesce. General Yi would not consent. The demand for a Grand Master to accompany us into the cavern is unreasonable. Su Qianlong was acutely aware that Grand Master martial artists are rare, each one serves as a pillar of humanity. Should any unforeseen incident occur, it would result in a tremendous loss for humankind. Moreover, master-level mentalists are even more scarce. If anything were to happen to Zhao Lingshuan here, Su Qianlong would not be able to bear the consequences. Then let us retreat for now, I shall contemplate alternative solutions. Chapter 20, The Final Resort. Encounter at the Jiang family. In the military camp, Zhao Lingshuan attempted numerous methods, yet her mental energy remained unable to penetrate the subterranean cavern. Each time she approached, it felt as though an invisible force repelled her mental presence. With no other options in sight, she realized that to fully comprehend the cavern, she must begin from within. Sighing, she withdrew her mental energy, a hint of resignation gracing her features. If there truly is no alternative, I shall have to petition the military, though the chances of success are slim. Upon hearing this, Su Qianlong sighed, acknowledging her predicament. Zhao Lingshuan nodded, resolutely stating that she would remain in Jiangbei for the next few days to continue her attempts, though she anticipated little change in the outcome. Su Qianlong nodded in agreement and proceeded to report the situation to the military. I have other matters to attend to, so do inform me if you receive any news. Teacher, what will happen to the cavern if the petition is unsuccessful? On the way to Lingwu City, Zhang Dai inquired curiously. She had observed the recent events and even attempted to probe the cavern with her mental energy, but to no avail. A nuclear strike could utterly annihilate the cavern. Zhao Lingshuan paused thoughtfully before responding. Such a cavern cannot be properly assessed, humanity cannot prepare adequately for the unknown dangers it harbors. The only truly effective method would be to obliterate it entirely. However, while this level of destruction may temporarily clear the aberrant beasts from within, it would also exacerbate the fissures deep within the cavern. Consequently, any such action would only secure a brief period of tranquility, after which the beasts would re-emerge in greater numbers and strength as the fissures widened. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, such drastic measures remain strictly prohibited. If that were to occur, Jiangbei would transform into a new battlefield, rendering it uninhabitable for humanity. Zhang Dai expressed her concerns. This was, after all, her hometown, and a strike would necessitate the evacuation of all residents, with the future of the aberrant beasts remaining entirely uncertain. Only once the beasts had been entirely eradicated and the fissures sealed could humanity return. If it reached that point, the living spaces for humanity would further diminish. Therefore, The ideal course of action would be to thoroughly assess the cavern's level and prepare accordingly, though the military may not acquiesce.
Zhao Linyuan's expression remained calm.
Yet her tone bore a notable gravity.
I heard that your grandfather has arranged a marriage for you. Are you planning to meet him upon your return? Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Zhao Linyuan jested lightly.
Jiangbei's face flushed with embarrassment as she pressed her lips together, replying, "Teacher, please don't tease me. Rest assured. Being a genius from the Kyoto Sacred Martial Academy, if that person does not meet my standards, I shall be the first to voice my dissent."
As their conversation unfolded, the two soon arrived in Lingwu City.
Zhao Linyuan and Jiang Dai proceeded to the Jiang family residence. Although Jiang Yuye was in Jiangbei, his reputation resonated widely, having diagnosed countless martial artists. Thus, the Jiang family holds a respectable status not only in Jiangbei but across the nation. Zhao Linyuan, as Jiang Dai's mentor, has come to Jiangbei and feels compelled to pay a visit, both emotionally and logically.
Grandfather. Jiang Yuye, who was tending to the flowers, trembled upon hearing the voice. A genuine smile soon illuminated his face. Little Dai, you have finally returned. The Jiang family, renowned in the medical field, now finds itself in an era where martial prowess reigns supreme. From a young age, Jiang Yuye's two sons understood this principle and devoted themselves entirely to martial arts, aspiring to become formidable warriors. However, the path of martial arts is fraught with challenges. The brutality of the battlefield is not merely a theoretical discussion. After their graduation from the martial academy, both sons perished in the beastly war. Only the sole bloodline, Jiang Dai, remains. Jiang Yuye feels an overwhelming sense of guilt and loss, pouring all his energy and hopes into Jiang Dai, wishing for her to inherit his medical legacy and steer clear of the martial path. Yet, to his astonishment, perhaps by divine favor, the Jiang family has given birth to a prodigy. Jiang Dai not only demonstrates remarkable talent in inheriting Jiang Yuye's medical knowledge but also exhibits exceptional aptitude in martial arts. 2 years prior, she was admitted to the Holy Martial Academy with outstanding martial achievements, yet Jiang Yuye remains apprehensive. After all, Jiang Dai is the last descendant of the Jiang family. Now, witnessing his granddaughter return safely, the depth of familial affection is beyond words. Consequently,
this leaves Jiang Yuye perplexed about Ye Tai, as his son endured 3 years of military service only to return under such duress.
Grandfather, this is my teacher, who happened to be on a mission in Jiangbei and took the opportunity to visit you, Jiang Dai said, supporting Jiang Yuye as they entered the hall. Greetings, Grandfather Jiang.
My name is Zhao Linyuan, and I currently serve as a mentor in the spiritual department at the Holy Martial Academy, Zhao Linyuan stated with a smile, expressing her respect for the illustrious medical expert. Jiang Yuye has treated numerous human warriors, including several masters and grandmasters, securing a glimmer of hope for humanity's future.
Jiang Yuye nodded with a smile, though internally he felt a twinge of surprise.
She appeared to be merely in her late 20s. Yet she had already attained the rank of Major General. However, Jiang Yuye remained largely unfazed, for there exists another extraordinary talent within the military in his family.
How are things in the Martial Academy? Are you fitting in well? Is anyone giving you trouble?
Although I am advanced in years, I still maintain some connections.
Should anyone dare to bully you, do not hesitate to inform your grandfather.
Zhao Linyuan quietly observed the scene, well aware of certain circumstances surrounding the Jiang family, and wisely refrained from interrupting. As she silently departed the hall, intending to explore her surroundings, she suddenly caught sight of an exceedingly familiar figure. That figure seemed to evoke memories from long ago, leaving her momentarily frozen in place. Ye Linyuan, hearing the commotion outside, contemplated stepping out to investigate. Although he did not notice Zhao Linyuan standing nearby, he sensed a gaze fixed upon him.
As Ye Linyuan turned around,
he was met with the astonished gaze of Zhao Linyuan, who seemed to regard him with a sense of familiarity. This individual appeared somewhat recognizable. Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow, endeavoring to dredge up memories of her from the recesses of his mind. Yet, the recollections remained nebulous, eluding him momentarily.
General Yi. It truly is you. I never anticipated encountering you here.
Zhao Linyuan exclaimed, her voice trembling slightly as realization dawned upon her after a prolonged moment of astonishment.
Do we know each other?
Ye Linyuan inquired, raising an eyebrow and regarding her with an unusual expression.
You don't recall? Just 6 months ago.
In the Eastern Third War Zone, you retrieved a helicopter from the abyss.
Chapter 21, Su Rong seeks Ye Linyuan?
My apologies, I am truly unfamiliar. Upon hearing these words,
Ye Linyuan fell into deep contemplation.
With a precise time and location, recollection became remarkably easier. Soon, Ye Linyuan recalled, it is you. No wonder it felt somewhat familiar. A year ago, on the Eastern Front, a helicopter carrying a small team was nearly engulfed by the abyss's influence. At that time, Ye Linyuan had just completed a mission and sensed the anomaly of the abyss on his way back. Thus, he ventured to investigate and fortuitously rescued a helicopter in the process. Zhao Lingshuan was one of its occupants. Their encounter had been brief, hence the fleeting impression.
Indeed.
We never had the chance for proper gratitude. Zhao Lingshuan nodded, her expression one of pleasant surprise.
Though their meeting was short, Ye Linyuan's silhouette was vividly etched in her memory.
The scene of him plunging into the chasm to lift the helicopter remains fresh in her mind. Especially after seeing Ye Linyuan, the resplendent gold insignia on his military uniform made an indelible mark on her. From that moment, she regarded Ye Linyuan as an idol. Just a casual act, but what brings you here? Ye Linyuan waved his hand and inquired further. Zhao Lingshuan then recounted the events that led her here.
I see. So the classification of that chasm has yet to be established?
Ye Linyuan nodded, pondering the implications. Yes, for now, we can only seek to explore from within, otherwise the military will likely resort to nuclear weapons. A trace of helplessness crossed Zhao Lingshuan's face as she sighed. Ye Linyuan lightly nodded, fully aware of the repercussions that would follow the use of nuclear arms. However, probing from within would likely be met with military resistance.
After all, any mishap would incur tremendous losses. If you wish to descend, I would be willing to accompany you.
Ye Linyuan stated calmly. Now that he had just recovered from severe injuries, his strength had advanced, and he had even comprehended a new martial technique. This ignited a fervor within him. With the presence of a system, what posed great danger to others was, for Ye Linyuan, an extraordinary opportunity. It is worth noting that he had already attained the strength of a top-tier sect. One more step and he would reach the true dragon level. Should he vanquish enemies and acquire any 10th level true dragon essence, his future martial path would be further solidified.
Really?
Zhao Lingshuan's eyes sparkled with excitement.
But soon concern clouded her thoughts. Shouldn't we inform the military? After all, the chasm is perilous. What is there to fear with me around? Besides,
I do not represent the military. Ye Linyuan replied with a light smile. Had anyone else uttered such words, Zhao Lingshuan might have dismissed them entirely. Yet the person before her indeed possessed the credentials to say so. The gold insignia on that uniform is no mere fade.
With you present, I am certainly at ease. In that case, when do we set off?
Zhao Lingshuan shook her head, casting aside all worries, filled with excitement and anticipation. She never anticipated that she would have the opportunity to fight alongside her idol.
I can go at any time, I will inform the old man.
Ye Linyuan was a man of action, never one to dawdle. Upon entering the hall, he instantly spotted Jiang Dai seated beside Zhang Yuye. Jiang Dai, in turn,
directed her gaze towards the entrance.
A tall and strikingly handsome man, with sharp brows and bright eyes, stood at the doorway. When their eyes met, Ye Linyuan paused for a moment, but quickly averted his gaze, saying, "Old man, I have some matters to attend to, I will return shortly."
"All right, go ahead.
But remember to come back for dinner tonight," Zhang Yuye replied with a beaming smile, clearly in high spirits. Ye Linyuan nodded and strode towards the exit. Once he departed, Zhang Yuye turned to Jiang Dai and asked, "How about it?"
"My judgment is quite commendable, isn't it?"
The latter blushed and remained silent.
Upon exiting the Jiang residence,
Ye Linyuan and Zhao Lingshuan were preparing to head to the cave when a white car slowly came to a halt beside him. The door swung open, and the elegantly dressed Su Rong stepped out. Upon seeing Ye Linyuan, she softly called, "Linyuan." Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow and chose to ignore her, brushing past her. This caused Su Rong, who had reached out to grasp his hand, to freeze momentarily, her heart quivering.
Linyuan, are you still angry with me?
Su Rong took a moment of silence before stepping forward, her tone tinged with sadness. She had made several attempts to call him, but he had not answered and had even blocked her number. That was why she had come here.
I have no ties to you, why should I hold you accountable?
Madam, you seem somewhat perplexed, Ye Linyuan replied calmly, regarding her with indifference. After finishing his words, he continued past her, striding away with determination.
At that moment,
Su Rong had prepared a multitude of words she wished to express upon seeing him, but they all caught in her throat, unspoken.
Ye Linyuan's tone and demeanor were excessively cold, akin to that of a stranger. This realization pierced Su Rong's heart like a needle. However, that was not all. What truly pained her was the absence of blame or grievance in Ye Linyuan's flat tone.
It conveyed an emotionless truth: her son seemed to have become a stranger to her. Sitting in the car, her complexion pale, Su Rong suddenly felt at a loss. She had believed that Ye Linyuan had merely left the Ye family in a moment of difficulty and would eventually return once he had calmed down. She had thought her eldest son would continue to obey her and their family as he had before. However, at this juncture, the profound pain in her heart told her that she might truly be on the verge of losing her eldest son forever. Su Rong took a deep breath. She felt that today she must clarify matters, for even if she could not salvage the situation, at the very least, she ought to make an effort.
She composed herself,
gazing at the direction from which Ye Linyuan had departed, and drove forth on the route to the underground cavern.
Zhao Lingshuan encountered Su Rong from earlier but dared not inquire further.
Meanwhile, Ye Linyuan had completely cast aside the events of the previous moments.
Who was that girl from the Jiang family?
Ye Linyuan pondered in silence for a while before finally asking. Jiangbei, granddaughter of the Jiang family, Zhao Lingshuan replied. Upon hearing this, an unusual expression crossed Ye Linyuan's face. So, it was indeed her.
However, he had previously made an agreement with Zhang Yuye.
He could be indifferent, but he needed to be deemed worthy in her eyes. Yet, reflecting on his upbringing in the old district and his subsequent experiences on the front lines, he was steeped in the aura of violence and bloodshed.
Zhang Dai appeared delicate and pristine, she would likely look down upon someone like him. Noticing Ye Linyuan's peculiar expression, Zhao Lingshuan was filled with confusion. Why did it seem that he had not exhibited such a troubled countenance even when confronting the abyss previously? Chapter 22, Su Qianlong is astonished. The commander is so young?
The abyss beyond S. Before long, Ye Linyuan and Zhao Lingshuan arrived at the location guarded by the demon suppression army.
At this moment,
Su Qianlong had just completed his report to the military headquarters, which had undoubtedly concluded with a refusal.
Under the circumstances of uncertainty,
the military could not allow a Grand Master and a Mental Realm Master to descend recklessly. Frustrated, Su Qianlong exited the military camp, pondering the constraints imposed upon him.
How long could they possibly defend against this abyss?
As he observed the increasingly formidable otherworldly beasts emerging, the imminent eruption of the abyss seemed nigh.
At that moment,
Su Qianlong spat in vexation, thinking that he would have to buy time for his family when the time came. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, two figures approached from outside the camp. One of them was none other than Zhao Lingshuan, who had departed not long ago.
Su Qianlong's eyes brightened. Could it be that this mental realm master had found a solution? Su Qianlong, over here.
Zhao Lingshuan beckoned him with an excited tone.
What is the news? Have you found a method?
Su Qianlong hurried towards her, equally exhilarated. Yes, a commander from the military headquarters has arrived, and he will accompany me into the abyss. Zhao Lingshuan replied softly.
Su Qianlong was taken aback. A commander from the military headquarters?
He glanced back and spotted a young man standing not far off. His gaze fixed on the depths of the mountain range, as if probing for something.
This left Su Qianlong in a daze. How could the commander from the military headquarters be so young? More importantly, why did he seem so familiar? Did you hear that? Dispatch a helicopter to take us there.
Zhao Lingshuan urged, noticing his dazed expression.
Oh, right. I'll prepare it immediately. Su Qianlong snapped back to attention, hastily responding. He thought little of it, after all.
Zhao Lingshuan held the rank of Major General, and if she referred to someone as commander, that individual must hold significant authority. Clearly, there was some preparation from above.
Fourth Squad, escort the two commanders to the abyss. Su Qianlong called out.
Soon, several young martial artists clad in military uniforms emerged from the camp.
Yes.
The helicopter in the camp gradually ascended, heading deep into the mountains.
As they approached the abyss, Ye Linyuan sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from within,
indicating that the strength of the beings present was likely at the master level.
It appeared this was indeed not a double S-level abyss. Otherwise,
it would be impossible for so many master-level otherworldly beasts to appear.
However, this was advantageous, he would be able to reap rewards.
Ye Linyuan felt a surge of excitement, this trip was not in vain.
Two commanders have arrived. Do we need to lower the altitude?
A member of the demon suppression army called out ahead. Ye Linyuan glanced down and replied, no need.
With that, he took Zhao Lingshuan's hand and leaped down, plunging into the abyss amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. I can't believe it.
One member of the demon suppression army exclaimed, dumbfounded.
They just jumped into the abyss like that? Indeed, the commanders were formidable.
The others marveled, recognizing the audacity of the commanders, who treated entering the abyss as casually as returning home.
They simply entered without hesitation, after all, they were commanders.
Darkness, dampness, and a foul stench enveloped the surroundings. Zhao Lingshuan was thoroughly startled by Ye Linyuan's actions, clinging tightly to him, unwilling to let go. At that moment, they were plummeting continuously,
the light from the cave entrance diminishing, as darkness engulfed them entirely. After an indeterminate period, they finally landed on the ground.
The humid environment and shadowy space exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. With a mere thought, Ye Linyuan summoned flames that surged and swirled around him, barely illuminating the area.
Could they probe further?
Ye Linyuan took a few steps forward, incinerating several feeble aberrations with his flames. It was futile, this was merely the first level. And his mental energy could not penetrate deeper. They would need to descend further. Zhao Lingshuan attempted to assess the situation but shook her head in response. Ye Linyuan nodded slightly, then grasped her hand and continued downward.
Shortly after their departure, the flames engulfed that level completely.
The first, second, and third levels, typically. The abyss did not exceed 40 levels, and the deeper they descended, the stronger the aberrations became. Accompanying this was an escalating degree of peril.
Upon reaching the 20th level,
Ye Linyuan finally halted. It appeared that this abyss was at least rated at 3S levels, as master-level aberrations had already emerged on the 20th level. Ye Linyuan gazed ahead and spoke calmly.
Not far in front of them, dozens of master-level aberrations were fixated on them.
Ye Linyuan stepped forward, flames raging around him. And a long blade materialized in his hand.
With a single stroke, the blade flashed, entwined with flames, as it advanced toward those aberrations.
Wherever the blade passed, the aberrations were cleaved into pieces and subsequently reduced to ash by the fire.
These master-level aberrations were no match for Ye Linyuan, a top-tier master. Simultaneously,
the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding, a beast slain, rewards, a bottle of vitality essence.
Ding, a beast slain, rewards, 1 year of cultivation.
Ding, a beast slain, rewards, martial skill, floating wind.
Ding.
Ignoring the voices in his mind, Ye Linyuan sheathed his battle blade.
As the anticipated rewards did not materialize.
All of these were merely master-level skills, offering little enhancement for him at this stage. It was likely that his mental energy could penetrate deeper here, indicating the presence of Grandmaster-level aberrations within. Zhao Lingshuan's expression turned grave as she looked up at Ye Linyuan and remarked, but that lies on the 30th level.
Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow. Did this imply that even higher-level aberrations existed on the 40th level?
Zhao Lingshuan nodded affirmatively, confirming that while the details regarding their levels and quantities remained uncertain, they would need to descend another 10 levels to ascertain more.
Upon reaching this point, Zhao Lingshuan understood why mental-type warriors struggled to survey this abyss.
The 40th level was radiating intense mental fluctuations. Firstly, aberrations lacked mental energy, as they were all the result of biological mutations, what was known as abyssal infection, stemming from the methods of alien races. The mental energy fluctuations emanating from the 40th level most likely indicated the arrival of an extraterrestrial entity. If that is the case, it could indeed pose a significant problem. Since the emergence of the rift in the starry sky, no foreign entities have ever appeared within the guarded territories of humanity.
Let us descend another 10 levels.
They are merely formidable beasts, which I can still manage. Ye Linyuan spoke in a calm manner.
However,
I cannot guarantee what awaits us on the 40th level, should danger arise. Zhao Lingshuan expressed her concerns. As long as he is not a martial saint,
there will be no issues whatsoever.
Ye Linyuan drew his battle blade once more, his expression unchanging. Zhao Lingshuan hesitated for a moment,
then nodded and followed Ye Linyuan deeper into the abyss. Soon, those master-level beasts were eradicated.
Ye Linyuan and Zhao Lingshuan reached the 30th level, where Zhao Lingshuan was acutely aware of the peril that lay ahead. She swiftly unleashed her mental energy to probe below, while Ye Linyuan dealt with the beasts comparable to formidable adversaries. This cavern surpasses the 3S levels, this is not good, we must retreat.
Approximately 10 seconds later, a voice suddenly echoed throughout the cavern. Chapter 23, The Eruption of the Abyss? The Disappearance of Ye Linyuan.
Zhao Lingshuan suddenly spoke, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Clearly, she had stumbled upon something dreadful on the 40th level of the abyss. The flash of a blade revealed Ye Linyuan's alloy war knife slicing through a monstrous beast, and he swiftly turned, surpassing the 3S rank threshold.
Were there beasts below that rivaled true dragon tier warriors?
Yes, though it was uncertain if they were indeed beasts, their mental prowess was formidable. Zhao Lingshuan nodded, her expression grave.
Is there a specific count?
Ye Linyuan paused momentarily, his demeanor largely unchanged. He possessed numerous master techniques, even dozens of grand techniques, thus, even when faced with true dragon tier warriors, Ye Linyuan retained the strength to contend. Therefore, upon hearing this alarming news, he felt not fear but rather an exhilarating thrill.
What rewards might await if he vanquished this beast?
It was known that the rewards from his system were determined by the level of the beast slain.
However,
before entertaining such thoughts, he needed to ascertain the situation of the beasts below. If there were many, caution would be prudent. Zhao Lingshuan shook her head. This abyss was peculiar, with mental energy fluctuations stronger than those of a mental system master, making accurate probing impossible.
Nevertheless, conclusions had been drawn. This abyss was at least 3S rank, perhaps even beyond.
Hearing this, Ye Linyuan hesitated, contemplating whether to descend. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a shadow, stretching dozens of meters in length, suddenly erupted from the depths of the abyss not far from them. It resembled a colossal whale leaping from the deep sea beneath the cover of night, opening its cavernous maw, intent on swallowing them whole. The emergence of this shadow sent tremors through the entire abyss, inciting all the beasts within into chaos.
Debris cascaded down, and the entrance above was nearly sealed. Let us go. Ye Linyuan's eyes brightened at the sight.
This beast was not overly difficult for him to handle, however.
He needed to ensure Zhao Lingshuan's safety first.
The situation within the abyss was intricate, and any unforeseen events could distract him.
Agreed.
Zhao Lingshuan was equally aware that despite her status as a mental system master, her effectiveness in the abyss paled in comparison to combat-type warriors.
Moreover,
the beasts here had surpassed the grand tier.
Remaining would only serve as a burden. Taking a deep breath, she glanced at the entrance above,
which was not yet fully sealed, and leaped upward. A whirlwind enveloped Ye Linyuan as he thrust forth a hand, the tremendous force propelling Zhao Lingshuan's figure swiftly away. Simultaneously, the beast escaping maw loomed before Ye Linyuan, consuming both the corpses of the beasts on the ground and the debris, before rapidly retreating into the abyss. The 30th level of the abyss fell silent, while the beasts above erupted into chaos following the appearance of this one.
Amidst the encircling mountains,
the abyss was visibly collapsing at an alarming rate, sending tremors throughout the entire range.
This is bad, the beasts have gone berserk. Quickly, alert the military.
The team awaiting on the helicopter felt a heavy weight in their hearts upon witnessing the scene before them.
After days of vigilant guarding,
they understood well the peculiar nature of this cavern, its level surpassing even that of SS.
Should a riot ensue, the consequences would be unfathomable. With two commanding officers still inside, should they notify the captain to urgently dispatch reinforcements?
One team member nodded and began to speak.
However, at that moment, a figure leaped from the depths of the cavern, tightly grasping the landing gear of the helicopter. "Commander, what is happening down there? Where is the other officer?"
One team member inquired. Zhao Linyuan's expression was graver than ever, her tone resolute as she commanded, "Return immediately and inform the military headquarters." If it were merely a matter of some formidable beast, she might not have been as concerned.
She was acutely aware of Ye Linyuan's identity and prowess.
Yet the issue at hand involved a true dragon-level beast. Despite the earlier chaos, she found herself at a loss. As a master of mental arts, her psychic abilities could indeed slay like a martial warrior, yet within the confines of the cavern, her mental prowess was hindered, rendering her combat effectiveness inferior to that of an ordinary martial master. Thus, her retreat was the wisest course of action.
Seeing Zhao Linyuan's stern demeanor,
the team members refrained from further discussion and promptly piloted the helicopter back to the military camp.
At the military camp, Su Qianlong also sensed the anomaly within the cavern.
Just as he stepped out, intending to investigate, the helicopter landed. Zhao Linyuan descended, her voice brooking no argument. "Notify the military headquarters, the cavern's level exceeds S.
And the commander remains below. Urgently request reinforcements."
Su Qianlong was momentarily taken aback, realizing that of the two individuals he had seen earlier, only Zhao Linyuan remained.
However,
it was the first time he had encountered her in such a serious state. He dared not inquire further and hurried into the military camp to report the situation. The commander of the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Army was Ye Tai, and naturally, his report would reach him. At that moment, within the Jiangbei military headquarters, in the martial arts building, Ye Tai and several officers of the Demon Suppression Army were convened. Before them lay real-time footage of the cavern, transmitted via satellite. As the commander of the Demon Suppression Army, Ye Tai could not afford to overlook the disturbances occurring within the cavern. News had just arrived that a riot was imminent, with Su Qianlong requesting the deployment of additional forces for support. Furthermore, it was reported that a commanding officer from the military was also inside the cavern.
One officer put down the phone and spoke. "What is the level?" Ye Tai inquired. "According to the military psychic master, it exceeds S. The officer's expression turned grave. Such a level of cavern should be a first within human habitation. This posed a catastrophic threat to Jiangbei and a life-or-death challenge for the Demon Suppression Army.
Consolidate the 3rd Front, the 7th Front, the 9th Front, and the 358th Division, and mobilize them all to the cavern."
Upon hearing the rank, a rare frown appeared on Ye Tai's otherwise stern face, and he quickly commanded, "What about the leader from the military department?"
"They are requesting personnel be dispatched for a rescue."
The division commander nodded and inquired further. Ye Tai fell silent for a moment before asking, "Has their identity been confirmed?"
"Not yet, they are likely accompanying Zhao Linyuan," the division commander replied. With a deep sigh, Ye Tai rubbed his temples and remarked, "In battle, casualties are inevitable. If it comes to that day, even if I must descend personally, I will not utter a word of dissent." At this pronouncement, an eerie silence enveloped the room. This was indeed the reality. The danger level of the underground was exceedingly high and currently in a state of upheaval.
Dispatching a high-ranking officer for a rescue mission would likely result in a one-way journey.
Training a high-ranking officer is no simple feat. It is inconceivable to sacrifice so many for the sake of one individual.
Chapter 24, How did he become the commander? In the military camp, Su Qianlong promptly informed Zhao Linyuan of the military's response. "What? The Jiangbei military headquarters proposed such a plan? Are you aware of the kind of individuals involved? If something goes awry, what immense loss would it entail for the military?"
Zhao Linyuan was momentarily taken aback, her emotions nearly spiraling out of control.
However, upon further reflection, the military's proposal was not devoid of rationale.
In the theater of war, casualties are an inevitable reality. Each day, countless lives are lost on the front lines. Among the Jiangbei military headquarters, the mightiest warrior was merely Ye Tai, a powerhouse of top-tier sect strength, just a step away from the true dragon level. Undertaking a mission of such magnitude in the depths of the underworld was indeed a formidable challenge. The only viable course of action now was for her to swiftly report the situation to the general headquarters and request the dispatch of a formidable warrior.
However,
such back-and-forth communication would require at least half a day, even for a true dragon-level martial artist.
As for summoning a martial saint,
that would likely prove to be quite challenging.
This is the military's decision, and I cannot alter it, Su Qianlong sighed, continuing, now.
We can only rely on that commander himself. Meanwhile, a cacophony echoed from outside the camp.
This area is in a state of combat readiness, madam, you cannot enter.
Su Qianlong glanced at Zhao Linyuan, hesitated for a moment, and then proceeded toward the entrance. The individual outside was none other than Su Rong. The matriarch of the Ye family in Jiangbei and the head of the Su group, she was a figure known to nearly everyone in Jiangbei. However, what brought her here? Su Qianlong approached, gesturing for the guards to stand down, and inquired with curiosity, Madam, this area is in a state of combat readiness. What brings you here? I am looking for my son, please allow them to step aside, Su Rong replied, her gaze filled with concern as she peered inside.
Initially,
she had intended to wait for Ye Linyuan to emerge. Yet, with the recent upheaval in the underworld, the danger had escalated sharply, leaving her restless.
Ye Bai. Isn't he preparing for the martial examination at home?
He shouldn't be at the front lines, Su Qianlong furrowed his brow. Recalling the recent visitors and realizing he had not seen Ye Bai.
I am searching for Ye Linyuan.
Su Rong coldly glared at the nearby guards,
who exchanged glances with Su Qianlong.
Upon seeing that Su Qianlong did not intervene, they discreetly stepped aside.
Upon hearing that name, Su Qianlong felt an unusual intrigue,
his expression shifting to one of realization.
Ye Linyuan,
the eldest son of the Ye family, who is also betrothed to my sister.
However, didn't this individual vanish 3 years ago?
I learned from Ye Tai that he has only recently returned.
Ye Linyuan. He is not here either, madam. Are you certain you are not mistaken?
Su Qianlong remarked with a peculiar expression after recalling the situation. Noticing Su Rong's indifference as she continued to proceed within, Su Qianlong felt compelled to follow her. Madam, combat could erupt at any moment here, it would be prudent for you to leave at once.
Otherwise, should any mishap occur,
I would find it difficult to explain to General Yi, Su Qianlong urged. Su Rong paid no heed, her gaze immediately falling upon Zhao Linyuan, who stood not far away. She hurried over, her voice taut with anxiety.
Where is my son? Wasn't he with you just now?
Upon hearing this, Su Qianlong, who had been trailing behind,
was utterly stunned. Wasn't the only person beside Zhao Linyuan that esteemed leader? He was Ye Linyuan? How could Ye Linyuan have risen to such a position?
Su Qianlong vaguely recalled having met Ye Linyuan during his time at the Ye family. Back then, Ye Linyuan struck him as a poor boy from the countryside,
suddenly thrust into an alien environment, appearing exceedingly awkward and out of place.
Furthermore, he had learned from his sister that Ye Linyuan was not well regarded within the Ye household. At that time, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Ye Linyuan, but the thought of his sister's future being intertwined with such a person extinguished that sympathy entirely.
Now, how had he become a leader?
Zhao Linyuan returned to her senses, biting her lip, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes.
Previously,
she had only known of Ye Linyuan's identity within the military, unaware that he was the son of the Ye family in Jiangbei. If that were the case, Ye Tai would undoubtedly take action. Ye Tai, a formidable force, had long battled against exotic beasts and possessed extensive combat experience.
Surely, there must be a way. He is still in the underground cavern, yet to emerge.
Madam, the situation is dire, I hope you can summon General Yi to the scene for a decision. Zhao Linyuan spoke softly, her tone urgent.
Upon hearing this, Su Rong's face paled instantly. Still in the underground?
The recent disturbances in the cavern had prompted an emergency notification throughout the city, so she had gained some understanding of the cavern's threat level. The mere thought of Ye Linyuan still being within its depths sent her heart racing.
Has Ye Tai been informed? Su Rong inquired.
The military has been notified. Their response was to dispatch troops to suppress the situation, advising caution against rash actions, came the reply.
Su Qianlong was engulfed in a haze of confusion, shock,
and disbelief, struggling to process the gravity of what he had just learned.
The person Zhao Lingshuan had referred to as a leader was, in fact, Ye Linyuan. What rank did Ye Linyuan hold, Major General or perhaps Lieutenant General? He could hardly fathom it. "Hand me the phone, I shall make the call," Su Rong declared, her tone resolute and commanding. I understand your feelings, but the military has made a decision. Madam, I urge you to consider the bigger picture. Su Qianlong hesitated, softly cautioning her. Despite his astonishment at Ye Linyuan's status, he did not wish for Jiangbei to suffer losses among its esteemed leaders. Su Rong shot him a frosty glare, her voice laced with ice. "I am calling Ye Tai directly, I will not utilize military resources. The people down there are his own flesh and blood. Others may turn a blind eye, but Ye Tai cannot." With her words, Su Qianlong felt a chill run down his spine at her fury, hastily leading Su Rong into the military camp to connect her with the military headquarters. At the Jiangbei military headquarters, Ye Tai answered the call, his brow occasionally furrowing and then relaxing as he listened. The military orders had long been issued and could not be altered. "If you expect me to act as a father, from the very beginning, I, Ye Tai, have had but one son, and that is Ye Bai." In the end, Ye Tai replied coldly. "Moreover, you must return swiftly, that place is not meant for you." As the call ended, Su Rong stood frozen in place, the chill in Ye Tai's voice resonating even through the phone. She suddenly recalled Ye Linyuan's words from that night and Ye Tai's response. Ye Tai had stated that the sole purpose of bringing Ye Linyuan back was to cultivate him into a fine blade. At the time, she thought Ye Tai was merely speaking in anger. Yet now it appears otherwise, and she seemed to have grown accustomed to Ye Linyuan's selfless devotion and unquestioning obedience. The debt of having lost Ye Linyuan in the past remained unfulfilled. And now she had sent him to serve in the military in place of his brother. She owed far too much. Even if she had awakened to the truth sooner and spoken a single word for Ye Linyuan that night, perhaps the situation would not have escalated to this point. Chapter 25, The Colossal Exotic Beasts, the Mentalist Alien Race, and the Eruption of 10th Level True Dragon Essence. A foul, decaying stench wafted through the air as Ye Linyuan emanated a faint azure luminescence, surveying his surroundings. It appeared he had been transported beneath the 30th level. Deep within the belly of a massive exotic beast, he found himself ensnared. The creature escaping maw had the capacity to consume an entire house. And it had swallowed both the remains of the stone beast and Ye Linyuan himself. The ethereal glow enveloping him served as a barrier against the internal decay of the beast. Upon regaining his composure, Ye Linyuan unsheathed his ally combat knife and plunged it downward with intent. A howl of agony erupted from the beast as it was eviscerated. Such a formidable creature, akin to a Grand Sect level, possessed a hide tougher than iron, impervious even to the finest sniper rounds. Engaging it from the outside would indeed prove arduous, however. From within, Ye Linyuan's specialized ally weapon made short work of the creature, exploiting its vulnerability. The mental fluctuations intensified, indicating the presence of some alien entity below. Although Ye Linyuan himself had trained in mental prowess, he had yet to reach the master level. Nonetheless, he keenly sensed the surging mental waves emanating from below. Glancing at the system, Ye Linyuan found the rewards unsatisfactory. Yet, given the true dragon essence, it was only natural that defeating a true dragon-level adversary would be requisite for such a prize. Resolute, Ye Linyuan recognized that without tangible gains, his venture would be futile. He never engaged in losing transactions. Descending further into the cavern, Ye Linyuan estimated his previous position to be around the 32nd level. As he progressed downwards, the exotic beasts grew increasingly powerful. However, he chose not to confront them. Each was of top-tier Grand Sect strength, and their overwhelming numbers dissuaded him from provocation. His sole objective remained the alien entity below, comparable to a true dragon. Before long, Ye Linyuan reached the 40th level, where the ground was scattered with pools of liquid resembling mercury, shimmering with a silvery sheen akin to moonlight. He regarded the scene with intrigue, acutely aware of the potent mental energy encapsulated within this liquid. It was, astonishingly, a secret silver mine, a rare treasure for practitioners of mental prowess. Having encountered secret silver mines before, Ye Linyuan recognized it at once. This was an invaluable asset sought after by mental warriors, with a single vial fetching prices exceeding 100 million in the outside world. To discover such a resource within the cavern was unexpected. It seemed the inability of external warriors to penetrate the depths of the cave was somehow linked to this secret silver mine.
With a swift motion, Ye Linyuan harnessed the light radiating from the silver, and before him, he discerned a distortion in the fabric of space, giving rise to a shadowy figure. Cloaked entirely in black fabric, the visage and form were obscured, reminiscent of a sorcerer from a film. Only two pea-sized eyes, glowing with an eerie light, were visible. It turned out to be a member of the corpse clan, which explained everything. Ye Linyuan held his battle blade before him, memories of previous skirmishes with otherworldly beings flashing through his mind. The corpse clan hails from the depths of the cosmos, possessing formidable mental strength that allows them to inhabit corpses and manipulate their bodies. This phenomenon bears some resemblance to folklore about spirits borrowing bodies. On the front lines, the corpse clan proves to be incredibly difficult to eliminate. Even if their physical forms are destroyed, they can swiftly inhabit another vessel. Thus, the most effective means of annihilating the corpse clan is through mental obliteration or by utilizing weapons that suppress mental forces. The secret silver appearing in this cavern is a substantial boon for the corpse clan.
The scent emanating from you is eerily familiar.
The shadow fixed its gaze on Ye Linyuan, its voice hollow and devoid of emotion. Ye Linyuan maintained his composure, calmly stating, "Then let us take a closer look. Remember my face, and make sure to flee upon our next encounter." Upon hearing this, the shadow blinked its pea-sized eyes and shuddered.
"It's you! You're still alive? Damn lizard clan, didn't they say you wouldn't survive a month?
Truly a bunch of useless fools." The shadow expressed its rage, both astonished and furious. It recalled the memory, "But you won't have a next time." Ye Linyuan nodded slightly, flames surged, accompanied by whirlwinds, thunder, and frost. Each of these manifestations represented a grand technique of immense power.
"Do you truly believe you can kill me?
I've heard on the battlefield of your unique physique. Now you've delivered yourself to me, with your body, I shall surely elevate my standing." The shadow grinned ominously, its tone chillingly ecstatic. Its power had already reached the true dragon level. Although Ye Linyuan was a thorn in the side of their kind, he was merely a top-tier practitioner.
Now, delivered to him, wasn't this a stroke of fortune?
While it had been said that Ye Linyuan had slain true dragon-level beings, the corpse clan was different.
Even if he could not prevail, he could abandon his body and allow his mental force to flee.
Ye Linyuan ceased his prattle, the blade flashed, vanishing into the cavern like a wraith. "Let me see what abilities you truly possess."
The shadow snorted coldly, the surrounding space warped dramatically,
and the secret silver on the ground evaporated at an alarming rate. However, soon terror flickered in the shadow's eyes. Its mental force was confined within this space.
Moreover, it was utterly unable to pinpoint Ye Linyuan's exact location.
A murderous intent loomed overhead, pressing down upon it like a waterfall, rendering it nearly immobile.
The domain of killing intent. How could a mere practitioner possess such strength?
Upon becoming a grand practitioner, one generates a unique aura, surrounded by swirling winds.
By comprehending one's martial path, one may transform their aura into a domain, doubling their combat prowess within their martial domain.
It is said that those who attain the status of martial sage can cultivate a standing between heaven and earth.
If one embodies fire,
a single step can scorch the earth for 1,000 miles. If one embodies water, the skies darken, and torrential rains pour endlessly.
Truly resilient,
killing a true dragon-level being proves to be a formidable challenge. Ye Linyuan let out a soft sound of discontent, despite exerting pressure within his domain. He found it challenging to breach the opponent's defenses.
"I advise you not to waste your efforts. I have already summoned all the aberrant beasts back to the abyss.
If you charge out now, there may still be a glimmer of hope." Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in the statement.
However,
the ensuing tempest of winds, lightning, and flames surged forth in relentless assault around him. It is essential to understand that each of these extraordinary effects represents a formidable grand technique. Even the most accomplished martial artists regard them as trump cards. A grand technique can overwhelm even the mightiest of foes, including those of the true dragon caliber.
Report. It seems all the aberrant beasts have retreated. At that moment,
a member of the Demon Suppression Army entered the military headquarters, proclaiming the news loudly. Upon hearing this, Su Qianlong strode out with purpose. His gaze fell upon the mountain range, and indeed, the aberrant beasts had all retreated back to the abyss, and the tremors from their rampage gradually subsided.
What is happening? Why have they suddenly withdrawn? Chapter 26, Half-Step Ascension, Nightmares, and Spiritual Resonance.
Uncertain yet seemingly evident, the otherworldly beasts appeared to be retreating entirely. A member of the demon suppression army remarked.
Upon hearing this, a look of perplexity surfaced on Su Qianlong's face.
How could the beasts, in the midst of their rampage,
suddenly withdraw?
Such an occurrence was unprecedented in his experience. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that they were afforded a moment to catch their breath. At the very least, once they grasped the hierarchy of this cavern, they would have time to prepare adequately.
However, another dilemma soon arose.
Ye Linyuan remained below. And should all the beasts return to their lairs, his ascent would become exceedingly difficult. Su Rong emerged from the military camp, her face ashen upon overhearing their conversation. She understood all too well that the retreat of the beasts was advantageous for Jiangbei, yet it diminished Ye Linyuan's chances of survival even further.
Step aside, I must go.
Su Rong, in a state of despair, resolutely attempted to reach the entrance of the cavern.
Yet, how could such an action be permitted?
Firstly, her identity was of a special nature. Secondly, the beasts had only just returned to their nests, and the chaos had only recently subsided. The cavern remained perilous.
Madam,
please remain calm. In this situation, even if you go, it would be futile and exceedingly dangerous. Su Qianlong turned, sighing as he offered his counsel. Though he spoke these words, upon learning of the tumult's abatement in the cavern, he understood that Ye Linyuan's fate was likely grim.
Otherwise,
they would have sensed the battle occurring below. The spiritual energy emanating from below seemed to be waning continuously.
At that moment, Zhao Lingshuan suddenly spoke up.
Having learned that Yi Tai had rejected Su Rong's request, she promptly relayed this information to the general headquarters.
Moreover,
her spiritual energy had been persistently probing the situation beneath the cavern.
Have you detected any news regarding Linyuan? Su Rong inquired eagerly. Zhao Lingshuan shook her head, responding.
Not yet, however, given the rate of decline, in half an hour, my spiritual energy will be able to survey the entire cavern.
Prepare a helicopter. Take me to the cavern.
Upon hearing this, the flicker of hope that had ignited within Su Rong was extinguished in an instant.
She glared coldly at Su Qianlong, asserting firmly.
Su Qianlong wished to intervene but dared not forcibly detain the general's wife or the head of the Su Corporation. Furthermore, Su Rong's demeanor was resolute. If he continued to refuse, it was likely that matters would escalate to confrontation.
Where is the 7th squad? Ensure the madam's safety. Su Qianlong gritted his teeth, reluctantly consenting for the time being. He swiftly reported the circumstances here to Yi Tai. Su Rong arrived at the cavern's entrance via helicopter. Finding that the surrounding beasts had vanished entirely, the dimly lit opening revealed not a trace of vitality.
In disbelief, she extended her spiritual energy, probing into the cavern,
searching layer by layer.
Below in the cavern, once the domain was unleashed, shadows were completely sealed off by Ye Linyuan.
After enduring countless trials of mastery,
the shadow's body had become utterly mangled.
Ye Linyuan, you will eventually be eradicated by us,
the shadow declared ominously, as a soft blue orb materialized above its head. In that fleeting moment, Ye Linyuan sensed an overwhelming surge of mental energy. This orb was the very essence of the corpse clan spirit.
His eyes narrowed,
a flicker of murderous intent flashing within. He had never been a virtuous soul. Kindness would only lead to catastrophic consequences. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade imbued with lightning and frost, a convergence of various energies aimed at the azure orb. His weapon, forged from exceptionally precious materials, was of a grand caliber, containing unique elements capable of annihilating mental forces.
Thus, upon contact, the orb shattered like fragile glass, disintegrating instantly. Ding!
Host has slain a beast, obtaining a vial of level 10 true dragon essence.
Ding! Host has triggered a double reward, acquiring the true dragon level martial art immortal cell cultivation method. As the orb fragmented, a voice resonated in Ye Linyuan's mind.
A surge of joy welled up within him. Indeed, the system had bestowed upon him a timely reward. At his peak grand mastery, With his realm in a state of flux, this was the pivotal moment for a breakthrough, and the system generously rewarded him with the level 10 True Dragon Essence, alongside a martial art of True Dragon caliber. Immortal cells. A stream of information flooded into his consciousness. The immortal cells compressed one's vital energy into the cells, inducing mutations and bestowing boundless vitality. In battle, these immortal cells would act as an eternal star, providing a continuous flow of energy throughout his being. If cultivated to its zenith, these cells could indeed achieve true immortality. Ye Linyuan inhaled deeply, marveling at the system's rewards. Transforming cells into stars to supply him with energy. How many cells resided within the human body? If he could convert them all, how formidable would his combat prowess become? He dared not dwell on such thoughts, however. The pressing matter at hand was the return of the beasts. The sheer number of these creatures was staggering, with even the grand beasts numbering in the hundreds. Exiting this predicament would not be an easy feat for him, unless he could transcend the limits of grand mastery and elevate his realm once more. Resolute. Ye Linyuan settled down and retrieved the True Dragon Essence from the system's reward, evenly applying it across his body. The essence was known for fortifying muscles and bones, and it possessed the ability to replace marrow. In essence, it was akin to a second development of the human body. The higher the quality of the True Dragon Essence, the more profound the enhancement, allowing martial artists to reach greater heights in their future endeavors. Before long, Ye Linyuan's skin began to flush, a tingling sensation coursing through his bones. Simultaneously, the vital energy within him surged wildly. In no time, he had absorbed every drop of the True Dragon Essence, and his internal vitality and strength had nearly doubled. The realm has shifted, however, I have yet to fully ascend to the level of a true dragon warrior. As of now, I can be regarded as a half-step towards the dragon's ascent. Ye Linyuan opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Concurrently with his breakthrough, his mental prowess has also experienced an augmentation. Particularly within this subterranean cavern, where the presence of secret silver resides, the recently deceased corpse clan's remnants of mental energy linger. Yet, with the increase in mental power, Ye Linyuan encountered a new predicament. It appears that while absorbing the spiritual energy, he was influenced by the mental force of that corpse clan member, plunging him into a nightmarish realm. This is not the first time he has faced such a situation. It is a peculiar ability inherent to the corpse clan. They possess the capability to infiltrate a warrior's consciousness, conjuring illusions that amplify fear from within. Warriors with wavering resolve are easily ensnared in these nightmarish illusions, never to escape. Upon sensing the state of his mental energy, Ye Linyuan remained unperturbed. His path in martial arts is unwavering, and 3 years of relentless endeavors have solidified his heart like a rock. Such nightmarish visions are insufficient to sway him. Chapter 27. In that moment, she finally understood why. Meanwhile, above the cave, Su Rong was tirelessly searching for Ye Linyuan's whereabouts. She felt her mental probing range expanding. From initially being able to scan only 30 layers, she could now delve deeper. This brought her both joy and anxiety. The joy stemmed from the fact that she had not yet discovered any trace of Ye Linyuan, while the anxiety arose from the fear of encountering something unbearable should she continue her descent. Nevertheless, she set aside her concerns. She would not relent until she found Ye Linyuan. After a few minutes, a glimmer of joy appeared on Su Rong's face. She had found him, he was unharmed. However, she quickly realized that Ye Linyuan was in a troubling state, his eyes tightly shut as if he were struggling against something. Su Rong cautiously assessed Ye Linyuan's condition and ultimately concluded that he had fallen into an illusion. She was acutely aware of the terrors associated with such illusions once entrapped. A person risked descending into madness. Without further ado, Su Rong's mental energy reached out to connect with Ye Linyuan's spirit, intent on entering his illusion to rescue him. Meanwhile, the gates of the base echoed with the sounds of violent impacts as the low growls of the beasts reverberated. Hold the line. By time for the people inside to retreat, military support is on its way, shouted the officer as he confronted the beasts. Behind him stood a vanguard team of 10, locked in battle with the creatures. Among them was a strikingly youthful boy, clutching a long knife, frozen in place. Suddenly, a beast seemed to take notice of the boy and charged towards him. Move aside. Damn it! The officer caught sight of this and shouted urgently. Seeing the boy still standing there in shock, the officer disregarded the beast before him and sprinted towards the boy with his long knife drawn. With a sickening sound, the knife pierced flesh, warm blood splattering across the boy's face. The officer kicked the boy, anger flashing in his eyes. Are you stunned? This is a battlefield. There is no time for you to acclimate. Captain, this kid isn't even a martial artist, I don't know how he ended up here. Another team member rushed over, casting a grave look at the boy sprawled on the ground. What? Are the military personnel joking with me? The minimum standard for this conscription is a formal martial artist, preferably with combat experience. Why did they send someone who isn't even a martial artist? Are they trying to get him killed? The officer's voice echoed ominously. Gradually, the boy snapped back to reality. I'm sorry, Captain. I will do my best not to hold the team back. He apologized as he got back up, only to be met with the officer's icy glare. The battlefield was fraught with peril, they could scarcely care for themselves, let alone carry a burden. I don't care whether you are a martial artist or not. Now that you are here, you are a part of the Demon Suppression Army. Remember, the Demon Suppression Army exists to protect others, not to be protected by them. The young man nodded, gripping his long blade with unwavering resolve. Su Rong stared blankly at this scene, the figure of the youth was all too familiar to her. It was none other than Ye Linyuan, just as he was when he first enlisted. His face bore a hint of youthful innocence. Yet it only deepened her sense of affection. For in that moment, he was still her eldest son. The battlefield was unimaginably brutal, with every second a brush with death. And at this time, Ye Linyuan was not even a warrior. Su Rong found it inconceivable how someone who had not yet become a warrior could possibly survive the horrors of war. In that instant, she began to understand why Ye Linyuan had returned a changed man. She had personally sent her son, who was not yet a warrior, into the jaws of death. She was leading Ye Linyuan to his demise. The sky hung heavy with dark gray clouds, and a persistent drizzle fell, rendering the streets in a state of ruin. Vehicles strewn haphazardly. Corpses floated in the gutters, the air thick with the stench of blood and decaying flesh. The city gates had been breached. Had the vanguard squad been wiped out? An officer shouted into the desolation of the streets. Beyond the sound of the rain, the air was filled with the roars of the beasts. No one answered. Captain, they must all be dead. The vanguard squad consisted solely of rookies. Save for the captain who had some battlefield experience, a member of the Demon Suppression Army spoke somberly after a brief search. Retreat, this city has fallen. After the retreat of the Demon Suppression Army, the city was entirely overrun by the beasts. Time passed unmeasured. Amidst the mountain of corpses, a filthy hand emerged. Soon after, a boy crawled out from the morass of bodies, his clothes tattered, his body smeared with blood and wounds. His pallor betrayed the loss of life's essence. I'm still alive, it seems I truly am fortunate. The boy smiled weakly, dragging his weary body step by step from the mound of corpses. Yet, all around him, the beasts lurked. Having gone long without sustenance, the boy wandered blindly through the fallen base. Creatures appeared sporadically, and if he were to be discovered, he would surely become food for the beasts. I'm so hungry, if this continues, I will die. The boy, exhausted, rummaged through the refuse piled high with bodies, searching for something to restore his strength. Finally, he uncovered a glass vial containing half a bottle of unspent nutrient solution. Without hesitation, he uncorked it and hastily poured its contents into his mouth. Witnessing this, Su Rong felt as if her heart were gripped tightly by a colossal hand. Tears streaming unbidden from her eyes. This moment reminded her of when she had found Ye Linyuan in the old district. She had silently vowed to make amends to him, to compensate for the years of separation and loss. However, when Ye Linyuan returned to the Ye family, he was confronted with a life even more bitter and arduous than that in the old city. During the 3 years he spent in the military, they had not shown him a single ounce of concern. Su Rong covered her mouth, hesitating to take another step forward. This was, after all, the realm of Ye Linyuan's psyche, reflecting the memories he most dreaded to recall. She feared that moving ahead would lead her to encounter Ye Linyuan. How much hatred would he harbor upon seeing her? Would he be able to emerge from the depths of his boundless resentment?
In that moment,
Su Rong felt as if every ounce of her strength had been drained, collapsing onto the ground.
At this juncture, she finally comprehended the profound wounds inflicted upon Ye Linyuan by his parents.
She also realized that his achievements indeed held great significance for him. 3 years of blood and sweat, 3 years of strife and struggle, could not be dismissed with a mere phrase. Just as she was engulfed in sorrow, a flash of steel sliced through the curtain of rain, akin to a sudden light piercing the darkness, strikingly blinding. The blade struck the youth, severing him in half before he could even react. With a crash, the glass tube fell to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. The youthful countenance bore an expression of bewilderment and helplessness as he slowly crumpled to the earth.
No! Su Rong emitted a heart-wrenching cry,
reaching out as if to grasp him, only to see a figure approaching her with an impassive demeanor.
Chapter 28, A Surprise for the Su Family. Reinhan. That is your fiancé. Linyuan.
As Su Rong discerned the visage of that figure, the youthful innocence faded, replaced by a countenance marked by fortitude and aloofness. She softly called out, yet Ye Linyuan did not linger by her side, merely brushing past her. She reached out in an attempt to grasp Ye Linyuan. But ultimately, her hand found nothing, leaving her in a daze as she watched his silhouette vanish entirely. Outside the cavern, aboard the helicopter,
Su Rong's complexion was alarmingly pale. Within Ye Linyuan's mental realm, she beheld an unforgettable scene. She found herself at a loss on how to confront Ye Linyuan, for as a mother, she felt she had wronged him immensely. A debt that perhaps could never be repaid in this lifetime. Madam? The demon suppression army noticed Su Rong's distress, which appeared utterly dire,
as though she had suffered a grievous blow.
The soldiers exchanged glances, hastily returning, fearing something might be amiss with Su Rong. Before long, a figure leapt forth from the cavern.
Naturally, Ye Linyuan also saw Su Rong in the mental realm, yet it held no significance for him.
To him,
she had become an inconsequential figure, at least since the moment he returned to the Ye family and encountered his parents.
In the military camp,
upon seeing Ye Linyuan return safely, Zhao Lingshuan's worried expression finally eased.
Commander!
She promptly approached, inspecting Ye Linyuan closely before confirming he bore no injuries.
Allowing herself to relax. Standing nearby, Su Qianlong felt a sudden unease as his eyelids twitched uncontrollably.
Just moments ago, Su Rong had desperately sought out Ye Linyuan.
Now she returned as though recovering from a severe illness.
This perplexed him, and his curiosity about Ye Linyuan's identity deepened.
Why was this major general referring to him as commander? What was his true standing? Moreover, to have emerged single-handedly from such a perilous cavern. What formidable strength must he possess? A master? A grand master? A top-tier grand master? He could not ascertain.
But he was certain of one thing: his name was Ye Linyuan, and he was to be his future brother-in-law. At this thought, a smile involuntarily crept across Su Qianlong's face, filled with a sense of pride. The military commander was to be his brother-in-law. After exchanging a few words with Zhao Lingshuan, Ye Linyuan turned to Su Qianlong, noticing the latter's foolish grin. Ye Linyuan regarded him with curiosity before stating, "The cavern remains unchanged. And there are still numerous grand-tier beasts, you must remain vigilant at all times." Instantly, Su Qianlong's smile vanished as he responded solemnly, "Yes, Commander."
In the evening, at the Su residence.
With the cavern secured, Su Qianlong, who had guarded it for half a month, seldom returned home.
At this moment,
in the Su family hall, Su Qianlong animatedly recounted his experiences.
"Dad, you have no idea. Do you know Ye Linyuan from the Ye family? The one engaged to our sister, the eldest son of the Ye family? He is now a military commander."
"Wow, I never expected such a remarkable transformation after 3 years."
"Reinhan, that is your fiancé." Su Qianlong took a sip of tea, utterly astonished.
Su Yuhan sat on the sofa, her brow furrowing as she listened to Su Qianlong's words.
In a tone tinged with incredulity, she questioned, "Brother, what are you talking about? How could he possibly be the head of the military?" Not only Su Yuhan, but their father, Su Juqing, also frowned, asking, "Are you sure you're not mistaken? The Yi family just expelled Ye Linyuan from their home a few days ago, how could he be the head of the military?" At the banquet honoring Yi Bai,
Su Juqing was present, and it was Yi Tai himself who acknowledged this. If he were truly the military chief, would Yi Tai have cast Ye Linyuan out of his house? What? Su Qianlong, on the verge of speaking, was taken aback. You mean Ye Linyuan has been expelled from the Yi family?
That can't be false, Yi Tai confirmed it himself. Observing his son's astonishment, Su Juqing sensed something was amiss. What on earth is going on? Speak clearly.
Su Qianlong hesitated for a moment before stating, that military chief is indeed Ye Linyuan. Even the major general from the capital referred to him as such. Moreover, Madame Yi came personally to seek out Ye Linyuan, there is no way that could be false. Upon hearing this, Su Juqing became visibly unsettled. He held unwavering trust in his son, and since Su Qianlong had said so, there must be truth to it. After all, his son was employed within the military. Are you saying that even the major general from the capital calls Ye Linyuan chief? Su Juqing confirmed again. If that were the case, Ye Linyuan's status must be at least that of a general. A general so young is a rarity within the military. Yet, if this were indeed the case, why would Yi Tai have expelled him from his home? It is indeed true. I witnessed it with my own eyes, there's no room for doubt. Moreover, I suspect that Ye Linyuan's current rank may even be that of a stellar general. Su Qianlong pondered for a moment before dropping a bombshell. A stellar general? That would place him on par with Yi Tai. Su Juqing felt a chill run down his spine. A stellar general at such a young age could potentially take over the military in the future and become a marshal. Then why did Yi Tai cast Ye Linyuan out and support Yi Bai instead? Su Juqing asked, furrowing his brow. I only just heard this from you. What does it mean for General Yi? Su Qianlong shook his head, equally perplexed. Logically, Ye Linyuan becoming the military chief should have been a feather in the Yi family's cap. Others would only say that the offspring of the military family were formidable. It would bring honor to Yi Tai, why would he expel him from the family? This question perplexed not only Su Juqing but also Su Qianlong, along with everyone else who had previously pondered the matter. They simply could not fathom how Yi Tai could be so ruthless. Su Juqing furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long time without arriving at any conclusions. Regardless of Yi Tai's motivations, they needed to clarify their own position. As you mentioned, Ye Linyuan becoming the military chief is indeed a boon for our Su family. Su Qianlong nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, indeed. Back in the day, I worried about my sister's future, but it seems there is nothing to be concerned about now. In fact, it appears our Su family is somewhat elevated in status. Father and son exchanged a knowing smile, both in remarkably good spirits. With a son-in-law of such stellar caliber, and so young at that, the future appears exceedingly bright. It seems that the Su family is destined to soar to new heights as a result. By the way, Yuhan, have you met with Linyuan recently? Considering it has been years since we last saw him, as his uncle, I ought to pay him a visit. Shall you accompany me tomorrow? Su Juqing chuckled lightly, then suddenly turned to look at Su Yuhan, who sat beside him, her expression one of utter astonishment. Father, I have already rescinded the engagement some days ago, Su Yuhan said after a moment of silence. W.H. What? At this revelation, the Su family's hall fell abruptly silent. Both Su Juqing and Su Qianlong stared at her in shock, their gazes sharp and penetrating. Chapter 29, The Su family was shocked. Is this not a betrayal? Su Yuhan's remarks left the Su family utterly astounded. You annulled the engagement? When did this occur? And who gave you the audacity to terminate the engagement with the Yi family? Su Juqing was momentarily speechless, gazing incredulously at his daughter. Setting aside Ye Linyuan's current status, the Yi family is undeniably the foremost martial arts clan in Jiangbei. Moreover, Yi Tai serves as the commander of the demon suppression army in Jiangbei. To cancel an engagement with the Yi family is tantamount to slapping them in the face. Had he not already been expelled by Uncle Yi? What connection does he have with the Yi family now? Furthermore, I had previously informed Uncle Yi about this matter, Su Yuhan said, still in a daze. She had not anticipated that Ye Linyuan, who was merely a young man 3 years ago, had now ascended to the rank of a military leader.
Confounded. Even if Ye Tai had expelled Ye Linyuan, he is still Ye Tai's biological son and will inevitably return. What will the Su family do then?
Not to mention, Ye Linyuan has now become a military leader.
Do you comprehend what it means to achieve such a rank at his age? HM?
It is rare to find another like him in the military. Should he take command of the military and become a marshal? Su Juqing paced back and forth, his expression one of dismay, his tone laced with reproach. Disassociating Ye Tai from the situation, given Ye Linyuan's current stature, it is highly likely he will assume leadership of the military and become a marshal. Even if one does not think far ahead, looking at the present, Ye Linyuan is already a military leader.
Who would dare collaborate with the Su family after they annulled a marriage with someone of his rank? Who would dare to associate closely with the Su family?
This is merely a minor issue. Should Ye Linyuan hold a grudge, the Su family's future will be grim. Su Yuhan's annulment of the engagement is tantamount to burying the Su family's prospects.
Is it truly so severe merely to annul an engagement? Su Yuhan glared at her father, defiantly lifting her chin. Do you not realize that your brother currently holds a position in the military?
He is the martial arts prodigy of our family.
At 28.
He is a lieutenant colonel in the Jiangbei military and has the potential to ascend to the rank of general before turning 40. Your impulsive action has jeopardized not only the Su family's future but also your brother's.
Upon hearing this,
Su Juqing raised his hand in anger but ultimately refrained from striking her. He sighed deeply, his emotions a turbulent mix.
Initially,
he had believed that the Su family was on the brink of a new era, but it now seemed an impossible dream. You must go and apologize immediately. I do not require you to restore the engagement, but at the very least, do not allow Ye Linyuan to harbor resentment.
Otherwise, do not blame me, Su Juqing,
for disowning you as my daughter.
Su Juqing understood better than anyone the implications of Ye Linyuan's status. A general in his 20s.
He embodies the blazing sun of the East, the hope of the Xia nation.
To provoke such an individual would spell disaster for the Su family.
This wayward daughter not only betrays her father but also drags her brother down with her. Su Juqing felt a weight in his chest, nearly choking on his own frustration.
Su Yuhan stared blankly at her father, experiencing the shock of witnessing him express anger towards her for the first time.
The severity of his ire was such that he even threatened to disown her as his daughter.
Numbly, Su Yuhan exited the Su family home,
still enveloped in a dreamlike state.
Was Ye Linyuan truly the head of the military?
Yet, her brother's words could not be false. A bitter smile crossed her lips as her gaze fell despondently. Meanwhile, at the Yi residence, Su Rong encountered Ye Linyuan in the depths of the cave, where she beheld the hardships he endured within his spiritual realm. A pang of guilt twisted her heart, rendering her visibly haggard. It was only upon Ye Tai's return from the military that she became aware of her own turmoil.
What troubles you? Did you not heed my call to return swiftly? Have you been injured?
Ye Tai plopped onto the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at the silent Su Rong, his brow furrowing in concern.
Did you truly view Linyuan as merely a pawn to pave the way for Ye Bai? Su Rong's sudden question caught Ye Tai off guard.
He frowned slightly, responding calmly.
Why this sudden inquiry?
Both are my sons, and I have previously discussed the matter of military achievements with you. I never anticipated that this wayward son would become so rebellious after years of service.
Ye Tai's casual explanation failed to convince Su Rong.
As she observed her husband, he seemed strangely unfamiliar to her at that moment. Equally perplexed was she regarding her own actions. How could she have consented to Linyuan relinquishing his military accolades to Ye Bai?
Regrettably, this realization came too late.
Since witnessing that scene in Linyuan's spiritual realm, it had been indelibly etched in her mind, impossible to forget. Her silence did not go unnoticed by Ye Tai, who sensed an unusual tension.
He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you blaming me for not going to the cave?"
During his time at the military headquarters, he had received a call from Su Rong and was aware that Ye Linyuan was beneath the cave, yet he had remained indifferent.
You are still too focused on emotions. Does that rebellious son truly regard us as family?
Ye Tai scoffed, expecting Su Rong to align with his sentiments.
After all,
he had merely requested the military honors he had earned over 3 years for Ye Bai, and Linyuan had audaciously threatened to sever ties with him.
Moreover,
He had the audacity to turn against his own siblings. Reflecting on this, Ye Tai sneered inwardly. What was merely a few years of military service, some achievements, and a modicum of status in the military? How could he dare to disregard him? He was Ye Tai, the supreme commander of the Jiangbei demon subjugation army. A one-star general in the military, burdened with countless accolades. Sooner or later, Ye Linyuan would come begging for his return. Without the support of the Ye family, his martial prowess and future would be severely hindered. Su Rong sat on the sofa, her gaze intricate and contemplative. Upon hearing Ye Tai's words, she yearned to question him about whether he had truly cared for Ye Linyuan over the past 3 years. Did he even comprehend how Linyuan had lived during that time? However, upon reflection, she realized that she had not shown concern either. Have they not failed to fulfill their responsibilities as parents? What right do they have to judge others? In the grand hall of the Jiang residence, Ye Linyuan and Zhao Lingshuan returned. For Ye Linyuan, the recent expedition to the underground cavern yielded remarkable treasures. Not only did he acquire true dragon essence, but he also obtained martial skills of the true dragon tier. At present, he stands on the cusp of ascendance, having reached the threshold of the dragon realm, with an ample supply of true dragon essence. It is merely a matter of time before he steps into the true dragon realm. Moreover, the upcoming selection for the stellar constellation has instilled him with newfound confidence. Could it be that your betrothal is with General Yi? Zhao Lingshuan exclaimed in astonishment, her expression one of sheer disbelief. Prior to their arrival, she had contemplated that if this engagement did not pass her scrutiny, she would be the first to object. After all, Jiang Dai is her student and a prodigy of the Sacred Martial Academy. She could not bear to witness Jiang Dai fall into a perilous situation. However, upon hearing Jiang Dai's account, Zhao Lingshuan found herself utterly unsettled. According to Jiang Dai, the engagement was indeed with Ye Linyuan. Who is Ye Linyuan? A general in the military, the pride of the eastern region, and a beacon of hope for the martial arts future. She could not fathom how Jiang Yuya managed to elicit such a response from him. Indeed, that is what grandfather said. Jiang Dai nodded, then, with a tone of confusion, inquired, "Teacher, is something the matter? Do you disagree?" Chapter 30, Self-Esteem? No, it is insecurity. Indeed. If it is truly as you say, I wholeheartedly agree. Zhao Lingshuan remarked with a smile, shaking her head in disbelief. It seemed rather incredible that a prodigy from the Sacred Martial Academy and a general from the military would find themselves in such a situation, where the former appeared to have the upper hand. Nevertheless, given that it was Ye Linyuan's assertion, she felt compelled to acquiesce, not daring to oppose him. Jiang Dai nodded thoughtfully. Upon Ye Linyuan's return, he was promptly summoned by Jiang Yuye, a call that undoubtedly pertained to Jiang Dai. At over 90 years of age, the elder Jiang, despite being a martial arts master, still harbored a lifespan of at least another 100 to 80 years. Yet, the fates of his two sons troubled him, compelling him to consider Jiang Dai's future with utmost seriousness. He held Ye Linyuan in high regard. His martial prowess and esteemed background indeed made him the most suitable guardian for Jiang Dai. Even if he were to pass one day, he would take solace in the fact that Jiang Dai would not be left to fend for herself. Over the past few days, Ye Linyuan's qualities had not gone unnoticed by him. In summary, the word that encapsulated his impression was exceptional. Of course, the elder Jiang did not intend to impose his will. He would certainly consult his granddaughter regarding this matter. Should Jiang Dai express any dissent, he would not press the issue. However, prior to Ye Linyuan's expedition into the abyss, he had already sought Jiang Dai's opinion, leaving the next steps to Ye Linyuan. Ye Linyuan found himself in a quandary. He had initially relished the idea of solitude on his martial journey, free from burdens. Yet, the weight of Jiang Yuya's goodwill made it difficult for him to refuse. Outside the door, he rapped lightly before entering upon hearing a stir from within. "General Yi, are you here to see Jiang Dai?" Zhao Lingshuan conjectured immediately upon learning of the situation. Ye Linyuan nodded, prompting Zhao Lingshuan to chuckle, "Little Dai, go on. Seek your companion." As dusk approached, the weather in June and July remained pleasantly mild. Without the obligation of martial arts classes, Jiang Dai donned a collegiate outfit. Her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her bright eyes and radiant smile enchanting. Her skin, fair as snow, bore a hint of pink, and her beauty was undeniable. She trailed behind Ye Linyuan, occasionally glancing up at the man who towered over her by half a head. While she possessed limited knowledge of Ye Linyuan's true identity, it was evident from Ye Linyuan and her grandfather's words that he was a figure of considerable significance within the military, likely only a few years her senior. I believe your grandfather has briefed you, but I feel it necessary to clarify. Ye Linyuan halted, turning to speak. Jiangbei paused beside him, her demeanor calm. This arrangement is orchestrated entirely by your grandfather. If you find it burdensome, you are free to voice your concerns. I am certain he would not wish to impose upon you, he continued, contemplating his words before speaking slowly. Jiangbei listened intently, and after he concluded, she nodded in acknowledgement, unable to deny the truth of his sentiments. Observing the situation, Ye Linyuan smiled and remarked, after all, you are still a student at the Sacred Martial Institute, while I engage daily in combat against ferocious beasts on the battlefield. It hardly seems appropriate. However, I believe I might make an attempt. Suddenly, Jiangbei interjected, interrupting Ye Linyuan's words. This took him by surprise. He had never anticipated her agreement when Zhang Yuye first proposed this request. After all, it seemed rather incongruous to juxtapose a youthful, radiant maiden with someone like him, who fought in the trenches each day. This was not to say that Ye Linyuan was lacking in merit, on the contrary. He possessed an admirable visage, standing at over 6 feet tall, with a lean, athletic frame and sharply defined features, exuding an aura of vitality and charm. What did you just say? Ye Linyuan stammered, taken aback. I said, I believe I can give it a try. Jiangbei lifted her gaze to meet his, a smile illuminating her fair face. Now, it was Ye Linyuan's turn to be bewildered. Was this correct? Had he mistakenly received the wrong script? Shouldn't she, like Su Yuhan, be adamantly refusing? Have you truly considered this? Once I resolve matters in Jiangbei, I will promptly return to the military headquarters. It may be quite some time before we meet again. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. Jiangbei, unfazed, smiled at him and replied, I intend to join the military as well. We will inevitably cross paths. Ye Linyuan fell silent once more. But he was not the type to be rendered speechless simply by the presence of a lovely woman. Realizing her earnestness, he felt that to continue his rejection would be somewhat insensitive. He nodded slightly and softly acquiesced, all right. Not far from them, Su Yuhan observed the scene with a complex expression. Originally, Su Jucheng had sent her to seek Ye Linyuan's forgiveness. Yet, upon her arrival, she found herself unable to take that crucial step, uncertain of how to broach the subject. Watching the two engage in light-hearted banter, her expression turned bittersweet. In Jiangbei, she was regarded as a recognized beauty, with suitors lining up from Jiangbei to Kyoto to win her favor. Yet, in the presence of Jiangbei, she felt overshadowed. Jiangbei, a prodigious talent in martial arts, had been revered as a goddess since her days at the martial arts high school. Coupled with her extraordinary abilities, many harbored feelings for her but dared not express them. Now, standing before the pair, Su Yuhan hesitated to approach, grappling with her own pride and the fear that prevented her from seeking Ye Linyuan's forgiveness. After all, he had previously appeared quite humble in her presence. Ultimately, she lingered at a distance for a while before quietly walking away. At that moment, Su Yuhan realized how absurd her previous thoughts had been. Initially, she had deemed Zhang Yuye mad for attempting to thrust his granddaughter, the martial arts prodigy of Jiangbei, upon a man cast out from his home. Yet, it now dawned on her that Zhang Yuye was not mad at all. He was a high-ranking official in the military. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Yuhan's expression was a tapestry of emotions, causing Su Jucheng to rise abruptly from the sofa, his eyes wide with concern. What transpired? Has Lin Yuan not forgiven you? He inquired anxiously. Not only was he agitated, but Su Qianlong also regarded his sister with trepidation. His concern stemmed not from personal ambition, but from a deep-seated worry for the Su family's future. Su Yuan shook her head, murmuring, No, it's just that I don't know how to broach the subject. At her words, Su Jucheng's fury ignited, and he retorted, Why? Is it your worthless pride that stands in the way?
Su Yuhan pressed her lips together, remaining silent,
which only intensified Su Juqing's frustration.
He stepped closer, his voice growing fierce. Your pride is a construct of the Su family, a gift bestowed upon you by Ye Linyuan.
Now, because of your actions, our family's future hangs in darkness.
Do you expect me to humiliate myself to rectify this?
Father,
perhaps we should allow my sister to calm down before continuing, Su Qianlong suggested, observing their father's trembling rage and his sister's despondent demeanor.
He sighed, his heart heavy with complexity. He had not anticipated that what should have been a moment of joy would devolve into such turmoil. Yet, the matter had arisen, and it was imperative to devise a resolution.
Standing in the courtyard, Su Yuhan felt a sense of numbness. Was her pride truly the culprit? Not entirely.
When she witnessed Ye Linyuan and Jiang die together, the thought of approaching them made her feel like a mere jester.
It was less about her inner pride and more about an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Chapter 31, Martial Examination, Urgent Dispatch from the Military Headquarters. Summoning Ye back to the military headquarters? It has been nearly a month since Ye Linyuan returned to Jiangbei. During this period,
the underground caverns have been a significant event in Jiangbei. However, as stability returned, interest naturally waned. On this day, Jiangbei buzzed with activity once more. Every household with senior high school students was bustling with fervor, for today marks the annual martial examination.
For the common populace,
this occasion represents the most accessible opportunity for ascendance in this martial epoch.
Exceptional performance could lead to admission into prestigious universities, illuminating a bright future. Not only could the individual receive provincial accolades, but their parents might also bask in reflected glory.
Such an occurrence could indeed be deemed a source of familial pride. The martial examination garners attention not only from martial academies but also from various martial alliances, demon-slaying troops, and martial arts schools.
These entities typically seek to recruit outstanding students following the examination.
After all, they too require fresh martial bloodlines. Besides the rewards from the martial academies,
joining these factions could yield substantial additional benefits.
Among these groups, the military's training camp stands out as particularly unique.
Successful candidates not only receive military commendations but also attain military ranks.
Furthermore, those who pass are subsequently classified among the elite at the martial academies. Indeed, some martial prodigies, after participating in the military training camp, ascend directly to the rankings of the martial academies, surpassing older students.
Nonetheless, entry remains exceedingly challenging.
Only the most gifted can gain admission. Ye Linyuan set down the phone, his expression serene. Early this morning, he received a message from General He Dingjun. The content of the message was straightforward. He was to select some martial prodigies from Jiangbei to enter the training camp after the martial examination,
paving the way for future entry into the Eastern Theater.
With over 1,000 martial high schools in Jiangbei and a vast number of students, this task would not pose much difficulty for Ye Linyuan. He merely needed to consult the provincial governor's office.
After all, the martial examination also serves as a performance evaluation for the provincial governor.
If certain regions fail to produce promising candidates for several consecutive years,
the governor may find themselves under scrutiny.
Thus, the provincial office has been compiling data on Jiangbei's martial prodigies.
However, as the martial examination has yet to conclude,
Ye Linyuan remains unhurried. For him, it is merely a matter of waiting a few more days in Jiangbei.
In the capital, at the general headquarters,
a conference room filled with dozens of figures took their seats in succession. The oldest among them, with graying hair and appearing to be in his 60s,
likely possesses several decades more due to the breakdown of human genetic locks in this martial age. The youngest present is at least in their 40s, clad in military uniforms.
Their resolute expressions and erect postures exude an aura of unwavering tenacity, casting a solemn atmosphere over the entire conference room.
Today, I have summoned you all for a matter of great simplicity.
As the situation at the border has slightly eased, I wish to discuss the upcoming Grand Military Ranking, which has already been announced to several major war zones months in advance. My intention is to officially convene the Grand Military Ranking in 2 weeks.
What are your thoughts on this?
The elder seated at the head of the table spoke, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Upon hearing his words, a solemn expression fell upon the faces of those present. The grand military ranking permits only a select few from each military district,
requiring participants to hold at least the rank of general and be under the age of 40.
This event occurs once every decade and can be understood as a grand competition organized by the military, gathering the strongest forces from various war zones to establish a ranking. Through this ranking, participants will receive a star rating. Those with higher ratings will hold greater authority within the military and possess a higher likelihood of becoming the next marshal. It is important to note that the marshal's appointment is not solely based on star ratings but also requires substantial achievements and other comprehensive considerations.
Nevertheless,
the star rating remains the most critical factor, accounting for nearly half of the evaluation. The assembly nodded in agreement, silence enveloping the room. Observing this, the elder continued.
If there are no objections, you may begin your preparations.
Additionally, disseminate this information so that all war zones can make the necessary arrangements.
Understood. With that, the assembly responded affirmatively.
This was indeed a significant event, as the foremost martial artists from the major military districts would gather in Kyoto, including members from esteemed martial families and disciples of martial saints. The military must be thoroughly prepared.
And what of Ye Bai? Where is he at this moment? The elder inquired, nodding thoughtfully.
Someone chuckled and replied, "Marshal, it seems you are still quite fond of him.
The last time we met was during the awarding of ranks.
And you must remember, he is only 22 this year." The elder chuckled in return, his face brimming with anticipation. "I have heard from the eastern region that he has recently returned to Jiangbei. He likely has not yet arrived in the east." A general, also smiling, chimed in, however. "This selection for the grand military ranking is different. Many disciples of martial saints are eager to compete this time." The elder waved his hand, and the meeting fell silent. "Let us not dwell on such matters. Let the martial saints handle their own affairs. You should promptly notify everyone to gather in Kyoto, including those on leave or engaged in missions." The Ye family was abuzz with excitement early in the day, as Ye Bai was to participate in the martial examination. And nearly everyone in the family was busy preparing. Ye Tai, too, had cast aside his earlier gloom, wearing a broad smile. In his eyes, Ye Bai was certain to gain admission to the Sacred Martial Academy, and judging by the martial achievements of students from Jiangbei, it was only a matter of time before Ye Bai would emerge as the top scholar of the province, should he perform to his potential. As a father, his joy was entirely natural. Early in the day, Ye Tai personally escorted Ye Bai to the examination venue, and just as he entered the military headquarters, someone hurriedly approached him. "Ye Tai, we have received word from the military. Ye Bai must return immediately, as there is an urgent task awaiting him."
Upon hearing this,
Ye Tai's brow furrowed in concern.
The command from the east?
Ye Tai was momentarily taken aback, yet he did not dwell on it. He had appropriated the merits of Ye Linyuan, who had served in the military on behalf of Ye Bai 3 years prior.
At this moment,
he had effectively swapped their identities. His concealed son, whom he had hidden for 3 years, was indeed the individual on the eastern battlefield.
Any accolades or military accomplishments should rightfully belong to Ye Bai.
As for the command from the east, it held no significance for him.
After all,
he was the commander-in-chief of Jiangbei. Summoning a person back to the Jiangbei military headquarters was merely a matter of uttering a few words.
Moreover,
that individual was none other than his own son. However, he heard from the eastern representatives that this was an edict issued from the capital. The messenger shook his head and continued. Upon hearing this, Ye Tai's brows furrowed in an instant, his tone laden with perplexity. The capital? Why has such a command suddenly been issued? Is there an explanation? The specifics were not disclosed. At this, Ye Tai subtly gestured, prompting the messenger to take his leave. Within the military headquarters, Ye Tai sat in his seat, his expression shifting unpredictably. Why had the East suddenly summoned Ye Bai? Could it be that the situation in the East had escalated, necessitating the recall of all the demon suppression troops? He was keen to revert the identities of Ye Linyuan and Ye Bai, which would naturally require Ye Bai's return. Yet, Ye Bai was currently engaged in the martial examination and could not possibly return. Furthermore, this was a command from the capital. Even if he were to intervene personally, it would be unfeasible to have Ye Bai reassigned in a short span of time. Moreover, during wartime, how would the military, the public,
And others perceive the act of recalling his son from the front lines to the rear?
Ye Tai would certainly not associate this abrupt recall with the grand competition of military stars within the district, for in his view, that was an utterly impossible notion.
Chapter 32. To what extent can one be shameless?
Ye Tai sat in the military headquarters, his expression shifting through various emotions before he finally rose.
Firstly, Ye Bai was not an option to be moved.
This military examination was crucial, not only for Ye Bai's future but also for his potential to take over Jiangbei.
However, the orders from the capital could not be ignored.
Before the grand floor-to-ceiling window, Ye Linyuan reclined comfortably on the sofa, an expression of contentment gracing his features. 3 years of warfare had deprived him of such a tranquil existence, and he relished every moment of it.
As for the provincial governor, he had already made his intentions clear. The list could be obtained at any time.
Li Xingwen was quite pleased with this arrangement. Entering the military training camp would be advantageous for him, and he certainly would not refuse. Furthermore, given Ye Linyuan's status, refusal was not an option.
General Yi, what brings you here? Outside, Zhang Yuye's voice interrupted, prompting Ye Linyuan to squint open his eyes. Ye Tai, what brings you here again? He mused. Though it was unlikely Ye Tai sought him out, especially after their altercation that day.
The severance of their relationship had been stated unequivocally.
Ye Tai himself was equally resolute.
If he had any sense of shame, he would not come seeking.
Before Ye Linyuan could further contemplate, Ye Tai's voice rang out. Where is Ye Linyuan?
I have matters to discuss with him. Ye Linyuan opened his eyes, his expression one of incredulity.
Was he truly here to find him? A sardonic smile crept onto Zhang Yuye's face, laced with mockery. Ye Tai, hearing the laughter, found it particularly grating and coldly retorted, What? Am I not allowed to seek my son without your permission, outsider? Oh, but that day, you certainly did not say so. Now he is your son?
Zhang Yuye was incredulous, unable to fathom the sudden change in Ye Tai's demeanor. I have no time for your banter, just tell me if he is present.
Ye Tai's expression turned icy, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. This old man was increasingly disregarding him.
Apologies, but he is not here, Zhang Yuye replied, his smile fading to a mere whisper. Upon hearing this, Ye Tai's countenance darkened instantly, his voice chilling as he declared, Old man, you are pushing your luck.
Do you believe I cannot turn your Jiang family inside out?
His words were not a jest, the power of a top-tier clan could easily topple a building. As he spoke, 6 military daggers began to materialize around him, accompanied by a gust of fierce wind.
Is this your attitude towards seeking someone?
Ye Linyuan stepped out,
his gaze calm as he regarded Ye Tai.
He was indeed reluctant to meet him, but given the circumstances, it seemed Ye Tai was poised to act if he did not intervene. Upon seeing Ye Linyuan, Ye Tai retracted his imposing demeanor, his expression unexpectedly softening. The military daggers at his side also withdrew, leaving Ye Linyuan utterly astonished. Let us talk inside, Ye Tai commanded, striding purposefully into the room and taking a seat.
Speak quickly.
Ye Linyuan leaned against the door, his expression indifferent as he observed the scene before him. He did not believe that Ye Tai would suddenly undergo a drastic change in attitude. After all, the events that had transpired had laid bare the truth for him. Upon hearing these words, Ye Tai's previously relaxed demeanor contorted once more, and just as he was about to erupt, he suppressed it and sighed, saying, Linyuan, I acknowledge that I have wronged you over the years, and it is only natural for you to harbor resentment towards me.
However, you are my son. I cannot simply abandon you.
The abrupt softening of his tone and the unfamiliarity of his speech compelled Ye Linyuan to instinctively inquire, Who are you?
Have you been possessed?
Ye Tai was taken aback, falling into silence. His expression remained unchanged, yet internally he was seething, wishing to strike out in frustration at the audacity of this offspring. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Ye Tai finally spoke again after a prolonged silence. You must understand that your brother possesses exceptional martial talent and is destined to become a martial saint. My actions are for the sake of the Yi family in Jiangbei.
As the eldest son, why can you not comprehend my intentions? Why should I understand you?
Ye Linyuan retorted, incredulity lacing his voice. You forced me to take his place in the military when I was barely a warrior myself, risking my life countless times on the battlefield.
Yet you never once showed concern.
Upon my return, you demanded I hand over my achievements to my brother.
How can you expect my understanding?
At this, Ye Linyuan scoffed, nearly bursting into expletives. Ye Tai's face darkened. The phrase he had overheard made the veins on his forehead throb with irritation. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising anger, he continued, "But you never afforded us the opportunity to compensate you, did you?"
"It matters not, I am indifferent."
Ye Linyuan waved dismissively, his tone cool.
"Do not be so hasty to refuse," Ye Tai urged, his voice low.
"I can offer you what you desire, an identity as the eldest son of the Ye family, martial resources, or even the position of chairman of the conglomerate.
All I ask is for you to agree to one condition."
Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan's expression shifted to one of realization. So that was the reason for Ye Tai's sudden change of heart.
"What you propose, I do not need, and I cannot agree to your terms."
"If there is nothing further, I would appreciate your departure," he stated coolly, even disinterested in the specifics of the offer.
"This morning,
the military conveyed that they wish to summon you back, and it is a direct order from the capital."
Ye Tai exclaimed urgently. "Summon me? Are they referring to Ye Bai, or to me, Linyuan?"
Ye Linyuan asked, momentarily taken aback, his voice dripping with sarcasm.
"Of course, it is Ye Bai, otherwise I would not have come to you. Your brother is currently engaged in the martial examination and will be unable to return.
You will serve as his stand-in at the military for a time, and once I manage to transfer him back to Jiangbei, you will still retain your status as the eldest son of the Ye family. Furthermore, your mother's conglomerate will eventually be entrusted to you," Ye Tai replied, his expression softening, though his tone regained some of its previous assertiveness.
After all, in his view, the status of the Ye family's eldest son was unrivaled in Jiangbei. Moreover,
the largest conglomerate in Jiangbei has similarly extended an offer to Ye Linyuan. He harbors doubts that Ye Linyuan would be able to refuse such an exchange.
Ye Linyuan realized he had underestimated Ye Tai. To what extent can a person be devoid of shame?
It was one thing for him to enlist in the military on behalf of his brother, but now he returns seeking military accolades, hoping to exchange his identity with that of Ye Bai. Now, the military wishes to summon him back, expecting him to stand in for a while.
Is this truly human behavior?
Furthermore, the conditions put forth by Ye Tai are utterly beneath Ye Linyuan's consideration.
To take a step back, Ye Tai has a history of misconduct. Who would be foolish enough to believe his words?
Thus, upon hearing Ye Tai articulate his intentions,
Ye Linyuan retorted without a moment's hesitation, "What does their search for Ye Bai have to do with me, Ye Linyuan? If you want Ye Bai to return to the military and solidify his identity, isn't that precisely your intention? All the merits I have accrued over the past 3 years would rightfully belong to him, wouldn't they?" Chapter 33, frustrated and defying the orders from the capital. Upon hearing the words, Ye Tai's countenance darkened ominously.
He believed that the conditions he had proposed were exceedingly generous. If Ye Linyuan acquiesced, he would still retain his status as the eldest master of the Ye family. He could eventually take the reins of the conglomerate. Although it paled in comparison to a martial arts future, it still held considerable allure for an ordinary person. Yet, Ye Linyuan had audaciously rejected him, even alluding to mockery in his words.
"Ye Linyuan, your brother is currently participating in the martial examination, how can he return? Shouldn't you, as an elder brother, support him? If he were to become a martial saint in the future, would he forget you?"
Ye Tai spoke in a low voice, having articulated all he intended to say, his patience thoroughly exhausted. As a father, he had come personally and laid forth his conditions. What more did he expect? Ye Linyuan was clearly pushing his luck.
"Have you finished? Then allow me to offer you a single word: leave."
Ye Tai was infuriated by Ye Linyuan's obstinacy. Had it not been for the concern for his reputation,
he might have resorted to violence.
In recent days, many had arrived in Jiangbei admissions, teachers from the Martial Academy, masters from the Martial Alliance, and so forth.
To engage in a brawl would be profoundly embarrassing.
Ultimately, Ye Tai left the Jiang family in a fit of rage, muttering under his breath, "Ungrateful wretch.
A beast. After all this time, how could one not be sated?
He has never regarded us as kin." Upon returning to the military headquarters, Ye Tai's expression remained grim. The military awaited his response, and with Ye Linyuan's resolute refusal, he found himself in a precarious position. One thing was certain, Ye Bai must not return to the military at this moment. Yizhua, the military has pressed for a response again, they seem quite anxious. A soldier reported as he entered the room. Yi Tai rubbed his temples, his tone impatient as he replied, "Understood. Do not concern yourselves with it. We shall address everything in 3 days." The soldier hesitated, asking awkwardly, "But the situation in the east is manageable, yet this order originates from the capital. How shall we respond if they inquire further?" "Simply state that Ye Bai is occupied with the martial examination and cannot be disturbed." Yi Tai retorted with cold firmness. "What storm can a single Ye Linyuan conjure? I refuse to believe that the military would truly investigate over him. Once the martial examination concludes, I will promptly arrange for Ye Bai's return to Jiangbei, and at that point, all matters shall be settled on my terms. As for the 3-year service members, why should there be an issue with a martial examination slot? I, the esteemed general of Jiangbei, merely seek one spot. It is not as if I am attempting to secure a backdoor entry into the sacred martial academy. Everything should be determined by merit. What could they possibly say? Even the military would struggle to find fault." "Understood." The soldier nodded in agreement. Eastern Theater, Military Headquarters. He Dingjun displayed surprise. His tone laced with intrigue. Did Ji Tai truly assert such things? Indeed, it appears he intends to defy the military orders from the capital. Another individual nodded, equally astonished. The military directives from the capital reached Jiangbei directly, yet Ye Tai had the audacity to disregard them and even suppress them forcefully. Such audacity, he Dingjun believed, was beyond his own capabilities. Participating in the martial examination. It appears he is indeed determined to have Ye Bai replace Ye Linyuan's achievements. Ye Tai. "Oh Ye Tai, are you aware of the monumental event you have instigated?" He Dingjun, recalling the message relayed by the guards, could not help but express his astonishment. Having visited Jiangbei once, he had gleaned some insights regarding Ye Linyuan and the Yi family. Thus, upon receiving the news, he immediately surmised Ye Tai's intentions. However, a question lingered in He Dingjuan's mind: can a father truly exhibit such blatant favoritism? Should we directly inform Lord Yi? After all, he represents our eastern faction in the grand competition, proposed one of the commanders. After a moment of contemplation, He Dingjun replied, "Since Ye Tai dares to override the military orders from the capital, let us take it upon ourselves to notify him." As his words concluded, a smile unexpectedly graced He Dingjuan's face. If he could defy the military orders from the capital, it seemed Ye Tai was soon to face a shocking revelation. In the afternoon, at the Jiangbei Provincial Governor's office, vehicles congregated, creating a bustling atmosphere. The martial examination poses fierce competition for students, and similarly, it is a battleground for prestigious martial academies. Each year, during the enrollment period, they must gather intelligence in advance to connect with talented martial arts students, ensuring they do not lose out to rivals. At this moment, the previously lively provincial office fell into a sudden silence, as many were left dumbfounded by the unfolding scene. "Lord Yi, please come in, the list has been prepared for you." Governor Li Xingwen greeted with a smile, lowering his posture almost to a bow. This left the recruitment teachers who had arrived utterly astonished. Who is Li Xingwen? Aside from Ye Tai, who commands the Demon Suppression Army, Li Xingwen is undoubtedly the highest authority. Even Ye Tai could not compel him to adopt such a humble demeanor. Who on earth is this young man? Ye Linyuan chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for such formality, I merely wish to review the list." Of course, Li Xingwen responded cheerfully. His gaze nervously fixed upon the list in Ye Linyuan's hands, hoping for the selection of more candidates. This one, and these few as well. I shall personally speak with them after the martial examination concludes, Ye Linyuan remarked, pointing to several promising names on the list. Li Xingwen followed his gaze, quickly committing those names to memory. "Very well, I shall make the arrangements." Li Xingwen nodded in agreement. Ye Linyuan glanced at the others awaiting their turn, and without lingering, smiled and said, "You all continue with your tasks, I shall not impose further." Li Xingwen personally escorted Ye Linyuan to the door. Upon returning, a fervent discussion erupted among the attendees. "Governor Li, who is that young man? Indeed, how come we have not heard of him before?"
So young. Could he possibly be a descendant of a martial saint family? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their voices rising in excitement. The earlier scene had been truly astonishing. A provincial governor personally came to greet him, adopting a humble demeanor, and yet this individual was remarkably young. Even the scions of the martial saints' families would find it challenging to elicit such a response from Ye Linyuan. Representatives from the military department were present, intending to select a few individuals from Jiangbei to enter the training camp. Ye Linyuan inhaled deeply. He felt no shame, but rather spoke gravely. The military department? Why have I never encountered such a person, the son of the commander? Someone inquired. Not quite. He is the commander himself. The prodigy from the East 3 years ago. Upon Ye Linyuan's words, a profound silence enveloped the room. The prodigy who suddenly rose to prominence in the East 3 years ago, only to vanish just as swiftly? His rise was nearly a national sensation, and after his disappearance, many presumed he had perished, lamenting his fate. After all, that region was a battlefield, where lives were lost daily. No one could guarantee what might transpire in the next moment. To think that not only did he survive, but he also stands here in perfect health. Referred to by Ye Linyuan as the commander of the military department? May I inquire, Governor Li, what is his current military rank and where is his home? Chapter 34, An Astonishing Identity? Why is my name not here? Upon the utterance of this phrase by Ye Linyuan, a palpable shock rippled through the crowd. The martial genius from the border had once captured the attention of many, but after the news of his disappearance, countless individuals presumed he had perished on the battlefield. As time ebbed away, the recollection of him faded into obscurity. Yet, to their astonishment, they now beheld the true figure in the Jiangbei provincial governor's office. As for military rank, the details were somewhat unclear, yet I had heard from my nephew that he was, at the very least, a general. Ye Linyuan shook his head, a tinge of regret evident on his face. He was, in fact, quite curious about Ye Linyuan's current standing, but he hesitated to inquire directly. Moreover, even Zhao Zai, who had come from the capital, seemed perplexed, indicating that the military had provided excellent protection for him, information that was not easily accessible to the ordinary person. A general? Goodness! He appears to be merely in his early 20s and has already attained such a rank within the military? Governor Li, may I ask where his family resides? We have come this time to pay a visit as well. Indeed, a general of such youth must possess the strength of at least a Grand Master. My heavens! A Grand Master at such a tender age! Ye Linyuan's words left many in attendance utterly astonished, for the magnitude of this revelation was simply immense. A general in his 20s, a Grand Master. Each of these distinctions, when considered separately, had never been witnessed in this era of martial artists. One could assert that Ye Linyuan was a true pioneer in the annals of Blue Star history. Perhaps only during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han had there been a comparable figure. And what monumental achievements did that individual attain? Ye Linyuan's elevation to the military's ranks unequivocally attested to his merits. He is the son of Ye Tai. Ye Linyuan did not conceal this fact, stating it plainly. Ye Tai? The general of Jiangbei? No wonder, a tiger born of a military lineage. I have heard that the Ye family has another son preparing for the college entrance examination, who is highly likely to gain admission to the Sacred Martial Academy. Indeed. I had gathered some information about this young man prior to my arrival. His martial talent is quite remarkable, and his entry into the Sacred Martial Academy is virtually assured. Several teachers from the admissions office exchanged glances, their expressions becoming laden with intrigue. A scion of a military household, coupled with a martial prodigy. If they could recruit him into the Martial Academy, surely a remarkable figure would emerge in the capital in the future. At that time, the Academy's ranking might very well ascend. Upon observing the expressions of these individuals, Ye Linyuan discerned their thoughts. Hesitating momentarily before stating, I must clarify that only a few days ago, Ye Tai explicitly acknowledged that he had expelled Ye Linyuan from the family. And this Ye Linyuan is the very person we just mentioned. Upon hearing this, the admissions office teachers, who had been previously astounded in calculating their prospects, were momentarily taken aback. Expelled from the family? What on earth is this protocol? Is this correct? To cast away a general in his early 20s, has Ye Tai lost his senses?
even when Ye Tai was of this age. He had only just begun to make his mark.
Why? What could possibly be the reason? Someone inquired.
Upon hearing these words,
Li Linyuan fell into a contemplative silence.
If the provincial governor were privy to certain insider information, he could share it without fear.
For we are not gossipmongers and would undoubtedly keep our lips sealed.
Hearing this, Li Linyuan sighed, took a seat, and remarked that it was not exactly insider information. It was merely a family matter of the Ye clan, which he felt reluctant to discuss. What he did know was that Ye Linyuan's current relationship with Ye Tai was quite strained, and it bore significant implications concerning Ye Bai.
For more specific details,
one could inquire at the military headquarters, where the truth would be revealed. Indeed, Ye Linyuan's identity was well guarded at the military, yet discovering his name was still quite straightforward.
After all, the military still referred to him as Ye Bai.
As soon as matters at the governor's office unfolded,
those who had arrived in Jiangbei were engulfed in a frenzy. Why did Ye Tai seek to expel Ye Linyuan?
And why was that individual at the military headquarters referred to as Ye Bai?
If he was indeed Ye Bai, then who was the person participating in the college entrance examination? Those oblivious to the underlying truths found themselves utterly bewildered upon hearing that name. Yet, they were all acutely aware of one fact: the individual who appeared at the governor's office was once a person of prominence within the military, known as Ye Linyuan. The martial arts examination did not extend for long, lasting merely around 2 days. This brevity was due to the limited number of subjects in the liberal arts and the straightforward requirements for testing one's vital energy and combat prowess. Additionally,
there was a practical assessment. However, this practical evaluation did not entail gathering all the students participating in the martial arts examination and organizing them into combat groups, with victors advancing and losers being eliminated. Such an approach would be excessively labor-intensive, and the classification into winning and losing groups would take an inordinate amount of time to implement. In reality, the practical assessment was quite simple. Each martial arts academy possessed independent mechanical dummies, whose strength varied according to the number of levels. Rankings would be determined by those who achieved the highest levels and utilized the least amount of time. This method was not only precise but also remarkably efficient.
Consequently,
the martial arts examination concluded within approximately 2 days.
Now, all awaited the announcement of the results. However, before that,
there was another matter of importance for the martial arts students, which was the opportunity to receive an additional reward. The top martial arts high school in Lingwu City had students present today, including not only first and second year students but also the third year prodigies.
The announcement today concerned those exceptional individuals selected by martial arts alliances and schools.
Ye Bai was notably among them, however, as the son of Ye Tai. He held disdain for any martial arts alliances or schools.
His sole ambition was to enter the training camp organized by the military, once initiated each year.
It gathered martial arts geniuses from across the nation. This was not merely an excellent opportunity for their stage of development but also a significant trial.
In the office,
a bespectacled teacher, after announcing the list of individuals chosen by various martial arts factions, produced another document. He then proceeded to read the names of those selected for the military training camp, but he cautioned against excessive elation. This is merely a list. Whether one can proceed ultimately depends on the evaluation by the military and the results of the martial arts examination. Upon hearing the teacher's words,
the students standing nearby fell into silence.
Li Pengfei, Xiamang, Chen Shuwak, each name was called one by one. And Ye Bai's expression transformed from initial confidence to sheer incredulity.
As the final name was read, his own was conspicuously absent. This left Ye Bai momentarily stunned. Once the teacher finished, he earnestly inquired, "Teacher, why is my name not on this list?" The bespectacled teacher was equally perplexed. Logically, Ye Bai's performance should have qualified him for the training camp. How could his name be missing?
This list was issued by the provincial government, and I am not entirely certain of the specifics. Alright, those whose names have been called should now proceed to the provincial government, where military personnel will conduct your evaluations.
Chapter 35, Why? Simply because I find you displeasing. Once everyone around had departed, Ye Bai quietly left the school, his fists clenched tightly, a sense of resentment brewing within him.
The disdainful gazes of his classmates upon realizing his absence from the list were particularly unbearable. Having been the center of attention since childhood, he had always held himself in high regard. How could he possibly reconcile such a stark disparity? In a training camp? If others could enter, why shouldn't he? In the provincial governor's office, within a spacious training room, Ye Linyuan stood, surveying the surroundings before speaking in a measured tone. Your martial arts talents are not lacking, barring any unforeseen circumstances in the martial examination. You should all gain entry into the training camp. Instructor, I have heard that the rewards in the training camp are quite substantial. What are they this time? A slender boy inquired from the crowd below. With a teasing expression, Ye Linyuan replied, 1 million in cash, a master-level technique, along with a breakthrough elixir. Goodness! A master-level technique sells for tens of millions on the martial arts website, and such a reward is being offered? It is exceedingly generous. Moreover, the breakthrough elixir, a 7th grade potion, is said to significantly enhance the success rate of breakthroughs. Its value is also over 10 million. It's worth it. Truly worth it. No wonder the training camp is regarded as the first lesson for the transformation of martial artists. The students below were left in a state of astonishment, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The cumulative value of these rewards surely exceeded several million, and yet that was merely the secondary incentive. The primary allure lay in the training camp itself. All manner of revitalizing food, martial techniques, and combat skills would be available free of charge. Gaining entry into the training camp was akin to entering a treasure trove for martial artists, a place that numerous gifted individuals yearned to access. Observing their reactions, Ye Linyuan couldn't help but smile, stating, though the rewards are indeed lavish, I must first announce the rules. Within the training camp, everything must be purchased with points. Your daily necessities will require these points. Furthermore, there are no regulations, you may be killed by others, or you may have to kill. And the military will take no responsibility. As for whether you will face trouble upon your exit, that too is beyond their concern. Upon hearing Ye Linyuan's words, the students, who had previously been filled with excitement, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped upon them. To participate in a training camp where one might potentially lose their life? The cost seemed exorbitant. The statement has been made, those wishing to withdraw may do so now. Ye Linyuan was not engaging in alarmism, he was merely stating the truth. The warriors cultivated within the training camp were destined for the battlefield, not sheltered blossoms. Thus, brutality was a certainty. Instructor, I choose to withdraw. I would rather join a martial arts school, even if the rewards are diminished. One voice called out as a student stepped forward. Anyone else? Do not blame me for not warning you. If you wish to withdraw, now is the time. Once selected, any attempt to leave will be treated as desertion. Ye Linyuan continued. Subsequently, 2 or 3 more individuals rose and exited through the door. In the end, of the 10 selected, only 2 remained. It appears to be better than I anticipated. You two, await my message. Once confirmed, someone will come to escort you. Ye Linyuan observed the 2 individuals, a male and a female, and found himself somewhat taken aback. He had initially believed that securing even one participant would be commendable. Yes. Instructor. They replied in unison before stepping outside. Ye Linyuan. At that moment, an exceedingly irate voice resonated from outside. Ye Linyuan turned his gaze and, upon recognizing Ye Bai, spoke with an air of calmness. You seem to have recovered well. I thought you wouldn't be able to participate in the martial examination. Upon hearing this, Ye Bai instantly recalled the scene of being flung away with a single slap, his complexion turning a ghastly shade. Ye Linyuan, now I understand why I wasn't selected. It was you who orchestrated this. I warn you, this is personal revenge, and do you not fear the military's inquiry? Ye Bai feigned a look of realization before coldly continuing. He proclaimed that with his talent, there was no way he could have been excluded from the training camp. It must have been Ye Linyuan's machinations. He deliberately raised his voice, aiming to draw the attention of the classmates who had just departed. Hoping to restore his long-standing pride by revealing that his exclusion was not without reason. As anticipated, upon Ye Bai's utterance, the classmates who had yet to leave paused in their tracks. Do not overestimate your abilities, your talent, in my eyes. is utterly worthless and rather mediocre within the training camp, Ye Linyuan remarked, approaching and patting him on the shoulder without mercy. Ye Bai sidestepped, his gaze icy with rage.
Mediocre in martial arts? Then I ask you, why were they selected? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, I shall certainly report this to the military. The implication was unmistakable. If individuals of lesser talent could be chosen, then why not him? Ye Linyuan regarded him coolly and replied nonchalantly, why? There is no reason. I simply find you displeasing.
After uttering this, Ye Linyuan lost interest in the confrontation and walked away.
Ye Linyuan, how dare you?
Ye Bai was astonished. Despite invoking the military, Ye Linyuan remained brazenly unrepentant. This was clearly an affront directed at him, disregarding even the military's authority. The very demeanor of "what can you do about it" nearly drove him to the brink of fury.
However, the rationale behind Ye Linyuan's decision to exclude Ye Bai from the list was not without merit.
The training camp sought martial prodigies destined for the military. While Ye Bai possessed decent talent, his character was fundamentally flawed, and his entrance into the camp would inevitably lead to significant trouble.
Simply put,
Ye Linyuan simply held him in disdain.
Witnessing Ye Bai's trembling rage, the surrounding classmates felt a surge of satisfaction. Just moments ago,
Ye Bai had nearly accused them of lacking martial talent.
Ye Bai took a deep breath, striving for composure. What of the training camp? What does it matter?
Even without it, I remain major of the Jiangjin demon army. Nevertheless, this matter was far from over.
Upon returning home,
Ye Bai promptly informed Ye Tai of this news.
Ye Tai, the commander of the demonic forces in Jiangbei town, found himself confronted by Ye Linyuan's personal vendetta.
Did he truly utter such words? Upon hearing this, Ye Tai's expression remained stoic, his countenance unyielding. Yet within, he had already rendered a death sentence upon Ye Linyuan. Perhaps this sentiment had been brewing for quite some time, though it had never before surged with such intensity. Ye Linyuan persistently tested his limits, seeking to obliterate Ye Bai's future, a transgression that he could never forgive.
Remarkably,
Ye Linyuan even claimed that his disdain for Ye Tai was the sole reason for omitting his name. Ye Bai's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Do not concern yourself with this matter, I shall take care of it. Once the results of the martial examination are released, I will reinstate your military status in Jiangbei. And then, Ye Linyuan will be left with nothing. Ye Tai spoke with a chilling detachment, his gaze equally somber. Chapter 36, The Failed Top Scholar. The Sacred Martial Academy rejects admission, the Ye family stunned. While awaiting the results of the martial examination, Ye Tai had not pursued the matter of Ye Linyuan using his position in the military to settle personal scores. After all, Ye Linyuan's identity was merely a reflection of Ye Bai's. If he dealt with Ye Linyuan, it would equate to jeopardizing Ye Bai's future prospects. However, over the past few days, he had been running around, preparing to transfer his military registration back to Jiangbei. For a general in Jiangbei, this was not a particularly challenging task, yet the procedures from the eastern side had been delayed, leaving him in a state of helplessness as he continued to wait. A sense of unease lingered in Ye Tai's mind. Sitting on the sofa, he held a fresh newspaper, his expression one of confusion. Ever since the last incident in the underground cave invaded Ye Linyuan's mental realm, Su Rong had seldom returned home. Nevertheless, she had hurried back concerning Ye Bai's martial examination. Upon hearing Ye Tai's words, Su Rong remained silent. Logically, representatives from the Sacred Martial Academy should have arrived by now. Yet their absence was puzzling. Ye Tai furrowed his brow, his tone laden with perplexity. The top 10 Sacred Martial Academies in the capital fiercely competed for martial geniuses each year. Now, 3 days had passed since the examination concluded, and the results were to be announced today. Yet not a single representative from the Sacred Martial Academy had visited the Yi residence, which was evidently illogical. It was unclear. Given Ye Bai's martial talent, gaining admission to the Sacred Martial Academy should not pose a problem. Su Rong remarked coldly. Upon hearing this, Ye Tai nodded noncommittally. Such unnecessary worry. He had witnessed Ye Bai's performance firsthand, there was no cause for concern. Admission to the Sacred Martial Academy would be effortless, they would inevitably come. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, the martial examination results were released.
Ye fixed his gaze on a line of text on the computer screen, unwavering. Jiangbei Martial Examination Results Inquiry. With repeated clicks to refresh the page, finally, the screen changed. Ye Bai's result appeared before him. Third? Ye Tai's eyes darkened. And his mood plummeted. The son he held such high hopes for had not secured the title of provincial martial champion. Noticing the change in his father's expression, Ye Bai instinctively glanced at the screen, his demeanor shifting instantly. Father, I have let you down. My performance during the examination was subpar. My injuries from the previous days affected me, he spoke softly, his voice lacking conviction. His injuries had long since healed under the care of the Sioux group's medicines. Yet his confidence and the promise made to Ye Tai weighed heavily on him. Now, having not attained the title of Jiangbei's top scholar, he needed an excuse. Ye Tai's eyes briefly flickered with shadow at Ye Bai's words, yet he did not direct his anger towards him. It matters not, in this era of martial arts. There are hidden talents everywhere. Until the end, anyone can emerge as a dark horse. This is entirely normal. You need not blame yourself. At least admission to the Sacred Martial Academy is assured. Ye Tai offered words of comfort, yet internally, he harbored an intense hatred for Ye Linyuan. He was fully aware that Ye Bai was about to partake in the martial examination, yet he struck so ruthlessly, robbing Ye Bai of the title of martial champion. Ye Linyuan, what a cruel heart! Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Ye Tai felt that his patience had reached its limit. His eyes narrowed slightly. His expression inscrutable, lost in contemplation. Shortly thereafter, the admission list for the Sacred Martial Academy was unveiled, igniting a wave of astonishment throughout the city. While Ye Tai seethed with rage, the name of Ye Bai was conspicuously absent from the prestigious list of the top 10 academies. How could this be? Father, my results were undoubtedly sufficient for admission to the Sacred Martial Academy. Ye Bai, equally bewildered, felt a sense of disbelief. Even if he had not secured the title of martial champion, his achievements clearly warranted entry into the academy. Perhaps it was merely an oversight. There is no need for alarm. I shall inquire immediately, Ye Tai declared, taking a deep breath and striding out. Provincial Governor's Office. What will become of Ye Bai's admission? Someone inquired. Let us observe for the time being, the matters concerning the Ye family are exceedingly intricate. And mismanagement may provoke discontent from that individual, another admissions officer from the Sacred Martial Academy responded. Upon hearing this, the other admissions officers nodded in agreement, recognizing the complexity of the situation. Since learning of the Ye family's circumstances, their hesitation regarding Ye Bai's acceptance had lingered. If admitted, what if the military official were displeased? How would they justify it? Conversely, not admitting him would clearly contravene protocol, as Ye Bai's results had indeed surpassed the requisite standards by a significant margin. The admissions officers found themselves in a state of exasperation. For the first time, they were united in their reluctance to compete for admissions, instead opting to bide their time. Just as they were deliberating, an abrupt screech of brakes echoed from outside the provincial governor's office. A burly, stern-faced middle-aged man clad in military attire stormed in with palpable authority. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions fraught with concern. Damn it! Does the Ye family seem so easily bullied? Upon entering, Ye Tai's frigid gaze swept across the room, causing an immediate chill to envelop the others. As a palpable aura of menace hung about them, the general was furious. Now, tell me, why is my son's name absent from the admission list despite his sufficient scores? Ye Tai demanded loudly, his presence accompanied by the weight of dozens of military blades, as if they were poised to strike at any moment. General Ye, please remain calm. The situation is rather complicated, one of the Academy's teachers interjected with a bitter smile. Complicated? How so? Enlighten me, Ye Tai retorted, his gaze unyielding, the tension in the air thickening. It is not that we wish to deny admission, rather, Ye Bai's identity is too convoluted. There exists a merit-based bonus in his examination results that stems from his 3 years of military service in the East. However, we are acquainted with an individual named Ye Linyuan, who is rumored to have served in the East during that time. Thus, one must question whether this merit truly counts. The teacher sighed, speaking in hushed tones. At this revelation, Ye Tai's fury ignited, his voice cold as ice. Let me make this clear.
Who is Ye Linyuan to cast shadows upon my son? He was merely a treacherous wretch I took in, now expelled from my household.
How could he have served in the East? The one who served there is Ye Bai, my own son. Would I mistake him? Have you all become so confused that you cannot even discern such a trivial matter?
Upon hearing this, Ye Tai's ire was instantly ignited at the mention of Ye Linyuan, leading him to unleash a torrent of furious shouts at the group. Indeed, we naturally trust what General Yi has stated. However, we cannot make decisions on this matter until the Martial Academy has conducted a thorough investigation and provided definitive admission information. After all, you are well aware that this pertains to the martial examination. Any impropriety could bring repercussions upon us, which we cannot afford.
A teacher hastily interjected.
Acutely aware of Ye Tai's current temper, and they dared not provoke him further at this moment.
Very well. If you are intent on investigating,
then do so thoroughly and ascertain whether it is indeed Ye Bai.
Should you fail to provide the Yi family with an explanation, do not blame me for lacking compassion.
Ye Tai understood that, given the suspicions raised by the Holy Martial Academy, no matter what actions he took today, he could not alter the situation.
Nevertheless, he felt no apprehension, for he was certain that the military department would unequivocally uphold Ye Bai's name. However,
there was one matter he must begin to prepare for in advance.
Chapter 37, The End is Merely the Beginning, Undercurrents in the Dead of Night.
Ye Tai departed from the provincial governor's office with a visage ashen, his heart seething with indignation. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was the provincial governor's domain. Even in the throes of his fury, he could not resort to violence here.
Moreover, those present hailed from the Sacred Martial Academy,
and he could ill afford to cross them, especially considering that Ye Bai would have to attend the Sacred Martial University in the future.
What would become of Ye Bai if he were to eliminate a teacher from the Sacred Martial University now? However, the matter was far from resolved.
Over the past few days, Ye Tai had come to a profound understanding of Ye Linyuan. Ye Linyuan had never regarded them as family, time and again. He had acted in defiance, inflicting wounds upon them. Ye Linyuan and Ye Bai had both suffered at his hands.
This even jeopardized the current martial examination,
robbing Ye Bai of the title of provincial martial champion and nearly barring him from entry into the Sacred Martial University altogether. As Ye Tai settled into the back seat of the car, his expression morphed unpredictably, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes.
Meanwhile,
Ye Linyuan was devoid of such convoluted thoughts. He had resolved all matters in Jiangbei. There was little left for him to attend to there. And news had arrived from the eastern region that the selection for military stars was soon to commence. "Old sir," Ye Linyuan said to Zhang Yuye with a smile, "I have troubled you these past few days.
With my affairs in Jiangbei concluded, it is time for me to take my leave." "Ah, splendid.
I have heard that there will soon be a grand competition for military stars in the capital.
Given your status and age, I presume you will have a spot?" Zhang Yuye inquired cheerfully, nodding in affirmation.
"Indeed, the military has issued orders for me to proceed to the capital to participate in the competition," Ye Linyuan replied. "Then it is fortuitous that we can depart together. Xiao Dai also intends to head to the Sacred Martial University,"
Zhang Yuye remarked.
Ye Linyuan did not decline. For him, the presence of an additional companion was inconsequential. Due to the late hour, their plans were set for the following day.
For Ye Linyuan, his affairs in Jiangbei were concluded.
Yet many remained, such as the Sacred Martial University and various martial arts factions. They awaited the opportunity to recruit their favored martial students, thus postponing their departures.
Additionally, a significant matter loomed. Would Ye Bai, who had carried the mantle of genius since childhood in Jiangbei, gain admission to the Sacred Martial University?
The news of Ye Tai's visit had spread like wildfire throughout Lingwu City, leaving many to ponder why Ye Bai had not been accepted, especially since his scores were sufficient. Nonetheless, this bore no relevance to Ye Linyuan. He felt quite buoyant, finally able to leave Jiangbei behind, never again to encounter them.
In recent days, Jiangbei had witnessed an overwhelming surge of events.
From the incidents in the abyss to the impending martial examination, and the military training camp's grand competition on the horizon. It could be said that the happenings of the past year paled in comparison to the tumult of these few days. With the martial examination results announced, the matter was officially concluded. As for Ye Bai's acceptance, it lay entirely in the hands of the Sacred Martial University. although the day of the results has passed.
They can still admit candidates whenever they wish. However, for Ye Tai and Ye Bai, it is a matter of lost face, is it not? After all, Ye Bai's name is conspicuously absent from the list.
In the depths of the night, in a cavern located over 100 miles away from Lingwu City, the Demon Suppression Army has significantly intensified its presence. They have cordoned off the mountain range both inside and out. At the heart of the cavern, numerous soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army are entering and exiting, diligently clearing the area of the lurking beasts. The cavern remains perilous, particularly given its proximity to the city. It must be thoroughly cleansed.
Captain, we have a situation below,
a soldier reported. It appeared that a small squad from the Demon Suppression Army was engaged in exterminating the beasts on this level of the cavern. Suddenly, one soldier spoke up. Our mission is to clear this level, leave the beasts below to the more formidable squads, do not interfere. The captain shot him a look, a silent command to cease. The threat level of the beasts varies by layer, and thus the tasks are assigned according to the squad's capabilities. But I sense that there may be no living souls below. It feels as if countless eyes are watching me. The soldier stood at the cavern entrance, peering downward, his voice trembling slightly. At his words, the captain glanced in his direction, just as a feral roar erupted from below. The entrance began to collapse, its opening widening as though something was attempting to break free from within. Not good, retreat. The captain's expression changed drastically as a powerful surge of blood energy emanated from below, drawing closer to them. No sooner had he spoken than a beast lunged forth, engulfing them whole. Above the cavern, several helicopters hovered, the soldiers aboard gazing down with grave expressions. Faintly, they seemed to hear a scream. Call in several teams to ascertain the situation below, someone urged. Immediately, the soldiers began to utilize their communication devices, calling out repeatedly, yet no response came from below.
The dark of night enveloped them, the helicopters casting dim lights over the eerily silent mountains.
A foreboding sense of dread swiftly descended upon every heart present.
Quickly notify the military headquarters. Are there any survivors below?
Su Qianlong stood at the entrance of the military camp, accompanied by a psychic warrior. Since Ye Linyuan's prior entry into the cavern, the psychic energy within had dissipated, allowing the psychic warrior to directly probe the conditions inside. There are currently no signs of life detected, the team that entered may be in grave peril. The psychic warrior opened his eyes, his expression serious.
Why is this happening? Wasn't the level of the beasts in the cavern thoroughly investigated? Each level was assigned warriors of equal strength to handle the cleanup. How could there be an accident? Su Qianlong's face darkened as he glared at his companion, his voice laced with fury.
We have lost so many warriors in a single night, including several masters. This catastrophe is entirely due to the inadequate danger assessment conducted at the start of the mission. From the depths of the cavern, I sensed a spatial disturbance.
The fissures had not vanished, and formidable aberrant beasts were emerging from the rifts.
It is likely that the misfortunes befalling these teams are connected to this. The psychic warrior let out a heavy sigh, his expression grave.
A spatial rift?
This implies that the towers have not abandoned this cavern,
but instead intend to channel more aberrant beasts through this fissure to orchestrate a large-scale offensive? Upon hearing this,
Su Qianlong began to pace back and forth at the entrance of the military camp. If his suspicions were correct, this matter could escalate into a dire situation.
Jiangbei could very well fall.
Immediately notify Yizhua and inform him of the circumstances.
Su Qianlong did not dare to hesitate and promptly gave the order. Late at night,
at the Yi residence, Ye Tai was awakened by a series of urgent phone rings. In his groggy state, clarity suddenly struck his gaze.
Understood.
I shall head to the military headquarters at once.
Chapter 38, The Great Eruption. Unexpectedly, Kyoto is enraged.
The sky grew pale as a radiant sun slowly ascended.
The entire Lingwu city was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. Taxis, broadcasts, and televisions were all disseminating the same alarming news. Late last night,
a catastrophic eruption occurred in a cavern located 100 miles from Lingwu City. According to martial artists' assessments, there exists a spatial rift beneath, through which an unending stream of exotic beasts is being transported, likely indicating that foreign forces are preparing for a massive offensive in Jiangbei. The authorities urged residents to minimize their outings and to be prepared for an immediate evacuation.
Military sources reported that General Ye,
the commander of the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Army, had promptly arrived at the military headquarters late last night. He initiated a thorough analysis and investigation of the cavern situation, reassuring the citizens of our city not to panic, and advised martial artists and retired members of the Demon Suppression Army to remain ready for summons at any moment. Voices echoed throughout Lingu City from various directions, sparking fervent discussions among its residents.
Another cavern incident? Didn't it stabilize last time?
Who knows, but this seems quite severe.
Especially with a rift down there and an unknown number of exotic beasts. In my opinion, we should pack our things and prepare to flee. Coward. General Yi is personally involved, what could possibly go wrong? Exactly. With General Yi here, Jiangbei is safe, and so am I.
Amidst the sounds of television broadcasts, many pedestrians expressed their concerns, with the initial reaction to the cavern eruption being panic in flight. Yet, on second thought, with Ye personally attending to the situation, what was there to fear?
Ye, hailing from Jiangbei, was the son of a prominent commander in the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Army.
He later enrolled in a martial arts university and made his mark on the battlefield, earning numerous accolades and succeeding his father in rank. He subsequently rose to the position of commander of Jiangbei, having defended the region for over 20 years without a major conflict. Thus, in the hearts of many in Jiangbei, Ye was akin to a guardian deity. At the military headquarters, in the conference room, Ye slammed his palm on the table, seething with anger.
What is the current status of the cavern? Who told me it was stable? He had personally visited the cavern last night, and the situation down below was dire.
At least hundreds of formidable exotic beasts were active beneath, and their numbers were rising alarmingly.
An eruption could occur at any moment. General. The cavern was rated beyond a SSS level, inherently perilous. We have been overly complacent.
We never expected there to be a rift down there, someone sighed, acknowledging the gravity of the situation.
The current circumstances are quite precarious.
Based on the levels and numbers of the exotic beasts reported from below, if an eruption occurs, our forces in Lingu City may not be able to withstand it, a bespectacled, cultured individual remarked after a moment of silence in the conference room.
With this statement, an ominous silence fell once more over the room. The number of aberrant beasts has reached a terrifying level, and an outbreak could occur at any moment. If the Demon Suppression Army in Lingu City cannot maintain control, the consequences will be dire.
After all, Lingu City occupies a central position in Jiangbei.
Should we not consider transferring forces from other areas of the Demon Suppression Army to Lingu City, just in case?
A division commander inquired.
However,
this suggestion was swiftly countered. No, the current distribution of the Demon Suppression Army in Jiangbei is balanced, with each unit fulfilling its duties.
What would happen if we recklessly withdrew troops from other defensive lines? Upon hearing this, not only did others frown,
but even Ye could not help but furrow his brow.
The 73rd Division and the 26th Division, you are to reassign 3 regiments each from your ranks,
while the remaining forces shall remain in their positions for the time being. Furthermore, concentrate all military forces in Lingu City within the cavern for a thorough eradication operation.
It is imperative that we eliminate all aberrant beasts before an outbreak occurs and seal the rift.
After a prolonged silence, Ye finally spoke. With the issuance of Ye orders, the others no longer hesitated and promptly commenced their actions. Soon, the military forces in Jiangbei were mobilized on a grand scale,
infusing the entire city with an atmosphere of solemnity.
Ye Linyuan also sensed the unusual activity in Jiangbei. He gazed at the television broadcast with an impassive expression. He was most acutely aware of the situation within the cavern, yet he was taken aback that it remained unresolved after such a long time.
Had Ye truly been preoccupied with paving the way for Ye by neglecting the cavern?
However, Ye Linyuan dismissed the thought. As a soldier,
he ought to resolve the cavern issue before departing. This was not merely aiding Ye, but a duty to the ordinary citizens of Lingu City. Yet, upon further reflection, as the overall commander of the Demon Suppression Army, Ye should find it manageable to address a single cavern.
He did not wish to witness Ye displeasure. Thus, after bidding farewell to the Zhang family, Ye Linyuan set forth on his journey to the capital. Nearly an hour had passed when the cavern erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. All the aberrant beasts surged forth like famished wild dogs, relentlessly assaulting the defenses established by the demon suppression army. The speed of this onslaught took everyone by surprise, particularly those within the demon suppression army. Several divisions had just arrived and were immediately thrust into battle. Ye Tai could no longer remain seated at the military headquarters and directly made his way to the cavern's encampment.
The magnitude of such an outbreak commanded immense attention.
"Commander Yi, the provincial governor has arrived," a voice announced from outside, belonging to Su Qianlong.
"Come in."
Ye Tai rubbed his temples, feeling fatigued. The recent turmoil surrounding the martial examination had already left him troubled. Now faced with the cavern's explosive outbreak, and the inability to suppress it at the first instance, he found himself in a most vexing predicament.
Li Xingwen entered and glanced at the distant defensive line before turning to Ye Tai and inquiring, "What is the situation? Please give me a clear understanding."
"If it is dire, I must quickly notify the public to evacuate."
As the provincial governor, Li Xingwen could not directly intervene with the demon suppression army. However, given the stakes concerning the survival of Lingwu City, he was compelled and entitled to ascertain the truth of the situation. "The outlook is rather bleak. It may be time to prepare for evacuation."
As the eruption from the underground caverns has occurred far too abruptly, and several of my main forces have yet to arrive. Ye Tai rubbed his temples, his voice heavy with concern. Given his position as a general, there is no fault to be found in this matter. The loss of the underground stronghold transpired only after the assessment was made.
A large-scale evacuation will undoubtedly require reporting,
and the military will become aware of the situation in Jiangbei. The reputation Ye Tai has built over 20 years could be shattered in an instant.
However,
Ye Tai understands that he cannot trade the lives of so many in Lingwu City for his own prestige. "All right, I understand," Li Xingwen nodded, observing Ye Tai's haggard appearance,
hesitating as he stood still. "Is there something else you wish to discuss?" Ye Tai inquired, brow furrowed.
"Ah, never mind, it's nothing, I shall take my leave." Li Xingwen suddenly shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Ye Tai, with a frown, watched his departing figure and muttered after a moment, utterly perplexing. Chapter 39, The situation escalates, Jiangbei must change command. If all else fails, assistance could be sought from other military divisions to ascertain if any troops are available for mobilization. Li Xingwen stepped out briefly before returning, hesitating for a moment. Although he refrained from voicing his thoughts directly, he came close to doing so. His intention was to have Ye Tai contact Ye Linyuan, the eastern commander, as mobilizing troops would be a relatively straightforward task. Moreover, given the battlefield context, Ye Linyuan would undoubtedly set aside personal sentiments. However, upon reflection, Li Xingwen realized that if he voiced this suggestion, Ye Tai might not take it seriously,
potentially jeopardizing his own standing.
In these dire times, with the war intensifying, Ye Tai, as the backbone of the demon suppression army, must not encounter any setbacks. Li Xingwen departed from the front lines and promptly returned to the provincial governor's office, where a citywide evacuation order was issued.
Instantly,
the entire Lingwu city was abuzz with chatter.
Was the abyss truly that formidable? Even General Yi, who personally ventured there, was unable to quell the chaos?
As a native of Lingwu City, the abrupt order to evacuate was jarring. Time was of the essence, survival was paramount. With the city now under a state of full military readiness, it was evident that the situation at the front lines was far worse than anticipated. The evacuation of Lingwu's citizens sparked a considerable uproar, drawing the attention of the outside world. Lingwu City is the heart of Jiangbei. Should it fall,
the entire region could succumb to ruin, transforming Jiangbei into a new battleground.
Consequently, the pressure on the military command intensified greatly. Furthermore, even the attention of the capital was captured. Initially, it was believed that the various regions were relatively tranquil, with preparations underway for a grand military competition. What they did not foresee, however, was the emergence of such a significant crisis in Jiangbei. Prior to this, they had dispatched a master of spiritual arts to assess the situation within the abyss. Now, with a major eruption occurring, the evacuation of citizens, and Lingwu City teetering on the brink of disaster, Jiangbei was in a precarious state. It is crucial to acknowledge that Jiangbei is home to hundreds of millions of people. Should the region fall, where would they go? How many lives would be lost to this calamity? This represents a grave dereliction of duty on the part of the Jiangbei military command. Within the military command, Ye Tai's expression fluctuated between stormy and calm. Just moments ago, the command center had contacted him, not only berating him sternly but also demanding an expedited resolution to the abyssal crisis. In the face of such pressure, regardless of his audacity, Ye Tai dared not defy orders. Fortunately, the capital had not directly held him accountable for the previous summons of Ye Linyuan back to the command center. Yet, Ye Tai was acutely aware that had it not been for the imminent eruption of the abyss, would the capital have remained so patient? Commander, the situation at the front lines is deteriorating rapidly. All available troops have been mobilized, yet these aberrant beasts are ferocious. Without reinforcements, our defenses can withstand no more than 3 days. A commanding officer reported gravely to Ye Tai. Upon hearing this, Ye Tai fell into a profound silence. 3 days left before they would have to evacuate Lingwu City entirely. At that time, the citizens of Lingwu City should have mostly evacuated, which would minimize the losses if Ye Tai were to withdraw. However, how could Ye Tai bear such a thought? He had defended Jiangbei for over 20 years, and the people regarded him as their guardian deity. If he failed to completely suppress the aberrant beasts back into the abyss this time, his reputation built over 2 decades would be utterly destroyed. He would become the first general to be driven from his stronghold by these beasts. Such a loss of dignity was intolerable for Ye Tai. Yizhua, perhaps we should notify other battle zones to see if we can mobilize some troops? Someone suggested. Ye Tai waved his hand dismissively, replying calmly, "There is no need. Let the forces stationed at the 8th and 9th defense lines return to reinforce and suppress the aberrant beasts. Additionally, we should form a coalition of martial artists from the nearby cities and martial arts associations to hold the 8th and 9th lines." After much hesitation, Ye Tai ultimately rejected the proposal. Seeking assistance from other military districts would require at least a day or 2 to arrive, and by then, whether the defense lines could hold was uncertain. Moreover, there was the issue of reputation. As the general of Jiangbei, commanding 300,000 demon suppression troops, how could he allow a rebellion from the abyss to throw the region into chaos? What would outsiders think if word got out? If reinforcements could arrive before the defense lines crumbled, that would be one thing. But if they did not make it in time, he would be losing both face and men. He could always take to the field himself if necessary. Ye Tai's decision was not without merit. He was a top-tier powerhouse. Having fought on the battlefield for many years, he was acutely aware of the abilities and weaknesses of the aberrant beasts. Even against a true dragon-level beast, he had his methods of dealing with them. However, this uprising from the abyss was too sudden and swift. The defense lines were collapsing one after another. And within just an hour, the once formidable defenses of Lingwu City had been reduced to the last line. This rapid development took everyone by surprise. Meanwhile, in the capital, a series of frontline reports were being delivered to the conference room table. The elder at the forefront wore a grim expression, filled with rage. What was Ye Tai thinking? Given the severity of the situation in the abyss, why had he not reported it immediately? Now, with only one defense line remaining in Lingwu City, the entire Jiangbei was on the brink of collapse. The elder's gaze fell upon the battle reports, a mix of anger and concern washing over him. If Jiangbei fell and became a new battleground, not only would the living space for humanity shrink, but how many lives and martial artists would be needed to eradicate the aberrant beasts? Marshal, the situation in Jiangbei is dire. Most of the demon suppression troops are scattered across various defense lines. The level of the abyss is exceedingly high, and the uprising is rapid. It is understandable that we cannot address it immediately, but Ye Tai's failure to report early is indeed problematic. Someone interjected. Now is not the time to apportion blame. We must focus on resolving the crisis in the abyss. Another voice asserted. As for Jiangbei's demon suppression troops stationed at each defense line, we cannot recklessly mobilize them. If we do, and other lines fall, we will be left vulnerable on all fronts. A serious-faced officer analyzed the situation. Send orders to the entire army. The nearest demon suppression troops to Jiangbei, regardless of their current missions, must abandon them and proceed to Jiangbei for support.
Moreover, is Ye Linyuan not stationed in Jiangbei?
Let him refrain from returning, mobilize the Eastern Demon Suppression Army to take his place, and temporarily withdraw Yitai, allowing Ye Linyuan to assume command.
At this moment,
the elder inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury as he spoke.
As his words fell, various orders began to disseminate throughout the military.
Almost simultaneously, all squads of the Demon Suppression Army station near Jiangbei received the command. Naturally, Ye Linyuan was no exception. However, as this news spread, the Jiangbei military headquarters was met with Yitai's incredulity.
The military command intended to replace him with another?
It is crucial to note that he is the general of Jiangbei, the very pillar of spirit for the entire region. Furthermore, having defended Jiangbei for over 20 years,
can one simply be dismissed at will?
Yitai was filled with disbelief, given his credentials and achievements, who possesses the merit to succeed him.
Chapter 40, Who can replace me, Yitai? Assistance from all directions.
In the Jiangbei military headquarters, a multitude of individuals gathered.
The news of the leadership change in Jiangbei had spread, inciting an uproar. Those present were all high-ranking officials of the Jiangbei military,
with the lowest rank being that of a division commander. No one had anticipated such an order from the capital. Although the situation in the abyss was closely intertwined with the military, it seemed unreasonable to change commanders in the midst of a crisis.
Yet, upon reflection,
the complexities of Jiangbei's circumstances and the precarious state of Lingwu City warranted such a decision from the capital, presumably for the sake of Jiangbei.
But who would take his place? The Eastern commander, the Western commander, or perhaps a martial saint, or even a general dispatched directly from the capital?
Amidst their internal deliberations,
they pondered the implications of Yitai's esteemed position and his long-standing contributions. Who could possibly replace him?
Everyone was aware of the news from the capital. From this moment until the new commander arrives at the headquarters, I shall temporarily oversee operations here,
directing the Demon Suppression Army to eliminate the aberrant beasts. Yitai's countenance remained calm, yet his tone betrayed an enigmatic undertone.
While he articulated his words thus,
his inner thoughts diverged significantly.
As the commander of the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Army, his rank was among the top 10 in the military.
Who could dare to usurp his position?
It would only be conceivable if a few high-ranking officials from the military personally intervened.
However, such a possibility was exceedingly slim,
as those individuals were already of martial saint caliber. Yitai felt a chilling sensation within. The capital's decision had left him utterly bereft of dignity. To be replaced on the battlefield, he would likely be the first in history. Commander Yi, regardless of the circumstances, I acknowledge you as our sole commander in Jiangbei.
Indeed.
Several main forces were en route, and it would not be long before they could thoroughly suppress the aberrant beasts. We shall promptly communicate with the capital. You have guarded Jiangbei for so long, and yet they wish to replace you so casually. As Yitai's voice trailed off,
many in attendance could no longer refrain from expressing their discontent. They stood up for Yitai.
Within the Jiangbei military headquarters, these individuals were essentially Yitai's trusted confidants,
most of whom he had personally promoted. Thus, their loyalty to him was undeniable.
Observing this, Yitai's expression remained largely unchanged.
Yet internally he could not help but feel a flicker of amusement.
Nevertheless, he feigned seriousness as he declared, "Preposterous.
The orders of the military command must be obeyed. Moreover,
the capital merely stated it was temporary. They did not assert that I, Yitai, would be permanently replaced." Upon hearing his words,
the atmosphere in the room fell into a momentary silence.
Nevertheless, a voice emerged, "Commander Yi, even if it is temporary, I shall not heed his orders."
Yitai waved his hand dismissively, responding coolly, "Enough.
Our immediate priority is to resolve the abyss situation, not to debate whose orders to follow. You all return to your posts. The final line of defense must not falter before the main forces arrive."
"Yes, Commander Yi." As the assembly dispersed, Yitai's demeanor transformed into one of icy determination. To replace him? Was this not a slap in the face to Yitai?
He resolved to demonstrate to the capital and the outside world that even without anyone else, he could still resolve the crisis within the abyss.
Shortly after departing, Ye Linyuan received news from Kyoto. He couldn't help but feel a headache. Was it truly necessary for him to intervene in a mere underground cavern? After finally securing a few days of respite from the eastern battlefield, he found himself thrust back into turmoil. What were the current reports from Jiangbei concerning this cavern?
Standing by the roadside, he inquired of Ye Linyuan, who was engrossed in her tablet.
The outlook was rather grim. Just half an hour prior,
Lingwu City had issued a Level 1 combat readiness alert, with everyone evacuating, indicating that the upheaval within the cavern had surpassed military expectations. Ye Linyuan remarked while scrolling through the latest updates. Ye Tai is indeed overly concerned for his son, amidst his focus on Ye Baiwu's examination. He has failed to manage such critical matters as the cavern. It is no wonder Kyoto has decided to remove him from his post. Ye Linyuan nodded, his tone wavering.
So, what shall we do now? Ye Linyuan asked. We must return. Even if not for Ye Tai, we owe it to Jiangbei, Ye Linyuan replied calmly.
If Jiangbei were left solely in Ye Tai's hands amidst a battlefield scenario, Ye Linyuan would not hesitate to depart. Ye Tai's fate held no significance for him.
However,
this was Jiangbei, home to hundreds of millions, and it had not yet succumbed to the chaos of war.
He had to return.
This was not only a military order but also a profound responsibility. Before long, at the Jiangbei military headquarters, military vehicles and helicopters arrived in succession, bringing forth the demon suppression army from various regions. Their ranks varied, predominantly comprising master-level warriors, with even some junior grandmasters among them.
This influx exhilarated Ye Tai.
Within a mere half hour, at least 1,000 individuals had assembled, and their prowess was formidable. One must not underestimate this contingent, organized into specialized teams.
Their combat effectiveness would be at least doubled.
As the saying goes, quality surpasses quantity.
Most of these individuals were masters, demonstrating impressive combat capabilities.
This instilled within Ye Tai a robust confidence in quelling the cavern crisis. As for the newly appointed commander from Kyoto, Ye Tai was entirely unconcerned.
In Jiangbei,
there was only one commander, and that was him.
Moreover, he had yet to encounter this newly parachuted commander from Kyoto.
In the military conference room, numerous unfamiliar faces gathered. Once everyone had arrived, Ye Tai promptly convened a meeting. The objective was straightforward: to stabilize the situation regarding the cavern before the arrival of the commander. In doing so, neither Kyoto nor the outside world could accuse him of negligence. He might even garner significant achievements.
This is the current situation. Does everyone understand? Ye Tai surveyed the room, speaking in a measured tone.
On the large screens within the conference room, real-time updates of the defense lines were displayed.
Understood, Ye Zua, came the response from one of the newcomers.
Ye Tai nodded and stated, the eruption of the subterranean realm has been swift,
with an alarming number and level of aberrant beasts.
This presents us with a formidable challenge. My sole demand is to repel these creatures before our defenses crumble, regardless of the cost. The crowd nodded in agreement, their expressions grave. They had all witnessed the dire situation. The entire Lingwu city, or rather, all of Jiangbei,
was left with but a final line of defense.
This was crucial to the future of Jiangbei. Now, I shall devise our strategy. You need not concern yourselves with the front lines. The Jiangbei demon suppression army will continually fortify them.
At this moment,
I require a small team of those in the refinement realm to flank the battlefield and divert the attention of the aberrant beasts from our defenses.
Additionally, all master-level combat gear should be transitioned to aerial operations, employing large-scale weaponry to eliminate the aberrant beasts.
Ye Tai swiftly arranged the tactics, drawing upon his extensive combat experience as the commander of Jiangbei.
As he laid out the strategy,
seasoned veterans who had just arrived to provide support silently marveled at his decisiveness. Such was the hallmark of a commander, executing plans with both vigor and precision,
orchestrating everything in a harmonious and orderly manner. Chapter 41, Are you not qualified?
I have a habit of arriving early.
Following the tactical arrangements,
the demon suppression army commenced their operations. With the support of the defensive lines, the situation improved considerably, as the frequency and number of beast attacks diminished significantly.
Furthermore,
With the presence of master warriors hunting in the battlefield, the monstrous entities soon found themselves at a disadvantage. Seizing this opportunity, the demon suppression army advanced considerably. Ye Tai stood before the screen, observing the real-time images projected by the satellites. After several days of a stern countenance, a hint of a smile finally graced his face. Indeed, they had successfully reclaimed the second and third defensive lines, and if this continued for a while longer, they would regain the entire perimeter. The joy within Ye Tai was palpable. He was determined to quell the monstrous uprising without the aid of those in Kyoto. He could accomplish this alone. However, as the situation improved, Ye Zhuo, recalling previous lessons, reminded them to remain vigilant, for this was still a cavern exceeding the peril of 3S ranks. One of the commanders also appeared slightly relieved, but he quickly regained his composure and voiced a warning. Ye Tai nodded in acknowledgement, suppressing his earlier smile. The cavern's level was alarmingly high, and there existed a fissure below. Unless the source was addressed, the monstrous entities would never be eradicated. We must first exert every effort to force the beasts back to their lairs, before devising a strategy to destroy the fissure, Ye Tai contemplated aloud. However, after speaking, he seemed to recollect something and hesitated to inquire, by the way, has Ye Linyuan arrived yet? In his mind, he considered Ye Linyuan a member of the demon suppression army. Given the orders from Kyoto, he ought to be here to join in the fight against the beasts. Yet, Ye Tai's concern was not merely for Ye Linyuan, but rather for the merits. If he arrived, success in this campaign would undoubtedly earn him significant recognition. With his influence, Ye Linyuan's accolades could easily amount to at least 10,000 points. Of course, this was not solely for Ye Linyuan, but for Ye Bai. After all, Ye Linyuan's achievements would ultimately reflect upon Ye Bai. Prior to this, he had not considered such matters. His thoughts consumed by the urgent need to quell the beastly outbreak. Only now, as the situation began to stabilize, did Ye Tai recall these concerns. The past few days had indeed been fraught with worry for him, not only due to the cavern's predicament but also because of Ye Bai. Not only had he lost the title of champion, but he had also been rejected by the Sacred Martial Academy. His most promising son's future now seemed bleak and uncertain. As a father, how could he not be concerned for Ye Bai? The reinforcements from the demon suppression army reported that they had not spotted Ye Linyuan. The commander shook his head and spoke. Upon hearing this, Ye Tai could not help but furrow his brow. Could he truly disregard the orders from Kyoto? What a cowardly wretch! Ye Tai thought coldly, and after a brief change of expression, he commanded. Contact him via military communication and instruct him to arrive here within half an hour. After issuing the order, Ye Tai added, almost casually, since he is my son, how can there be any excuse for him not to come to battle? I will not only summon him, but I will also have him charge into the fray first. He must set an example for everyone, demonstrating that I, Ye Tai, stand on the same battlefield as the soldiers. There shall be no special privileges. As soon as these words were spoken, both the senior officials of the demon suppression army who had come to provide support and the high-ranking officials of Jiangbei inhaled deeply, their faces reflecting profound admiration. Such words and actions displayed remarkable courage. To send one's own son into the fray first, how many could truly accomplish such a feat? Outside the military headquarters, Ye Linyuan accompanied Zhao Lingshuan to reassess the situation in the underground lair. Only by gaining a clearer understanding could they devise a more suitable solution. However, as he prepared to return to the military office, he was unexpectedly halted. At the entrance stood a commanding officer, his gaze icy. Ye Linyuan, why have you only just arrived now? Do you realize that the aberrant beasts are in chaos and all the demon suppression army in Jiangbei are engaged in battle? How can you, as the son of Commander Yi, remain aloof? Are you waiting until the front lines are nearly concluded to show up? The officer, appearing to be in his early 40s, unleashed a barrage of reprimands upon seeing Ye Linyuan. Upon closer inspection, he bore a slight resemblance to Ye Tai. Ye Linyuan recognized him at once. Under different circumstances, he would have addressed him as uncle. However, in the current context, have I ever been one to arrive early? You might want to inquire in the East, who dares to question my actions? Ye Linyuan retorted with a cold smirk, showing no mercy. The officer, sharing a close bond with Ye Tai, deserved no courtesy from him. You. Yi Shan's expression shifted, clearly unprepared for Ye Linyuan's audacious response. Ye Linyuan, this is not your home, this is the military, this is the battlefield.
I am addressing you in my capacity as a superior. Do you understand what your behavior would be classified as on the battlefield?
Ye Shan inhaled deeply, his countenance darkening.
Superior?
Ye Linyuan glanced at the insignia on Ye Shan's shoulder and couldn't help but scoff, calmly stating, "You have yet to earn that title." Ye Shan's face darkened further as he coldly remarked, "Even back then, I recognized you as an ungrateful wretch, impossible to nurture. It seems my assessment was indeed correct. I have heard that you have repeatedly defied your elder brother, showing utter disrespect. Today, as your uncle, I shall teach you a lesson on how to respect your elders." Ye Linyuan found the situation amusing. It truly was a case of like father, like son. Nevertheless, he was disinclined to explain himself. In the mindset of such individuals, perhaps everything he did for the Ye family was expected. Moreover, all that he possessed belonged to the Ye family. What was the use of explanations? "You, a mere commanding officer, hold quite the bravado. Do you know with whom you are speaking?" At that moment, Zhao Lingshuan could no longer restrain herself from interjecting. Ye Shan turned, only to realize that a major general stood beside Ye Linyuan. "Chief, you heard his words just now. Not only does he show disrespect to his elders, but he also disregards military orders. As an elder, it is my duty to discipline him." Ye Shan's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily attempted to clarify. Yet, he remained puzzled. How was this major general standing alongside Ye Linyuan? Moreover, this major general appeared so unfamiliar. Could it be that someone from Kyoto has been dispatched to replace the elder brother? If that is indeed the case, it would simplify matters considerably. Merely a major general. Zhao Lingshuan furrowed her brow slightly and discreetly cast a glance at Ye Linyuan. She was not well versed in the intricacies of Ye Linyuan's family affairs. Given that the other party had some connection to him, she refrained from being too unequivocal in her statements. However, the demeanor of the other individual was exceedingly excessive. "I have already stated that you lack the qualifications, be gone at once." Upon witnessing the instant capitulation of the individual, Ye Linyuan had no desire to engage in further trivialities. Ye Shan shot a fierce glare at Ye Linyuan, silently stepping aside, yet inwardly seething with vitriol, cursing Ye Linyuan as a wretched creature. After all, with a major general at Ye Linyuan's side, the other S rank was indeed insufficient. Lacking qualifications? Do I possess such qualifications? At that moment, a deep and cold voice resonated from behind. Chapter 42. You, a general of your rank, have no authority to command me. Do I possess such qualifications? A deep, cold voice resonated, and many present at the military camp adopted solemn expressions, rendering a military salute. Ye Shan was no exception. Yi Tai approached, accompanied by a multitude of officers. Zhao Lingshuan observed Yi Tai, her countenance remaining tranquil. However, a myriad of questions plagued her mind, stemming from the earlier exploration of the underground cave. Ye Linyuan, is he not a son of the Yi family? Why does it appear that his relationship with Yi Tai is so strained? Shouldn't the ascension of one's son to a high military position be a cause for celebration? Why then is he being cast out of the family? Nevertheless, she felt it inappropriate to inquire further. As Yi Tai drew closer, he cast a cold glance at Zhao Lingshuan before fixing his gaze upon Ye Linyuan. "This is the military headquarters, a battlefield, not your home. Temper your foul disposition and do not bring disgrace upon me." Indeed, as Yi Tai asserted, this was the military headquarters. In his view, Ye Linyuan could defy and confront him in private, but here, within the confines of the camp, his words bore the weight of military orders, which Ye Linyuan was compelled to obey. Failure to do so would be tantamount to insubordination. "With what authority do you speak to me?" Ye Linyuan arched an eyebrow, regarding him with an odd expression. Upon hearing this, Yi Tai hesitated momentarily. He was well aware of the implications behind Ye Linyuan's words, having severed ties. What shame could possibly remain? Yet, he chose not to elaborate further. Given his recent understanding of Ye Linyuan, he could potentially reveal everything, thus tarnishing his own reputation. What authority? The commander of Jiangbei, a one-star general of the military, not merely a father, for this is a battlefield. Yi Tai replied coldly. Upon utterance of these words, several high-ranking members of the Demon Suppression Army and external reinforcements displayed expressions of admiration.
It was said that when the situation at the front grew dire, Ye Tai, despite being far away in Jiangbei, still sent his own son to the front lines. Such resolve and magnanimity could not fail to inspire respect and reverence. The crowd marveled. Even among the prominent commanders of the Xia nation, few could achieve such a feat. As Ye Tai's voice faded, his close associates began to speak in succession. Linyuan. When I sought you out years ago, I was by Ye's side. You cannot imagine how delighted he was upon finding you. I have heard that during your return, you have not even crossed the threshold of your home, wishing to sever ties with Yizhua. Is this true? It is only natural for a child to exhibit a bit of temper. It is likely that after spending years in the military, you have picked up some undesirable habits. When you are reassigned to Jiangbei, I shall personally guide you. Indeed, Linyuan, in terms of seniority, we are all your elders. Listen to your uncles and elders, and cease this quarrel with your father. Jiangbei is in turmoil, precariously teetering on the brink. As the son of the commander, how can you be so thoughtless? As Ye Tai's words fell, a chorus of reproaches and admonitions enveloped him. They assumed the role of elders, citing his apparent immaturity as justification. Beneath their seemingly benevolent visages lay a cacophony of condemnation. Witnessing this scene, Ye Tai could not help but let out a cold laugh within. In Jiangbei, no one had ever dared to defy him, not even Ye Linyuan. Outside his control, Ye Tai found himself at a loss for words, but within the military, the dynamics were different. Not only Ye Tai, but even the senior officials of the demon-subduing army, who had come to lend their support, regarded Ye Linyuan with altered gazes. A few terse phrases in this tableau presented itself like a benevolent yet helpless father confronting a rebellious and obstinate son. Clearly, they had already branded Ye Linyuan with the label of a rebel in their minds. Listening to the voices around him and then glancing at Ye Tai, Ye Linyuan noticed a faint smile playing upon the latter's lips. In response, Ye Linyuan scoffed, addressing those who had spoken moments before, elders. To whom do you claim that title? I have no connection with Ye Tai, so kindly temper your expressions, lest I expel you all from the military camp. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated like thunder within everyone's hearts, altering their perceptions of Ye Linyuan in that instant. Arrogance, insolence, disregard for authority, and contempt for discipline, all such labels began to affix themselves to him. No one expected Ye Linyuan to dare speak in such a manner, even directly addressing Ye Tai by name. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. How could he speak so boldly? He demonstrated a complete lack of regard for the senior officials of Jiangbei, and even for General Yi. The demeanor of a privileged second-generation offspring, a style marked by arrogance and insolence, evoked both outrage and astonishment. How could General Yi, renowned for his illustrious reputation, have such a son? At this moment, some external members of the demon-subduing army could not help but murmur among themselves. Ye Linyuan's display of arrogance was astonishing, devoid of any rationale. And he had seemingly offended the entirety of Jiangbei's high command. Even if your father is Ye Tai, such insolence is unacceptable. As for Ye Linyuan, he could not be bothered to explain, nor did he deem it worthy of his time. These individuals were not deserving of his explanations. Misunderstandings or differing opinions, what did it matter? He had no desire to waste time elucidating matters to those of little significance. Impudent, Ye Linyuan! How dare you behave so insolently? It appears that the neglect in your upbringing when you joined the military has rendered you so uncouth. You have brought disgrace upon my name. Ye Tai's expression shifted slightly as he stepped forward, his voice rising in anger. Raising his hand, he feigned a strike. Ye Linyuan sidestepped gracefully, his demeanor unflinching. I have no time for your nonsense. Were it not for the military's orders, I would have long since departed for the capital. Step aside. The expressions of those present shifted once more, astonished at being addressed so casually. This was utterly rebellious. Upon seeing Ye Linyuan evade him, Ye Tai recalled the peculiar force of vitality Ye Linyuan had displayed previously. He wore a cold expression, surveying the surroundings with a hint of apology as he spoke. Lax discipline has led to this embarrassment before you all. With a formidable enemy at our doorstep, let us set this matter aside for now. I shall send him to the vanguard battalion to redeem himself through merit. Ye Tai's voice resonated powerfully as he called out, Ye Linyuan. As the head of the military department, I hereby command you to report to the vanguard battalion. Do you understand?
Ye Tai's words effectively constituted a military order. His earlier suggestion to temporarily note the incident was a concession, otherwise, given Ye Linyuan's conduct, he would undoubtedly face repercussions from the military inspectors. At this juncture, should Ye Linyuan continue to disobey, it would amount to defiance of military orders, especially on the battlefield.
General of Jiangbei? A general of your rank lacks the authority to command me.
Furthermore, from this moment forth, I shall take command of Jiangbei.
Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow, his tone unwaveringly calm. Chapter 43, Has Kyoto lost its mind? Ye Tai is completely stunned.
You, a general of your rank, have no authority to command me.
The words of Ye Linyuan echoed through the air, plunging the room into silence.
All present stared in astonishment at Ye Linyuan, their minds racing through myriad scenarios. They had anticipated various reactions from him: unyielding defiance to military orders, or perhaps a calm acceptance, but never had they imagined he would utter such a declaration.
Ye Tai,
a one-star general and the commander of Jiangbei, held a position that ranked among the top 10 within the military hierarchy. The notion that Ye Tai had no power over him seemed utterly ludicrous. The crowd could hardly believe their ears; such a notion appeared impossible.
Even Ye Tai himself was taken aback. After a moment of bewilderment, he gradually regained his composure.
Guards! Take him to the forward camp. Anyone daring to flee shall face military justice. Ye Tai's expression darkened; he was convinced that Ye Linyuan had lost his sanity. In this military camp, in Jiangbei? What difference was there between him and a local emperor?
Who would dare intervene? As a reckless youth stepped forward, intent on seizing Ye Linyuan, Zhao Lingshuan could not help but interject sharply, "Major General, this is Jiangbei, not your Kyoto."
Ye Tai, noticing this, offered a cold reminder. Just as Zhao Lingshuan prepared to retort, Ye Linyuan halted her. From this moment forth, I shall take command of the Jiangbei military.
Do you not comprehend?
Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow, addressing Ye Tai with palpable impatience. Ye Tai was momentarily perplexed, for a fleeting instant. He genuinely believed Ye Linyuan aimed to usurp the position of commander of Jiangbei from his brother.
However, a second thought crossed his mind: how could he possibly deserve such a role? Yet, Ye Linyuan's tone suggested he was not jesting. What do you mean? Ye Tai inquired, bewildered.
If you do not understand, go to the military headquarters and inquire. I shall reiterate one last time: the Jiangbei military is now under my command. The members of the demon suppression army stood frozen, taken aback by Ye Linyuan's imposing demeanor. It did not appear to be a mere act.
However,
they quickly recalled the recent announcement from the military headquarters regarding a change in command on the Jiangbei battlefield.
Could it be that the individual designated for this role was none other than Ye Linyuan?
As this realization dawned upon them, disbelief washed over the crowd. This young man could not be more than 20 years old. The average age of those present was a decade greater than his. How could he possibly take command of Jiangbei and become its commander? This was unfathomable. Not only were they thinking this, but Ye Tai shared the same sentiment. Why should Ye Linyuan have the authority to take command of Jiangbei? Yizhua, urgent telegram from Kyoto. At that moment, a soldier rushed over, saluting crisply. Ye Tai snatched the phone, and a voice soon resonated from the receiver. Yes, indeed, the individual in question is Ye Bai. It has been conveyed that you, Ye Tai, are to be accorded due respect. Do not say that Kyoto has failed to honor you. As the voice concluded, a busy signal followed. Yet Ye Tai's hand remained suspended in the air, unable to lower it for a prolonged moment. From Kyoto. It had been personally confirmed: the one designated to take command of Jiangbei was none other than the Ye Linyuan before him, who was also known in the military as Ye Bai. Upon reaching this point, Ye Tai finally comprehended the situation. The reason behind Ye Linyuan's audacious demeanor was revealed: he had obtained the imperial sword from the capital. However, one could not help but wonder why the capital would appoint Ye Linyuan in his stead. After all, Ye Linyuan was merely in his early 20s, lacking the extensive experience, strength, and accomplishments that he possessed. Had the capital gone mad to replace him with such an inexperienced individual? This would undoubtedly plunge Jiangbei into chaos. Yizhua, what do you think? A voice inquired from behind. Ye Tai slowly regained his composure, his expression grim and silent. It appeared he had tacitly accepted the situation.
Those witnessing this scene transitioned from disbelief to astonishment, their eyes widening as they gazed at Ye Linyuan. Could it truly be? The new commander of Jiangbei was indeed Ye Linyuan, a mere youth in his 20s and moreover, the son of Ye Tai. As this realization dawned upon the crowd, they fell silent, casting a glance at the sullen-faced Ye Tai. Observing this, Ye Linyuan chose not to engage further. You and you, effective immediately. You are suspended from your positions. He scanned the individuals who had stood behind Ye Tai and pointed to 3 or 4 of them, issuing a direct order. Among them was Ye Shan, who had just attempted to block his entrance. Why are you seeking personal vengeance, Ye Linyuan? How can you treat your uncle in such a manner? The voices pleaded. Ye Zua, say something. Disregarding their protests, Ye Linyuan strode towards the military headquarters. Turning back to address the assembly, all officers of the rank of general and above, along with master-level warriors, report to the military headquarters in half an hour. I require an update on the subterranean situation. As he issued this command, the crowd remained enveloped in shock, struggling to process the swift transformation of the previously arrogant second-generation warrior into the commander of Jiangbei. The disparity was immense. Yet, upon reflection, they pondered the military's intentions. This seemingly arbitrary reshuffling still placed the command within the Ye family. Was this truly how the military intended to handle Ye Tai's situation? It appeared biased in favor of Ye Tai. Moreover, it seemed that for at least a century, the command of Jiangbei would remain with the Ye family. With a collective sigh, the crowd ceased their speculations, recognizing that Ye Linyuan's orders demanded their immediate attention. Meanwhile, Ye Tai finally emerged from his state of shock and confusion. After much contemplation, he could not fathom why the military would replace him with Ye Linyuan. However, upon reflecting on the final statement, he discerned the underlying issue. Do not mistake silence for disrespect. The capital's hasty decision to change leadership could have easily tarnished Ye Tai's reputation. Yet, if such a grave error were to occur without any form of reprimand from the military, what would other battle zones think? Hence, the decision to appoint Ye Linyuan was made, ensuring that the command remained within the Ye family. This way, Ye Tai could still oversee Jiangbei. And when the monstrous beasts retreated, the accolades would still belong to him, Ye Tai, the commander. Otherwise, how could anyone outside possibly believe that a person in their 20s could lead the demon suppression army against aberrant beasts and avert the collapse of the great edifice? Ye Linyuan, the commander, is, to put it plainly, merely a fade for the public. Ye Tai pondered this notion, though he remained uncertain. Beyond this interpretation, he struggled to conceive any other rationale for Ye Linyuan's sudden appointment in Jiangbei as the commander. Yet, Ye Tai, ever the cautious individual, could not overlook the peculiarities surrounding this situation. What, indeed, is Ye Linyuan's true identity? In a command room within the military headquarters, Ye Tai sat wearily, flanked by his most trusted aides, including those recently suspended at Ye Linyuan's behest. What does this sudden change in command in the capital mean? How are we to proceed with the campaign now? These individuals continued to voice their discontent, offering half-hearted complaints. Ye Tai's fingers lightly drummed on the tabletop, his expression shifting restlessly as if he awaited something significant. Commander, we have uncovered some intelligence. A soldier quietly entered and whispered into Ye Tai's ear. Chapter 44, is it enough for him to confront his superior? Commander Ye, I have uncovered some information. A guard entered, whispering into Ye Tai's ear. Ye Tai's expression shifted as he responded, speak. Aside from his initial conjecture, Ye Tai struggled to comprehend why the military would appoint Ye Linyuan as his replacement. Regardless of Ye Tai's perceived shortcomings, it seemed implausible to replace him with someone who had only served in the military for 3 years. Consequently, Ye Tai speculated that Ye Linyuan must possess some extraordinary identity or background. Prior to this moment, he had indeed sensed something amiss and had even conducted a discreet investigation into Ye Linyuan, though he ultimately failed to gather comprehensive information. Nevertheless, he could surmise that after a year of service, achieving the rank of lieutenant, and with just 2 additional years of combat experience, Ye Linyuan could at most attain the rank of major. Such a young officer was certainly worthy of cultivation,
displaying remarkable martial talent and potential for greatness. However, it was perplexing that he would leap directly into the role of temporary commander of Jiangbei. Commander Ye, his background is exceedingly difficult to trace. Even those at the division level in the eastern region possess scant knowledge about him. However, reports from the capital indicate that Ye Linyuan's martial prowess is exceptional. And his battlefield achievements are notable, garnering significant attention from the military. This directive was issued directly from the capital without any prior indications. It is said he was promoted to the position of division commander of the 341st Division last year in the eastern region. Ye Tai inhaled sharply, momentarily rendered speechless. The military's esteem for a division commander in his 20s suggested achievements of at least 500,000. His rank was likely that of a major at the very least. Such youth, coupled with such accomplishments, indicated a talent almost supernatural. A bewildering array of emotions surged within him, leaving him unsettled. Where did this information originate? Was it from the individual I instructed you to inquire about? After a brief pause, Ye Tai gradually regained his composure. Yes, Commander Ye, replied the guard. Then proceed to inquire further, even among the martial noble families in the capital. I wish to ascertain the true capabilities of this young man who dares to usurp my position. Ye Tai spoke coldly, then waved his hand dismissively, signaling the guard to depart while he remained rigidly seated, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and contemplation. He seemed oblivious to those around him calling his name, lost in his thoughts. Meanwhile, in a command room, Ye Linyuan stood calmly before the screens displaying real-time updates from satellites regarding the cavern situation. The military had unexpectedly ordered him to take command of Jiangbei. Ye Linyuan needed to swiftly grasp the current conditions of the cavern, which appeared to be favorable at the periphery. The demon-subduing army was mounting a counteroffensive, forcing the aberrant beasts back to their lairs. However, this was merely a temporary respite. Ye Linyuan had ventured into the cavern once and retained some understanding of its depths. To resolve the cavern issue entirely, the rifts must be sealed, otherwise, the aberrant beasts would continue to emerge in droves. Having reviewed the situation, Ye Linyuan's mind began to formulate potential solutions. Emerging from the doorway, several figures approached him with evident fury. Ye Linyuan, what gives you the right to suspend my father's position? What authority do you possess? The group, clad in military uniforms, appeared quite youthful, likely still in their teens, with the eldest barely in his 20s. Among them, he distinctly recognized Ye Shan's son, Ye Changlin, who, by relation, was his cousin. However, that lineage was a remnant of the past. The news of Ye Linyuan's suspension of several high-ranking officials in Jiangbei had swiftly spread throughout the Jiangbei military, leaving everyone astounded. As those dismissed were loyal confidants of Ye Tai, with familial ties to him as well. Ye Linyuan's direct action left no regard for Ye Tai, effectively striking a blow to his dignity. Within the military, while these individuals were not overtly arrogant, they certainly behaved with a domineering attitude. Even officers of equal rank within the military were reluctant to provoke them, considering their association with Ye Tai. To challenge them was tantamount to opposing Ye Tai himself. Observing this, Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow, pondering whether such a lack of respect for hierarchy had permeated the Jiangbei military, allowing mere officers to question their superior. You, Ye Linyuan, do not mistake a feather for a command. Just because the military has entrusted you with temporary oversight does not grant you unchecked power. Do you believe I won't inform Uncle Ye and have him break your legs? The leading youth's face flushed red with anger upon uttering these words. Ye Linyuan could not help but chuckle, realizing that his predecessor's unfortunate circumstances had become fodder for gossip among these youths. Otherwise, given his previous status as the eldest son of the Ye family, how could they dare to shout at him so brazenly? The audacity of threatening him with physical harm from Ye Tai was astonishing. This behavior stemmed from a history where years ago, Ye Linyuan had been summoned back to the Ye family by Ye Tai, only to find himself unwelcome. Ye Bai and Ye Linyue had not regarded him as a brother, leading these youths to naturally dismiss him. Upon seeing him now, they still perceived him as the silent, easily bullied boy from years past. However, Ye Linyuan had no intention of engaging in their trivial banter. He did not even spare them a glance and calmly stated, according to military regulations,
How is one to be dealt with for disrespecting a superior and disobeying orders on the battlefield? Promptly, a soldier responded, reporting to the superior. Disrespecting a superior and disobeying orders on the battlefield can lead to imprisonment for 3 to 10 years, or in severe cases, execution, regardless of one's martial prowess or contributions. In normal circumstances, such penalties would not be so severe, but in light of the current outbreak of aberrant beasts, the situation was classified as wartime, necessitating harsher consequences. Let it be handled according to the regulations, Ye Linyuan stated coolly before proceeding towards the conference room. Initially, the group struggled to believe his words. Could the once meek boy truly wield such authority within the military now? However, their panic escalated as they noticed several soldiers advancing towards them. What are you doing? Do you truly dare to heed his words? Do you have any idea who I am? Hey, Ye Linyuan, are you not afraid of Uncle Yi? Several youths shouted loudly. A guard furrowed his brow and calmly instructed, "Take them away." Just then, a group approached from the distance, led by Yi Tai. What is going on here? A stern-faced officer inquired from behind. Seeing this scene, the young boy seized the opportunity and cried out, "Dad, save me! Ye Linyuan threatened to execute me. Uncle Yi! Ye Linyuan is so ruthless. When he first returned, I played with him, and now he treats us like this. Yes, Uncle Yi, you must make them stop." The boys, having been pampered since childhood and possessing extraordinary backgrounds, were regarded as arrogant scions in Jiangbei. Accustomed to their own arrogance, they still believed they could resolve the situation easily through their parents. What on earth is happening? Speak clearly, Yi Shan coldly demanded. His son was among these youths. Could he remain unconcerned? Chapter 45, with the bearing of a great general, is there a hint of discomfort within? Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the guards swiftly recounted the circumstances. Bang! Yi Shan, consumed by indignation, struck Yi Changlin across the face, exclaiming, "Who sent you to seek Ye Linyuan?" Yi Changlin was taken aback, instinctively recoiling along with the youths accompanying him, their mouths sealed in silence. "Father, why have you struck me?" Yi Changlin gazed incredulously at his father, astonished that such an act had occurred for the very first time in his life. "I would gladly strike you dead. Who permitted you to seek out Ye Linyuan?" Yi Shan's expression darkened ominously. It must be understood that Ye Linyuan currently held the position of general of Jiangbei, the most formidable authority within the Jiangbei military, even if only temporarily. He had even been the one to suspend Yi Shan from duty. "Father, I merely heard the news of your dismissal and was incensed," Yi Changlin whispered in defense. "How could someone like Ye Linyuan, who was brought back from outside, have the audacity to remove your position? Jiangbei belongs to our Yi family." At these words, Yi Shan's expression shifted dramatically, and he kicked Yi Changlin with force. His eyes filled with disappointment as he scolded, "Silence! Nonsense! How could I have produced such a fool?" Yi Shan was nearly driven to madness by anger. Although it was true that Ye Linyuan had been brought back, and Yi Tai had previously dismissed him, such matters should not be spoken of in front of Yi Tai. Furthermore, in that moment, Yi Shan had clearly observed the change in Yi Tai's demeanor. With Ye Linyuan's ascension to general solidified and his reputation as a martial genius established, who could predict whether Yi Tai might suddenly have a change of heart? To utter such words at this juncture was tantamount to courting disaster. Moreover, given that Yi Shan had already been suspended by Ye Linyuan, what merit was there in seeking out Ye Linyuan? "Yi Tai, my son has been spoiled. Please do not take it to heart. I assure you I shall educate him properly henceforth," Yi Shan added, glancing at Yi Tai with a lowered voice. Yi Tai cast a cold glance in his direction, remaining silent. Observing this exchange, Yi Changlin was immediately drenched in cold sweat, realizing the gravity of his earlier statement. "Yi Tai, they are still young, do you not think Ye Linyuan's punishment is a touch excessive?" Yi Shan, still mustering courage, pleaded for leniency. After his words, others began to voice their opinions in succession. "Let us detain them for now and deliberate later." Yi Tai contemplated briefly before speaking with a tone of indifference. "This." The guards hesitated. On one side stood the newly appointed general, and on the other, a bona fide one-star general, who had long been the defender of Jiangbei. Is my voice no longer of consequence?
Ye Tai's icy gaze fell upon the guard, who quickly shook his head in response.
Yes, Ye Tai.
In the military conference room, a long table made of black stone, measuring several meters in length, was adorned with military caps crafted from special materials. Seated on either side were numerous individuals, their shoulders embroidered with golden star insignias, their postures erect and expressions solemn.
In this place,
there were not only officers from the Jiangbei military headquarters but also those who had hastened to arrive after receiving orders from the command.
Among them,
seated in the main position, was a young man, conspicuously out of place in his absence of military attire. It was not that Ye Linyuan lacked a uniform, rather,
he had simply not brought one. He had returned solely to tend to his injuries and to visit his family's home, not anticipating the unfolding of such events.
A female officer, seemingly in her 30s, stood to report, "The situation in the underground cavern is quite dire. Aside from the primary locations within the mountain range,
new openings have emerged on both the eastern and western flanks. Most of the aberrant creatures have returned to their lairs, and the remaining ones can be cleared out within an hour."
Ye Linyuan nodded, his expression calm and unflinching as he stated, "In that case,
we must prepare for the next outbreak of these creatures by establishing 2 defensive lines on either side."
As his words settled, Ye Linyuan inquired, "Has the intelligence team arrived?"
"Commander."
One individual stood, ready to share the current status of the cavern. Leaning back in his chair, Ye Linyuan appeared somewhat aged.
Yet he emanated an aura befitting a leader.
Currently, the number of aberrant creatures in the cavern is exceedingly high, with preliminary estimates exceeding 10,000.
Among them,
the master class creatures number in the thousands, while the grand master class creatures are in the hundreds.
Moreover, additional aberrant creatures are emerging from the rifts. At this rate, by dawn,
the count of these creatures will reach a terrifying figure. A frown crossed the faces of everyone present. Over 1,000 master-class aberrant creatures, coupled with hundreds of grand master-class ones.
Should they erupt, it would undoubtedly lead to a bloody battle.
Furthermore, with more aberrant creatures arriving, the current troop strength may not suffice.
Ye Tai,
seated in a secondary position, listened attentively without interjecting.
He was keen to observe how Ye Linyuan would navigate this predicament.
"If anyone has suggestions, please share," he encouraged. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Linyuan spoke again. "I believe the current situation has escalated beyond our capacity to manage. We need to mobilize additional forces.
The aberrant creatures could erupt at any moment. Jiangbei's troop distribution is already stretched thin and cannot be easily relocated.
If we draw forces from elsewhere,
we may not reach them in time should an outbreak occur.
Therefore, we must prepare nuclear-grade weaponry,
so that we may respond adequately in the event of an eruption. Yet," he added, "should we resort to using nuclear-grade weaponry, Jiangbei would become uninhabitable for humanity."
An air of silence enveloped the conference room as all faced the daunting reality with a sense of confusion. Ye Tai could not help but reveal a faint smile. Mobilizing troops and formulating strategies requires decades of battlefield experience. He remained composed in his seat, awaiting inquiries regarding his perspective. However, before anyone could ask, Ye Linyuan preemptively stated, "Given the current number of aberrant creatures in the cavern, the Jiangbei forces are still able to cope. The most pressing issue lies with the rifts in the cavern. If they are not addressed promptly, no amount of reinforcements will be of any use." As his words echoed, many nodded in agreement.
"Thus,
I have resolved to assemble a small team comprised of grandmasters and masters to venture into the perilous rift of the cavern."
As Ye Linyuan's words resonated, a collective frown emerged among the assembly. "The depths of the cavern are exceedingly treacherous, is it not too reckless to proceed?" Some voiced their apprehensions.
"That is precisely why we require grandmasters and masters. Furthermore, I shall personally lead the expedition."
"What objections could there possibly be?" Ye Linyuan asserted,
rapping his fingers lightly upon the table as his gaze swept across the room.
Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the crowd once more. In light of the current circumstances,
there truly seemed to be no superior alternative. Moreover, as a commander on the battlefield, it is imperative to possess both audacity and ingenuity, otherwise, miracles remain elusive.
Therefore,
it is settled. There is no time to waste, we shall organize immediately.
Once the surrounding beasts are eradicated, we shall descend without delay. Chapter 46, The Astonishing Identity Emerges. Impossible. With Ye Linyuan's decisive proclamation, the meeting officially concluded. Although his decision bore significant risk, it garnered considerable approval from many attendees. Indeed, such audacious choices are not typically made by ordinary individuals. Initially, many were apprehensive, speculating that Ye Linyuan might falter during the meeting. After all, he appeared to be in his early 20s, while those present were predominantly high-ranking officials, with most being at the level of division commanders. Not to mention the presence of a one-star general. In the face of such formidable figures, Ye Linyuan not only remained undaunted but exuded an aura of seasoned maturity, reminiscent of a general who had long been battle-hardened. As the meeting concluded, a profound sense of admiration filled the hearts of the attendees. The events occurring outside were witnessed by all, yet in the eyes of those who were in the dark, a father and son remain inseparable, bound by familial ties. Thus, when they encountered Ye Tai, they would inevitably exchange a few words. However, Ye Tai's sentiments were markedly different. The more they praised Ye Linyuan's commendable qualities and his general-like demeanor, the more tumultuous Ye Tai's emotions became. A person he had once dismissed, even cast out from his home, now exhibited the qualities of a general? Ye Tai found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of conflicting feelings, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Earlier, he had sat in the conference room without uttering a word, while Ye Linyuan independently made his decisions, stripping away all else. One could not fault Ye Linyuan's performance during the meeting. He indeed possessed the bearing of a general. Before long, at the military camp, waves of exotic beasts were being eliminated, and the demon suppression army had established several defensive lines. Ye Linyuan arrived at this site, accompanied by a squad of 7 individuals. Judging by their military ranks, they were not of low standing, with the highest among them being a division commander, the station commander, Su Qianlong. Upon seeing Ye Linyuan and his entourage, promptly approached and rendered a military salute. Since learning of Ye Linyuan's identity and his sister's actions, Su Qianlong had been weighed down by a heavy heart. His concerns were not for his own fate, nor did he fear Ye Linyuan's intentions. For if Ye Linyuan truly wished him ill, his current status would have ensured his expulsion from the demon suppression army long ago. What truly burdened him was the transformation of his sister since her return, as if she had become an entirely different person, remaining sullen and reclusive at home, impervious to any attempts at consolation. Furthermore, he felt a pang of regret, as the military chief had nearly become his relative. Ye Linyuan merely nodded and stated, "Now, I must enter the cavern with them. You will monitor the situation above and be prepared to heed my commands at any moment." "Understood, Commander," Su Qianlong replied, his demeanor instantly turning grave. Given the current circumstances, entering the cavern undoubtedly posed significant challenges. He needed to muster every ounce of focus and readiness. "Very well. Let us depart," Ye Linyuan declared, and the military camp erupted with a surge of energy, akin to lightning cleaving the sky, stirring a powerful wind. Several individuals swiftly made their way into the mountains. Neither the Grand Masters nor the Masters could fly directly, they could only hover briefly. However, some wind element warriors were capable of achieving this at this stage. For other warriors, aside from their ability to hover momentarily, their speed had significantly increased. A master-level warrior, when unleashing their full power, could match the speed of a high-speed train at full throttle. In the blink of an eye, Ye Linyuan vanished from his original position. "Everyone, pay attention and heighten your vigilance. Remain alert to the situation in the cave and report to me at all times," Su Qianlong promptly commanded. Meanwhile, after Ye Linyuan departed from the military headquarters, Ye Tai resumed his position. With Ye Linyuan absent, someone had to oversee the situation, and naturally, Ye Tai's status made him the most suitable candidate. At this moment, within the military headquarters, Ye Tai's gaze fixated on the screen, observing Ye Linyuan and others jumping into the cave. Gradually, his focus returned. Now, it was a matter of whether they could seal the fissure. If successful, Jiangbei would be safeguarded. An officer, witnessing this, could not help but exclaim. Ye Tai, maintaining a composed demeanor, remained silent until his phone rang, prompting him to gradually react.
After glancing at the screen, a flicker of change crossed his expression as he walked outside.
What is it? Ye Tai inquired.
A voice resonated from the other end of the line, and Ye Tai's expression shifted from calm to furrowed brows, and then to bewilderment. Though he had harbored suspicions and preparations within, hearing it confirmed felt like a thunderclap echoing in his mind.
Are you saying that the Kyoto Holy Martial Academy has reached a conclusion and has refused admission?
Ye Tai's countenance darkened significantly, his gaze icy enough to kill. He had not anticipated that the Holy Martial Academy would indeed reject Ye Bai. Even without the title of martial champion or additional merits, Ye Bai's achievements were still sufficient. The Holy Martial Academy was clearly intent on opposing him, Ye Tai.
Ye Tai's expression grew increasingly frigid.
Losing the Holy Martial Academy also meant losing the title of martial champion. Everything he had envisioned had not come to pass.
Instead, Ye Linyuan's emergence had disrupted all his plans. Ye Linyuan. His possessions are nothing but Ye Bai's, aren't they?
Chapter 47, that majestic figure is
the martial saint.
Ye Tai's gaze was fixed on the imagery displayed on the screen, his expression inscrutable yet laden with unspoken implications. The issues within the cavern remained unresolved. And as the supreme commander, he had been dismissed, compounded by the arrival of distressing news from home. After safeguarding Jiangbei for over 2 decades, his sudden removal stirred speculation about his capabilities. Was it a case of unworthiness or inadequacy? Either scenario was intolerable for a figure of his stature and authority.
Moreover,
the turn of events concerning Ye Bai was entirely unforeseen. Previously, Ye Bai's acceptance into the Sacred Martial Academy seemed a foregone conclusion, a certainty embraced by all in Jiangbei. The prodigious son of the Ye family was anticipated to soar during the martial examination. Yet now, he faced rejection from the Sacred Martial Academy. This outcome was not only shocking to Ye Tai but likely to the entire region. As the saying goes, before embarking on a venture, one should refrain from premature declarations, saving the revelation for a triumphant moment. In this case, Ye Bai's aspirations had become public knowledge, and the subsequent rejection bore an immense humiliation. Particularly for a lineage steeped in martial tradition such as the Ye family. Ye Tai felt a deep sense of despair, his face flushed with embarrassment. All of this turmoil stemmed from one individual. With a deep exhale, Ye Tai exited the conference room, a dark cloud of dismay enveloping him. Lingu's city, now under heightened military readiness, witnessed a mass exodus of its inhabitants. The streets lay desolate, leaves swirling in the brisk air. A sharp crack echoed as Ye Tai, clad in military attire, treaded upon a branch. He paused before a martial arts dojo, then slowly entered. Inside the dojo, a figure sat cross-legged in the training arena, exuding an aura of formidable power. Winds and flames swirled around, accompanied by bursts of lightning. To further astonish, behind this person loomed an ethereal silhouette of a colossal whale, merging seamlessly with the figure, rendering them immensely imposing, as though with a mere gesture they could restore order to the cosmos. Ye Tai entered and casually took a seat in the training arena, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. Ye Bai has failed his examination.
Moreover,
the Sacred Martial Academy has denied his admission.
Are those people mad, or are they deliberately opposing me, Ye Tai? The figure remained shrouded in obscurity,
their features indiscernible despite lacking any garments that concealed their visage.
Yet, upon closer inspection, they appeared utterly nebulous. With a wave of their hand, a tea set materialized in the arena, steaming cups appearing before Ye Tai. Do you still not comprehend?
A calm and clear voice emerged from the figure.
Comprehend what? What are you trying to convey?
Ye Tai furrowed his brow, bewildered. Before his arrival, everything was destined to unfold as we had envisioned. Ye Bai was to enter the Sacred Martial Academy, poised to take over Jiangbei in the future, and the Ye family, after many years, held the greatest promise of becoming the leaders of the military.
And my disciple. As the words fell, the air was thick with lingering echoes.
Had there been others present, they would surely have been left astounded. The towering figure in the arena, along with the divine manifestation behind him, was unmistakably a martial saint. Ye Bai was, astonishingly, a disciple of a martial saint. No wonder Ye Tai and the Ye family exuded such confidence.
Are you referring to Ye Linyuan?
Ye Tai was taken aback, yet found it hard to believe. Despite having harbored suspicions previously, he pondered what capabilities Ye Linyuan possessed to wield such influence.
What had Ye Linyuan accomplished within the military to garner such significance? Yi Tai inhaled deeply and turned to the figure in the arena with an inquiry. Does it truly matter?
Ye Bai has lost everything, his future grows increasingly dim, and your plans from years past have already encountered unforeseen changes.
The figure spoke calmly.
Upon hearing this, Ye Tai fell silent. Years ago, he had regarded Ye Linyuan as a fine blade to carve a path for Ye Bai.
Now that blade had turned against him. The game of substitution had yet to reach its conclusion. Was this not the perfect opportunity? Noticing Ye Tai's silence, the figure continued. But if he indeed possesses great merit, how would the military explain the change? Ye Tai questioned. This concern was not unwarranted.
He had previously believed that Ye Linyuan had accrued some military achievements, yet nothing to the extent of notoriety. He had thought he could control everything. As long as he could summon Ye Linyuan back to Jiangbei, nothing would be impossible. Yet now it seemed that Ye Linyuan was highly regarded in the capital. A situation beyond his control. I shall intervene, you need not worry, the figure declared with an air of calm assurance, exuding a confidence befitting a martial saint. Ye Tai hesitated for a moment before posing his final question.
What is his current status?
The figure fell suddenly silent, and after a brief pause,
responded with a light-hearted tone, General.
At this utterance, Ye Tai felt as though struck by lightning.
A general? A general in his 20s?
Such a phenomenon had never before graced this martial era. Ye Linyuan was, astonishingly, a general. This revelation clarified everything. No wonder the military held him in such high esteem. And why, at the recent celebration banquet, Li Xingwen and He Dingjun had come personally. It was no wonder it pertained to military secrets.
What, specifically?
Ye Tai's breath quickened as he sought to delve deeper.
Have I not already provided you with the answer?
You desire his merits, while I desire his demise. Although that may sound harsh, considering he is your own son.
However, I trust you will not be overly distressed.
Ye Tai entered with a heavy heart, yet departed with a tumultuous spirit. Ye Linyuan was a general, destined to ascend within the military hierarchy. If Ye Bai were to obtain this merit,
what significance do the Sacred Martial Academy and the provincial top scholar hold?
It is imperative to understand that acquiring this merit equates to inheriting the command of the Jiangbei demon-slaying army, with a substantial possibility of ascending to the position of the military commander in the future. In comparison, the Sacred Martial Academy and the provincial top scholar seem trivial.
Furthermore,
he need not worry about the military, as a martial saint is personally overseeing the matter. Once the abyssal crisis concludes and Ye Linyuan is reassigned, his status as a one-star general will enable him to cultivate a strategic officer without issue.
As for appearance and strength,
these are perhaps the most easily surmountable challenges in this era of martial arts.
Given Ye Bai's extraordinary martial talent,
Ye Tai is entirely confident that he can help him match his power within a few short years. Presently, the most formidable obstacle lies within the genetic system. Although Ye Linyuan bears Ye Bai's name, the genetic record inscribed in the military system is his own. This aspect is indeed the most challenging.
Chapter 48, Have they lost their minds, provoking the major beasts?
After Ye Tai departed, a contemplative expression emerged among the figures present. Perhaps it was a sign of greatness. But to him, it held little significance. What truly mattered was his desire for Ye Linyuan's demise, as well as for Ye Bai to ascend as the heir of Jiangbei, potentially even taking command of the military in the capital in the future. Meanwhile, deep within the cave, Ye Linyuan and his companions plummeted rapidly. The beasts in the upper layers were of insufficient rank and, having just returned from battle, remained oblivious to the arrival of Ye Linyuan and his group. It was only in the lower layers that the true challenges awaited. Most of the beasts below were masters, at the level of great sex, possessing remarkably keen senses. If discovered, they could easily provoke an onslaught from the entire horde of beasts within the cave. Military analyses estimated that the cave harbored at least 10,000 beasts. Even though this small team was formidable, facing such a tide of beasts would be daunting, especially with similarly ranked entities lurking within.
Have we sensed the location of the fissure? Ye Linyuan inquired during their descent.
In the final layer, the beasts there are all of the great sect level.
Our presence will undoubtedly awaken them. When that happens, a battle will be unavoidable, likely inciting an assault from the entire cave's beasts. A major, wearing a pained smile, spoke with a grave tone. This series of chain reactions seemed almost inevitable, impossible to avert. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Linyuan instructed. Leave a few individuals on the 40th layer to guard the entrance and prevent the beasts from counterattacking and cutting off our retreat. Once we descend, if the beasts are stirred, I will handle their resistance while the two of you seal the fissure. Additionally, should the beasts retaliate, promptly contact the demon suppression army above, so they can also engage the beasts. Ye Linyuan quickly issued his commands. This way, they could at least secure a route for retreat. Even if they stirred the attention of beasts on par with great sex, there would remain a glimmer of hope for withdrawal. Understood. The group responded in unison. Soon, the aura emanating from below intensified, and as per their earlier arrangements, only 3 individuals ultimately arrived at the 40th layer, Ye Linyuan and 2 commanders. In the damp, shadowy cave, the low growls of beasts reverberated through the air. Clearly, these creatures had become aware of their presence. Deep within the cave, a faint blue fissure stretched for several dozen meters. From a distance, one could discern beasts emerging from within. I will hold back the beasts, commanders, the task is yours. Ye Linyuan unsheathed his long knife, and his aura transformed, enveloping him in a layer of metallic armor. Yes, sir. The 2 commanders nodded, their expressions serious as they scanned the front, seeking an opportunity to advance. There were over 100 great sect beasts here. Even facing the top tier among them would be extraordinarily challenging. A moment's inattention could lead to death in battle. Consequently, this mission was incredibly difficult. Perhaps the most arduous they had ever encountered. Ye Linyuan took a deep breath and shot forth with explosive speed, his longsword leaving trails of shimmering light in its wake. In its path lay the dismembered corpses of the aberrant beasts. The 2 masters gazed wide-eyed, their faces etched with astonishment. These formidable aberrant creatures fell before Ye Linyuan as easily as vegetables sliced by a knife. Moreover, the overwhelming force of his blood vitality surged like a roaring furnace, instantly filling the entire cavern. His prowess transcended that of even the highest-ranking masters. The 2 masters exchanged glances, their hearts aflame with shock and a dawning realization. No wonder the military command entrusted this man with the governance of Jiangbei. His strength approached the pinnacle of power. After their initial astonishment, they wasted no time and hastened towards the place illuminated by Ye Linyuan's swordlight. Before long, they arrived at the fissure. As Ye Linyuan pierced an aberrant beast with his blade, his gaze fell upon the fissure, and his brow furrowed in sudden concern. He sensed something was amiss within the rift. This was not an unfounded suspicion but rather a conclusion drawn from years of combat experience on the battlefield. The 2 masters felt it too, albeit not as intensely, attributing it merely to the aberrant beasts emerging from the fissure. As they prepared to seal the rift, a thunderous shout rang in their ears, "Stand aside!" Before the 2 masters could react, a cacophony of fierce roars erupted from the fissure. Subsequently, a vast horde of aberrant beasts surged forth, each one a formidable foe. It was as if they had long been lying in wait within the rift, poised to unleash upon receiving a signal. Ye Linyuan swung his sword, and dozens of aberrant beasts fell lifeless to the ground. Yet, from the fissure, an uncountable number of beasts continued to emerge, overwhelming the 2 masters before they could respond. Witnessing this dire scene, Ye Linyuan unleashed his martial skills with abandon, striking down the beasts one after another until he glimpsed the stark whiteness of bone. "Commander, these aberrant beasts appear to have been prepared in advance." One of the masters gasped, utterly exhausted, struggling to voice this realization. Ye Linyuan fell silent, grappling with guilt. After all, he had orchestrated this operation. Now, 2 masters who had been vibrant and alive were reduced to mere remnants of flesh and bone. However, upon regaining his composure, he discerned the gravity of the situation. "I will lead you to safety," Ye Linyuan declared, inhaling deeply before delivering a forceful strike to the fissure. In an instant, the light emanating from the fissure dimmed slightly, though it remained unsealed. Yet, in those fleeting moments, hundreds of high-ranking aberrant beasts surged forth. In this layer, even the most elite masters would face certain demise. Even true dragon-level warriors would find escape exceedingly unlikely. Let the demon-suppressing troops above counterattack. Ye Linyuan commanded, relaying orders that reached Su Qianlong, who promptly led the demon-suppressing forces into the cavern. In the military's conference room, Ye's voice rang out, "There has been a situation in the cavern." Suddenly, a commanding officer strode in, his expression grave and his steps hurried. His arrival instantly heightened the tension among those present, as they were all anxiously awaiting news from below. "Speak!" Ye Tai commanded, his gaze fixed on the screen, not bothering to turn around. A tumultuous wave of information surged forth, revealing that the creatures beneath were in a state of upheaval. Moreover, the number of formidable beasts had exceeded 100, indeed, it surpassed 1,000. Upon hearing this, chaos erupted in the room. How could the presence of 1,000 formidable beasts only now be detected? If this were true, it would not just be the teams below that would be in peril, the entire Jiangbei region could very well succumb to devastation. Commander Yi, I believe this matter must be immediately reported to the military. Furthermore, we must mobilize the demon suppression forces from other defensive lines. Someone urgently suggested. Indeed. It is preferable to lose other lines of defense than to allow this cavern to erupt completely. This represented the direst of contingencies, yet there was no alternative left. Meanwhile, Ye Tai remained fixated on the screen, silent and unmoving. Chapter 49, He Must Die, a Catastrophic Decision. The Jiangbei military headquarters was in disarray. What transpired beneath the depths remained a mystery to them. However, the fluctuations of the beasts emanating from below signified a presence of numerous and formidable creatures capable of plunging the entire Jiangbei into chaos. Although the citizens of Lingwu had begun a mass exodus, this was merely confined to Lingwu City, while Jiangbei still housed hundreds of millions of people. How many lives would be lost should Jiangbei fall? Yi Zhuo, make a decision swiftly, the beasts in the depths could erupt at any moment. And delaying would be too late. Inside the military headquarters, several commanders gathered, their expressions grave as they gazed intently at Ye Tai. Ye Tai's eyes, however, were fixated on the screen, standing in silence for a prolonged moment before his form wavered. This heartless being. Ye Tai's face darkened, and he muttered a cold curse. The subject of his disdain was none other than the martial saint. Ye Linyuan's repeated defiance infuriated him, to the point where he wished to strike him down with a single blow. The words spoken by the martial saint resonated with his own thoughts. Yet one aspect had eluded Ye Tai's consideration, the sudden emergence of the beasts in the depths. Initially, when Ye Linyuan and his group descended, the military had thoroughly surveyed the underground conditions and conducted a risk assessment prior to their operation. Even if there were discrepancies, they were not expected to be significant. Yet now, the reality below exceeded everyone's expectations, revealing a multitude of colossal beasts. It is crucial to understand that such formidable warriors are exceedingly rare. Likewise, the existence of colossal beasts demands immense sacrifices from the other races to create even one. The number of these colossal beasts beneath the cave far surpassed anything Ye Tai had ever witnessed in his lifetime. He could scarcely fathom anyone else capable of such a feat other than that martial saint. Ye Tai coveted Ye Linyuan's achievements, yet he remained indifferent to his fate. Nevertheless, he did not wish to witness Jiangbei's downfall. The martial saint evidently had given no thought to the lives of those residing in Jiangbei. Ye Tai inhaled deeply, initially believing that the individual would take personal action, even if it meant risking exposure. He would at least find a substitute. However, he never anticipated such a method. Was he afraid of leaving any trace? At this moment, Ye Tai could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. The entire military awaited his decision. What was the likelihood of suppressing the beasts below by mobilizing troops from other fronts? Ye Tai sank heavily into his seat, feeling an immense weight upon him. The probability was exceedingly low, even bordering on impossible, to achieve suppression, but at the very least, they could buy some time until reinforcements arrived. Beside him, someone spoke in hushed tones. Upon hearing this, many present fell into silence, for they understood that even if troops were summoned from other fronts, it would merely be a matter of transferring resources without addressing the root issue. As for reinforcements, they likely would not arrive in time. All eyes turned to Ye Tai, awaiting his decision. After a brief silence, Ye Tai finally spoke, "Deploy nuclear-grade weaponry to eliminate the immediate threat." As the words fell, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically.
Commander Ye, there are still the demon suppression troops below, and Ye Linyuan and his men have yet to emerge. At that moment, no one dared to question the decision. They all understood the potential ramifications of the actions to be taken. This could indeed be the most prudent course of action at present. However, the pressing concern remained that there were still individuals below. Those who had descended with Ye Linyuan were all officers of the demon suppression troops, with the weakest among them being masters, and many of them were grand masters.
Should nuclear-grade weaponry be deployed, the underground cavern would be obliterated.
And those individuals would face the same fate.
Such casualties would be insurmountable for the military.
Not to mention, Ye Linyuan was the appointed commander of the capital. I am fully aware of this, but we must weigh the lives of hundreds of millions in Jiangbei against a handful of military officers.
A choice must be made.
Ye Tai's voice was solemn, and he sighed deeply, as if the decision had drained him of all his strength. Yet, he understood that with the martial saint having brought the situation to this point, there was no turning back.
The underground must be subdued,
and Ye Linyuan must remain within the cavern.
Otherwise, should he emerge, all efforts would be in vain.
Commander Ye, perhaps we should consult with the capital first.
Someone expressed concern.
After all, nuclear-grade weaponry is typically in a state of prohibition. The consequences it brings are far too grave.
If employed,
Lingwu City would undoubtedly become a new battleground, no longer fit for human habitation.
Yet, this action could preserve most cities in Jiangbei.
Ye Tai's gaze swept coldly around the room as he stated, as the commander of Jiangbei, I am authorized to deploy nuclear-grade weaponry in emergencies without prior consultation.
Understood. Commander Ye. Ye Tai's decision reverberated throughout the entire Jiangbei military. Everyone comprehended the significance of utilizing nuclear-grade weaponry.
What truly astonished them was that the demon suppression troops below would also perish as a consequence. At the Jiangbei military's front line, the first-level battle readiness alarm blared, accompanied by the roar of artillery and the howls of monstrous beasts. The demon suppression troops, poised to descend, halted in their tracks. The sound of this alarm was the one they most dreaded. Its activation signified that they would soon be dispatched to yet another battlefield for years to come. Su Qianlong suddenly burst out of the military camp, his gaze fixed intently on the distance.
Is the military truly prepared to deploy nuclear-grade weaponry? Su Qianlong's brow furrowed.
Realizing the complexity of the situation within the cavern had escalated to this extent.
Captain, we must retreat. At that moment, a member of the demon suppression troops emerged from the cavern and approached Su Qianlong. What is the situation below? What of the officers who descended earlier? Have they not returned? Su Qianlong grasped the individual firmly, raising his voice.
No, all the beasts below have gone into a frenzy. We had only descended to the 10th level when the alarm sounded. The demon suppression troop member replied. Upon hearing this, Su Qianlong released his grip and strode purposefully forward, seizing the communication device to contact the lower levels.
Commander! Commander!
Su Qianlong called anxiously, knowing that once the alarm sounded, everyone must evacuate within 10 minutes.
Once it is delayed, one may face indiscriminate repercussions. Speak! Ye Linyuan's voice resonated, occasionally accompanied by the sounds of blades clashing against bone. Commander!
The military has sounded the alarm. They intend to deploy nuclear-grade weapons.
Everyone is currently in retreat, and I fear we can be of no assistance to you. Su Qianlong hurriedly reported.
Ye Linyuan fell silent for a moment before responding.
What did you say?
You must immediately inform Ye Tai that the situation in the underground is not severe enough to warrant such measures. If he dares to use nuclear-grade weapons, I shall take his life upon my emergence.
Ye Linyuan's voice was unusually laced with fury. Su Qianlong was instantly taken aback. To demand Ye Tai's life? In Jiangbei?
Not even the entire military would dare utter such words.
Yes, Commander. Chapter 50, Successful Gene Comparison, File Unlocked.
In the Jiangbei military headquarters, Su Qianlong, with great trepidation, recounted Ye Linyuan's words verbatim, while cautiously observing Ye Tai's expression. After all, uttering such sentiments in the past would have required tenfold courage.
Even to think of speaking before Ye Tai.
It was not just Su Qianlong, everyone present in the military headquarters shared the same sentiment. Their expressions revealing a mixture of astonishment and disbelief, as such words clearly undermined Ye Tai's authority.
Nonetheless, to contextualize,
Ye Linyuan had recently been appointed as the commander of Jiangbei by the military authority in Kyoto, thus, his words carried significant weight within the Jiangbei military.
Given Ye Linyuan's stature, Ye Tai would undoubtedly feel a degree of restraint.
After all, Ye Linyuan's pronouncement was akin to a military edict.
This decision was irrevocable.
Despite the fact that he was my own son, I cannot allow personal ties to jeopardize the lives of millions in Jiangbei.
Ye Tai did not exhibit anger, instead,
he displayed a profound sense of sorrow.
Witnessing this, the onlookers couldn't help but internally sigh. If one were to empathize,
it was undoubtedly Ye Tai who bore the heaviest burden. His own son was below, and for the sake of Jiangbei, he was compelled to make such a choice.
Even Su Qianlong found himself momentarily taken aback.
Were it not for his long-standing awareness of Ye Linyuan's precarious position within the Ye family, he might have been swayed by the gravity of the situation. However, Ye Tai's words represented the highest military command in Jiangbei.
As a mere officer,
it would be unthinkable to question Ye Tai's decisions, given that he seldom had the opportunity to stand before him.
Prepare for evacuation, the plan proceeds as intended,
Ye Tai stated with an air of calmness.
The deployment of nuclear-grade weapons would undoubtedly obliterate Lingwu City. It was not only the civilians who required evacuation, they, too,
were at risk. In the depths of the cave, amidst the dim surroundings, Ye Linyuan deactivated his communication device, his expression grave.
"Commander, the upper echelons have retreated, and I faintly heard the alarm."
At that moment, Ye Linyuan, accompanied by 2 division leaders, ascended several levels to rendezvous with those who had just descended.
However,
the formidable beasts below remained a persistent threat, and several large creatures began to emerge, encircling the group.
You heard correctly.
Ye Tai intends to deploy nuclear-grade weapons to quell the cave. Ye Linyuan inhaled deeply, his gaze icy. The situation within the cave was indeed dire. Yet it had not escalated to the point of necessitating such extreme measures.
What could be driving this urgency?
It seems we are all to be forsaken, he mused bitterly. Prompting a member of the demon suppression army to sit on the damp ground and suddenly burst into laughter. The sight of him rendered the group silent, the atmosphere turning heavy with despair.
"It is not yet time, I will lead you out,"
Ye Linyuan exclaimed, gripping his long sword tightly.
"Commander, it is futile.
Once the procedure is initiated, the launch will occur within 10 minutes.
Given the current circumstances in the cave,
our chances of escape without the support of the demon suppression army are nearly non-existent. Commander, do not concern yourself with us.
Your chances of survival would be greater if you ventured forth alone rather than leading us."
They spoke one by one, and even the 2 commanders, whose bones were already exposed, managed a faint smile. "Commander, your remarkable prowess at such a young age signifies that you are destined to be the backbone of humanity.
Do not worry about us."
A hearty laugh followed. "Indeed, while I may not know your true identity, I am certain you are a shining star within the military.
To perish here would be utterly disheartening. Let us go."
Yet, Ye Linyuan remained deaf to their words, his blade moving ever more swiftly. The mastery of various techniques.
The grand techniques.
He held nothing back. With each strike, even an ordinary grandmaster would struggle to withstand.
However, the number of aberrant beasts was overwhelming,
and he could not slay them all. Furthermore, more grand aberrant beasts continued to emerge from the subterranean depths.
The limitations of a single individual's strength became painfully evident.
For the first time, Ye Linyuan felt a sense of helplessness. How he wished to be a saint in this moment.
"Go, Commander!" The demon suppression troops shouted upon witnessing Ye Linyuan still engaged in battle with the aberrant beasts.
Ye Linyuan remained silent. Notions of shared fate and promises to lead them upward felt too sentimental to voice. He could not articulate such thoughts, yet his blade conveyed everything. Several members of the demon suppression troops rose, seizing their weapons, igniting the last vestiges of their vitality to join the fray.
Even the 2 commanders stood.
Despite knowing that their efforts were in vain, they still yearned to shed their final drop of blood, striving to slay a few more aberrant beasts.
This state of affairs persisted for 2 to 3 minutes until the alarms outside ceased.
Their movements halted as they slumped to the ground. They gazed upward at the cave entrance, where a faint light flickered, its brilliance magnifying infinitely. In this pitch-black abyss, the light gradually became blinding.
Ye Tai! Ye Linyuan's throat emitted a roar, his gaze as frigid as frost.
He turned to the demon suppression troops, his fury transforming into self-reproach as he murmured, "I am sorry.
It is my fault that everyone is here. Commander! This is not your fault, we fear not death. As soldiers, dying on the battlefield is nothing to lament. Yet, I find it utterly stifling to perish in this manner." One commander lamented, "These aberrant beasts seem to have been prepared for us. We did not fall to their hands but rather to our own. To die so indistinctly is infuriating." The commander sighed deeply, his voice a blend of anger, helplessness, and bitterness.
Hearing his words, the demon suppression troops nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with discontent.
"Commander, should you survive, please remember to inform me next year, so that I may die with clarity."
One young man in his 30s chuckled, jesting, "I am Chen Siming, colonel of the 72nd Demon Suppression Division. In such dire circumstances,
how could one possibly survive?"
However, his words provoked laughter among the crowd.
"And I, Hong Beishao, lieutenant colonel of the 41st Demon Suppression Division.
In the 7th Defensive Line of the Western Demon Suppression Army, the captain of the Master Squad."
Eastern. A cacophony of voices resonated, leaving a profound impression on Ye Linyuan's mind.
He gazed into the abyss until everything before him transformed into a blinding white.
Jiangbei, Eastern City.
In the military department, the image of Lingwu City had become a desolate ruin. Ye Tai fixed his gaze on this scene, his eyelids twitching slightly. A sound echoed in his ears, "Gene comparison successful, modifying information, awaiting authorization." Within the command room of the military department, a mechanical voice resonated.
Ye Bai placed his palm upon the light screen.
"Identity verification successful, welcome to the military system." Ye Tai observed this moment, and a trace of a smile finally emerged on his stern countenance. Fortunately, years prior, Ye Linyuan's genetic material had been preserved, allowing him to gain authorization through it. Ye Bai's genetic information remained within the military department. At this juncture, Ye Bai had reverted to the very individual who had enlisted years ago. Gene verification successful.
Name, Ye Bai. Affiliated Military Department, Eastern.
The cold, mechanical voice continued to announce, as Ye Tai's gaze remained fixed on the screen, unwavering.
Chapter 51, A Nation in Uproar, the military infuriated, how dare he, Ye Tai.
In Jiangbei, a tremendous explosion occurred in Lingwu City, resonating throughout the nation.
As it involved the detonation of a nuclear-grade weapon.
The sheer magnitude of such power could annihilate an entire city.
Within a mere hour, news of the event reverberated across the country, capturing the attention of all towards Jiangbei. What on earth transpired there? In this era of martial prowess, the dissemination of information is remarkably swift.
Not long after the incident, major newspapers, martial news outlets, and warrior forums reported the event with great urgency.
According to the latest updates from Jiangbei, a massive explosion erupted in the underground caverns of Lingwu City.
The Demon Suppression Army is making valiant efforts to contain the situation,
but the results remain far from satisfactory.
Psychic warriors have conducted assessments, revealing that the number and level of the anomalous beasts lurking below are alarmingly high. Should they breach containment, Lingwu City could fall within 20 minutes, leading to an overwhelming invasion of Jiangbei by these creatures within a day. The danger assessment predicts a potential death toll of at least 10 million. In response, General Ye Tai, a one-star general from Jiangbei, was left with no choice but to issue a command for a nuclear strike. Prior to this, General Ye's son had ventured into the underground caverns in an attempt to seal the fissure. At this moment, the same news is being broadcast across the nation.
On every street corner and television set,
the unfolding events in Jiangbei have indeed captured the national consciousness. It is no wonder that Lingwu City has seemingly vanished from the map. The use of nuclear-grade weaponry implies that Lingwu City is destined to become a new battleground. Such strikes have long been prohibited.
Have they not seen the reports?
If such measures are not undertaken, millions may perish, not to mention General Ye's son, who remains trapped below. One can only imagine the turmoil and anguish that compelled General Ye to make such a decision.
It is said that Jiangbei has recently undergone a change in leadership, with the new commander being none other than Ye Tai's son. Could he be the one still trapped beneath? The nation is in a state of uproar. Some are astounded by Jiangbei's deployment of nuclear-grade weaponry, while others hold deep admiration for General Ye's unyielding sacrifice. Simultaneously, curiosity abounds. Could the newly appointed commander of Jiangbei be the very same prodigy ensnared in the depths? If so, it would be an unbearable tragedy.
The military has suffered tremendous losses in this underground conflict, including the fall of a remarkable talent. At this moment, all eyes are fixated on Jiangbei, awaiting the latest developments. In the capital, within the military's headquarters, an elderly man with graying hair sat on a sofa in a conference room. Surrounded by an array of newspapers, Jiangbei Daily, Warrior Daily, and even the International Times. Clearly, the events in Jiangbei have reached the capital. Furthermore, the international community is closely monitoring the situation, for the use of nuclear-grade weaponry is exceedingly rare. Such actions are generally considered a last resort, as the repercussions are far-reaching and profound. What transpired in Jiangbei? Why was nuclear-grade weaponry suddenly employed, while we in Kyoto remain utterly uninformed? This matter has reached international attention. Do you comprehend the extent of scrutiny it has attracted? Xiaoshan gestured towards the newspaper on the table, still imbued with the scent of ink. His tone tinged with barely concealed ire. Such a monumental event occurring in Jiangbei, and yet the military in Kyoto has received no intelligence whatsoever. Whose decision was this? He could not bring himself to believe it was Ye Linyuan, for he harbored absolute confidence in Ye Linyuan's capabilities. He was a rising star in his 20s. The pride of the military. As long as he was present, even the gravest crisis in Jiangbei would at least warrant notification to Kyoto. Yet now, an entire city has vanished, and only now does Kyoto receive word. Marshal, the word is already spreading outside. It is said that the Jiangbei underground has erupted, and Ye Tai has deployed nuclear-grade weaponry to quell it. Moreover, Ye Linyuan was still within the underground at that moment. Before him, several high-ranking military officers sat together, their expressions grave and troubled. One of the generals, confronted by Xiaoshan's inquiry, steeled himself to speak. They were all acutely aware of what Ye Linyuan represented to the military, and he was Xiaoshan's most favored star. He was destined to inherit the military's mantle. Yet now, he was trapped underground, subjected to indiscriminate nuclear strikes. Upon hearing this, Xiaoshan's gaze turned frigid, the temperature in the conference room plummeting in an instant. The assembled generals felt as though countless blades hung precariously above them, poised to descend at any moment. What did you say? Xiaoshan nearly spat the words through clenched teeth, his entire being trembling with agitation. Shadows began to loom ominously behind him. Marshal, this news originated from Jiangbei. It is unlikely to be false, another general interjected. Though the reality was profoundly sorrowful, it was undeniable, and he felt compelled to voice it. Just how dire was the situation underground that warranted the use of nuclear-grade weaponry? How could Ye Tai dare to act so? Xiaoshan swayed slightly, as if struck by an unseen force. Though enraged, longing to summon Ye Tai to Kyoto immediately, the event had already transpired. This was nuclear-grade weaponry. Even a martial saint would hesitate to claim absolute survival in such circumstances. Ye Linyuan. The conference room fell into an oppressive silence, a tempest brewing within Xiaoshan. The generals exchanged glances, a collective sigh escaping their lips. Should Ye Linyuan perish, Ye Tai's fate would undoubtedly be grim. A one-star general, a provincial commander. In extreme scenarios, it was indeed permissible to deploy nuclear-grade weaponry without prior consultation. Yet one must consider who was beneath them. Not only Ye Tai, but even they would be compelled to seek counsel in such a situation. Report. Amidst the silence of the conference room, a sudden, urgent voice pierced through. Enter. A commander of the Demon Suppression Army rushed in, acutely sensing the charged atmosphere within the room. He promptly spoke up, Marshal, General Ye's battle report has arrived. Ye Bai is alive and currently still at the Jiangbei military headquarters. He held a document in his hand, his voice brimming with excitement. A general suddenly rose, seizing the battle report. In this battle, over 700 master warriors were killed or injured, with more than 100 grand masters lost. and the casualties among the demon suppression army exceeded 10,000. Furthermore, Ye Bai has not perished, the situation in the underground is dire. And my son Ye Linyuan is still fighting valiantly in the depths. My heart is burdened with the fate of countless lives in Jiang, compelling me to employ nuclear-grade weaponry. Ultimately, we shall pacify the underground. He read the report aloud, yet not a trace of joy could be discerned on Xiaoshen's face. Instead, his countenance grew increasingly grave. Ye Linyuan had previously remarked that Ye Bai of Yer was, in fact, Ye Linyuan. Thus, who is the Ye Bai that Ye Tai speaks of? Someone furrowed their brow and inquired. Prepare the machinery, summon the military saint to make a personal visit. Chapter 52, He is a star of the military. The pride of the army, he is the blazing sun. In the Eastern Theater, Minister He Dingjun listened to his subordinate's report, his expression transitioning from shock to anger. Then to deep regret. He had deployed nuclear-grade weapons, yet Ye Linyuan was still below? At that moment, He Dingjun felt an overwhelming void in his mind. He had never anticipated that events would escalate to such a catastrophic level. Even during the incident in Jiangbei, despite being fully aware of the unfolding circumstances, he could not have foreseen this outcome. In his eyes, Ye Tai, despite his biases, was still a father, even if their roles were reversed. Ye Tai would still have to address Ye Linyuan as commander. How could he dare to use nuclear-grade weapons to suppress the underground, knowing there were people still down there? At this moment, He Dingjun was consumed by regret for failing to bring Ye Linyuan back, and regret for his earlier compassion. His reluctance to confront Ye Tai had ultimately led to this disastrous conclusion, costing the Eastern Theater and the military a prodigious talent, a genius of martial arts. How could he justify this to the military? With great difficulty, He Dingjun rose to his feet, stepping outside, his anger boiling over. That damned Ye Tai, how could he? In the Eastern Theater, a plane took off, carrying the furious voice of He Dingjun, drawing the attention of many troops. Commander, what happened? Why such a lack of decorum? And what about Ye Tai, was he not the general of Jiangbei? In Jiangbei, Dongcheng. After Lingwu city was reduced to ruins, most of the populace had evacuated. Among them were the Jiang family, the Su family, and provincial governor Li Xingwen, all of whom were present in Dongcheng. Li Xingwen, having witnessed the nation's unfolding events, held a newspaper in his hands, his expression beyond description. Ye Tai truly possessed a heart of stone. Li Xingwen's voice was laced with profound shock, the situation underground was indeed perilous. He had even taken the initiative to consult with Ye Tai, ultimately issuing an evacuation order. Yet, he had not anticipated that Ye Linyuan was still beneath the ground. How could Ye Tai have the audacity to deploy nuclear-grade weapons? Was this truly to quell the underground threat, or was it an act of murder? If Ye Linyuan were to perish, the military would undoubtedly seek retribution. Ye Tai had played his hand poorly. Zhao Zai sat on the sofa, equally astounded. Where did Ye Tai find the audacity to utilize nuclear-grade weapons? Even without knowledge of Ye Linyuan's true identity, it should not have reached such a drastic measure. This was dire. Suddenly, Zhao Zai stood up. An unusual tone in his voice. I suspect the military has already received word. Given my identity, I fear I may arouse their suspicions. It would be wise for me to depart. Li Xingwen furrowed his brow, admonishing, Stop. Do you think that by leaving now, the military won't trace your whereabouts? You would only incite further suspicion. Remain here honestly. When the military arrives, answer their questions truthfully, without concealment. As Zhao Zai took a step forward, he suddenly halted, nodding in acknowledgement. The military was enraged. Even a family of martial saints would prefer to avoid provocation. That marshal was the only one capable of penetrating the starry expanse, a true saint. In the eastern city military headquarters, after the evacuation from Lingwu city, the demon-slaying army of Jiangbei had gathered here. Among them were Jiang Yuye, Su Rong, Ye Linyuan, and Su Yuhan, individuals of distinct status from Lingwu city, personally escorted by the demon-slaying army. Yet now, they were obstructed outside the military headquarters. Despite their awareness of the situation and their desire to seek clarity, entry was barred. Even for Su Rong. What, precisely, was Ye Tai up to? The crowd outside was filled with both anger and anxiety. Meanwhile, the circumstances within the military headquarters might not be any better. With the crisis in Lingwu city resolved, the majority of the supporting demon-slaying army departed with heavy hearts. Others remained, awaiting an explanation from the Jiangbei military regarding the sudden order to deploy nuclear-grade weaponry. Why had their accompanying officers and subordinates perished under such unclear circumstances? Inside a command room within the military, those present were all trusted confidants of Ye Tai. The general had undergone a genetic exchange, transforming Ye Bai into Ye Linyuan entirely. This signified that all of Ye Linyuan's accomplishments from 3 years prior now belonged to Ye Bai. Remember, from this moment forth, you are Ye Bai. The same Ye Bai from 3 years ago in the east. Ye Tai gazed solemnly at his son, imparting his earnest counsel. Yes, father. Ye Bai nodded heavily, his heart surging with emotion. He had learned from Ye Tai that his esteemed elder brother had attained a general's rank. No, to be precise, he was now a general. In a few days, I will petition the military to retain you in Jiangbei. From henceforth, you must diligently cultivate. Do not step outside Jiangbei until you reach the Grand Sect. Ye Tai continued. Father, this time, I shall not let you down. Ye Bai declared with a serious expression. Seeing this, Ye Tai finally revealed a satisfied smile. With Ye Linyuan deceased, Ye Bai stood alone. In the years to come, this identity would be firmly established. Jiangbei would undoubtedly belong to the Ye family, and the military was not beyond Ye Bai's reach. Contemplating this, Ye Tai could not suppress a cold smirk within. Those who believed they had gained wings to challenge him were oblivious to the fact that he could bestow power as easily as he could reclaim it. With his hand placed firmly atop the console, Ye Tai instructed, "Now, you must meticulously remember each of your significant achievements." He withdrew his smile and turned to Ye Bai. Ye Bai responded affirmatively and placed his palm upon the military system. As the system verified the genetic data, success was confirmed. Welcome to the military system, General Ye. Your current permissions have been unlocked to the highest level, please proceed. The cold, mechanical voice resonated, capturing everyone's attention. They all understood that Ye Bai was currently seeking information on Ye Linyuan. What kind of standing would Ye Linyuan have? Having been suddenly appointed as the supreme commander of Jiangbei by the military? Not only them, but Ye Tai was particularly intrigued by it. His gaze fixated on the screen until a line of text materialized. Name, Ye Bai. Age, 22. Affiliated Military Department, Eastern. Rank, Stellar General. Combat Assessment, 6.5 stars. Merit Value, 7 million. Career Profile, Unlocked. Introduction, Commander of the 21st Division in the East, 6-star General of the Eastern Theater. Candidate for Chief Commander of the Eastern Theater, one of the martial candidates of the General Headquarters. Ranked first in Eastern combat strength, first in military achievements. First in enemy kills. A cascade of information emerged on the blue holographic screen. Accompanied by a cold, mechanical voice, it reverberated throughout the command room. In that moment, the command room fell into a profound silence. All eyes were fixed on that information, expressions of astonishment, shock, and bewilderment evident on their faces. Furthermore, an overwhelming sense of dread surged forth. Chapter 53, The Jiangbei Military Headquarters is collectively dumbfounded. What have they done? The vast command room was enveloped in an eerie silence. All eyes were fixated on the screen displaying footage from the military system. Ye Linyuan, the commander of the Eastern Theater, the heir of the East, and the successor to the Marshal of the General Staff, stood as the foremost figure in Eastern military prowess, holding the highest accolades for both achievements and enemy casualties. At merely 22 years of age, he was a 6-star general. In this moment, an overwhelming shock surged through everyone present, their hearts tumultuous with disbelief. A 22-year-old 6-star general, ranking first in all military metrics in the East, was the youngest star general in the annals of martial history. Such an individual could truly be deemed the pride of the military. What had the Jiangbei military headquarters done to allow such a beacon of hope to perish in their midst, and worse yet, by their own hands through indiscriminate strikes with nuclear-level weaponry? Within the conference room, apart from the flickering blue light, not a sound could be heard. Those in attendance were frozen in place, rendered speechless. The individuals seated here were the trusted confidants of Ye Tai, the upper echelons of the Jiangbei military headquarters, none of whom had anticipated Ye Linyuan's identity. Even with the sudden change of command in Jiangbei, they had not foreseen this revelation. Beyond their prior impressions of Ye Linyuan, this surpassed the limits of their comprehension. How could they possibly fathom a 22-year-old six-star general, bearing 1,000,000 accomplishments? The news would surely cause a stir not just nationally, but on an international scale as well. It was worth noting that even Ye Tai, as a provincial commander, was merely a one-star general. The atmosphere was thick with a haunting stillness. After an indeterminate amount of time, a voice laced with fury shattered the silence. Impossible, this cannot be. How could this ungrateful wretch possibly be a six-star general of the military? This is absolutely unfathomable. Ye Tai, a tempest of rage, transitioned from shock to a frenzied disbelief. He refused to accept that Ye Linyuan could have achieved such heights. The blade he had retrieved 3 years prior had merely served 3 years in the army. How could it possibly ascend to the rank of a general? Upon witnessing the footage displayed by the military system, rather than experiencing joy, Ye Tai felt a surge of madness. If Ye Linyuan had only been a brigadier general or a major general, he and that martial saint could still suppress him with some effort. But Ye Linyuan was a star general, a six-star general. How could Ye Tai feel any joy? He knew Ye Bai could never replace him, not even in 30 years would that be possible. Ye Tai's anguished voice roused everyone from their stupor. They gazed at him, frenzied and distraught, and a chilling dread washed over them. With the loss of such a star general, how could the marshal possibly remain idle? In that eventuality, none among them could stand unscathed. While the crowd was enveloped in silence, Ye Tai spoke once more. Look at his files. Even with the evidence laid bare before them, Ye Tai remained unwilling to accept the truth. His least favored son, whom he regarded merely as a pawn, has unexpectedly risen to the rank of a high-ranking general in the military, surpassing his own rank. Ye Tai not only found it hard to believe but also struggled to accept this reality. Ye Bai, momentarily taken aback, exhibited an excitement and fervor that set him apart from the others. He was well aware of the significance of such a military star, and thus, his elation was palpable. However, unbeknownst to Ye Bai, such a level of achievement in military merit was far beyond his capacity to bear, let alone that of his father. Yet, upon hearing Ye Tai's words, Ye Bai quickly regained his composure, directing his gaze towards the military system, his thoughts set in motion. Command received, Your Excellency Ye Bai. Conducting inquiry. The cold, mechanical voice resonated once more, and Ye Bai felt a profound sense of respect emanating from the military system, filling him with exhilaration. In stark contrast, the others were transfixed, their gazes returning to the pale blue screen as information regarding Ye Linyuan began to unfold. Joined the Eastern Demon Suppression Army in the year 397 of the martial path. Ye Tai's eyes were fixed intently on the screen, where familiar details emerged, information he had previously accessed through his own privileges. Thus, he was not taken aback at this moment. What truly piqued his concern were the subsequent 2 years. His former access had only allowed him to view Ye Linyuan's first year of service. At that time, Ye Linyuan had just been commissioned as a second lieutenant. As the commander of Jiangbei, Ye Tai was acutely aware of the conditions necessary for advancement in military ranks. Sometimes, ascending even one rank could elude a person for a lifetime. Consequently, he had believed that even if Ye Linyuan exhibited remarkable martial talent after enlisting, he would at most attain the rank of captain in 2 years. Being overly optimistic, he thought that perhaps he might achieve the status of a staff officer. He could never have fathomed that Ye Linyuan would, in just 2 years, ascend to the rank of a 6-star general. Ye Tai took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure as the information on the blue screen continued to evolve. In January of the year 398 of the martial path, a full-scale war erupted on the Eastern Front, marking the commencement of a large-scale extermination campaign led by foreign tribes. The 367th Division received an urgent command, joining the 17th Defensive Line, achieving a resounding victory on the 10th of this month, with Ye Linyuan slaying over 1,000 enemies. Personally commended by the commander of the Eastern 367th Division. In February of this year, the 17th Defensive Line secured a great victory, and the 367th Division was ordered to support the 8th Defensive Line, achieving another significant triumph in April, with Ye Linyuan vanquishing over 10,000 foes. From May to October of this year, the 367th Division maneuvered across various defensive lines, achieving great victories, with Ye Linyuan slaying 870,000 enemies this year. His contributions exceeding 1 million. In November, as the Eastern Front situation slightly eased, General He Dingjun personally met with Ye Linyuan, promoting him to the rank of Major General due to his exceptional merits. As each piece of information flashed by, all present could not help but gasp in astonishment. Nearly 1 million enemies slain in a single year. Within a year, he had transformed from a mere soldier into a general. And all through sheer force of arms and merit. Such a figure was truly formidable, and his standing within the military was undoubtedly formidable. He had endured countless battles, slaying nearly 1 million enemies in a single year. He returned to the military base, yet after merely a month in Jiangbei, he met his demise in the depths of the cavern. Should this incident come to the attention of the military, it would undoubtedly provoke their wrath, potentially leading to a personal visit from the marshal himself. At this moment, the dozens of commanding officers present felt their legs weaken and a chill creep up their spines. In the year 399 of martial arts, the information continued to flicker. Each succinct introduction encapsulated a grand and tumultuous battle. In April of the year 400 of martial arts, Ye Linyuan was tasked with venturing into the eastern abyss, single-handedly striving to quell the chaos, only to encounter foreign adversaries, wielding power just shy of a martial saint. On that day, Ye Linyuan fought valiantly and sustained grave injuries. Marshal Shaoshan personally honored him, bestowing the title of six-star general, heralding him as the Eastern Sun, the pride of the military, and unparalleled star of war. Subsequently, the military enforced a mandatory leave for him to recuperate. Chapter 54, The Arrival of the Martial Saint. Where is Ye Bai? Where are the stars? Where is the commander? Under the scorching sun of the eastern region, the military headquarters shines with brilliance, a paragon of martial prowess, appointed by the Marshal Shao Shun. In this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Jiangbei military are left utterly dumbfounded. Some have collapsed into their seats, paralyzed with shock. As confidants of Ye Tai, they are acutely aware of his intentions, which he has no need to conceal. In their eyes, Ye Bai is the most suitable candidate to inherit the position of Commander-in-Chief of Jiangbei, and they unanimously endorse this view. Yet, the revelation of Ye Linyuan's identity has taken everyone by surprise. What have they done? They have personally slain a paragon of the military, an unparalleled star, a commander. What now for Ye? Ye commander? If the military were to discover this, calamity would surely follow. Ye Shan is the first to react, his face ashen. At this moment, all information has surfaced. Ye Linyuan's identity is unveiled. This is beyond their capacity to suppress. If this matter is mishandled, Jiangbei will likely be engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. The Jiangbei military is on the brink of a significant reckoning. Ye Tai stares numbly at the pale blue screen, feeling as though all strength has been drained from him, his expression one of utter despondency. That is his son who is a paragon of the military, a six-star general, now buried by his own hand in Lingwu City. Ye Tai remains seated, his expression shifting repeatedly, ultimately darkening. He finds himself regretting having summoned Ye Linyuan back. Had he not done so, he would still be the commander-in-chief of Jiangbei, living in peace. Simultaneously, he harbors resentment. Resentment towards his eldest son, whom he had deemed the least promising, the least cared for. Why must he be so defiant? Even his regrets come too late. Ye Tai slowly turns his head, the gaze of those present fixed upon him. Suddenly, he smiles, speaking softly. What is there to worry about? Ye Bai is but one, right before your eyes. He understands well that Ye Linyuan's identity cannot be concealed, and Ye Bai cannot be replaced. Yet, at this juncture, he has no choice. He can only hope that the martial saint can suppress this matter and allow Ye Bai to remain in Jiangbei, until he possesses the capability to surpass his elder brother. Upon hearing this, everyone is momentarily stunned, gazing at Ye Bai with astonishment. Commander, this. The crowd cannot help but feel anxious. Under different circumstances, it would have sufficed, but now a six-star general has transformed into an innate martial artist, a military paragon, who has fought valiantly on the front lines, has become a pampered heir of a noble family.
How can this possibly be concealed? The military is not naive.
Ye Tai's trusted confidants, who have unwaveringly supported him, now waver in their resolve.
What is there to fear?
I have already sent the battle report to the military after the conclusion of the campaign, informing them of Ye Bai's survival.
After enduring this fierce battle, he sought a reason to defer for several years, coupled with the intervention of Ye Bai's esteemed mentor, and was there any doubt he could not retain them? Ye Tai feigned composure, yet deep within, uncertainty gnawed at him.
He had learned from the renowned martial sage that Ye Linyuan had attained the rank of general. Given his status, it would be somewhat challenging to keep a general in Jiangbei, yet not entirely impossible.
Firstly, Ye Bai was his own son, making his presence in Jiangbei quite rational.
Secondly, it was only upon the martial sage's personal request that he acquiesced, never anticipating that Ye Linyuan would be a general.
Moreover, he boasted an impressive 6-star rank and had even been personally received by Shaoshan. The very thought sent shivers down Ye Tai's spine and caused his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably.
At this juncture, it would not be an exaggeration to say he had transgressed a heavenly decree. For now, he can only proceed as such, concealing the truth for as long as possible.
Did that martial sage know the situation?
In the command room, a pall of gloom enveloped the atmosphere as a harrowing discussion unfolded.
Any leak, no matter how minute, could lead to dire consequences.
From today forth, you shall remain at home, and without my express permission, you are prohibited from stepping outside. Unless you ascend to the great sect realm. Ye Tai turned to face Ye Bai, who was still lost in the euphoria of becoming a military general. His mind filled with visions of the future. He paid no heed to the earlier conversation.
Yes, father. Only upon hearing Ye Tai's call did he snap back to reality. Nodding earnestly, Ye Tai took a deep breath, his expression grave.
The next task at hand was to navigate the military's response. He narrowed his eyes, first ordering the escort to take Ye Bai away, while he himself would seek out the martial sage once more. Outside the military headquarters, a group swiftly exited, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Leading the pack was none other than Ye Tai, clad in military attire. Upon spotting Ye Tai, Zhang Yuyi rushed forward, his voice laced with fury.
Ye Tai! How dare you employ nuclear-grade weaponry? Are you not afraid of a thorough investigation by the military? Even a tiger does not consume its own cub. How could you possibly resort to nuclear weapons against Ye Linyuan for the sake of Ye Bai? Others may believe you are acting to quell the beast den, but what is your true motive?
Zhang Yuye's sharp inquiries drew the gaze of many. The remaining demon suppression army, awaiting a response from the Jiangbei military, exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing Zhang Yuye's words.
The use of nuclear-grade weaponry, was there some hidden agenda? And what of those who accompanied them? Had they perished at the jaws of the otherworldly beasts, or at the hands of Ye Tai?
This thought flickered briefly before dissipating from the minds of most.
Ye Tai, already anxious about the potential exposure of this matter, found Zhang Yuye's indiscreet remarks igniting his fury to its zenith. Old fool, this is the military. Your reckless slander could undermine morale, a crime deserving of death. Guards, take this old man out and execute him.
A flicker of rage crossed Ye Tai's stern visage as he spoke loudly.
Soon, several guards stepped forward to seize Zhang Yuyi. Ha ha ha.
Having lived for over 90 years, I have never encountered a person like you, Ye Tai.
Even as death approaches, do you not feel remorse?
Zhang Yuye laughed heartily, displaying no fear whatsoever, allowing several guards to escort him away.
Meanwhile, Su Yuhan, Ye Linyuan,
and a few distinguished individuals from Lingwu City observed the scene with wide-eyed astonishment. Although Zhang Yuye was merely a master, his medical expertise had garnered him numerous benevolent connections.
How dare Ye Tai so brazenly attempt to take his life?
Under the scrutiny of those present, Ye Tai's gaze was chillingly cold, casting a palpable sense of dread upon all who met his eyes.
Noticing this, Ye Tai chose to remain silent,
striding out of the military headquarters with the intent to depart. However, at that very moment, a voice resounded over the military base and throughout the entirety of East City.
Akin to thunder rolling ominously, where is Ye Bai? Where is the Star of Destiny? Where is the commander? Chapter 55, The Marshal Saint Questions. The truth revealed to the world.
In the eastern city military headquarters, Ye Tai strode purposefully, intent on seeking out the martial saint, contemplating how to address the military's actions.
The onlookers were taken aback by Ye Tai's decisive and ruthless demeanor. Could he truly dare to kill Jiang Yuye? This thought echoed among the people of Lingwu City. Meanwhile,
the bewildered members of the demon suppression army, who had yet to depart but rushed to provide support, were engulfed in confusion.
What had transpired in the caverns? What actions had the Jiangbei military headquarters undertaken? The sudden deployment of nuclear-grade weaponry left them without explanation. What of the deceased?
They gazed at Ye Tai's ashen face,
hesitant to utter a word. The Jiangbei commander appeared to be consumed by rage.
Such intensity only deepened their suspicions. As Ye Tai descended the steps, a voice reverberated from the horizon, overshadowing the military headquarters and the entirety of Eastern City. It thundered like celestial wrath. Where is Ye Bai? Where is the Star General? Where is the chief? This voice, akin to divine authority, resounded throughout the expansive military compound.
Everyone instinctively gazed skyward, including Ye Tai, who momentarily halted his advance.
In the azure sky, a figure engulfed in flames, towering over 100 feet, traversed the void with commanding strides.
In an instant, a figure descended,
striking the steel-forged ground and creating a massive crater.
The crowd was momentarily stunned by the sight. The newcomer was none other than a martial saint. This was Qi Zhang.
Ranked 6th on the military's holy list and 9th in the national combat rankings, a distinguished 8-star general. The arrival of a martial saint at the military headquarters was unprecedented.
What could this signify?
While the specifics remained unclear, a thrill coursed through the crowd, for they had never anticipated witnessing the grandeur of a martial saint in their lifetimes. It seemed that the circumstances had taken an extraordinary turn. The newcomer, clad in battle attire, exuded an imposing presence. His chiseled face bore the marks of a warrior,
emanating an aura of authority as if a monarch had descended.
The 8 resplendent military emblems on his uniform shimmered with solemnity, imparting an oppressive gravitas.
From his appearance,
he appeared to be in his 40s, however, in this era of martial prowess, one would typically add 2 to 3 decades to that age. His presence was instantly recognized by all present. After all, he was a martial saint of the military, ranked 9th in national combat prowess. The voice echoed throughout the military headquarters, reaching Ye Bai, who felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, nearly unable to restrain himself from stepping forward in response. This startled the officers escorting him, who quickly restrained him.
Qi Zhang's gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately resting on the departing Ye Tai. In that instant,
a chill coursed through Ye Tai, as if he were being scrutinized. An ominous premonition unfurled within his heart.
Ye Tai, where is the Star General of the military?
Qi Zhang inquired, his tone devoid of discernible emotion, yet imbued with a subtle undertone of inquiry. The ranks of martial saints were classified into levels, ranging from 1 to 9, and Qi Zhang was a level 6 martial saint. The military marshal in question is a genuine 9th-level martial saint. He has been dispatched to retrieve the military star and is well aware of the events that have transpired.
This revelation sends a chill down Qi Zhang's spine.
He has encountered this unparalleled military star before and knows that he is the most resplendent star in the military, one upon whom the higher-ups have pinned their hopes, believing him to be the beacon of hope in this era of martial arts. Yet now, he has been struck by a nuclear-grade weapon. How could Qi Zhang not feel a sense of dread, or not be consumed by rage? However, the pressing matter at hand is to ascertain the identity of Ye Bai. As reported in the battle report,
General,
Ye Tai stammered, turning slowly, his voice trembling. A martial saint from the military has personally arrived. How could Ye Linyuan be so esteemed by the military, yet now face the scrutiny of a martial saint?
At this moment,
Ye Tai finds himself at a loss for words.
Where is the military star?
Qi Zhang's voice rose, reverberating like thunder in Ye Tai's ears. Not only Ye Tai but everyone present was taken aback. This martial saint was indeed formidable. Ye Bai had just emerged from a fierce battle, gravely injured,
and was currently recuperating.
Ye Tai steeled himself to speak, but his words were futile. Even he understood that the moment this martial saint arrived,
the outcome had already been predetermined. Then take me to see him. Qi Zhang's anger began to surface. Could it be true, as the military claimed, that their military star lies beneath the earth?
Initially, both the military and he harbored a glimmer of hope, for this was the youngest six-star general in history. Even if Ye Tai possessed tenfold courage, he would not dare to unleash a nuclear-grade indiscriminate attack. Yet now, it seems. General, my son is gravely injured. The doctor has advised a period of rest for recovery. Once he is healed, I will ensure he returns to the military. How does that sound? Ye Tai's facial muscles twitched violently. As a top-tier clan leader, he was experiencing fear for the first time. His voice quivered slightly as he spoke. What? Is it not permissible for me to take a glance? Shi Zhang stepped forward, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The onlookers gasped in shock. The martial saint from the military was harboring ill intentions towards a military general. What did their words truly imply? Ye Tai felt as though countless blades were poised against his skin, as if they would pierce him at any moment. Ye Tai, our military star Ye Bai. Should we now refer to him as Ye Linyuan? Is he truly gravely injured, or has he been subjected to indiscriminate strikes from your nuclear-grade weapon? Shi Zhang pressed again, his tone growing increasingly impatient. This question shattered Ye Tai's mental defenses completely. He trembled. A fleeting flicker of panic flashing in his eyes before vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, those present were similarly shaken. Following the subjugation of the underground with nuclear-grade weaponry, reports from Lingwu City swiftly emerged, suggesting that it was not Ye Linyuan who perished beneath the earth, was it? What relevance does this have to Ye Bai? Is Ye Bai not the son most favored by Ye Tai, who, after 3 years of military service, was promoted to major in Jiangbei? As for Ye Linyuan, was he not the one cast out by Ye Tai? How has he now become an unparalleled star in the military? Father! He has come to seek me. Demanding my emergence with such aggression, what does that signify? At this moment, Ye Bai, who had been hiding nearby, could no longer contain himself. In his mind, Ye Tai's figure loomed like a mountain, eternally blocking his path. Witnessing his father's inability to respond to such questioning was unbearable for him. Simultaneously, within his understanding, he only recognized the esteemed status of a military star, unaware of the deeper implications it held. Ye Bai's sudden appearance captivated the attention of all present. Shi Zhang's gaze fell upon him, and his brow furrowed deeply. You say he is Ye Bai? Then that means it was Ye Linyuan who enlisted all those years ago. And it was also Ye Linyuan who was subjected to indiscriminate strikes from nuclear-level weaponry. Shi Zhang lost his composure on the spot. And the aura belonging to a martial saint erupted, his imposing figure radiating like a blazing sun, blindingly bright. Chapter 56, The Military's Wrath, I Come from Hell. It is I. Ye Bai spoke loudly, yet before the imposing presence of the martial saint, he could not help but feel a pang of trepidation. Ah! How audacious! Ye Tai, how dare you strike with nuclear-level weaponry? Do you comprehend the significance of this military star, both for the military and for the future of humanity? Shi Zhang's tone was laced with fury, a palpable intent to kill emanating from him. Yet, he ultimately refrained from taking action. Firstly, the military was only aware of the incident regarding the conscripted brother and did not realize that Ye Tai had resorted to nuclear weaponry in pursuit of Ye Linyuan's military achievements. Secondly, Ye Tai bore commendable merits and held the position of provincial commander, a one-star general of the military. Even if he had committed a grievous error, he must await the military's judgment. It was inconceivable for him to execute a general with 1,000,000 merits on the spot. As for Ye Bai, Shi Zhang merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Ye Tai opened his mouth, his lips quivering. With Ye Bai's appearance, his aspirations for Ye Linyuan's military accomplishments had become utterly unattainable. All he could do now was hope that the military would not conduct a thorough investigation. After all, his justification for employing nuclear weaponry was to quell the subterranean chaos. Even if the military pursued the matter, his sins should not warrant death. Ye Tai harbored illusions, yet the moment Ye Linyuan's identity emerged, he had already begun to comprehend. Were it anyone else beneath the ground? The military would not deem their actions punishable by death. However, this was Ye Linyuan. He was a person of great importance to Shaoshun, a military star. Just wait for the military's accountability. Shi Zhang uttered coldly, then promptly reported the matter to the military headquarters. At the military headquarters in the capital, Xiaoshen listened to the report, his expression dark and foreboding.
Beneath the ground, it was indeed their military's unparalleled star. "Marshal, what shall we do now?" inquired a general.
Xiaoshen sat in silence, burdened with an immense weight on his heart. "Summon Ye Tai to the capital, I wish to interrogate him personally." The general nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke again. "Marshal, the military system just indicated that Ye Linyuan's records were just accessed. The location being the Jiangbei military headquarters." Upon hearing this, Xiaoshen abruptly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed upon the general.
"Who possesses such authority in Jiangbei? Or is it that he did not perish?" Xiaoshen demanded. "That seems unlikely, following the emergence of this situation."
The military personnel immediately initiated a thorough investigation.
Ultimately, it was discovered that the genes Ye Linyuan left behind in the military had been substituted.
The perpetrator's methods were exceedingly sophisticated. Had this incident not arisen, the military might have found it difficult to uncover the truth in a timely manner, the general continued. This implies that the individual who accessed the records was not Ye Linyuan, but someone else entirely.
To dare to reach into the military's affairs. It appears this matter is far more intricate than it seems.
Xiaoshen murmured to himself, his eyes narrowing slightly.
After a prolonged silence,
he finally spoke in the most composed tone: "Initiate an immediate and thorough investigation.
Regardless of who is implicated, the report must be truthful. I want them to comprehend the repercussions of provoking a peerless star of our military. No one can bear the consequences." Upon the issuance of Xiaoshen's command, everyone in the military department became engulfed in activity, as the entire capital braced for an impending storm that could strike at any moment. In Jiangbei,
at the Eastern City Military Department, Shi Zheng concluded his report and awaited the next order from the military.
Meanwhile, Ye Tai and all personnel of the Jiangbei Military Department were firmly retained at the headquarters.
At that moment, a plane roared overhead, and He Dingjun leaped down from it.
"Damn you, Ye Tai!"
He Dingjun spotted Ye Tai seated on the ground and advanced to seize him by the collar, lifting him off the ground with ease.
"How dare you!
Our eastern region's unparalleled genius has been ruined by your hands.
Are you attempting to pacify the abyss, or do you wish to hand over your military achievements to your younger son?"
He Dingjun had grasped the situation during his time in Jiangbei. Thus, upon receiving this news, his thoughts immediately connected the dots, prompting his furious inquiry. The moment the words escaped his lips, everyone present was taken aback, even Shi Zhan was momentarily stunned.
The reason Ye Tai resorted to nuclear-level weaponry was to commit murder and seize Ye Linyuan's military accomplishments for Ye Bai? Initially,
a chill ran down their spines at the thought that he could be so ruthless as to sacrifice his eldest son's achievements for his younger son. Then disbelief washed over them, for after all, he was still his own flesh and blood. Not to mention, he was a luminary of the military.
"You are talking nonsense.
He Dingjun, you cannot slander me, that is my son, my own son."
Ye Tai reacted vehemently, instantly clashing with He Dingjun.
Although He Dingjun felt anger at Ye Tai's obstinate demeanor, he also recognized the presence of the military's martial sage.
Moreover, he had more pressing matters to attend to.
"Damn it, just wait for the military to conduct a thorough investigation, I shall see how long you can remain obstinate." After delivering his retort, He Dingjun saluted the martial sage with a simple military gesture before swiftly boarding the plane, heading towards the ruins.
Following the nuclear strike, Lingwu City was devoid of skyscrapers, with the entire city reduced to rubble, littered with the corpses of alien beasts.
At this moment, at the site of the abyss, the cave entrance had been substantially enlarged by the explosion. Standing at the edge, one could not see the end.
Below, a faint blue glow emanated,
revealing that the fissure below had also been widened by the nuclear weapon. Consequently, Lingwu City was on the brink of becoming a new battlefield.
Beneath the abyss,
where the cave had collapsed to an unknown depth, a subtle wave of energy was felt. Ye Linyuan's form had become indistinct, almost irreparably damaged, with only a glimmer of golden light emanating from his remaining skin. The martial techniques he had practiced preserved a flicker of life within him. His wounds revealed a green vitality emerging, a manifestation of his grand technique, regeneration,
constantly repairing his body. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the Demon Suppression Army.
Dedicate yourselves to rigorous training, for only then will you possess the strength to combat the otherworldly beasts.
Yes, Commander.
The training is arduous, each day consists of monotonous drills, along with the breath techniques imparted by our instructors, day after day.
What, do you now harbor regrets?
No, this is my aspiration. As that ray of light approached, the officer accompanying Ye Linyuan was the first to be consumed by the northern winds. As it dissipated, their mental energy radiated forth. Ye Linyuan glimpsed the original intent of joining the demon suppression army within their mental realm.
Now,
they had not perished at the jaws of the otherworldly beasts. Rather, they fell at the hands of Ye Tai.
Time trickled by, and Ye Linyuan's injuries gradually healed.
Until fully restored, a pair of eyes, sharp as blades, slowly opened.
Ye Tai, I have risen from the depths of hell. Are you prepared? Chapter 57, the target of public scorn, once a great general, now a timeless criminal. Deep within the cave, an extraordinary vitality was awakening.
Ye Dingjun arrived at the eastern city military headquarters, filled with rage towards Ye Tai, yet his greater desire was to venture into the cave to locate Ye Linyuan. Although he understood that the likelihood of success was exceedingly slim, nearly non-existent.
The power of nuclear weapons was too formidable. Even a martial saint would not dare to claim absolute survival in such a scenario. Despite leaving the eastern city military headquarters,
Ye Dingjun brought with him a piece of news that left everyone in suspicion.
The question lingered, did Ye Tai deploy nuclear weapons to subdue the cave or to commit murder? This uncertainty was unavoidable.
The senior officials of the military were well aware that although the situation in the cave was dire, it had not escalated to the point of necessitating nuclear weaponry.
If the roles were reversed, many could quickly deduce this.
However, everyone knew that those beneath the cave were Ye Linyuan, the beloved son of Ye Tai.
Could he truly use nuclear weapons to slay his own flesh and blood?
Within the military headquarters, Shi Zhang sat in a conference room, facing all the senior officials of the Jiangbei military department. The words of Ye Dingjun had aroused his suspicion, and news from the capital had also reached him,
indicating that the matter was far more complex than it appeared. Ye Tai, I ask you for the last time, what was your purpose in deploying nuclear weapons?
The lights in the conference room flickered, casting an erratic glow. The presence of a martial saint conducting the inquiry rendered the atmosphere as oppressive as an interrogation chamber.
General,
thousands of monstrous beasts emerged from the cave, and the situation was perilous, with the lives of hundreds of millions in Jiangbei resting upon my decision.
I was compelled to make this choice.
Ye Tai, no longer the provincial commander of yesteryear, nor the illustrious general of the military, still found himself justifying his actions in the face of a martial saint's inquiry. When the martial saint had descended upon the military, Ye Tai had indeed panicked.
Yet upon reflection, he recognized Ye Linyuan's unique status, as he embodied the military's greatest hopes. However,
he understood that as long as the truth about the substitution of military merit remained concealed, he would not face significant repercussions.
On the battlefield, death was an inevitability. Every individual was equal in the theater of war. So what if Ye Linyuan was a 6-star general? In terms of accountability,
it could only be attributed to a command error. There would be no insinuations of deliberate murder or usurpation of military accolades.
Shi Zhang's gaze, frosty as ice, bore into Ye Tai.
Observing his nonchalant demeanor, he spoke coldly, "Come in." As his words fell, the door of the conference room swung open abruptly.
Zhang Yuye stepped in, and this sight caused Ye Tai's expression to freeze in shock. Wasn't this old man supposed to be dead at his hands?
His urgent desire to eliminate Zhang Yuye stemmed from the knowledge that Zhang Yuye could potentially be aware of his intentions to have Ye Bai usurp Ye Linyuan's military achievements. After all, Ye Linyuan had spent considerable time with the Zhang family after leaving the Ye household, and during his visits to the Ye family,
Zhang Yuye had expressed considerable dissatisfaction, often veiling his sarcasm in conversation. Zhang Yuye. Ye Tairu was struck by lightning, momentarily rendered speechless. Not only he, but the entire Jiangbei military headquarters stood in stunned silence.
"Elder, are you aware of the circumstances?"
Shi Zhang inquired. Presently,
an order for a thorough investigation had been issued from the capital, prompting all martial families in the capital to adopt a low profile,
fearing the watchful eye of Shao Shun.
Consequently, the focus naturally shifted to Jiangbei. Regarding Jiang Yuye, although Qi Zhang had never encountered him, he was familiar with the name.
The Jiangbei medical family, and Ye Tairu claimed he could simply execute him?
This raised his suspicions.
General,
I am well aware that Ye Linyuan has spent most of his time in Jiangbei with my Jiang family. Jiang Yuye articulated each word emphatically.
Jiang Yuye, you.
Ye Tai's voice trembled, seeking to defend himself but at a loss for words.
General, upon returning from military service,
Ye Linyuan was compelled by Ye Tai to surrender his military achievements from the past 3 years to Ye Bai.
Furthermore,
Ye Tai personally added Ye Bai's name to the enlistment list, orchestrating Ye Linyuan's military service in place of his brother, all to render the situation plausible.
Each word from Jiang Yuye struck like a dagger, relentlessly pricking the conscience of the Jiangbei elite.
He recounted the conversation he had with Ye Linyuan that day.
And it sufficed.
As Jiang Yuye concluded his statement, an eerie silence enveloped the conference room. Qi Zhang's expression darkened to an extreme, his breath becoming increasingly rapid. He had envisioned numerous scenarios, yet none akin to this.
General, how can we trust his one-sided account?
I, Yi, have defended Jiangbei for over 20 years.
The military knows me inside out. How could I commit such an act?
Ye Tai exclaimed, his cold, hard visage flushed crimson.
Indeed, General. Jiang Yuye is clearly intent on framing General Yi. Without a doubt, the recent upheaval in Jiangbei's underground is also linked to Jiang Yuye. Is he not colluding with foreign tribes? General, I propose we execute Jiang Yuye immediately. As Ye Tai's words fell, they were met with fervent agreement from the Jiangbei elite, who began to cast blame. What utter nonsense!
I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Even now, you refuse to admit it, and instead, you turn the tables.
Ye Tai, how did I fail to see you for the scoundrel you are back then?
Jiang Yuye exclaimed, momentarily stunned, his anger palpable.
Qi Zhang coldly observed the scene and commanded, "Bring Ye Bai in."
At this command, the room fell silent, everyone looking at Qi Zhang in confusion, uncertain of the implications. As his words echoed, several guards escorted Ye Bai into the room. In that moment, Ye Bai finally began to comprehend the gravity of his elder brother's identity. A terror so profound that even his father, whom he had once viewed as a towering figure, was compelled to bow his head. The joy he felt dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming hatred for Ye Linyuan, blaming him for the plight of the Jiangbei martial family. Place your hand upon the table, Qi Zhang instructed.
News from the capital indicated that Ye Linyuan's genes had been altered.
If the information within the military department pertains to Ye Linyuan, there is no need for further elaboration.
However, this introduces a new dilemma. Ye Tai's desire to alter the military's genetic structure and authority levels is simply insufficient. Therefore, it is likely that there exists a formidable figure behind Ye Tai.
Upon hearing this, Ye Bai tremblingly placed his hand upon the interface, and in the next instant, the military system was promptly activated.
Beep. Your Excellency Ye Bai, welcome to the military system. Genetic verification is in progress.
Verification successful. Your current status is that of a 6-star general in the military, with the following access privileges. The cold, mechanical voice resonated, leaving Ye Tai and all the high-ranking officials in Jiangbei utterly stunned, a chill surging within their hearts.
Chapter 58, Approaching with Murderous Intent, Shaoshan, let him be.
Ye Tai, along with all the senior officials of Jiangbei, fixed their gaze upon the military system. Particularly Ye Tai, who, at that moment, resembled a wooden sculpture,
standing motionless.
The scene he once longed to witness had now become the final straw that broke his back, delivering a fatal blow.
Ye Tai,
how dare you commit such an act, and even employ nuclear-grade weaponry? Down there lies your son. Upon witnessing this harrowing image, Qi Zhang, despite his reluctance,
grasped the situation.
Ye Tai had orchestrated such an earth-shattering event for the sake of Ye Bai. Ye Tai stood in silence, rooted in place. Qi Zhang cast a cold glance before striding away, leaving the entire conference room enveloped in a profound silence. The truth was laid bare, and the impending wrath of the military loomed over them like thunder.
In Kyoto, the military headquarters, Qi Zhang, having grasped the events transpiring in Jiangbei, promptly reported to the military. This instant ignited Shaoshan's fury. He immediately commanded Qi Zheng to bring Ye Tai to Kyoto. Furthermore, an announcement was to be issued.
After all, such a monumental event had transpired in Jiangbei, with an entire city and a military prodigy disappearing.
An explanation was imperative.
Following the issuance of these two commands, Xiao Shen sat quietly in his position. The loss of such a military genius weighed heavily upon his heart. The military announcement reverberated throughout the nation, inciting shock and outrage. All news outlets and martial artist forums erupted in a frenzy.
I cannot believe it.
A 6-star general in his 20s, a military prodigy handpicked by the marshal, was obliterated by nuclear-grade weaponry. Ye Tai has shown an unforgivable heartlessness. Ye Linyuan is his son. How could he be so ruthless? I had previously thought Ye Tai noble, sacrificing his own son for the survival of the nation. Yet it turns out he acted solely for the sake of his younger son.
My heavens, this incident has left me in disbelief for an entire year.
The youngest general of the military, potentially humanity's hope, has been destroyed by his own hand.
Execute Ye Tai! Execute Ye Tai! Execute Ye Tai!
Once the announcement was released, the nation erupted in outrage, given the widespread attention nuclear-grade weaponry had garnered. According to the prior announcement from Jiangbei, many believed Ye Tai was noble, sacrificing his son for the sake of millions in Jiangbei.
However,
it was revealed that Ye Tai had ordered the use of nuclear-grade weaponry merely to have his younger son claim the achievements of his elder brother. Especially after the true identity of Ye Linyuan was disclosed, national anger surged. He was a military general, a beacon of hope for humanity.
And yet he was destroyed by Ye Tai.
Not only were martial artists stirred, but news outlets, newspapers, and television broadcasts were all reporting this shocking revelation. Within a mere half-hour, the news had spread across the nation, inciting extreme fury among the populace. Numerous voices clamored for the execution of Ye Tai,
growing ever more insistent. A domestic news segment is currently broadcasting the latest developments in Lingwu City.
Firstly, it addresses the nuclear-grade weapons and the military's pride, Ye Linyuan. Even if Lingwu City were to be reduced to ruins, it would still hold newsworthy value.
Below us lies Lingwu City, devastated by nuclear strikes, now utterly transformed into a wasteland.
It is heart-wrenching to report that the recent battle in Lingwu City resulted in over 10,000 casualties,
with even the Grand Masters suffering losses exceeding 100.
Among them, a notably young 6-star general, personally appointed by Marshal Xiao Shen, stands out.
This news segment has garnered considerable attention.
The events unfolding in Lingwu City are monumental, resonating throughout the nation, making it nearly impossible to overlook.
Within the broadcast,
an aircraft is observed hovering, from which individuals clad in military attire descend.
Among them is He Dingjun.
In this era of martial arts, the genetic locks of warriors have been shattered, leading to significant changes in their physical constitution.
The impact of nuclear strikes on warriors is virtually negligible.
He Dingjun disembarks, accompanied by several Eastern officers and a girl who appears to be around 18 or 19 years old.
Commander He, the coordinates are confirmed.
Approximately 500 meters ahead lies the original position of the cavern, one officer states, pointing forward while holding a tablet. He Dingjun nods and strides forward,
each step weighed down by an immense burden. The survival rate following a nuclear strike is dismally low.
Yet, He Dingjun clings to a glimmer of hope,
fantasizing that Ye Linyuan has survived. Witnessing this scene, several officers follow suit.
This moment is captured by the news cameras, leaving many viewers in a profound silence. For they recognize He Dingjun, the Eastern commander. Seeing him in such despair resonates deeply with those watching the broadcast. It turns out He Dingjun is the one most profoundly affected. Indeed, General Yi has served in the military for 3 years in the East, embodying its relentless spirit. Commander He surely held him in high regard.
The Yi family has been utterly disgraceful. After 3 years of relentless combat, General Yi returns to such treatment. How outrageous!
It is not just this instance. I have heard that General Yi was never truly valued within the Yi family, as if Ye Tai never considered him a son.
The crowd is engulfed in a mix of anger and sorrow.
Ultimately, what has transpired cannot be changed, and further words are futile. The only course of action may be to hold the culprits accountable. At the scene, He Dingjun stands at the precipice of the vast cavern, gazing downwards.
His eyes are fixed, consumed by a wave of grief. "Commander, the cavern has completely collapsed. It is nearly impossible to delve further," an officer hesitantly remarks. Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan's form wavers, as if he might topple at any moment. Meanwhile, the young girl behind him instinctively covers her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears. Upon becoming an officer, one gains various privileges within the military. For instance, matters such as housing, salary subsidies, and daily necessities. The young girl before us is entrusted with the care of Ye Linyuan's daily life. "Hizwa, it is time to return," someone cautioned. Ye Linyuan stood motionless for a considerable time before finally retreating a step. "Is this how the radiant sun of the east meets its end?" Ye Linyuan inquired. His spirits low. The officers behind him sighed, unable to find words of comfort. Suddenly, a strange sound erupted from the subterranean depths. An intense wave of energy surged from below, as if something were on the verge of emerging from the earth. In that moment, Ye Linyuan, the news broadcasts. The satellite images from the Jiangbei military headquarters, and even Kyoto were all thrown into a state of uproar. How could there still be energy fluctuations in the cavern after a nuclear-grade strike? The entire cave trembled violently, the energy intensifying and drawing ever closer, causing everyone's hearts to race in trepidation. Chapter 59, The Greatest Reckoning, Blade, Fury strikes against the betraying father. What has transpired? Could it be that the fissure beneath the earth has widened, unleashing even mightier alien beasts or foreign tribes? This is inconceivable, based on previous instances of nuclear weapon deployment. The formation of a new battlefield would necessitate at least 6 months. So what is truly happening? Is there something lurking below, evading the onslaught of nuclear weaponry? Fools! Beneath the might of nuclear arms, an entire city has been reduced to ruins. Who could possibly escape such devastation? At this moment, those watching the news report were utterly stunned. Such a scenario had never been encountered before. The emergence of a new battlefield following nuclear weapon use would typically require a year or at least 6 months. This rapidity is impossible. Not only the news segment, but even the satellite surveillance from various military departments captured this anomalous movement. In Kyoto, at the general headquarters, a general rushed in, exclaiming, "Marshal! Marshal!" Shaoshan remained seated, lost in sorrowful contemplation. "What is it?" he inquired, his tone steady as he gradually regained focus. "There has been unusual activity in the Jiangbei cavern. It seems something is about to emerge," the visitor reported urgently. Upon hearing this, Shaoshan sprang to his feet, swiftly exiting the room. In the next moment, he found himself in the command center of the military. He understood that after the deployment of nuclear weapons, it was impossible for alien beasts to survive or for a new battlefield to form so quickly. Otherwise, the very purpose of nuclear weaponry would be rendered meaningless. Thus, the disturbances below might magnify. "Provide me with the clearest, most direct visual," Shaoshan commanded, his voice tinged with excitement. He had conceived a possibility. Were it anyone else, he would remain skeptical, but this was Ye Linyuan, the pride of their military. A luminary who had ascended to the rank of 6-star general in just 3 years. What was impossible for him? In Jiangbei, at the East City military headquarters, Qi Zhang returned to the conference room after reporting to the military department. Per their directives, he was to bring Ye Tai back to Kyoto for thorough interrogation. However, just then, the satellite imagery revealed an unexpected anomaly. It captivated his attention, as well as that of the Jiangbei elite and Ye Tai. At the sight of the cavern, the earth trembled, the energy intensified. Under the gaze of all present, the cavern suddenly erupted. Boom! Fragments of rock, soil, and the shattered remains of alien beasts, obliterated by nuclear strikes, were propelled into the air. At that moment, everyone beheld a brilliant flash of light, a blade radiating with the fury of hurricanes, lightning, and flames, coalescing into a gleaming blade several dozen meters long, erupting from the earth. The brilliance of that blade was blinding, its size immense. It cleaved toward the heavens, as if intending to rend the very sky asunder. All held their breath, fixated on the screen, striving to discern the unfolding spectacle beneath. Amidst the scattered soil, gravel, and remnants of corpses, a figure sprang forth from the depths of the earth. His attire was scant, barely concealing vital areas, exposing a physique of remarkable musculature. It was a man alive. Surviving a nuclear strike, he emerged unscathed. Who could he be?
Astonishingly handsome, he leaped forth as if accompanied by the very light of blades.
Could it be that this individual is the esteemed six-star general from the military?
The news reports erupted in chaos. One might say, the entire nation was set ablaze.
After such a cataclysmic event, a survivor emerged.
Yet, the crux of the matter lay in whether this person was indeed the legendary military star spoken of by the authorities. If so, it would elucidate why the military declared him humanity's hope for the future.
To withstand the onslaught of nuclear weaponry and still emerge alive, such a feat would be unimaginable even for a martial saint. At the scene, Ye Linyuan's eyes lit up upon recognizing the figure, his demeanor transforming with joy. He had not perished, he knew it all along. How could the eastern sun, blazing brightly, allow such a remarkable individual to fall so easily?
Ye Linyuan nodded calmly, his expression inscrutable. He glanced at a nearby young woman whose eyes sparkled with delight as she presented a fresh military uniform for him to don. It was adorned with 6 brilliant military insignias, radiating a dazzling light. In that moment, Ye Linyuan's aura shifted. He was now a 6-star general. A true leader of the military. I understand what you wish to convey, but I have far more pressing matters at hand. Ye Linyuan stated with a serene tone. He was determined to follow through, to honor the fallen members of the Demon Suppression Corps, their names. Their final echoes resonating like a haunting melody in his ears. His gaze turned toward the eastern city, filled with an overwhelming intent to kill.
Ye Linyuan, momentarily taken aback,
quickly grasped the situation, stepping aside. Go forth, regardless of what transpires, the East shall always stand behind you. Ye Linyuan nodded and leaped into the void, vanishing from sight. At the Jiangbei military headquarters, satellite imagery captured the ferocity in Ye Linyuan's eyes. Even through the screen, it was palpable.
The high-ranking officials of Jiangbei stood frozen, as if struck by lightning.
He had survived, not only that, but he returned with a lethal intent. In that moment, fear gripped them. They would prefer immediate interrogation by the military than to confront the formidable presence of Ye Linyuan.
Upon witnessing Ye Linyuan, Ye Tai felt a similar dread.
He had wished for Ye Linyuan's demise to allow Ye Bai to claim the accolades.
He had anticipated everything proceeding according to plan, yet Ye Linyuan's true identity blindsided him. Now, it was evident that even without military backing, his intent to eliminate Ye Linyuan with nuclear weaponry was destined to fail. The realization of his actions, coupled with Ye Linyuan's earlier gaze, instilled a fear within Ye Tai he had never known before. It emanates from the depths of the heart. A fear that resides in one's very bones. General Qi, he approaches with a murderous intent. Is the military not summoning me back for an investigation? Let us depart at once. Ye Tai, disregarding his own demeanor, exclaimed loudly. Qi Zheng furrowed his brow. For the murderous glare in Ye Linyuan's eyes resembled a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even he, a man seasoned by the fiercest storms, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Naturally, he wished to ignore Ye Tai, yet in accordance with military directives, he had to deliberate. Moreover, Ye Tai had served with distinction, defending the northern Jiang region for decades. Should he perish so abruptly, it would be a difficult matter to explain. Qi Zheng hesitated for a moment before reporting to the military. However, the response he received astonished him while also seeming quite reasonable. He was to go. This was a direct order from Shao Shen himself. After receiving the military's command, he remained seated in the command room, allowing Ye Tai to shout frantically. Nearly a few minutes passed before a wave of murderous intent enveloped the eastern military district, thick with the stench of blood. It was as if the spirits of countless beings, slain in their millions, had tainted the air with an unremovable scent of carnage. Ye Tai, come forth and meet your demise. Chapter 60, The Puppet Master. Youngsters should not be too arrogant in the depths of the cavern. Ye Linyuan's departure stirred a wave of astonishment. Those who watched the news broadcast were struck by the intensity of his gaze, which conveyed a sense of dread. Simultaneously, they became aware of his true identity. Indeed, he was the star of the military. Their disbelief was palpable. He had survived a nuclear-level weapon. The tides in Jiangbei were about to change. That gaze sent chills down their spines, a terrifying presence. The fleeting image of Ye Linyuan left them profoundly shaken.
Although the news could not penetrate the military's inner workings, they gleaned much from the depths of his eyes. The winds of change were coming to Jiangbei. At the eastern city military headquarters, a voice thundered from afar, "Ye Tai, come forth and face your demise." The bloodlust in the tone sent shivers through those standing outside the military compound.
As the realization set in, shock enveloped the crowd.
This was the military headquarters.
And Ye Tai was a one-star general.
Even though everyone was now aware of his intentions behind deploying a nuclear weapon, the sheer ferocity of his arrival was unsettling. They instinctively turned to see a young man descending rapidly. Clutching a blue longsword, he emanated an aura of lethal intent. His gaze reminiscent of a sea of corpses and blood. The military insignia gleaming on his uniform rooted everyone to the spot. He was a general star, a 6-star general. And by the looks of it, he was barely in his 20s. At that moment, the crowd was utterly astounded, for they had previously encountered Ye Linyuan. He had been appointed as the chief commander by the military. Although many had speculated about his identity prior, and the military had issued an announcement clarifying it, the sight of him clad in military garb, radiating an electrifying aura, left no doubt. This young general was furious.
Meanwhile,
those who had been standing outside the military headquarters in Lingwu City were equally frozen in place upon witnessing Ye Linyuan. Ye Linyuan stared blankly at him. Her eyes fixated on the brilliant military insignia adorning his shoulders, piercing her vision.
He truly was a military commander. Ye Linyuan murmured softly, her once stoic face finally reflecting a change in emotion. Since her last encounter with Ye Linyuan, an indelible mark had been etched in her mind.
She often found herself dreaming, even during the day, of scenes depicting him in battle, as well as the moment he received his military rank. She had never believed, never trusted that the filthy, worthless brother she had long scorned could become a high-ranking military general, a pride of the military. Yet now, the sight of this young man, radiating an overwhelming aura of resolve and clad in a perfectly tailored uniform, shattered her preconceived notions entirely. She believed it, her brother, her elder brother, was a 6-star general in the military. He ought to have been the pride of the entire family. Ye Linyuan gazed at Ye Linyuan. Her eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions. Ye Linyuan approached her, treating her as a stranger. She recalled the days of yore, when that filthy little boy had just returned to the Ye family, yearning to belong. He had shown her such tolerance and affection, not just towards her, but also to Su Yuhan, who stood not far away. As she looked at Ye Linyuan in his military uniform, her gaze was more one of desolation and bittersweet laughter. If only she could have cast aside her so-called pride that day, perhaps they could have been friends now.
Su Juqing's expression was a storm of fury and shock, ultimately transforming into a deep sigh. Ye Linyuan's appearance had left too many present in a state of astonishment. Though his identity had been revealed, at that time, everyone had believed him to be dead. The shock was palpable, yet it was overshadowed by a sense of lamentation. Now, Ye Linyuan's true presence before them was overwhelmingly impactful. The voice resonated throughout the military headquarters. Ye Tai stood in the command room, his eyes nearly bulging as he stared at Ye Linyuan on the screen. He had returned, how was this possible? He should have perished. Ye Tai felt as though struck by lightning, an unusual display of emotion overtaking him.
Under the threat of nuclear-grade weaponry, a certain death awaited, yet he had emerged unscathed, without even a visible injury. This was a devil. A demon arisen from the depths of hell. Even within the military, he could sense Ye Linyuan's murderous intent.
General Qi, let's go. Isn't the military supposed to take me to the capital?
Hurry! Ye Tai turned his head, nearly screaming at Qi Zhang, who sat there impassively. Qi Zhang regarded him with an expressionless countenance and replied coolly, "If I seek you out, you shall leave. Do not stay in the military with blood. Cleaning it up later would be a troublesome affair." Qi Zhang's initial hesitation stemmed from Ye Tai being a general with commendable achievements. In such circumstances, even the gravest errors warranted military intervention, especially considering that Ye Linyuan himself was a member of the Demon Suppression Army. However, now that Xiaoshen had personally spoken, he would no longer intervene, for Qi Zhang, aware of Ye Tai's actions, would relish the opportunity to cut him down.
What? I am a general.
Having guarded Jiangbei for over 20 years, bearing the weight of countless achievements.
Even in judgment, it must be the military that decides. Ye Tai gazed incredulously at Qi Zhang, his voice rising sharply. Yet, all he received in return was a cold, indifferent stare. Do you need me to escort you personally? Outside the military headquarters, Ye Tai and the senior officials from Jiangbei stepped out, one by one. Ye Linyuan regarded the scene before him with icy detachment, his voice devoid of warmth. Ye Tai, do you remember what I once said? Ye Tai stood frozen, rendered speechless. Su Qianlong. Ye Linyuan called out forcefully. Su Qianlong, standing among the ranks of the demon suppression army, immediately stepped forward and declared loudly, "Present, sir." Repeat my words. If you dare to wield nuclear-grade weapons, when I emerge, I shall take your life. Su Qianlong felt an overwhelming surge of blood coursing through his veins, as if his entire being was ablaze with fervor. Ye Tai's use of nuclear-grade weaponry not only obliterated Lingwu City but also claimed the lives of countless members of the demon suppression army. His sole intention was to allow Ye Bai to usurp the merits of battle, an act that incites the wrath of both gods and men. Lin Yuan, must you persist in this manner? We are, after all, father and son. Ye Tai gradually regained his composure, speaking in a tone tinged with despondency. Ye Linyuan remained silent, advancing step by step, dismissing all notions of fatherhood and kinship. On the day of his return, he had severed all ties. Lin Yuan, my son, I was wrong. Upon seeing Ye Linyuan approach, Ye Tai hurriedly spoke. Yet, his voice received no reply from Ye Linyuan. Alas! At that moment, a sudden sigh resonated through the air, accompanied by an ethereal presence. A figure emerged from outside the military headquarters. He moved with deliberate grace, yet his speed was astonishing, arriving beside Ye Linyuan in the blink of an eye. Chapter 61, Is a Young Man Not Impetuous? The blade points at the martial sage. The appearance of this individual once again plunged the scene into shock. This person was, astonishingly, also a martial sage. Typically, martial sages are as rare as phoenix feathers, yet today in the Eastern City military headquarters, two have emerged. Even if he has committed grave mistakes, he is still your father. Are you truly intent on taking his life? The newcomer gazed at Ye Linyuan, speaking in a calm yet detached manner. Father? Ye Linyuan halted his steps, his voice icy and filled with unyielding resolve. The world is well aware of his actions. Do you truly believe he is worthy of being called a father or a general? Unfazed by the confrontation, the newcomer paused momentarily before responding. Young man, do not be too impetuous. There are countless strong individuals in this world. If you kill him today and venture to the capital someday, have you considered your own fate? His tone was measured, yet laced with veiled warnings and threats. As he spoke, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure standing coldly by a window in the military headquarters, as if ready to intervene at any moment. Thus, he resorted to words rather than actions, aware that provoking the military could spell dire consequences, even for a martial sage. Ye Linyuan regarded him with indifference. Are you pleading for him or threatening me? Though he was aware of Ye Tai's misdeeds, he remained oblivious to the martial sage lurking behind Ye Tai. Otherwise, he would not have exchanged even half a sentence with this individual. You may interpret it as both, the newcomer replied with a faint smile. This exchange left many present in astonishment. The presence of a martial sage suggested that Ye Linyuan's quest to eliminate Ye Tai would be an arduous task. After all, according to protocol, Ye Tai was to be handed over to the military for adjudication, and even the military would find it difficult to interject. Ye Linyuan nodded slightly, brushing past the martial sage with an expression devoid of emotion, advancing forward. Under the scrutiny of all eyes, he maintained his murderous intent as he approached Ye Tai. This scene left everyone momentarily stunned. Clearly, they had not anticipated that Ye Linyuan would dare to confront Ye Tai in the presence of a martial sage. The martial sage's expression shifted slightly, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, Ye Tai interjected, Yi Jing, you need not say more. If he wishes to kill me, then let him come. Ye Tai's tone shifted abruptly from fear to defiance. Ye Linyuan was undeterred, in his eyes, Ye Tai must die today. Ha! I never imagined that years of planning would be ruined by you.
Truly, you are my beloved son, Ye Tai remarked with a sinister smile, his words dripping with mockery. Those demon suppression forces perished because of you, your death would be no great loss.
Without hesitation, Ye Linyuan's gaze turned frigid. With a single stroke, silence enveloped the entire arena. Ye Tai collapsed, yet his gaze remained imbued with an enigmatic significance. In that moment, all present were transfixed by the scene, their eyes brimming with fervor and admiration, even in the presence of a martial saint.
Ye Linyuan, undeterred, struck down Ye Tai. It is essential to note that following the military's announcement, the demon-suppressing army was particularly incensed. Ye Tai, in a bid to enhance Ye Linyuan's military accomplishments, resorted to nuclear-grade weaponry, resulting not only in the death of Ye Linyuan but also in the demise of numerous soldiers from the demon-suppressing army, each an officer of the military and a formidable human being. Faced with such circumstances, Ye Tai remained resolute in his schemes, unhesitatingly deploying nuclear-grade weaponry, which drove many to fury. However, they were acutely aware that, according to military regulations, he would be taken by the military for accountability. Amidst their collective anger and helplessness, Ye Linyuan emerged. The commander of the Jiangbei for over 2 decades met such a tragic fate today. The Ye family of Jiangbei ultimately faced its decline. This audacious young man truly deserved the title of the military's unparalleled star general, and he was indeed worthy of their leadership. Those fallen soldiers of the demon-suppressing army must surely find peace. Is it not said that the young possess an unyielding spirit? Ye Linyuan turned to Ye Jing. His blade pointed at the martial saint, embodying arrogance. Did he truly believe that being favored by Shaoshan granted him the liberty to act with such impunity? This world is far grander than one can fathom. Observing this, Ye Jing's tone turned icy, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping the air. My tolerance has reached its limit. Should you refuse to depart, I shall ensure you remain here, believe it or not. At that moment, Qi Zhang stepped forward and spoke in a measured tone. Ye Jing's expression shifted, letting out a cold huff, and he ceased further dialogue, retreating with indifference. After all, this was the military. Ye Tai's actions had provoked Shaoshan, and any further transgressions could very well seal his fate. Upon witnessing the martial saint's departure, the senior officials of Jiangbei collapsed in fear, cold sweat beating on their foreheads as they gazed at Ye Linyuan with palpable terror. Qi Zhang cast a glance over them, addressing Ye Linyuan. The marshal has commanded that I allow you to proceed as you wish. However, I believe these are all members of the demon-suppressing army. Should you choose to eliminate them all, I shall not intervene, though such an act would undoubtedly stir considerable upheaval. Alternatively, you may entrust them to me for return to the military, which would provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Ye Linyuan surveyed the individuals before him, ultimately refraining from unleashing a massacre. Very well, he nodded, responding with calmness. Qi Zhang waved his hand, and soon soldiers apprehended those present. So much has transpired in Jiangbei, I hope you remain unaffected. As for Ye Tai, his death is of little consequence. The military competition is about to commence, and once you have resolved the matters in Jiangbei, I expect you in Kyoto, Qi Zhang continued. Ye Linyuan nodded in agreement and then inquired, who was that martial saint? He sensed that the appearance of the martial saint was somewhat peculiar. Qi Zhang fell into a momentary silence, refraining from responding immediately. After a brief pause, he finally spoke, let us first proceed to Kyoto. If the marshal wishes for you to know, he will convey it to you personally. Thus, does this martial saint not belong to Kyoto? The sea lay tranquil, undisturbed. A plane soared overhead, its passage accompanied by a heart-wrenching cry. Put me down, you beast Ye Linyuan. I will kill him. Why did my father bring him back all those years ago? It is all his fault, all his fault. When Ye Linyuan struck down Ye Tai, Ye Bai was present at the scene. That moment inflicted an immense and profound wound upon him. It can be said that at this very moment, Ye Bai's fury towards Ye Linyuan had reached its zenith. Ye Jing sat quietly beside him, remaining utterly silent. Chapter 62, The Martial Saint Beyond the Pass, Kyoto. I have arrived. In the military headquarters of Kyoto, a gathering of individuals convened in the meeting room. Upon learning that Ye Linyuan had survived, Shaoshan felt a considerable sense of relief. However, this did not imply that the recent events would go unexamined, for in his perspective, Ye Tai's rank was far too insufficient to manipulate the military system for gene alteration. Thus, it could only be concluded that either there was interference from Kyoto in the battle at the subterranean site of Jiangbei, or an insider was present within the military. Yet, who would dare to engage in such covert actions beneath Xiaoshen's watchful gaze? Hence, the only remaining conclusion was that someone in Kyoto had meddled in the subterranean conflict of Jiangbei, with the straightforward intention of ensuring Ye Linyuan's demise. The prominent martial families of Kyoto were embroiled in fierce disputes over power, all hoping the military would take a definitive stance. With the imminent grand tournament of the military stars approaching, this event would determine the successor to the marshal of the military. Ye Linyuan was the individual he held in the highest regard. Many high-ranking officials within the military were aware that Ye Linyuan was the most likely candidate to inherit the position of marshal. Xiaoshen's expression hardened. The reach of these martial families was becoming increasingly extensive. Marshal, the military has suffered significant losses in the Jiangbei subterranean battle, with ordinary demon-suppressing troops casualties exceeding 10,000. Including masters and high-ranking officers, he recounted, his demeanor turning somber. He then instructed, conduct funerals with the highest honors for all the fallen and ensure their families receive compensation, elevating their accolades accordingly. The deaths of these demon-suppressing soldiers were indeed tragic misfortunes, largely attributable to Ye Tai, a one-star general of Jiangbei. Understood, came the response. Can we ascertain the origin of the martial saint that appeared in Jiangbei? Xiaoshen inquired. According to General Qi Zhang, that individual is likely a martial saint from the Whale Sea beyond the pass, a general reported. Upon hearing this, Xiaoshen furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. So, in addition to interference from Kyoto, there are also those individuals from beyond the pass? The martial saints from beyond the pass had resurfaced. Martial. The information transmitted by General Qi Zhang cannot be erroneous. The relationship between the Yi family of Jiangbei and those individuals appears to be quite intricate. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense with the mention of the martial saints beyond the pass, Xiaoshen declared. Let us temporarily set aside matters beyond the pass and focus on unearthing those who have intervened from Kyoto. Our military personnel are not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, in Jiangbei, East City, the death of Ye Tai left many in shock, yet others felt a sense of vindication. As the truth of the matter emerged, it became evident to many that Ye Tai was a one-star general of the military, having rendered significant service in defending Jiangbei. Even in the face of severe errors, accountability would first rest with the military before any consequences were enacted. Thus, many believed Ye Tai would not meet his end so swiftly. However, the appearance of Ye Linyuan altered this outcome, especially in the face of a martial saint. The blazing sun of the military ultimately did not disappoint them. When Ye Linyuan severed Ye Tai with his blade, numerous members of the demon suppression army bore witness to that moment. The audacious young man left an indelible impression on them, making many realize just how formidable this rising star of the military truly was. As for the Eastern City military, Ye Linyuan's decision not to execute all the high-ranking officials of the Jiangbei military was not without reason. After all, these individuals constituted the upper echelons of the demon suppression army. Although their ranks may have been inflated due to Ye Tai's influence, if he had truly slaughtered so many, it would have undoubtedly caused a significant uproar. Moreover, handing them over to the military would have rendered their fate no different from death. Especially considering that the recent cavern warfare in Jiangbei had thoroughly incensed the capital. In a tranquil garden within the eastern city, Ye Linyuan stood before a stone monument in silence. The monument was inscribed with names: Chen Siming, Hong Beixiao, Chen Li. These individuals were members of the demon suppression army who had accompanied him into the cavern. Ye Linyuan had been unable to bring them back. The devastation wrought by nuclear-level weaponry was immense, had it not been for the body-refining martial techniques revealed by the system. He too might have been obliterated by such an assault, without even the opportunity to activate the grand technique of regeneration. Ye Linyuan remained rooted in place, his heart a tumult of emotions. Perhaps, had he been more enlightened at that moment, he could have altered the outcome. Before this, he believed his martial prowess was sufficiently swift, having reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster level in just 3 years, even achieving the status of True Dragon. Yet, it was only in the face of genuine threats and the specter of death that he comprehended the true significance of strength. Yi Zhua.
News has arrived from the capital regarding the battle losses.
The military has proposed a compensation plan, Zhao Linyuan spoke softly behind him, holding a tablet in her hand. Ye Linyuan inhaled deeply, taking the tablet to glance at the names listed. In addition to honors and compensation, the ranks of these individuals had also been elevated. The military had indeed provided substantial recompense. However, once life is lost, no amount of compensation can truly suffice. Yet, the events had transpired. And there was no way to alter them. May they rest in peace, Ye Linyuan murmured as he returned the tablet to Zhao Linyuan and quietly departed. On his way, Ye Linyuan suppressed his sorrowful emotions and calmly inquired, "Where did Ye Bai go after Ye Tai's death?" To be candid, Ye Linyuan harbored little sentiment towards Ye Bai. All that had transpired was orchestrated by Ye Tai, and although Ye Bai had caused him some trouble upon his return, to Ye Linyuan, it resembled mere childish antics. Thus, he had never taken it to heart, but now that Ye Tai was deceased, Ye Bai would likely harbor intense animosity towards him. General Qi mentioned that Ye Bai was taken away by that martial saint. His wife returned to her family shortly after Ye Tai's death, accompanied by Ye Linyuan. Zhao Linyuan replied. "I see," Ye Linyuan nodded. While he felt little towards Ye Bai, he was aware that Ye Bai had claimed credit for military achievements. This is a significant transgression within the military, and Qi Zhang should certainly comprehend this. The martial saint who escorted him away was not met with any resistance from Qi Zhang. Was it perhaps that the martial saint instilled a sense of caution in him? Ye Linyuan harbored doubts regarding this matter, recalling Qi Zhang's assertion that if the marshal wished for him to be informed, he would convey it personally. Recently, there has been considerable commotion among the high-ranking officials of the military. It is rumored that the ongoing subterranean battle in Jiangbei has drawn the attention of certain figures in the capital. As a six-star general within the military, Ye Linyuan has naturally received some intelligence regarding the martial saint families from Kyoto. He chuckled softly, facing the wind, and strode purposefully out of the forested garden. A voice following closely behind him. "Kyoto, I am on my way." Chapter 63, Ye Bai's New Father? If I were a saint. The situation in Jiangbei has reached a conclusion. The military has appointed a new general for Jiangbei, with Qi Zhang being the most suitable choice. Although he is a martial saint and ranks among the top 10 in the military's martial saint combat power list, Jiangbei now faces a graver crisis. The subterranean lair in Lingwu City is quietly undergoing a transformation. In approximately 6 months to a year, it will inevitably evolve into a new battlefield. The presence of a martial saint to oversee this area is the wisest choice. Not long after this development, major news outlets, forums, newspapers, and international dailies have all reported on the subterranean battle in Jiangbei, creating quite a stir domestically and drawing significant international attention. In the ensuing days, it was abundantly clear that the hottest topic in the country was none other than Ye Linyuan. Moreover, the commotion generated internationally was no less significant than that at home. The deployment of nuclear-grade weaponry in Jiangbei had already piqued global interest. The sudden use of a weapon typically prohibited drew unavoidable scrutiny. Furthermore, Ye Linyuan's emergence from the lair and his decisive action against General Ye Tai in the military left the international community in uproar. This young star of the military was astonishingly youthful, and the military's tacit approval of his actions raised many questions about his identity. Consequently, international news outlets were inundated with reports about Ye Linyuan. Prominent newspapers published photographs of him wielding a blade upon his arrival at the Jiangbei Eastern Military Command, accompanied by a plethora of sensational headlines that left some high-ranking officials abroad bewildered and astonished. Prior to this, information about Ye Linyuan had been scarce, leaving them with no inkling about his background. His sudden appearance, followed by the execution of a general, and the military's lack of intervention, only served to amplify their astonishment. Thus, as the news spread internationally, it prompted some officials to initiate inquiries into Ye Linyuan's background. However, now that Ye Linyuan's information has become public, it is not difficult to uncover. They would soon discover that he is the military's unparalleled star, a brilliant sun within its ranks. A six-star general in his early 20s. Surrounded by a dense fog, the air is filled with the low growls of strange beasts and the voices of foreign entities. Through the haze, a formidable fortress forged of steel looms ahead. Beyond this stronghold lies a colossal base city, nestled in the distance. Yi Jing,
accompanied by Ye Bai. Stands before a training room where an astonished voice echoes from within. Ye Tai is dead?
A middle-aged man emerges, his gaze sweeping over Ye Bai with a scrutinizing intensity. Observing this, Ye Jing instinctively adopts a more respectful demeanor. Indeed, Ye Linyuan has spent 3 years in the military, rising to the rank of a 6-star general,
and has survived the onslaught of nuclear-grade weaponry. Now, Jiangbei has reached a point of no return.
Ye Jing nods respectfully in acknowledgement. Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man's gaze finally shifted away from Ye Bai, and with a tone laden with inscrutable meaning, he remarked, after lying dormant within the borders for decades.
You still cannot handle such a trivial matter. Do you have any idea how much effort I have invested in Jiangbei?
I have truly had enough of staying outside. A shiver ran down Ye Jing's spine, and he broke into a cold sweat. General Yi, this cannot all be blamed on me.
My identity restricts my ability to reveal myself within the borders.
The information provided by those martial families in Kyoto is exceedingly scarce. And I never anticipated that Ye Linyuan would ascend to the rank of 6-star general in just 3 years.
Ye Jing hastily offered his explanation.
Ye Jianyuan cast a fleeting glance in his direction, yet did not display any anger. Rather, his tone lifted slightly, speaking of Ye Linyuan.
One could say he is somewhat like a son to me, wouldn't you agree?
Ye Jing dared not respond. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Jianyuan casually inquired.
The military competition is about to commence. What is the stance of those martial families in Kyoto?
Upon hearing this, Ye Jing replied, there should be no issues. But they are keen to ensure their victory in the military competition to secure the qualification for the next marshal's heir. In response, Ye Jianyuan let out a light chuckle. He yearned to return to the borders and reclaim power within the military, while those martial families aspired to become the current authorities.
However,
the martial families were evenly matched in strength, resulting in a prolonged stalemate without a clear victor. Should one of their descendants attain the qualification of marshal's heir, it would signify that the military had chosen sides, tipping the balance in favor of one faction. Ye Jianyuan was keenly aware that the martial families of Kyoto would not refuse such a collaborative relationship.
That old man Xiaoshen.
I shall ensure he is unseated from that position sooner or later.
Ye Jianyuan thought to himself, letting out a cold snort. Standing silently to the side,
Ye Bai listened to their conversation, feeling somewhat bewildered, yet his heart surged with tumultuous emotions.
For he sensed an extraordinarily familiar aura emanating from Ye Jianyuan. Meanwhile, in Kyoto,
within the military headquarters, Ye Linyuan, clad in a crisp military uniform, entered the premises, garnering numerous glances.
The Jiangbei campaign had unequivocally unveiled Ye Linyuan's identity,
establishing him as a rising star within the military. Along his path, many saluted him with military honors. Having previously visited the military headquarters during his promotion, Ye Linyuan was not entirely unfamiliar with the surroundings. Before long, he arrived at Xiaoshen's office. Marshal Ye Linyuan, commander of the 21st Division of the Eastern Theater.
Here to report,
he announced with a solemn voice at the door. No sooner had his words left his lips than the door swung open abruptly,
revealing Xiaoshen beaming with delight. Well done, young man. You performed admirably.
The military will promptly address the concerns raised by the high-ranking officials in Jiangbei and provide an explanation to the public.
As he welcomed Ye Linyuan inside, Xiaoshen's expression shifted, and he sighed, laden with guilt. The underground battle in Jiangbei was poorly considered by the military, and you have suffered because of it. Having concluded his statement, Xiaoshen assured, rest assured, such an incident shall never recur.
Ye Linyuan nodded, his expression serene as he remarked, Marshal, I have heard that some martial saint families from the capital are also involved in this battle in Jiangbei.
Indeed, Xiaoshen acknowledged with a nod, then spoke earnestly, Linyuan.
The situation in the capital is quite intricate. The military is conducting a thorough investigation into this matter.
However, you must understand that those individuals are martial saints. Even if the investigation yields truth and the military seeks accountability, scapegoats will undoubtedly be designated. After all, those individuals are martial saints, and their significance to humanity is profound. You must comprehend this.
As Xiaoshen articulated these words, his gaze remained fixed upon Ye Linyuan, seemingly scrutinizing his reaction.
Martial saints.
If these martial saints do not align themselves with foreign tribes and instead indulge in internal strife, then their existence is of no consequence.
Should I ascend to sainthood?
I shall suppress all adversaries. Ye Linyuan's eyes were icy, his tone imbued with formidable confidence and determination. Chapter 64, The Decision of the Military Department, True Dragon Essence. At the mention of this, Xiaoshen's face broke into a smile, his eyes reflecting admiration. Indeed, with such confidence, the military department would wholeheartedly support you. It was time to reshuffle the situation in the capital. Xiaoshen let out a hearty laugh, his gaze shifting to reveal a hint of ruthlessness.
In the Xia nation,
the military was solely responsible for suppressing aberrant beasts and foreign tribes, never meddling in the affairs of the martial aristocratic families.
However,
it now seemed that the military's stance was misguided. These martial aristocrats had actually colluded with outsiders in their quest for power. It was hard not to ponder whether these individuals might eventually conspire with those foreign tribes as well.
The capital must undergo a cleansing. Marshal.
There is something else I am eager to know, Ye Linyuan remarked after a brief silence.
You wish to inquire about the identity of the martial sage who appeared in Jiangbei? Xiaoshen perceived Ye Linyuan's thoughts, and his expression grew serious.
Ye Linyuan nodded affirmatively. He was a subordinate of the first marshal of the capital. Years ago, that person committed a grave error in the capital and was exiled to the borders to fend off the foreign tribes. For all these years, he has longed to return to the capital and reclaim military authority. His influence is evident in your recent endeavors in Jiangbei. Xiaoshen pondered for a moment before continuing. Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan made a connection. Yi Bai's abduction by Yi Jing indicated that the relationship between Yi Jing and Yi Tai was far from simple. Yi Tai's intentions appeared to be to have Yi Bai achieve military merit, thereby taking command of Jiangbei and possibly becoming the successor to the military department. If this came to fruition, Yi Bai would inevitably ascend to the position of marshal, allowing that individual to regain a foothold within the military.
Yi Jing,
the martial sage from the borders. Ye Linyuan contemplated, although he still felt that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. While he was lost in thought, Xiaoshen interjected, "Now, your primary concern should not be this matter, but rather the impending military competition. This time, in addition to the military, numerous disciples of martial sages will participate, placing considerable pressure on you." Ye Linyuan collected his thoughts, he held absolute confidence among his peers. However, the criteria for participation in this military competition required a military rank of general or above and an age limit of 40. Thus, the competition would undoubtedly include several seasoned veterans. Nonetheless, Ye Linyuan felt no trepidation. Unless a martial sage intervened, none could hope to defeat him with his current prowess.
Come. Allow me to present you with a gift. Xiaoshen rose, speaking with a smile.
In a training room of the military department, Xiaoshen led Ye Linyuan inside, where numerous glass jars were arranged, each containing a transparent liquid.
With a mere glance, Ye Linyuan recognized it immediately. This is true dragon essence. I observe your vitality. You are likely on the verge of a breakthrough. The delay in your advancement seems to stem from a lack of sufficient true dragon essence. Xiaoshen remarked with a grin. Isn't this true dragon essence a reward for the upcoming competition? Ye Linyuan quickly grasped the nature of the gift that Xiaoshen had mentioned. Indeed, that is merely a portion of the rewards. The disciples from the martial sage families are not lacking in such trifles. What they truly covet is the position of heir within the military. Xiaoshen nodded, his expression tranquil as he spoke. That is true, yet for the others in our military, could this not be somewhat inappropriate? Providing me with the true dragon liquid in advance feels akin to favoritism. Ye Linyuan harbored similar sentiments. But he also considered the participants from the military in the upcoming competition. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. He chuckled softly, a peculiar glint in his eyes as he remarked, "Do you truly believe that those capable of competing in the military would dare to face you? Your exploits as the general of the northern Jiang have spread far and wide. Within the military, you shine as the brightest star. Thus, even without the true dragon liquid, I doubt anyone would wish to compete against you." Xiaoshen's words held merit. Since the conclusion of the Abyssal War, Ye Linyuan's name had resonated throughout the nation. A multitude within the military revered him. Moreover, having witnessed Ye Linyuan's prowess, who among them, unless driven by desperate ambition for that position, would wish to engage in combat with him? Xiao Shen's actions were, in essence, a precaution against those martial sage families. After all, this military competition was not merely a contest, it was a genuine entry into the battlefield of myriad races. He had already encountered the shamelessness of those martial sage families once, and he was unwilling to witness it a second time. Ye Linyuan's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this, and he remained silent. What? Do you still harbor concerns? Xiao Shen inquired. No, Marshal. I was merely wondering if it would be possible to use the 10th level True Dragon liquid? Ye Linyuan replied earnestly. Back in northern Jiang, the system had bestowed upon him a vial of 10th level True Dragon liquid. It seemed unreasonable not to utilize it now. Xiao Shen was taken aback for a moment, then chided him with a chuckle. You truly have the audacity to request that. Do you have any idea of the value of 10th level True Dragon liquid? Approximately, it would be worth 100 billion. Ye Linyuan felt somewhat embarrassed. 100 billion for a vial, typically. A Grandmaster level martial artist could absorb 1 or 2 vials to ascend to the True Dragon level. Those with better talent might manage 3 to 5 vials. Of course, while several hundred billion is not an insignificant amount for the military, it is hardly a concern. After all, investing in the cultivation of a genius martial artist is worth any expenditure. Very well, I shall grant you the 10th level True Dragon liquid. Does my vast military fear being impoverished by you? Xiao Shen waved his hand grandly, readily acquiescing. In the training chamber, several individuals clad in military uniforms entered. Marshal! Ye Commander! They saluted Xiao Shen and Ye Linyuan. Proceed, Xiao Shen gestured towards the nutrient chamber within the training room, addressing Ye Linyuan. Understood, Ye Linyuan replied, shedding his outer garment and lying within. The newcomers carried a vial of True Dragon liquid and poured it in until the nutrient chamber was completely filled. Marshal! We are prepared. One of them glanced at the displayed physical parameters on the screen before turning to Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As the hatch sealed shut, several individuals fixated their gaze upon the fluctuating bodily metrics displayed on the screen. The 10th level True Dragon essence, though replete with benefits, poses a considerable challenge for the average person to endure. After all, it necessitates the development of the body's sinews and cells, and each absorption is accompanied by excruciating pain akin to being torn asunder. Initially, the consumption of the True Dragon essence proceeded at a relatively normal pace. However, it wasn't long before the rate escalated dramatically. Typically, a single vial would be consumed over the course of 1 to 2 hours. Yet, Ye Linyuan managed to deplete it in mere tens of minutes. He continued to ingest it, relentlessly, until he could consume no more. Xiao Shen, however, remained unfazed by this rapid consumption. On the contrary, he felt a surge of joy. The quicker and more he absorbed, the stronger Ye Linyuan's martial talent appeared to be, heralding even greater accomplishments in the future. For him, this was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Chapter 65, Entering the True Dragon level, the turmoil before the grand competition. The marshal has disappeared once more. After a mere few minutes of pouring in a canister of True Dragon liquid, an individual spoke in sheer astonishment. His words attracted the attention of those nearby, who turned to gaze into the nutrient chamber. Indeed, the True Dragon liquid that had been poured just moments ago was nearly depleted. This revelation left them dumbfounded, their hearts shaken profoundly. Having overseen the distribution of True Dragon liquid for many years, they were encountering such a scenario for the very first time. To deplete a canister of True Dragon liquid within minutes, what an astonishing absorption capacity and what terrifying talent this entailed. However, upon reflection, it seemed only logical. The individual who lay there was none other than the unparalleled military star of the ministry, the greatest of all times. If he lacked talent, how could he possibly have survived in the dire circumstances of Jiangbei? Xiao Shen could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The 10th level True Dragon liquid had vanished in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it was remarkably swift. Proceed, Xiao Shen continued, his heart remaining surprisingly steady. Upon hearing his words, several officers nodded and proceeded to add more True Dragon liquid. Yet, it wasn't long before they noticed something amiss.
Nearly an hour had passed, and they had already poured down 10 canisters of true dragon liquid.
A consumption rate of 100 billion, who could endure such a drain? Marshal. Shall we continue?
An officer gulped, his voice trembling slightly. While 100 billion was not insurmountable, the issue was that Ye Linyuan's absorption rate showed no signs of diminishing. This indicated that they might need to add several more canisters of true dragon liquid.
This young man.
Xiaoshen felt his mouth twitch again. Although he had been mentally prepared, he had not anticipated the consumption to reach 100 billion in just an hour.
Continue until he is fully nourished.
As his words fell, several officers sprang into action. Meanwhile, Ye Linyuan, who was absorbing the true dragon liquid, was undergoing earth-shattering transformations within. His muscles, cells, and even bones were continuously fortifying under the baptism of the true dragon liquid. Moreover, his vitality surged to an extent that felt as though it might overflow.
Realizing this,
Ye Linyuan began to compress the excess vitality within his cells. Employing a martial art he had previously mastered while slaying beasts in the underground, a technique known as the undying cell cultivation method. Furthermore, it was a true dragon-level martial skill. According to the system's description, the cultivation of the undying cell required vast amounts of vitality to be compressed within the cells.
Once successfully cultivated,
the cells would thrive like stars, ever living and indestructible. Not only that, but the undying cell also augmented one's combat prowess.
Upon activation,
it would unleash the compressed vitality within the cells, bestowing the power of a star, rendering one's combat strength unfathomably formidable.
As time ticked away,
a voice resonated in the training chamber. Marshal, the rate of consumption is slowed. It seems that with about 10 more canisters, it should suffice.
An officer spoke softly.
Xiaoshen cast a glance at Ye Linyuan and inquired, how much true dragon liquid has he consumed? 35 vials, expected to conclude around 45, the officer replied. Upon hearing this, Xiaoshen's expression tightened.
This young man had managed to consume 5 trillion in just under 2 hours since arriving at the main military district, sufficient to nurture half a martial saint. However,
despite this observation, not everyone possesses the capability to achieve such a status, as innate talent is essential for becoming a martial saint. Seeing Ye Linyuan stabilize and his vitality steadily increasing, Xiaoshen nodded in reassurance. Continue to stand guard here, provide whatever he requires until he awakens.
After issuing his orders,
he departed, as the grand military competition was about to commence. The event had been postponed due to the recent battle in the Jiangbei Abyss. But the selected participants from various military districts were already in the capital, awaiting only the military's announcement to begin. Ye Linyuan remained immersed in his cultivation. Having reached the dragon ascendancy realm, a bona fide true dragon-level martial artist. Yet he was still in the process of condensing his first immortal cell within, and thus remained in a deep slumber. This state could persist for several hours, or perhaps even days. In the capital, at Tsinghua University, Zhang Dai sat in a classroom,
engrossed in her phone, which displayed news regarding Jiangbei.
Ye Linyuan had been summoned back by the military without her, instructing her to arrive in the capital ahead of him. When she learned of the nuclear-level strikes occurring in the capital while Ye Linyuan was still in the abyss, she was left in shock,
feeling like a widow before the battle had even begun.
Consequently, she had been anxiously monitoring the news from Jiangbei for the past few days.
It was only today,
with the comprehensive disclosure of information regarding Jiangbei, that she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, she was also profoundly shaken. Previously, while in Jiangbei, she had heard Jiang Yuya mention Ye Linyuan's identity as a high-ranking official in the military, but she never imagined his status was so elevated. He was a 6-star general. Her phone screen displayed a photo of Ye Linyuan in military attire, having emerged from the abyss. She stared blankly at the screen, lost in thought.
Zhang Dai, you seem to have lost your spirit after returning from Jiangbei. I suspect someone has bewitched you,
teased a few girls from Tsinghua University nearby. Zhang Dai snapped back to reality, her fair complexion flushing as she shot them a glare.
Stop talking nonsense. Don't tell me to stop. You've been glued to your phone for nearly an hour, let me see who it is,
chimed in a girl who leaned closer, playfully attempting to snatch the phone away.
Zhang Dai instinctively gasped, but it was too late. Wow! It's General Yi. Jiangbei, your taste is impeccable. Let me see our nation's youngest general, he's so handsome.
Jiangbei glared at them, her eyes shimmering with a complex emotion.
The events that transpired within the Jiang family are known to but a few. Consequently,
these individuals remain oblivious to the relationship between Ye Linyuan and Jiangbei, prompting a wave of playful banter among them.
Just as the atmosphere of jest intensified, an abrupt silence enveloped the classroom.
All gazes gravitated towards the entrance, where a strikingly elegant young man, approximately in his 20s, strolled forward with an air of confidence. His presence rendered many speechless. The newcomer was none other than Zhou Ziming, a scion of one of the 7 illustrious martial families of the capital.
Shao Dai.
You've returned without a word, Zhou Ziming remarked, a smile adorning his face as he approached.
Jiang Dai's demeanor cooled noticeably.
And with a tone that suggested a desire for distance, she replied, I'm sorry, I must be going. She retrieved her phone from a few girls and turned to leave.
Witnessing this unfold, Zhou Ziming's gaze hardened slightly. With an unfriendly tone, he commanded, halt.
Chapter 66, The Power Exceeds 100 Million, Zhao Zai.
Within the classroom of Tsinghua University, many faces changed upon hearing Zhou Ziming's tone. After all,
Zhou Ziming was a scion of a prestigious martial family, and calling him the Prince of Kyoto would not be an exaggeration.
Even in a place like Kyoto,
few dared to provoke him. Furthermore, those present were well aware of Zhou Ziming's long-standing infatuation with Jiangbei, which had persisted since their enrollment.
Unfortunately,
Jiangbei had shown little interest, scarcely exchanging a few words with him. Yet, Zhou Ziming had consistently displayed patience. Why had he suddenly adopted such a tone today?
However,
Jiangbei had no desire to entangle herself further and wished only to leave swiftly.
Jiangbei, do not feign superiority. I have heard you returned to Jiangbei and became involved with someone else. Is it true or not?
Zhou Ziming's expression turned icy as he called out to her. His words left many in attendance momentarily stunned, their expressions peculiar. The reason was simple: given Zhou Ziming's status, few in the country could boast better circumstances.
Jiangbei, however, paid him no heed. Who could possibly catch your eye?
My affairs seem to have no bearing on you, Jiangbei replied calmly, pressing her lips together. Seeing that Jiangbei did not deny his accusation, Zhou Ziming's expression darkened further. It seems it is true.
A wave of anger surged within him.
After all the time he had devoted to his goddess, she had simply moved on to someone else.
How could he remain in good spirits?
He had thought her virtue was genuine, but it appeared to be mere pretense.
With a disdainful chuckle, Zhou Ziming remarked, "What has he given you? Speak, and I shall offer you tenfold."
But at this, his gaze roved over Jiangbei. I wouldn't mind at all, huh? As his words fell, a heavy silence enveloped the classroom, the onlookers unable to suppress their shock.
Zhou Ziming was clearly belittling Jiangbei. Despite having many admirers at Tsinghua University,
none dared approach her when faced with a scion of a martial family. The martial saints transcended humanity, and the martial families represented the pinnacle of society. Jiangbei gazed at him with a frigid stare, ultimately saying nothing as she turned to leave.
Zhou Ziming regarded the scene with a sullen expression. Though the minor uproar at Tsinghua University subsided, the repercussions were far from over.
Zhou Ziming, seething with anger upon learning the news, dared not confront Jiangbei. After all, she was backed by a master of spiritual arts, a major in the military. Given the current situation in Kyoto, all martial families were fixated on the military,
awaiting their turn. Zhou Ziming certainly would not risk offending a military major.
However, over the next few days, the whispers at Tsinghua University did not cease. And all were centered around Jiangbei. Although the students understood the truth behind the rumors, they could not quell the gossip.
Behind this, Zhou Ziming was subtly fanning the flames. Moreover, during this time, no female students dared to approach Jiangbei too closely. It can be said that she was utterly isolated.
After all, no one wishes to offend a scion of a martial saint family. 2 days later, at the military headquarters in Kyoto, before the combat power testing apparatus,
a tremendous roar reverberated throughout the venue.
As the dust settled, the figure of Ye Linyuan gradually emerged.
Combat power rating, 100,400,000.
The instrument emitted a cold mechanical voice, momentarily bewildering several officers. A combat power of 100 million is the benchmark that only a first-level martial saint can achieve. Yet, Ye Linyuan, having merely entered the true dragon level, could already rival a first-level martial saint. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaoshen's spirit soared.
Excellent.
Truly, he is the unparalleled star of the military. Those 50 jars of true dragon essence were not given to you in vain. Xiaoshen burst into hearty laughter.
The combat power of a true dragon-level warrior is comparable to that of a martial saint. If Ye Linyuan were to ascend to the martial saint realm, what formidable power would he possess? At that point, even a 9th-level martial saint would have to weigh their own capabilities. Ye Linyuan shifted his gaze away from the apparatus. His expression calm. This punch, though a culmination of his full strength, did not employ the immortal cell he had condensed before his retreat. Had he activated it? His combat power would have been on par with that of a 3rd or 4th level martial saint. Marshal, have you uncovered any information regarding the martial saint families involved in Jiangbei that day? Ye Linyuan inquired placidly as he approached.
Xiaoshen pondered for a moment before responding. We have some leads, but according to the military's intelligence, there is more than one martial saint involved. Ye Linyuan nodded slightly, refraining from further questions. Your immediate priority is to participate in the grand competition. I will investigate and address these martial saint families, Xiaoshen advised, scrutinizing Ye Linyuan's expression. After a moment, he added, this military competition is of paramount importance. The martial saint families are tacitly aware that if one among them secures the position of military heir,
it could spell disaster for both the military and humanity.
The military serves as the front line against alien threats, not as a tool for their power struggles. Thus, Xiaoshen regarded the upcoming competition with utmost seriousness. While he possessed complete confidence in Ye Linyuan's strength, he remained wary of potential underhanded tactics from the martial saint families. Understood, Ye Linyuan acknowledged, smiling. Very well, you should rest, the competition begins in 2 days, Xiaoshen remarked. Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan prepared to return to his quarters. A soldier approached him.
Yi Zhua. The soldier saluted. What is it? Ye Linyuan inquired.
A representative from the martial saint family has arrived. It is Zhao Zai of the Zhao family, who wishes to meet with you, the soldier reported. Ye Linyuan nodded and gestured for the soldier to lead the way. Outside the military headquarters, a luxury vehicle was parked not far away. Zhao Zai leaned against the car, still exuding an air of nonchalance. Upon seeing Ye Linyuan, he adopted a slightly more serious demeanor. Yi Zhua. Zhao Zai gestured towards Ye Linyuan, his excitement palpable. Speak, what brings you here?
Ye Linyuan inquired as he approached. I couldn't help but think of you, Commander Yi. Ever since our parting in Jiangbei, I sensed your extraordinary status. Yet I never imagined you were a 6-star general in the military.
Zhao Zai chuckled, his words laced with flattery.
If anyone were to witness this,
they would surely be astounded. A scion of a martial saint family exhibiting such demeanor. Spare me the pleasantries, be direct, Ye Linyuan interjected, his brow furrowing.
Of course. Commander Yi.
As you are new to the capital, you may not be fully aware of the latest news. I learned in Jiangbei that Old Master Jiang intends to facilitate a match between you and Miss Jiang Dai.
Furthermore,
I heard from Old Master Jiang that progress has been quite favorable.
There is something I believe you should be informed of. Chapter 67, If Someone Bully You.
Remember to tell me outside the military headquarters. Ye Linyuan listened to Zhao Zai's words, his expression eerily calm. Zhao Zai spoke of events that had transpired within the Sacred Martial Academy. As he continued, he discreetly observed the changes in Ye Linyuan's demeanor.
Is Zhou Ziming from a martial aristocratic family? Ye Linyuan inquired.
Indeed, he is a direct descendant of one of the martial aristocratic families in the capital, the Zhou family.
Zhao Zai replied, nodding. Ye Linyuan regarded him intently before asking, is there also a Zhou family among the martial aristocrats in Jiangbei?
Upon hearing this, Zhao Zai's expression shifted, and he glanced around cautiously. With a grave tone, he responded, according to the information relayed from my family, there is indeed a Zhou family.
Ye Linyuan nodded calmly.
But his tone suddenly turned frigid. From now on, conceal your ulterior motives in my presence, otherwise.
In the next moment,
a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the air.
Zhao Zai trembled.
Feeling as though he had encountered a figure emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, this was the closest he had ever been to death. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhao Zai regained his senses and collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with profound dread. He sensed that Ye Linyuan had genuinely contemplated taking his life. After sitting on the ground for a while to compose himself, Zhao Zai finally rose and drove away.
Meanwhile,
within the military headquarters, a military vehicle rolled out, with Ye Linyuan prominently seated inside. Following the revelation of his identity, he had garnered significant attention.
Many were observing.
Yet the matters concerning Jiang Dai and the recent battle in the underground were trivial in comparison to the execution of General Yi Tai.
Those onlookers would hardly concern themselves with such trifles.
The rapid response of the martial aristocratic families indicated that Zhao Zai had acted presumptuously,
attempting to use Ye Linyuan as a pawn. However, Zhao Zai's brazen admission of the Zhou family's involvement in Jiangbei affairs implied that the Zhao family had not participated, otherwise
it would be akin to a self-reveal. Thus, Ye Linyuan spared his life. In the sacred martial academy of the capital, Ye Linyuan disembarked from the vehicle, flanked by 2 elite guards, standard for a military leader.
Both guards were masters and held officer ranks.
"Sir, what brings you here?"
the 2 security personnel at the entrance asked, suddenly waking from their stupor.
The military insignia upon his shoulder was too glaring. Even the principal would break into a cold sweat at this sight.
"Where can I find Jiang Dai?" Ye Linyuan inquired. The 2 security personnel exchanged thoughtful glances before quickly responding, "She should be in the 6th Martial Arts Hall, attending a class."
Ye Linyuan proceeded into the building, with the 2 guards closely following. The security personnel immediately began making calls. At the 6th Martial Arts Hall, Ye Linyuan halted, his gaze fixating on a figure within. In a secluded corner, Jiang Dai sat alone, her small face devoid of expression, intently observing a teacher as he imparted knowledge on martial arts. Suddenly, she gasped, 6 military insignias.
My goodness!
Such a young general from the military. Yet, he seemed somewhat familiar.
He is Ye Linyuan, General Yi.
Indeed, I can't believe I am finally seeing him in person. A paragon of military excellence.
He embodies the aspirations I strive for. Ye Linyuan's presence swiftly captivated many onlookers.
After all, the military insignias adorning him were impossible to overlook.
Before long,
the teacher noticed the commotion among the students. Just as he was about to chide them, his eyes caught sight of Ye Linyuan. His gaze widened in astonishment. "General Yi." With a characteristic military salute, the instructor, a prominent figure within the military, approached Ye Linyuan. The general nodded in acknowledgement.
"General Yi, are you looking for someone?" the teacher inquired curiously.
"Yes, I am looking for Jiang Dai." "Please ask her to step outside," Ye Linyuan replied in a calm and composed tone, neither pleased nor displeased. "Jiang Dai, there is someone looking for you outside," the teacher announced. Hearing this, Jiang Dai lifted her gaze and paused when she saw Ye Linyuan at the doorway. A smile graced her lips as she rose and walked out.
This scene piqued the curiosity of many.
"General Yi, why would you seek out the illustrious Jiang Dai? It feels like there is a significant story unfolding," they whispered.
"Jiang Dai's reputation has been somewhat tarnished lately. What could General Yi possibly want with her?"
"Perhaps it has something to do with Zhou." "Never mind, let us refrain from speculation, we wouldn't want to attract his attention." The atmosphere buzzed with the implication that Jiang Dai and General Yi shared an unusual connection. In the martial arts hall, voices began to rise.
"Ahem! Everyone,
please settle down and focus on the lesson," the teacher admonished sternly, restoring silence to the classroom. Outside, Jiang Dai looked at Ye Linyuan with surprise, her smile radiant.
"What brings you here?" Ye Linyuan regarded her thoughtfully for a moment before asking, "Don't you have anything to say to me?"
Jiang Dai shook her head. Her expression peculiar. "No, not really." Under the weight of Ye Linyuan's gaze, she felt a twinge of insecurity and avoided direct eye contact, not wishing to trouble him, particularly given his esteemed lineage in the martial arts world. "If anyone troubles you, remember to let me know," Ye Linyuan continued.
Jiangbei shook her head once more, her eyes reddening slightly. Ye Linyuan said nothing further and simply stated, "All right, you may return." The conversation outside drifted into the classroom, causing many to widen their eyes, fixated on the unfolding events. There is definitely some juicy gossip brewing. In the third martial arts hall, a group clad in martial attire was engaged in lessons when a voice suddenly resonated. "Who is Zhou Ziming?" Everyone turned to see a young man in military uniform, his demeanor stern, entering the room, flanked by 2 guards. Notably, the 6 military insignias on his shoulders commanded attention. A stir rippled through the crowd. After the Battle of Jiangbei, nearly everyone had seen Ye Linyuan on television, thus they recognized him immediately. I am. Zhou Ziming found himself at a loss, yet he was well aware of Ye Linyuan's esteemed status. Observing the unfriendly expression on Ye Linyuan's face, Zhou Ziming couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. Ye Linyuan's gaze fixed upon him as he spoke indifferently. "So it was you who bullied Jiangbei?" At this proclamation, a hush fell over the crowd. They were all aware of the rumors circulating within the Holy Martial Academy over the past few days and understood that Zhou Ziming had been fanning the flames. Was this military luminary somehow connected to Jiangbei? Zhou Ziming was momentarily stunned, preparing to respond when an overwhelming sensation of suffocation washed over him. In that instant, a sharp, crisp sound echoed through the air, a sound of something snapping. Crack! The noise startled everyone, for it signified an imminent act of violence. And it was from someone of the martial saint lineage. Chapter 68, No regard for the martial saint's face. "Do not weep, there will be no appeasement." Zhou Ziming's face flushed crimson as he struggled to speak. He felt as if he were suspended in mid-air, an invisible hand seemingly grasping his throat, as if it were about to crush him. "Why Ye Zhua, have I somehow offended you?" The identity of Ye Linyuan was known far and wide, and Zhou Ziming was no exception. He could clearly sense that Ye Linyuan intended to take his life. Not only Zhou Ziming, but even the students attending classes in the Martial Arts Academy were astonished, watching this scene unfold with shock. The youngest prodigy of the military was about to kill a direct descendant of the martial saint family. It was important to note that Zhou Ziming had a martial saint backing him. Even the highest-ranking officials of the military would hesitate to declare such a death sentence against another. The wrath of a martial saint was not something to be taken lightly. Ye Linyuan gazed at him with indifference and spoke coldly. "Do you need me to inform you that Jiangbei is my girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, many around them trembled, their expressions shifting dramatically. They were all well aware of the events that had transpired at Tsinghua University in the past few days, all of which stemmed from Zhou Ziming's actions. Moreover, what Zhou Ziming had done in the classroom was indeed outrageous. Though they were filled with indignation, none dared to voice their grievances. They had not anticipated that Jiangbei was the girlfriend of the military's unparalleled prodigy. Gasp! Within the Martial Arts Academy, many inhaled sharply. Now they understood why Ye Linyuan had personally come to Tsinghua University and sought out Zhou Ziming. It turned out that the esteemed Zhang, the campus belle, was the girlfriend of a military chief? "Ye Zhua, I had no idea Jiangbei was your girlfriend. Had I known, even with tenfold courage, I would not have dared to offend." Zhou Ziming's face turned pale as he grasped the unfolding situation, his heart consumed with fear. Ye Linyuan had once slain a general in Jiangbei, and even the military had turned a blind eye. He truly believed that Ye Linyuan would kill him. "Ye Zhua! Ye Zhua! Please show mercy, considering that the young master was unaware. Could you spare him this once?" Outside the Martial Arts Academy, several formidable figures from the Martial Arts Institute arrived, among them an elderly man dressed in a gray robe, resembling a butler, who spoke with urgency. "Stop!" 2 sentinels stepped forward, their expressions stern, effectively blocking their path. It was too late. Ye Linyuan glanced at them impassively, his palm exerting slight pressure, causing the space around them to warp momentarily, and Zhou Ziming's neck visibly contorted. "Ye Zhua! Would you consider this matter settled out of respect for the martial saint? The family head will surely come to apologize personally in the future." The elderly man from the Zhou family's expression changed drastically, attempting to step forward. But the aura emanating from the 2 sentinels suddenly erupted, forcing him to halt. Upon hearing this,
The onlookers comprehended that this seemingly simple statement was an attempt to remind Ye Linyuan that should he truly kill Zhou Ziming, the martial saint would not easily let the matter rest. Indeed, with the formidable prowess of a martial sage, perceiving the events transpiring within the sacred martial academy would be an effortless task. Arriving here would take but a fleeting moment. However, this is the capital, a region where the use of mental powers is strictly forbidden. No one is permitted to pry with such abilities. Not even a martial sage can do so, unless granted permission by the military or the Grand Xia government. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed, stirring a palpable change in the demeanor of all present. Zhou Ziming has been slain. His lifeless form thudded heavily to the ground, and the elder of the Zhou family gazed upon the scene with a twisted expression. Yet, faced with the current Ye Linyuan, he dared not utter a word. After accomplishing his grim task, Ye Linyuan turned to depart, only to find a throng of onlookers gathering around him. Jiangbei is my girlfriend. Should anyone dare to exploit their family influence to bully her again, this will be their fate, Ye Linyuan stated calmly. How shall I put it? After all, Jiangbei is the belle of the sacred martial university, pursued by many. This decisive action was also to eliminate this minor nuisance once and for all. Otherwise, if such an incident were to recur in his absence, would he not be wronged again? With that, Ye Linyuan made his exit. The students of Sacred Martial University took a considerable time to recover from their astonishment. Yi is truly impressive. A scion of the martial sage family, he kills without hesitation. Indeed, the pride of the military is well deserved. I aspire to become someone like Yi. Just look at her boyfriend. A chorus of exclamations arose, with some silently vowing to pursue Ye Linyuan as their goal. Others were left in shock. Zhou Ziming, after all, was a direct descendant of the martial sage family. His murder in the capital was a blatant affront to that esteemed figure. Moreover, several female students cast fierce glances at their own boyfriends. The school bell rang at Sacred Martial University, signaling the end of class. Jiangbei stepped out of the classroom, only to find that everyone around her was regarding her with peculiar eyes. Though she had grown accustomed to this over the past few days, today, she sensed an unusual intensity in their gazes, an unmistakable hint of envy. Jiangbei, the belle of the university, how wonderful it is that you are with my idol, and you didn't even tell me. How outrageous. Yi is simply too handsome. If only my boyfriend. Hee, now you need not worry about Zhou Ziming bothering you. Yi has resolved that issue for you. At that moment, a few girls surrounded her. Hearing their remarks, Jiangbei was momentarily taken aback before a realization struck her. She hurriedly jogged forward. As expected, in the third martial pavilion, an elder was seen carrying someone away, his expression grim. The surrounding students no longer regarded her with the same prior gaze. Jiangbei understood immediately and rushed towards the school gate. Meanwhile, at the school entrance, Ye Linyuan was preparing to leave, step by step. Commander, shall we notify the military? A soldier inquired. After all, this was the killing of a scion from the martial sage family. Should the martial sage receive word and come here, it could lead to complications. Ye Linyuan shook his head lightly, stating with indifference, there is no need. With Shaoshan's capabilities, he is undoubtedly aware of the events transpiring within the Sacred Martial Academy. Moreover, the Zhou family is one of the clandestine martial saint families behind the Battle of the Jiangbei Abyss. Thus, if the martial saint truly dares to emerge, it would be an opportune moment for reckoning. Before Ye Linyuan could step out the door, the voice of Jiangbei echoed behind him. He subtly gestured with his eyes, prompting the two guards to discreetly retreat a few paces. Jiangbei approached Ye Linyuan, her eyes slightly reddened. Although she had feigned indifference in the past few days, her heart brimmed with grievance. Nevertheless, she wished not to burden Ye Linyuan further. Additionally, following the complete revelation of the Jiangbei incident, Ye Linyuan's true identity had come to light. He was a young six-star general within the military, a rising star of the military department. Such brilliance was indeed blinding. Chapter 69, The Zhou family's martial sage is utterly bewildered. Must one endure even after being slapped in the face? Jiangbei approached Ye Linyuan, standing there for a long while before uttering a simple, thank you. Ye Linyuan gazed at her and inquired, then why did you not speak to me? Jiang Dai bit her lip and murmured softly, "I thought you no longer wanted me."
The events surrounding the Jiang family had transpired abruptly and swiftly. Moreover,
with Ye Linyuan's illustrious identity, he had not sought her out after arriving in the capital, leading to a flicker of baseless imaginings.
Furthermore, Zhou Ziming had the formidable martial sage standing behind him.
"You are my girlfriend. If we were to part ways, I would inform you in advance." Ye Linyuan replied with a smile. Jiang Dai lifted her face, her reddened eyes sparkling.
"Then can we not part?"
Two guards retreated a little further back, while two elderly gentlemen at the entrance leaned eagerly at the window, fearing they might miss some vital information. In the capital, at the Zhou residence,
an elder from the Zhou family returned with Zhou Ziming's lifeless body. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence.
The Zhou family members stared at the corpse on the ground, their eyes reflecting anger, shock, and confusion.
In the capital, no, in the Xia kingdom. Who dared to lay hands on a member of the Zhou family? Especially a direct descendant?
As the hall remained eerily quiet, two figures burst in, a middle-aged man and woman. "How dare that scoundrel harm my son? He must pay with his life. No, his entire family must pay." They wept uncontrollably, their voices filled with fierce resolve.
Hearing this,
the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Hao, slammed his hand on the table, fixing his gaze on the elder. "Who dares to touch someone from the Zhou family?" The elder trembled, hastily responding, "It was someone from the military, the unparalleled general from Jiangbei, Ye Linyuan." He quickly recounted the events that had transpired. The mere mention of this name plunged the entire Zhou family into a profound silence. Ye Linyuan, the unparalleled general of the military, was the most esteemed individual in Shaoxin's eyes. Listening to the elder's account, it became clear that this incident stemmed entirely from Zhou Ziming's actions. However, given the Zhou family's status, many astute individuals quickly speculated that someone might have orchestrated events behind the scenes, using Ye Linyuan as a pawn to incite conflict between the Zhou family and the military. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The critical issue was that a life had been lost. Moreover, dying in the capital, with so many witnesses, had dealt a severe blow to the reputation of the martial sage family. Head of the family, elder brother. This is your own nephew, you must take responsibility for him. At that moment, witnessing the profound silence in the hall, the man who had been weeping on the ground rose and spoke loudly. Zhou Hao furrowed his brow, his expression decidedly complex. Ye Linyuan's current identity was not to be trifled with. To seek trouble with Ye Linyuan would undoubtedly encounter obstacles from the military. If it were an ordinary officer, it might be manageable. I shall report this to my father first. After all, Ye Linyuan is the most valued figure in the military now. Even if we were to approach them, the military might not even respond. Zhou Hao gazed at his younger brother, who was utterly heartbroken, and sighed, concerning the military, even as the head of the family. I find myself unable to steer the broader course. Very well, let father intervene. The man spoke with a fierce tone. That scoundrel Ye Linyuan has gone too far. He has slain my son, and I demand his life in return. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Hao strode out decisively. In a secluded villa belonging to the Zhou family, an elder sat within. This man was none other than Zhou Tianxiong, a 6th-level martial saint of the Zhou clan and ranked 10th on the sacred list of the Xia kingdom. Father, my younger brother's child, Zhou Ziming, was killed today, Zhou Hao announced respectfully from outside the door. Zhou Tianxiong slowly opened his eyes, a ruthless glint appearing on his face. Useless wretch. My grandson was murdered in the capital, and instead of plotting vengeance and annihilating that man's entire family, you come to me with your lamentations? His murky eyes flashed with a formidable presence that sent waves of pressure throughout the room. Father, that man is a 6-star general of the military, Ye Linyuan. Zhou Hao stammered, drenched in cold sweat, yet he steeled himself to continue. Zhou Tianxiong had passed the mantle of family head to Zhou Hao and had since distanced himself from worldly affairs, exuding an air of detachment. However, upon hearing the name Ye Linyuan, his eyelids twitched violently, clearly indicating his recognition of the name. Ye Linyuan. How did that little scoundrel provoke Ye Linyuan? Zhou Tianxiong's tone turned icy. Even when addressing family, his eyes and voice often radiated a chilling disdain. Zhou Hao recounted the events, witnessing his father's complexion darken to an alarming shade. It was known that the military had grown suspicious of the Zhou family's past interference in Jiangbei and was currently investigating the matter.
In recent days,
he had specifically instructed the family to conduct themselves discreetly to avoid drawing the military's attention. Otherwise, once exposed, Xiaoshun would not spare him. Yet, despite all his calculations,
he had never anticipated provoking Ye Linyuan.
"Father, how shall we resolve this matter?" Zhou Hao inquired.
"Nothing shall occur," Zhou Tianxiong replied coldly and then added, "Remember,
in the coming days, instruct the family to maintain a low profile.
If you encounter Ye Linyuan, avoid him. Should anyone from the Zhou family seek vengeance on their own accord, do not blame me for my ruthlessness."
Zhou Tianxiong was acutely aware that this was not the time to provoke the military. At least not until the grand competition had passed or until the marshal beyond the borders could eliminate the troublesome Xiaoshun.
Otherwise,
if Xiaoshun were to unleash his fury, even he might not withstand 2 of his blows.
Xiaoshun was far too formidable.
Reigning as the top-ranked martial saint in the Xia Kingdom's combat hierarchy, having penetrated the starry skies and returned unscathed, even martial saints would bow their heads in his presence.
"Yes, father," Zhou Hao responded, yet was astonished by his father's unexpected leniency.
Even in the face of his grandson's murder, he insisted that the family refrain from seeking vengeance.
Was Ye Linyuan truly so terrifying?
Zhou Hao's heart was tumultuous with shock, yet he dared not defy Zhou Tianxiong's commands. What he remained oblivious to was that Zhou Tianxiong's concerns were rooted in the unresolved turmoil of Jiangbei. It is essential to recognize that the turmoil in Jiangbei is far more profound than merely the demise of the demon suppression army. It involves collusion with those beyond the borders, and even with foreign tribes.
If Xiaoshun were to uncover this, would he allow them to escape unscathed? Once Zhou Hao departed, Zhou Tianxiong's presence vanished without a trace.
Outside, in the Zhou family hall, after Zhou Hao relayed the news regarding Zhou Tianxiong,
the entire Zhou family was left in a state of bewilderment. Particularly, Zhou Ziming's parents found it utterly inconceivable. "Elder brother, did grandfather truly say such a thing? How is that possible?
He is, after all, his own grandson. How can we not seek vengeance for his murder?"
"Elder brother, did you truly consult father?"
Upon hearing these words, Zhou Hao felt an overwhelming headache. Nevertheless, he spoke with utmost seriousness and gravity. "Heed our father's words, otherwise, should you provoke him,
none shall be able to save you."
Chapter 70, The Four Martial Saints. The competition begins in a martial arts academy located in the capital. Zhou Tianxiong's figure appeared. Although he publicly urged the Zhou family not to seek revenge impulsively, this did not imply that the matter would simply fade away. Zhou Tianxiong, a 6th-level martial saint, had a domineering and resolute demeanor in his youth. Once he set his mind on something, he would tolerate no dissent. The murder of Zhou Ziming in the capital undoubtedly weighed heavily on his heart. Inside a room within the academy, Zhou Tianxiong found himself in the company of 3 others, all exuding a similar aura, each a 6th-level martial saint. Ye Linyuan had indeed arrived alive in the capital. Zhou Tianxiong spoke first, his eyes brimming with murderous intent.
"Ha! You killed my grandson today, and you think this will simply be overlooked? If this spreads, the Zhou family's reputation will be utterly tarnished."
Hearing his words, one of the martial saints beside him chuckled lightly before responding.
Zhou Tianxiong's expression darkened, his energy fluctuating.
Chen Lan refrained from making light of the situation.
"We are all in this together. Once the military investigates the events in Jiangbei, do you truly believe that Xiaoshun will let you off the hook?"
At these words,
the 4 fell silent. Given Xiaoshun's character and his regard for Ye Linyuan, he would undoubtedly come personally to address the issue. Indeed, that is true. Moreover,
that little wretch Ye Linyuan acts with such decisiveness, having even slain Yi Tai in Jiangbei. Even if Xiaoshun were to spare us, I doubt he would.
The Wang family martial saint remarked coldly. "Is there any news from the borders?"
Zhou Tianxiong, seeing that everyone had aligned on the same front, ceased his lengthy discourse and posed a direct question. According to what was relayed, once the competition commenced, Xiaoshun would be departing the capital, and the likelihood of his return was minimal. The Chen family martial saint pondered for a moment before slowly articulating.
"What does that imply?"
"Xiaoshun is our strongest force. If anything were to happen to him, how would we resist the other races in the future?"
At this, The previously silent Meng family Marshal Saint furrowed his brows. Humph. And so what?
That individual on the other side, also a ninth level, will return just the same.
Besides, being lenient now, have we considered our future fate? Zhou Tianxiong snorted decisively. Everyone nodded in agreement, and the Wang family Marshal Saint inquired, what about Ye Linyuan on the battlefield?
Currently, I fear no one participating in the competition stands a chance against him.
The Chen family Marshal Saint smiled slightly. There is no need for concern.
Someone has already prepared a strategy to confront Ye Linyuan, and this individual is presently in my household. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in unison. Ye Linyuan exited the Sacred Martial Academy and returned to the military headquarters. Xiaoshan made no mention of the Zhou family's demise at his hands. The investigations conducted by the military in recent days had not been without leads. Consequently, the death of the Zhou family members had become a settled matter.
Moreover,
in recent years, the martial families have vied for power, leaving the venerable martial sage of the Great Summer unable to manage the situation effectively. He has turned a blind eye to many matters, which has resulted in the arrogant conduct of some disciples from these martial families in the capital. This remains an era of martial arts, where martial practitioners reign supreme. If the law were to be upheld, most of these disciples would likely face dire consequences for their actions. Death would be an insignificant loss. Nonetheless, this news has caused quite a stir in the capital. For the first time in 400 years of the martial era, a direct descendant from a martial sage family has been slain in the capital.
Surprisingly, the martial sage behind this incident has not shown any signs of anger, as if it were merely a trivial occurrence. This has left many perplexed. Though those with discernment or status understand that Zhou Tianxiong is not to be trifled with.
In his youth, he was known for his ruthless and tyrannical methods. He would not allow such affronts to go unanswered. The capital is brewing a tempest. Upon returning to his residence, Ye Linyuan settled onto the sofa. A pristine newspaper lay neatly on the table, detailing not only the international frontlines but also the domestic situation. As he casually perused the paper, his brow furrowed.
When did the southern front line emerge?
Ye Linyuan fixed his gaze on the newspaper, his expression tense. The girl responsible for his care paused her tasks and glanced at the newspaper before replying, "It seems to have appeared 3 days ago."
Coinciding with your ascension to the true dragon level. Just 3 days, and such a formidable shadow has emerged in the sea?
Ye Linyuan reflected deeply. According to the proportions depicted in the paper, this shadow must stretch several hundred meters. Previously, in Jiangbei, the alien races had expended tremendous resources, gathering nearly all the formidable alien beasts, only to be annihilated by nuclear-grade weaponry. The shadow in the south, however, is a chasm. And the military has informed you that it is the new battlefield prepared by the alien races. The girl responded earnestly. Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan nodded. The alien races had invested significantly to create formidable beasts, even gathering them all in Jiangbei to hunt him, only to be obliterated by a single nuclear-grade strike.
It seems logical that they would initiate a new frontline in the south. Yet, Ye Linyuan sensed something amiss.
After all, the alien races had suffered considerable losses in Jiangbei.
It seems hasty to launch a new frontline so soon.
In just a few days, they would scarcely have time to create even cannon fodder beasts. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Linyuan rose and instructed, "Bring me my clothes." The girl nodded and retrieved a coat for him to wear.
In a military conference room?
A general remarked, "Marshal, the southern front line has opened too swiftly, it is quite peculiar." Ye Linyuan pointed at the images displayed on the screen, his tone grave. "A team has already been dispatched to assess the situation. The alien races have expended vast resources to establish a new teleportation space." Xiaoshan nodded and replied with a smile, "You need not worry about this, the military will handle it." As Ye Linyuan was about to speak, Xiaoshan raised his hand to interrupt him. "Ye Linyuan, you must remember that this grand competition within the military is of utmost importance. And I hope you will treat it with the seriousness it deserves."
"Yes, Marshal."
Ye Linyuan, seeing this, had no choice but to swallow his subsequent words.
Once Ye Linyuan departed, Xiaoshan stood up, silently gazing at the battlefront.
The military competition was not overly complicated, consisting of 2 main segments: assessing combat prowess, measuring realms,
and evaluating vitality.
The other segment required participants to enter the battlefield established by martial saints and foreign races, a contest of killing and merit. The one who excelled overall would earn the right to inherit the position of the next military marshal.
Following the upheaval in the capital,
the day of the competition quietly approached. On this day, the military training ground buzzed with excitement.
Chapter 71, that figure, somewhat familiar. In the military training ground,
a multitude of individuals stood gathered. Aside from those competing in the grand tournament, the 7 esteemed martial saints from the capital also made a rare appearance at the military department.
This grand competition holds immense significance for the martial saint families. Indeed,
there are descendants of martial saint families within the military as well. Should one emerge victorious and secure the position of the next heir to the military department,
the protracted struggles among the martial saint families would finally find resolution. This contest is no trivial affair.
Those eligible for this prestigious title are all formidable warriors of the general rank or above.
Shaoshun, alongside the 7 saints of the capital, occupied the observation platform. Below,
the tests were underway.
The first segment served as a qualification review, weeding out those whose combat prowess did not meet the required standard.
Even entering the battlefield of myriad races would yield a meager chance of survival for them.
The first contestant was General Su Yi, a 1-star general from the 78th Division in the West. The second was a 1-star general from the 47th Division in the West.
As names were called,
figures leaped onto the stage, and the screens displayed the various metrics of each contestant. The initial phase proceeded without notable incident,
as all present were seasoned military personnel accustomed to turbulent events.
However, a stir arose among the crowd when members of the martial saint families took the stage.
One such individual, a 3-star general from the military, was a true dragon-level warrior of the Zhou family, and also the cousin of Zhou Ziming.
With Ye Linyuan having slain Zhou Ziming, the Zhou family's lack of response hinted that this grand tournament would not unfold simply.
The individual on stage cast a veiled glance toward Ye Linyuan, a cold glimmer flashing momentarily. Yet, he did not linger, for many martial saints were seated above. Ye Linyuan exchanged glances with him. This was not the first time he had encountered such scrutiny today. It appears that the martial saint families could no longer conceal their intentions. One could hardly blame them, for the upheaval in Jiangbei was orchestrated precisely for this grand competition.
Was it not?
Next was the 6-star general from the east, Ye Linyuan. An officer on stage announced loudly. Ye Linyuan rose and stepped onto the platform. His combat prowess had already been evaluated upon reaching the true dragon level. Though few were privy to this knowledge, only a select few high-ranking officials in the military were aware.
Yi, commence.
Ye Linyuan nodded, channeling his energy. He launched a punch forward.
Bang! A resounding impact echoed.
The numbers on the instruments immediately fluctuated,
drawing the attention of many spectators.
Prior to this, they had merely heard of the name of this unparalleled military star, yet were uncertain of his true capabilities. Not only the crowd but also Zhou Tianxiong and several members of the martial saint families turned their gazes toward him.
Combat prowess exceeding 100 million.
The scene froze.
The officer's trembling voice resonated, plunging the training ground into an eerie silence. Combat power exceeding 100 million.
This was akin to the might of a martial saint.
Ye Linyuan is truly a true dragon-level warrior.
Many were left speechless, their hearts shaken.
The might of a true dragon is comparable to that of a martial saint.
No wonder he is hailed as the unparalleled star general of the military. Zhou Tianxiong coldly averted his gaze, his expression seemingly calm, yet his heart was momentarily astonished.
This little beast is indeed monstrous. However, once we enter the battlefield,
I shall ensure you and Shaoshun descend into hell together. With this thought, Zhou Tianxiong cast a cold glance at Shaoshun.
The latter noticed and shot back a glance.
Zhou Tianxiong immediately turned away, feigning nonchalance. Truly worthy of the title of the military's unparalleled star general.
Marshal Zhao's insight is formidable.
It appears that he is the rightful heir of the military. Observing this scene, 2 martial saints spoke in succession.
Shaoshun waved his hand, calmly stating, "Heh."
Such a pride of the military nearly met his demise in Jiangbei. A chilling aura enveloped the air. Zhou Tianxiong and the other 3 martial saints felt a wave of dread. Shaoshun's words were laden with implications.
Alas, it is indeed a source of shame.
My grandson bears some responsibility for the affairs of the Zhou family. His cleverness has led to this predicament. I hope the marshal does not misconstrue our intentions. My Zhao family had no involvement in the events of Jiangbei.
The Zhao family marshal saint immediately assured this.
The deeds of Zhao Zai had naturally reached his ears.
Who is Xiao Shun? Such tricks can be seen through with but a glance.
Rather than be targeted by Xiao Shun, it would be wiser to reveal the truth sooner.
You old fool, I see now how my grandson has offended Ye Linyuan. It was you pulling the strings.
Marshal, I suggest an immediate investigation into the Zhao family.
He is clearly trying to sow discord between the Zhou family and the military. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianxiong could no longer contain his fury.
Humph. The one with ulterior motives seems to be not me, but you. Zhao Xuanqing sneered, his tone tinged with ambiguous meaning.
Zhou Tianxiong's expression shifted, about to retort.
Yet. Xiaoshan raised his hand to interrupt. The military has nearly completed its investigation. There is no need for further argument. Let us first send them to the battlefield of 10,000 races. With Xiaoshan's pronouncement, the other martial saints refrained from further comment.
However,
this statement served as a warning to the martial saints present.
Xiaoshan likely already knew about the martial saint families that intervened in Jiangbei. Rising from his seat,
Xiaoshan conjured a shimmering golden figure behind him, his hand gesturing. Above the training ground, an apparatus resembling a spatial teleportation array appeared. Those participating in the grand competition may enter. Xiaoshan declared, within the battlefield of 10,000 races, there exists human territory, guarded by a martial saint. This battlefield, originating from the cosmos, was opened by martial saints, leading to the arrival of foreign races who then established dominion. It is replete with countless treasures. From true dragon essence to special alloy materials. It is a veritable treasure trove for humanity, an opportunity that cannot be forsaken. As Xiaoshan's voice faded, many soared into the air, vanishing within the array. Ye Linyuan stood on the platform, prepared to enter. Suddenly, amidst the throng, he glimpsed a figure strikingly familiar. This figure turned back to cast a glance at him before entering.
Was it Yi Bai? Ye Linyuan's expression shifted oddly, yet he could not shake an ominous premonition.
He pondered the recent emergence of the abyss in the southern region and questioned why Yi Bai was deemed worthy of entering the battlefield of myriad races. He turned to Xiaoshan, who, without uttering a word, merely gestured for him to hasten inside. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Linyuan sprang into action. On the martial stage, half the crowd had vanished as the formation sealed shut. The martial saints departed in succession, and a formidable tempest was quietly set in motion. In the south, the boundless expanse of the sea roiled suddenly, as if some colossal creature stirred beneath the surface. The southern war zone was the first to sense the disturbance. The abyss was stirring. Quickly, alert the military headquarters.
Chapter 72, They Praise Me as a God. Who else could it be? Xiao Shun leaves the capital.
The abyssal invasion in the southern region has surpassed all expectations. Within a mere hour, the seas succumb to chaos. And the armies of foreign races are advancing towards the cities. At this rate, within 2 or 3 days, it is feared that a significant portion of the southern cities will fall. Consequently, a tempest of unrest has erupted within the nation. This has ignited fervent discussions across major newspapers, news outlets, and martial artist forums.
The abyssal invasion and the formation of an allied army by foreign races, are we on the brink of an all-out war? Reports indicate that among the invaders in the south, there exists a foreign leader whose combat prowess is akin to that of a 9th-level martial saint. No wonder the southern territories fell so swiftly. If this is indeed the case, will the cities in the south not succumb within a day or two?
A 9th-level martial saint can only be suppressed by a marshal of the military. Presently, among humanity's warriors, only Marshal Shao remains.
Amidst this fervor, voices began to emerge regarding Xiao Shun.
With the appearance of a foreign leader-level being in the abyss of the south, it was previously disclosed that their combat power is at least that of a 9th-level martial saint. In the face of such overwhelming strength, no matter how many demon suppression troops are deployed, it would be futile. The might of a 9th-level martial saint is formidable to ordinary demon suppression soldiers. They appear no different than cannon fodder. Conversely, Xiao Shen is universally acknowledged as the foremost warrior among humanity. If Ye Tai is regarded as a guardian deity in the hearts of many in Jiangbei, then Shaoshan's status is similarly exalted in the Xia kingdom. Following the emergence of the situation in the south, some individuals have begun to petition for Shaoshan to venture southward to quell the abyss. As the conditions in the south worsen, these calls have grown louder, quickly spreading across major newspapers, news outlets, and the internet. As if someone were orchestrating it all behind the scenes.
In the capital, within a martial arts school, a few cold chuckles echoed. The situation has developed favorably, now.
Whether Shaoshan wishes to or not, he must go. Several martial saints from prestigious families were seated within, and Zhou Tianxian let out a few derisive laughs. His tone imbued with a sense of unprecedented satisfaction. Once Shaoshan departs from the capital, their plans can proceed simultaneously. They would no longer need to worry about their interference in Jiangbei being discovered, nor would they fear Shaoshan's retaliation. Indeed. The nation is now filled with voices urging Shaoshan to intervene. Is he not the god of war, the guardian deity in the hearts of the populace? Let us see whether he chooses to go or not. The Wang family martial saint also nodded, chuckling coldly. What if Shaoshan truly does not go? Someone voiced their concern. Zhou Tianxian cast a glance at him and calmly replied, if he does not go, the marshal at the border shall take action. At that point, will he still be the guardian deity? Moreover, if he does not go, he shall not be called Shaoshan. Upon hearing this, several martial saints nodded in agreement, fully endorsing his words. The military received the news promptly and convened a meeting. At this moment, the grand competition for military honors had just commenced. And the sudden invasion from the abyss raised numerous suspicions within the ranks. Marshal, the situation in the south may be the most critical we have ever faced, stated a senior officer, standing before the screen to deliver his analysis. Within a mere hour, the entire maritime region had succumbed, and the battlefield swiftly encroached upon the cities. At this rate, within a day, a significant portion of the southern cities would fall. Upon hearing this, a frown spread across the faces in the conference room. Given our current troop strength, how long will it take to suppress the invasion? The officer shook his head and sighed. It may prove exceedingly difficult. This time, the abyss has unleashed not beasts but a formidable army composed of otherworldly beings. Reports from the south indicate that among them is a leader. These words plunged the entire conference room into a profound silence. For 4 centuries in martial history, human warriors have engaged extensively with these otherworldly entities, whose leaders rival the prowess of a 9th-level martial sage. If such a presence indeed resides within the abyss, our previous assessments may have been overly conservative. Moreover, the rising voices from within the country have led many in the military to sense an underlying anomaly, as if unseen hands were orchestrating events. The objective appears to be compelling Shaoshan to venture into the abyss. However, given the current circumstances, it seems that only Shaoshan is suitably qualified to take action. Even deploying a few martial sages would likely be insufficient against such a level of otherworldly leadership and could potentially exacerbate casualties. Marshal, perhaps it would be prudent for you to refrain from going for the time being. Why not send a few martial sages from the military to ascertain the situation first? Someone proposed. What purpose would it serve to send martial sages into the abyss, where a leader of the otherworldly beings resides? It would only increase our losses. Shaoshan replied calmly from his position at the head of the table. But you are the spirit of the military. If anything were to happen to you. Another voice interjected. Indeed, Marshal, the outcry from within the country clearly indicates that someone is manipulating events from behind the scenes, effectively attempting to coerce you, another added. After Shaoshan spoke, many in the conference room began to voice their concerns. This sudden and peculiar invasion from the abyss seemed almost targeted, which is why the military personnel harbored such apprehensions. Ha! The South faces this great calamity, the lives of millions hanging in the balance. They exalt me as a deity. Who else could shoulder this responsibility? Shaoshan remarked with a faint smile, as if he had not heard the insinuations of outside manipulation. Upon hearing his words, many in the military fell silent. Considering the circumstances of the abyss, Shaoshan indeed appeared to be the optimal choice. Yet, what if something were to go awry? What would become of the military? A senior officer hesitated before speaking again. Hasn't the heir to the military already been chosen? I should transfer my position to him as soon as possible, that would complete my mission. Xiaoshan slowly rose to his feet, a smile gracing his face. And his words were laden with profound significance. Marshal, since you are determined to proceed, we shall not hinder you. However, this matter undoubtedly pertains to the martial saint families that intervened in Jiangbei. The military has already conducted a preliminary investigation. Do you not intend to personally address this issue? Observing Xiaoshan's resolute decision, the others ceased their discussions. Yet, the martial saint families in the capital eagerly anticipated that Xiaoshan would tidy up before his departure. After all, if this matter were indeed connected to those families, it might be concealing a brewing conspiracy. There is no need. Should I not return? Ye Linyuan shall assume the mantle of the next military marshal. Chapter 73, The once mighty martial sage reappears. Are you seeking your own demise? The battlefield of 10,000 races is shrouded in mystery, resembling a vast secret realm. Within this expanse, a mere shovel of soil could fetch millions, if not tens of millions, in the outside world. The treasures contained within this space are unparalleled. It can be said that the evolution of human martial artists to this day is intricately linked to this realm. Many formidable weapons and armor materials originate from here. In addition to humanity, numerous other races lay claim to this territory, sharing in its abundant resources. Xiaoshan's departure from the capital has garnered considerable attention domestically. Yet, news of it has scarcely reached this hidden domain. At this moment, within the human territory, participants of the grand competition have gathered, a locale of significant importance to humanity, where a martial sage also stands guard. Since entering, the competitors in the Starry Constellation tournament have nearly divided into two factions, one led by Ye Linyuan and the other by Ye Bai. Those who follow Ye Bai are predominantly scions of martial sage families. The martial sage stationed here has yet to reveal himself. In the vanguard camp, Ye Linyuan. A voice, laced with venom and ice, slowly reverberated. The tone was hauntingly familiar. Ye Linyuan raised an eyebrow, gazing at the individual before him, both familiar and foreign. Familiar, for this was none other than his younger brother Ye Bai, who had been taken away in Jiangbei. Foreign, for in such a brief span, Ye Bai's aura had grown more formidable than that of an average grandmaster, even hinting at the potential of having ascended to the realm of a true dragon-level warrior. Ye Linyuan was utterly astonished. After all, back in Jiangbei, Ye Bai had scarcely been a postnatal martial artist. How much time had truly passed? You ungrateful wretch! Father brought you back, and yet you. It is all your fault. You destroyed Jiangbei, you destroyed the Yi family. Upon seeing Ye Linyuan, Ye Bai trembled with excitement, yet it was not joy that fueled his agitation. It was a fervor born of hatred. After all, he was now a true dragon-level warrior, and the events orchestrated by Ye Linyuan in Jiangbei were vivid in his memory. Seeking vengeance against Ye Linyuan had consumed his thoughts day and night. How could he not feel exhilarated upon their reunion? Ye Linyuan cast a calm glance at him, his gaze drifting to the individuals trailing behind Ye Bai. If memory served him correctly, these individuals were associated with the martial sage beyond the borders. Have you decided to align yourselves with him? Ye Linyuan inquired nonchalantly. At this, the expressions of those aligned with Ye Bai shifted dramatically. It was widely known that the martial sage from beyond the borders had been exiled from the capital, with any contact with him strictly prohibited. Considering the relationship between the military and the outer territories, or more broadly, between the capital and the borders, their allegiance to Ye Bai rendered them akin to traitors. Ye Linyuan, do not threaten us here. You took the life of my brother without a shred of respect for the esteemed martial saint clan. Today, you shall receive your due punishment, declared a member of the Zhou family coldly. Upon hearing his words, those behind him joined in. Indeed. Perhaps in the capital we might have held some fear of you due to the military, but here, in the battlefield of myriad races, there is no military to protect you. Ha! Could he still be dreaming of Marshal Xiao? Ye Linyuan, you are nothing but a despicable scoundrel. By what right do you claim to be the heir of the military marshal? The group sneered derisively. Witnessing their arrogance, those who followed Ye Linyuan grew increasingly furious. Commander, why waste words on these traitors? Let's purge them from the military at once. Damn it, these treacherous ingrates! Are you truly unafraid of the marshal's retribution? Colluding with the martial saints beyond the borders is a grave crime. Ye Bai's gaze was icy as he stared at Ye Linyuan, who, from beginning to end, did not deign to look back at him. This left Ye Bai feeling profoundly crushed. Back in Jiangbei, it could be overlooked that Ye Linyuan ignored him. For at that time he was the military chief, a figure of great stature.
But now,
they were both true dragons.
What gave Ye Linyuan the audacity to look down upon him? Ye Linyuan, today I shall cleanse the Ye family of you.
Ye Bai advanced step by step from the crowd, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent.
I am quite curious. How did you manage to transform from a useless being into a martial artist of such caliber?
Ye Linyuan regarded him with a serious expression, revealing no other intentions.
After all, to leap from a mere postnatal warrior to the true dragon level was an unheard of feat.
Ye Bai nearly choked on his words.
In Jiangbei,
he had been a bona fide martial arts genius, the bright moon in the eyes of all. Yet in Ye Linyuan's gaze, he had been reduced to nothing.
Ye Linyuan, you seek death.
Ye Bai's aura shifted, embodying the full might of a true dragon warrior.
He unleashed a punch,
causing the very fabric of space to twist and shatter, the force of his strike seeming capable of toppling a mountain. Ye Linyuan merely cast a casual glance and stepped forward, making no other movements. Ye Bai's fist abruptly halted before him, unable to advance even an inch.
This is impossible.
Ye Bai's complexion darkened in disbelief. How could there be such a vast disparity between them, both being true dragons?
Crack!
Ye Linyuan pressed forward, and Ye Bai's outstretched arm was abruptly shattered, the sound of breaking bones echoing through the air.
Hiss!
Ye Bai's expression shifted as he sensed the cold indifference and subtle killing intent emanating from Ye Linyuan.
Boom! At that moment,
the entire space fell into an eerie silence, as if everything around was beginning to slow down. A figure, with a whale silhouette emerging behind him, materialized within this realm. His presence caused the eyes of all to widen in astonishment. This man was a martial saint. And he was none other than the martial saint who had made an appearance in Jiangbei long ago.
Ye Jing?
Ye Linyuan furrowed his brows slightly.
Could it be that even within this realm, there exist factions among those beyond the borders? Otherwise, why would Ye Jing appear here? Ye Linyuan,
I have long advised you that the youth should temper their fervor. In this world, there are countless mysteries beyond your comprehension.
Were you astonished to encounter Ye Bai today?
Ye Jing hovered in the void, casting a cold and indifferent gaze in his direction.
Astonished?
If you refer to the worthless ascendant of the true dragon rank, then indeed, that would elicit surprise. Ye Linyuan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing these words, Ye Bai's vision darkened immediately. Your brilliance is excessively radiant, your spirit too fierce. Such qualities are not advantageous. Nevertheless, it matters little, for you are destined to perish anyway. I observed you that day in Jiangbei.
Consumed by fury, was it due to Ye Tai's assault with nuclear-grade weaponry or the fallen demon suppression army?
Ye Jing suddenly smiled, then continued. I might as well reveal to you that the aberrant beasts beneath the cavern are of my orchestration.
The objective, you see,
is to compel Ye Tai to judiciously employ nuclear-grade weaponry to pave your way to the afterlife. Yet, I did not anticipate your fortuitous survival. Ye Linyuan's gaze sharpened. The long-suppressed fury within him reignited.
Chapter 74, If I unleash my full strength, what of the Holy One?
The emergence of Ye Jing took Ye Linyuan by surprise.
His words sealed Ye Linyuan's fate.
Following the events in Jiangbei, many were aware that unseen forces were at play.
Initially,
he suspected individuals from the capital but also recalled Ye Jing's prior appearance in Jiangbei.
However, one revelation utterly astounded Ye Linyuan: the monstrous beings beneath the abyss were, astonishingly,
orchestrated by Ye Jing.
What a shocking revelation! Were humans actually colluding with otherworldly creatures? What? Was it truly his doing, disregarding the lives of so many in Jiangbei? This was utterly defiant. He was a human after all. Heartless and unworthy of being called a holy one.
If the martial saints of the military were to discover this, they would undoubtedly obliterate him. As Ye Jing's voice resonated, it was not just Ye Linyuan who wore a cold demeanor.
Even the members of the demon suppression army,
who had joined him in the grand competition, erupted in outrage. The concept of humans colluding with alien races was unfathomable in the martial world's history. Those otherworldly beings had committed heinous crimes, resulting in the loss of countless innocent lives and soldiers in a mere 400 years. Humanity harbored a deep-seated hatred for these creatures. It is clear how infuriated the army felt upon hearing Ye Jing's words. The martial saints were meant to be the backbone of humanity, yet here stood such a disgrace.
Ha ha ha. The martial saints of the military? Do not dream. The regions they guard are the primary front lines against these alien races. Can they simply abandon their posts?
Ye Jing scoffed, his gaze mockingly surveying the crowd. His words darkened the expressions of many in the military. There were 10 martial saints in total, aside from Shaoshan stationed in the capital. The others were dispersed across the nation, each safeguarding critical locations. Should a martial saint depart, the alien races might seize the opportunity to invade.
Unless commanded otherwise from the capital. Yet, such a command seemed implausible. After all, the moment a martial saint departed, chaos would surely ensue at their post. Despicable. How can there be such a disgrace among humanity? Someone exclaimed after a moment of silence. Old rogue, do not be too arrogant.
There exists a martial saint from our military here, ranked second in power.
Ye Jing's expression shifted slightly, instinctively glancing into the distance as he replied.
If he were able to come, I would not be here. Ye Jing dismissed the verbal attacks and had no intention of slaughtering the military personnel. For they too had to return to their ranks. Furthermore, his earlier assertions were not unfounded. With the current alien invasion, resisting the intruders was paramount. The actions taken stemmed from the unexpected developments involving Ye Linyuan. Otherwise, those stationed at the borders would have been able to return to the military and unite against external threats. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of myriad races, within the domain of humanity, a middle-aged man clad in military attire, his visage resolute, stood amidst the void. Before him stood numerous beings of foreign descent, each possessing strength comparable to that of a martial sage. These entities had remained here after the fracturing of the myriad races battlefield.
Su Lai, if you wish to depart,
you must first contend with us, declared a lizard-like being, blocking his path. As the words fell, the other foreign entities advanced a step closer.
What? Has the lesson from last time not sufficed? Are you itching for another encounter?
Su Lai furrowed his brow, gazing at the foreign beings. Several of them changed color in response, although Su Lai ranked second on the military strength list, not as fearsome as Shaoshan. Even ordinary 6th or 7th level martial sages appeared insignificant before him. Most of these foreign beings possess strength around the 3rd or 4th level of martial sage.
Previously,
in their attempt to seize territory on the human battlefield, they had provoked Su Lai, and under the assault of over a dozen foreign entities, some had nearly met their demise.
Henceforth, they were genuinely reluctant to provoke him unless absolutely necessary. Humph. Last time, it was merely a stroke of luck that you triumphed with a feigned move. Do you truly think us foreign beings easy to bully? The lizard-like creature retorted.
Su Lai sensed the situation from afar, his brow furrowing slightly. Suddenly, the fabric of space cracked, and his figure vanished.
Stop him! Shouted the foreign entities.
Several nodded in agreement and swiftly moved to act. This time, concerning the assassination of Ye Linyuan, they were determined to exert their full strength.
After all,
in the 3 years since Ye Linyuan had appeared on the battlefield, he had caused them considerable trouble and revealed the emergence of an unparalleled martial arts genius.
Naturally,
they could not allow him to continue his growth. Ye Jing gazed at them calmly and spoke, "My target is solely Ye Linyuan, step aside.
And I may spare your lives.
Those who participate in the grand competition are all prodigies of the military.
Killing one under 40 years of age in the general rank would be a significant loss for the military.
Moreover, the marshal at the border would not consent." Upon hearing Ye Jing's words, those standing behind Ye Linyuan prepared for battle, their eyes fixated on Ye Jing with unwavering resolve. They had no intention of retreating. For in their hearts, Ye Linyuan was an unparalleled star of the military and the embodiment of their aspirations, as well as humanity's hope.
Why do we participate in the demon suppression army? Ha, if an accidental injury occurs, I trust General you will not hold it against me. Ye Jing laughed lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Stand back, should I unleash my full power, what does it matter if a sage stands in my way?
Ye Linyuan spoke nonchalantly. Though Yi Jing was a sage, his strength was merely at the 4th level, not yet reaching the pinnacle of martial sage. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned. And Yi Bai could not suppress a few cold laughs. Ye Linyuan, you truly do not grasp the heights of the heavens or the depths of the earth. The grandeur of a martial sage is beyond your reach. Not only Yi Bai, but even those standing behind Ye Linyuan could not help but murmur in response. After all, he was a martial sage.
Commander, this individual is indeed a martial saint.
If we join forces, there remains a glimmer of hope.
Indeed, Commander.
If we can just hold out until our martial saints arrive, he shall surely meet his demise.
Yet, Ye Linyuan shook his head and replied, no need. With that,
a transformation began to take place within Ye Linyuan, as boundless energy surged forth from him. A fiery warmth radiated from his being, and at that very moment, the immortal cell within him activated. It was as if a star resided within Ye Linyuan, continuously fueling him with vitality. This energy flowed like an eternal furnace. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by this overwhelming aura. After exchanging silent glances, they discreetly withdrew. They had witnessed Ye Linyuan's combat prowess on the training platform, which had already reached the level of a martial saint. Remaining by his side might only complicate matters, for this individual before them was the unparalleled star of their military.
Chapter 75, The Divine Wail of Blade in the Path of Evil, Within the Bounds of Authority. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Wale's expression shifted slightly,
his gaze growing increasingly contemplative. He was aware of Ye Linyuan's extraordinary ambition, yet he had not anticipated that, even in the presence of a martial saint, Ye Linyuan would remain so audacious. It seems I have overestimated you. I assumed you had an understanding of the disparity between yourself and a martial saint. Yet it appears you are as ignorant as a frog at the bottom of a well. Yi Wale spoke coolly, his formidable aura sweeping across the space.
Behind him, a colossal shadow of a whale emerged, obscuring the sky.
This was the manifestation of a martial saint, attainable only after achieving such a status. The ethereal image of the divine whale drifted through the air, seemingly capable of devouring the heavens and the earth, bending even the fundamental laws of existence. The onlookers felt a palpable tension as the appearance of such a manifestation brought immense pressure. Even the most formidable true dragon-level warriors found themselves defenseless in the face of such overwhelming force. Ye Linyuan regarded this scene with indifference, having already condemned Yi Wale to death in his heart. All who participated in the affairs of Jiangbei would be held accountable. He retrieved a war blade from the void beside him, his tone devoid of emotion. Whether it is or isn't, you may certainly come and test it. Yi Wale scoffed, and the shadow of the divine whale surged through the air, barreling straight towards Ye Linyuan. Its gaping maw resembled a black hole. Boom! Where the divine whale traversed, the space twisted and fractured, creating an immense pressure that rendered many lesser warriors incapable of standing firm. In but a fleeting moment, the cavernous maw lunged towards Ye Linyuan. Another thunderous sound resonated as the whale's shadow ascended once more, and when the crowd turned their gaze, they beheld a massive crater. This depression could easily accommodate an entire mountain. Had the whale's image swallowed a mountain whole? Commander! A sudden shift in expression prompted someone to rush forward anxiously. Yet beneath the crater lay nothing but emptiness, save for a faint trace of seawater. Witnessing this, the crowd felt a weight in their hearts. Was the power and means of a martial saint truly so formidable? Good. An end most fitting. That ungrateful scoundrel Ye Linyuan has finally met his demise. Yi Bai's eyes glowed crimson, exulting with a shout. His hatred for Ye Linyuan had not waned in the slightest. In fact, it had only deepened over these past days. Were it not for his lack of strength, he would have relished the thought of torturing Ye Linyuan to death. Had it not been for Ye Linyuan, he would still be the celebrated genius of Jiangbei, with the Yi family reigning as the undisputed power. A fitting death. Not only Yi Bai, but even those standing behind him from the martial saint families involved in the Jiangbei affairs shared in the exhilaration, particularly the members of the Zhou family. After all, they too understood that their own family's involvement in the Jiangbei matter would not be overlooked by the military. Ye Linyuan would not spare them either. As long as Ye Linyuan lived, their fates could very well mirror that of Yi Bai's ruin and devastation. Thus, they wished for Ye Linyuan's demise no less than Yi Bai did.
Under the manifestation of the martial saint's law, how could a true dragon-level warrior possibly survive? This was evidently an implausible scenario. A satisfied smile adorned Ye Jing's face, poised to speak, when suddenly he sensed an unsettling anomaly.
The ethereal manifestation of the divine whale became frenzied, darting chaotically through the air, beyond his control, despite his utmost efforts. This disturbance instantly captured the attention of all present.
Amidst the astonishment of many, a sound resonated: bang! 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 The sound resembled a heartbeat yet thundered like a muffled storm, echoing in everyone's ears.
A fervent aura emanated from within the divine whale, as though it had swallowed a furnace, one that could not be extinguished.
At that moment, an inferno was ablaze within it.
Ye Jing also discerned this, his gaze fixated as he sensed an extraordinary presence.
He had not perished.
Ye Jing's eyes widened in disbelief.
Any creature entering the divine whale would be instantaneously refined.
Yet, Ye Linyuan emerged unscathed.
Moreover, the furnace-like aura seemed on the verge of evaporating the divine whale.
This is dire, expel him at once.
Ye Jing's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently commanded.
It must be known that this manifestation embodied a significant portion of the martial saint's combat power, if not the very essence of the martial saint himself. Should it sustain damage, it would inevitably suffer a backlash, and its combat strength would be considerably diminished.
As if comprehending his words, the divine whale expelled Ye Linyuan, along with the boiling seawater within.
Upon Ye Linyuan's emergence, Ye Jing's gaze fell upon him, where he noticed a radiant, golden object pulsating at Ye Linyuan's chest.
What could that be? It exuded such immense energy. Ye Jing's expression turned grave. The anomaly occurring within the divine whale was likely caused by this very object.
As Ye Linyuan emerged, he sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying energy emanating from the object on Ye Linyuan's chest, akin to the oppressive weight of a star looming overhead.
I possess a blade, I beseech the saint to meet his end.
Ye Linyuan stood amidst the void, his aura intensifying, while the immortal cell within him pulsed with increasing rapidity. The energy was continuously fueling Ye Linyuan. If a device to measure combat power were present at that moment, it would undoubtedly reveal that Ye Linyuan's strength was skyrocketing beyond the billion mark. Such power would surely be off the charts.
You little beast, truly enigmatic.
Even Ye Jing felt the pressure radiating from Ye Linyuan.
Not daring to be complacent, he immediately commanded the divine whale. The divine whale expanded once more, spanning the heavens, its form resembling that of a mighty river. Within mere seconds, the space transformed into a vast lake.
The phantom of the divine whale tore through the fabric of reality, hurtling towards Ye Linyuan, the scene akin to a falling meteor. Ye Linyuan positioned his blade before him, flickering momentarily before vanishing from his original location. In the next instant, a colossal beam of blade light erupted forth. The blade's radiance extended 100 meters, obscuring the sky and eclipsing the sun. From below, it appeared as if the blade could cleave the very sun in twain. With a swift whoosh, the blade surged forth, and the divine whale was severed in two beneath its brilliance, crashing heavily to the ground like a mighty mountain. A gasp escaped Ye Jing's lips, his face etched with unparalleled shock and disbelief, yet in the next moment, he coughed up a mouthful of blood.
His Dharma body had been annihilated. At this moment, all were astounded. Ye Linyuan had decimated the Dharma body of a martial saint?
This was utterly monstrous. It must be noted that he was merely a true dragon-level warrior.
How could this be? I am a martial saint. How could I possibly be defeated by you?
Ye Jing shouted in disbelief. But scarcely had his words left his lips when a chillingly cold battle blade was pointed directly at him.
Chapter 76, The Invincible Saint.
Ye Tai appears with the long blade poised before him, an aura of chilling menace emanated. Ye Jing's gaze was fixed intently on Ye Linyuan, his heart tumultuous with disbelief. He was a martial saint, while Ye Linyuan was merely a true dragon-level warrior, yet he had managed to sever his dharmic embodiment.
Prior to this moment, Ye Jing had acknowledged Ye Linyuan's formidable combat prowess, even considering it extraordinary.
However, he was a fourth-level martial saint.
Do you intend to kill me? Ye Jing stammered.
Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Ye Linyuan, his voice trembling involuntarily. So many lives in Jiangbei have been lost because of you, your crimes warrant 1,000 deaths. As a martial saint of the human race, colluding with foreign entities. Ye Linyuan spoke coolly. his blade drawing closer to Yi Jing as the latter's dermic embodiment was severed, resulting in a backlash against his own being. He was far from his peak combat capacity. Faced with Ye Linyuan, whose power had escalated to its zenith, Yi Jing found himself utterly defenseless. The blade sliced through his skin, the intent of the strike shattering his internal organs. Ha! Ye Linyuan, you continue to astonish me time and again. But do you truly believe this will be your means of vanquishing me? You are rather naive. The methods of that marshal beyond the borders far exceed your imagination. Despite the dire circumstances, Yi Jing managed a derisive chuckle, his tone shifting to something peculiar. This scene caused Ye Linyuan to furrow his brow, as it bore a striking resemblance to the moment he had slain Yi Tai in Jiangbei. The mention of the marshal beyond the borders triggered a memory. Upon his arrival in the capital, he had inquired about this figure from Xiao Shun, who had only partially divulged the information, mentioning that the individual was the first marshal of the military, later exiled due to a grave error. But what transgression could have been so severe? Did Yi Tai and Yi Jing possess the means of resurrection? Ye Linyuan glanced at the petrified Yi Bai, his frown deepening. Yi Bai had transformed from a postnatal warrior directly into a true dragon-level warrior. Such an occurrence was unprecedented, even among techniques that involved burning one's essence. None could yield such a remarkable enhancement. Surprised and bewildered, are we? Fear not, for there will be more moments for astonishment in the future. Upon observing the shift in Ye Linyuan's expression, Yi Jing let out a derisive laugh. You do talk too much. With a decisive swing of his blade, Ye Linyuan cleaved Yi Jing in two. In that instant, he attentively scanned for any traces of spiritual energy attempting to escape. Yet, after a prolonged scrutiny of the space around him, he discerned no anomalies. Not dwelling further on it, Ye Linyuan turned to face the members of the martial saint families. Chief, we were merely momentarily swayed, please spare us. Chief, I swear from this day forth to diligently eradicate foreign entities, harboring no ulterior motives. Please, do not kill me. The members of the martial saint families were utterly paralyzed by fear. The fact that a martial saint had perished at Ye Linyuan's hands was a harrowing testament to his overwhelming power, rendering their own true dragon-level capabilities insignificant. Colluding with foreign entities, there shall be no mercy, Ye Linyuan declared coldly. Ye Linyuan, I hail from the esteemed lineage of the martial saints. Do you dare to take my life? Are you not afraid of incurring the wrath of the martial saints? Indeed, Commander, consider your actions carefully. The four great martial saint families possess martial saints of levels 6 and 7. With the marshal absent from the capital, if you were to slay us, those martial saints outside will not let you go unpunished. The four martial saints, consumed by fury, warned Ye Linyuan, think it through. Witnessing Ye Linyuan's resolute intent to kill, the members of the martial saint families could not help but raise their voices, attempting to intimidate him with the name of the martial saints. After all, the prowess of level 6 and 7 martial saints is not comparable to that of Yi Jing. Ascending to the martial saint level is akin to entering a new realm with each advancement. Did you say the marshal has left the capital? Ye Linyuan's gaze turned icy as he fixed his attention on the foremost member of the Zhou family. This. I heard it from the elders in my family. They mentioned that this time, they intend to ensure the marshal never returns to the capital. The Zhou family member stammered. Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan's eyes sharpened with an intense ferocity. These deranged individuals had already set their sights on Xiao Shun? The pinnacle of human combat power, the guardian of humanity. He had withstood countless wars concerning the survival of mankind. How dare these martial saints conspire so audaciously? Taking a deep breath, Ye Linyuan contemplated the significance of Xiao Shun's strength and status. It was indeed something they should have anticipated. Eliminate them, Ye Linyuan commanded. And the demon subjugation army behind him, already seething with rage towards these traitors, surged forward upon receiving his order. These individuals truly deserved their fate. Ye Linyuan then turned his gaze toward Yi Bai, who was now visibly pale. As he watched Ye Linyuan approach step by step, he instinctively began to retreat. Why, Ye Linyuan, what do you intend to do? Please spare me, brother. If you kill me, father will not let you off. Yi Bai trembled as he crawled backward. Oh? Ye Linyuan paused upon hearing this. Father is not dead, father is not dead.
Meanwhile, before the great iron fortress, a figure stepped across the border and strode forward. The moment he entered, the air trembled as if some force of law sought to suppress him right there. Old fool, even after hundreds of years, you still take precautions against me. But this is merely a projection, not the real deal.
Ye Linyuan scoffed, and upon the utterance of these words, the descending force of law weakened slightly, allowing the projection to tear through space and vanish. In the battlefield of myriad races, Ye Linyuan's expression became gravely serious upon hearing Ye Bai's words.
Can one truly return from death? Is such a notion plausible, as if this were a fantastical world with tales of reincarnation?
Just as Ye Linyuan pondered this, the space around him suddenly quaked, and a projection appeared before him. The majestic figure emanated an aura that was strikingly familiar to Ye Linyuan. His gaze suddenly froze,
and he instinctively blurted out, Ye Tai.
The ethereal figure paused in the void, and upon seeing Ye Linyuan, a playful smile flickered across his face.
Good son. We meet again.
Ye Linyuan's pupils trembled as he fixated intently on the silhouette before him.
Although it was somewhat incredulous, he stood undeniably before his eyes. Surprised, are you? The entity you vanquished in Jiangbei was nearly one of my incarnations. Who would have thought that years of scheming would be undone by your hand?
Ye Linyuan remarked with a sigh, his smile unwavering.
In the past, to ensure his faction's smooth entry into the upper echelons of the military,
he had severed a part of his own incarnation and sent it to Jiangbei, even bringing along his wife and children. Little did he expect that a twist of fate would manifest in the form of Ye Linyuan, causing all his plans to crumble.
So that's how it is. Everything was orchestrated by you from the shadows?
Ye Linyuan was indeed taken aback, realizing that a martial saint could cultivate two incarnations. And yet Ye Tai exuded no hint of being an incarnation at all. He appeared indistinguishable from a living being. The person before him was exceedingly enigmatic.
Chapter 77, Follow Me, Their Plans Have Failed, next.
Ye Linyuan smiled slightly and remarked, I admit I chose the wrong person at that time. But there was no choice, you were the one who was retrieved later.
As father and son, I still hope you can come to the border and join me in our grand ambitions.
Ye Linyuan stared at him coldly.
Is colluding with foreign tribes and harming our own people part of that grand ambition?
Ye Linyuan replied calmly, you must remember, history is written by the victors.
If I return to the military, these matters will naturally be erased. Moreover, for those who have perished, I will find better vessels for them to inhabit, transforming them into my most loyal warriors.
His words were chilling, echoing the sinister allure of those apocalyptic cults that deceive and mislead. The only difference was that the former seemed capable of achieving their promises, while the latter were mere charlatans. Ye Linyuan fell silent, recognizing the resemblance between this man and the first marshal of the military, as mentioned by Xiao Shun. This individual was so devoid of compassion that human lives appeared to him merely as tools. He could almost discern why this man had been exiled to the border.
Devilish and ruthless.
Follow me, and I shall grant you eternal life.
After all, we are still father and son, are we not? In the void.
The man spread his arms, suddenly exuding a semblance of the sacred.
He was no different from those heretics. I am your father.
Ye Linyuan remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking.
The association of this man with Ye Tai made him feel nauseated, especially with the way he incessantly referred to him as a good son. It was utterly intolerable.
Ye Linyuan paused, his expression shifting slightly, and he said indifferently, indeed.
A rebellious son, impossible to reform. He gazed deeply at Ye Linyuan, then waved his hand, lifting Ye Bai.
You will soon realize the gravity of your mistake. When I return to the military, do not regret your choice. Ye Linyuan spoke calmly, and his figure vanished instantly.
Ye Linyuan stared into the depths of the void,
connecting this man's words with those of the young masters from the martial families.
He sensed that an immense upheaval was imminent. Commander, all of them have been eliminated. Someone finally spoke. Let us go to the military headquarters.
In Kyoto, several martial saints were gathered. Zhou Tianxiang withdrew his gaze from a luminous screen, his expression chillingly severe. This wretched creature possesses such terrifying strength that even martial saints can be slain.
News from the myriad tribes' battlefield had already begun to circulate. How infuriating.
So many prodigies from the Wang family have perished. The martial saints from the Wang family were also enraged. Ye Linyuan has eradicated all members of our 4 great martial families on the battlefield. Such actions exhibit a complete disregard for the consequences. Or perhaps they simply do not hold the esteemed martial families in any regard. He still believes that Shaoxin is stationed in the capital. How audacious! It seems the time has come to impart some lessons. The martial sage of the Chen family spoke. With Shaoxin absent from the capital, the authority rests solely with the 4 great martial families. The venerable martial sage from the Great Xia has not intervened in nearly a century. Were it not for the stalemate among the prominent martial families, he would have surely stepped down long ago. It appears their plans have faltered. Ye Linyuan remains alive.
And now it is our turn to act. Zhou Tianxiang paused for a moment before declaring, "First, we must eliminate Ye Linyuan."
There are no representatives from our 4 great martial families on the battlefield among the myriad races. This so-called first place holds no significance. The utmost priority is to eradicate Ye Linyuan before he has the chance to grow stronger, otherwise, we too may meet a grim fate. The martial sage of the Wang family spoke sternly. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. As for the recent so-called military competition, in light of these circumstances, it has lost its meaning for them. The question of who wields power must be postponed. Should Ye Linyuan rise to prominence, their demise could be easily foreseen. Once Ye Linyuan is vanquished, the military will be left leaderless. And the general will undoubtedly employ every means necessary to return to the inner realm and seize control of the military. The events transpiring on the battlefield of myriad races have attracted a multitude of observers. Besides the 4 great martial families, the remaining 3 also pay close attention.
Zhao family.
Zhao Xuanqing gazed at the reports from the battlefield, his expression grave. These individuals have completely lost their minds. Zhao Xuanqing discerned the precariousness of the current situation. Should Ye Linyuan be slain, and the military fall into the hands of that outsider, the standing of the 4 great martial families would soar to unprecedented heights. At that juncture, those of them who had not participated would surely face dire consequences.
Grandfather, should we not act now?
Since Shaoxin descended into the abyss,
he has been lost to them. With Ye Linyuan facing the wrath of the 4 great martial families, it seems unlikely he will emerge alive. If we do not swiftly align ourselves, will Zhou Tianxiang and his faction spare us?
Zhao Ziyi spoke in a flurry of urgency. Upon hearing his words, many within the Zhao family nodded, their gazes turning expectantly towards Zhao Xuanqing, awaiting his command. Zhao Xuanqing found himself in a precarious position.
He was acutely aware of the dreadful consequences that would unfold should the general from the outer realm return to the capital.
Years ago, he had proclaimed himself as the true deity, and those who followed him had become mere shells of their former selves. Consequently, he was exiled beyond the borders,
tasked with guarding against foreign threats. Should he return, the repercussions would be unimaginable.
Yet now, if the Zhao family fails to make a decisive choice, their fate is destined for annihilation.
Grandfather, please give the order. Zhao Ziyi urged.
The Zhao family shall lend our full support to the military and must not engage with the other 4 great martial families or the forces from beyond. Anyone who defies this edict shall be expelled from the Zhao family. Zhao Xuanqing inhaled deeply, summoning all his strength to render this decision. Although he was aware of the consequences, he was a martial saint. He should have been a guardian deity of the human race, like Shaoxin, rather than engaging in the struggle for power here. Upon hearing Zhao Xuanqing's words, many members of the Zhao family nodded in agreement.
Only Zhao Zai,
as if drained of all strength, sat on the ground.
This scene was not confined to the Zhao family, rather, it was a dilemma faced by all 3 other martial saint families.
After all, this was a matter of the family's survival.
In an instant,
the landscape of the capital, following Shaoxin's departure, had completely transformed. On the battlefield of 10,000 races, within the military headquarters where the human race resided, Su Lai sat amidst it all, when a piece of news reached his ears, causing his expression to shift dramatically.
The marshal has ventured into the abyss.
His eyes widened in shock. Shaoxin was the god of war in the military, the embodiment of everyone's faith.
To have vanished into the abyss without a trace? Furthermore, it was rumored that he would not return, and the next marshal of the military would be Ye Linyuan. Chapter 78, The Hunt Begins, A Million Achievements. Su Lai had just received the news. As the second-ranked martial saint on the military power leaderboard, he was stationed in the immensely significant realm of the myriad races. Shaoshan had departed from the capital, and after entering the abyss, there had been no word from him. Nevertheless, the turmoil erupting from the southern abyss had been effectively contained. However, with Shaoshan absent, the military strength would undoubtedly wane. The situation in the capital was precarious. The martial saints of the military were dispersed, unable to return to the capital. Should the individual from beyond the borders seize this opportunity to invade? Su Lai furrowed his brow. The matter concerning Ye Linyuan had recently stirred considerable discussion. Even while in the myriad races battlefield, he had heard whispers of it. Yet, could Ye Linyuan possess such extraordinary talent to be regarded so highly by Shaoshan? Su Lai held a skeptical attitude, but since it was a direct order from Shaoshan, the military personnel would surely comply. As he pondered, a soldier outside reported, "General, all participants from the military for the grand competition have arrived." Su Lai regained his focus and instructed, "Allow Ye Linyuan to enter." Meanwhile, Ye Linyuan stood outside with the other participants, his mind still preoccupied with recent events. Upon receiving the soldier's message, he stepped inside. "General Su," Ye Linyuan saluted. Recognizing Su Lai's considerable reputation within the military, second only to Shaoshan, being the second-ranked martial saint on the strength leaderboard. Su Lai nodded slightly, his expression grave as he inquired, "Did you meet with that individual earlier?" Ye Linyuan nodded, filled with many questions, and asked, "Yes, General Su. Who is that person? And why did he claim that the martial manifestation I severed in Jiangbei belonged to him?" "As far as I know, a martial saint has never condensed two martial manifestations." Upon hearing this, Su Lai slowly rose, placing his hand on the military system. A mechanical voice then echoed, "Welcome to the military system, Lord Su Lai. Querying information regarding Ye Linyuan." "Proceed with the query," Su Lai commanded. "Currently querying for you," came the response. Ye Linyuan directed his gaze to the screen. Aware that the military operated under strict hierarchy, with sensitive information requiring elevated access. Despite being a 6-star general, Ye Linyuan was unable to access information about Ye Linyuan. Ye Linyuan, born in Jiangbei in the year 121 of the martial path, possessed exceptional martial talent, achieving the rank of martial saint within a century, and succeeded as the military marshal in the year 271 of the martial path. Soon, detailed information about Ye Linyuan appeared on the screen, including the unsettling account of those who followed him, becoming mere shells of their former selves. After assuming the position of martial saint and military successor, he pursued ultimate martial prowess, engaging in clandestine operations to capture numerous alien beings for genetic research, even modifying himself. Su Lai stared at the screen, slowly articulating, "Modifying oneself with alien genes?" Ye Linyuan was momentarily taken aback, finding it hard to believe. After all, such a concept was undeniably shocking. Su Lai nodded and continued, "Indeed. He achieved some results later, utilizing alien genes to break through to the 9th level of martial saint. Yet, the distance to divinity remains vast. To bridge this gap, he allied with the other races and acquired methods to augment his strength through plunder. By seizing the mental energy and lifespan of others to enhance his own, he would transform those individuals into mere shells, subsequently infusing his own spirit into these vessels, thereby creating his most devoted followers." Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow. This method closely resembled the abilities of the undead. "And what of Ye Tai? What exactly is he?" Su Lai shook his head and replied, "I do not know. But anyone entering the military, especially one who holds the rank of general, must undergo rigorous scrutiny. However, it remains uncertain. His close ties with the other races may endow him with certain unique abilities." Ye Linyuan nodded, refraining from further inquiries. One thing, however, was clear: Ye Linyuan was indeed not connected to the Yi family. Otherwise, given the transgressions of that individual beyond the borders, Shaoshan could not have so resolutely stated that if he did not return, he would be the next marshal of the military. "Many in the capital now cast their gazes upon you, Ye Linyuan. Your burden is substantial," Su Lai remarked gravely. Ye Linyuan understood the implications of the collusion between the martial families and the other races, which had led to dire consequences. If these individuals were not dealt with, The future of humanity would be bleak. I understand, Ye Linyuan responded.
Hearing this, Sulai ceased further discussion and simply stated, "Prepare yourself, the battlefield is about to commence."
And you have only 3 days.
The battlefield of myriad races. For those participating in the grand competition, hope for first place had all but evaporated. They were acutely aware of the presence of a prodigy like Ye Linyuan.
With even the martial saints being vanquished, how could they aspire to claim the top spot? Nevertheless,
on the battlefield, killing enemies would still yield military merits, which significantly aided in future promotions.
Moreover, all participants would receive rewards from the military. On the desolate mountains, the corpses of exotic beasts fell one after another, the glint of blades illuminating the space.
Clad in military attire, Ye Linyuan's expression was stern.
Simultaneously,
a series of system notifications echoed in his mind.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for slaying a true dragon-level exotic being. You have earned the reward, 1 year of vitality.
Ding! Congratulations,
host, for slaying a true dragon-level exotic being. You have received the reward, true dragon-level martial technique. As these notifications continued to resonate, Ye Linyuan felt his vitality and cultivation steadily solidifying and advancing. Even the martial techniques obtained were gradually reaching perfection with the system's assistance. His cultivation had already ascended to the mid-stage of true dragon level, and merely a day had passed. Ye Linyuan mused to himself. This battlefield, populated solely by true dragon-level exotic beings, offered bountiful rewards upon their defeat. At this rate, within 3 days, he would cleanse this true dragon-level battlefield of its inhabitants. By then, his cultivation would certainly reach at least the late stage of true dragon level.
At that moment, he would be but a step away from becoming a martial saint.
Ye Linyuan pondered for a moment, then, without further hesitation, he swung his long blade towards the alien beings in this realm. In the military department, Sulai sat among his peers.
The screen displayed an incessant increase in Ye Linyuan's merit points.
Within a single day, the total merit value surpassed 10 million. The gaze of the generals and marshals remained as keen as ever. At this rate, after vanquishing the dragon-level aliens, the total merit could very well reach 20 to 30 million. Such merit could elevate him to the 7-star rank.
Not merely the 7-star rank. Considering his overall combat prowess and his current level of strength, the 12-star rank might even be within reach. 12 stars, wasn't that the pinnacle? Within the military department,
many expressed their astonishment. It is essential to note that this star ranking merely serves as an assessment, not a true reflection of military rank.
To attain a higher military rank, one must also take combat achievements into account.
Sulai retracted his gaze, fully comprehending why Xiaoshen had made such a choice.
However, the final statement from Xiaoshen, entrusting the military department to Ye Linyuan, what did that truly signify? Sulai scrutinized Ye Linyuan's profile, lost in contemplation.
For Ye Linyuan was not the biological son of the Yi family. Chapter 79, The Capital Strikes, the Alien Prodigies. In the face of an urgent situation,
each passing day brings about monumental changes.
On the battlefield of myriad races, the actions of Ye Linyuan have astonished the leaders of the alien factions. The true dragon race has suffered significant losses, with many of their elite warriors slain.
Yet, they dare not intervene personally, for if they do, Sulai would undoubtedly retaliate without mercy.
Provoking Sulai would make life exceedingly difficult for the aliens on the battlefield. This has left the leaders of the alien factions in a state of desperation, unable to simply stand by as their elite are systematically eliminated by Ye Linyuan. In the capital, the major martial saint families have been exceptionally ostentatious in recent days. Following Xiaoshen's departure, a profound change has swept through the capital. The military has also received several reports indicating a surge of outsiders arriving in the capital. Investigations into their origins are being conducted thoroughly.
Consequently,
the atmosphere within the military is fraught with tension and unease.
It seems this grand contest is indeed aimed at replacing the marshal of the military.
I have heard that Ye Linyuan's exploits on the battlefield have instilled fear in the hearts of the alien races, leaving them trembling in terror.
This situation cannot continue.
The 4 major martial saint families have convened. In the past, when the battlefield of myriad races emerged and the alien factions sought to carve out territories,
A significant battle ensued.
Later, to facilitate a ceasefire and recuperation, a negotiation took place within the borders, resulting in a treaty stipulating that while the aliens could establish their territories, the number and strength of their forces would be strictly regulated.
Given Ye Linyuan's prowess,
combined with Su Lai's intimidation, his invincible presence on the battlefield is entirely justifiable.
The Wang family's martial saint sighed, his expression a mix of resignation and gravity.
Upon hearing this, several others furrowed their brows.
Zhou Tianxiang let out a cold laugh and remarked, "We certainly cannot make our presence known, but why not open a channel to allow the aliens to send in stronger reinforcements to eliminate Ye Linyuan?"
At his suggestion, the three martial saints present turned pale.
"Are you implying we should violate the treaty?"
The Chen family's martial saint appeared shocked. The treaty was established by a reclusive martial arts family whose member personally enforced it. The power of the rules embedded within that treaty means that should the aliens attempt to breach it, they would be suppressed by these very rules. This includes Ye Linyuan outside the borders, who is equally bound by the established rules. Should he attempt to enter, he would be instantly subdued. This is the reason the battlefield of myriad races has been able to maintain stability. Without any constraints, the aliens could invade at will, disregarding any treaties.
However, humans are not bound by this treaty and can indeed open channels.
With the prowess of these martial saints, such an action is feasible.
But how could this be permissible?
Some expressed their shock. The resources of the battlefield of myriad races are exceedingly precious.
They represent the greatest treasure for human martial artists.
The treaty exists to limit the aliens and prevent them from seizing more territory and resources.
If we were to violate the treaty and open the channels, allowing even more powerful aliens to flood in,
the situation is far from simple.
The assassination of Ye Linyuan is imperative. Yet how does this differ from opening the door and allowing wolves to enter one's home?
If word of this leaks, it would be tantamount to treason.
In fact, it could be even more severe. What dire consequences would arise if the battlefield of myriad clans spirals out of control? Zhou Tianxiang's expression grew markedly colder.
His demeanor remarkably placid. "If he does not perish, it is we who shall meet our end." Let us not forget that the military has 10 martial saints. Though they remain stationed across various territories and cannot intervene, once Ye Linyuan truly inherits that position, those martial saints will undoubtedly heed his command.
Zhou Tianxiang's words plunged the others into silence.
At this juncture, the 4 great martial saint families have aligned on the same vessel. Indeed, as Zhou Tianxiang articulated, their rest is unsettled as long as Ye Linyuan survives.
Very well, let it be so.
The marshal beyond the borders shall surely return and take matters into his own hands to reclaim him.
Given this, let us proceed.
The major martial saints reached a consensus. Previously, the great martial saint families had no ties with the alien races. However, after their encounter with the individual from beyond the borders, they were inevitably entangled. Thus, shortly after their decision, Zhou Tianxiang and the other 3 martial saints appeared not far from the border, alongside numerous alien beings. Who would have thought that the battlefield of myriad clans, which we have long coveted, would be opened by you humans?
Ha ha ha.
Among the undead, a figure exuding an aura of death stepped forward, laughing heartily. As his words echoed, others from the alien races joined in derision. They had yearned to carve out their territory within the battlefield of myriad clans for years, yet had found no means to do so due to existing rules. Little did they expect to be ushered in by humans.
Were they not the invaders?
Zhou Tianxiang shot him a cold glance, remarking, "You must understand that Ye Linyuan is currently within. He has caused your alien races to crumble.
Do you not wish to eliminate him?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the alien beings darkened instantly.
Previously, on the eastern battlefield, they had harbored a deep-seated hatred for Ye Linyuan. They longed to refine him in an instant, to assimilate him as one of their own, and then compel him to turn against his kin. They certainly wished to kill Ye Linyuan.
Moreover, in the long term,
his future growth would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to them.
Of course, even now.
Very well. You shall open the passage and allow us entry. A woman with pale blue skin, clad in scant fabric, spoke coldly.
They cared not for Zhou Tianxiang's motivations for aiding them.
As long as they could slay Ye Linyuan and seize more territory within the battlefield of myriad clans, it was a boon for them. Let it be known that this space is governed by rules, and few may enter. You would do well to select only the most formidable aliens who have yet to attain the level of martial saint, lest they be detected and suppressed by the rules.
Do not say I did not warn you, Zhou Tianxiang added.
There is no need for your concern, those entering this time are the prodigies from our esteemed clans, possessing combat prowess that rivals that of the martial saints. One of the otherworldly beings spoke.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianxiang chose not to elaborate further.
He exchanged glances with the other three martial saints, and together they channeled their energy, striking upward toward the heavens. Moments later, a cascade of golden light descended. It resembled the opening of a celestial gate, mirroring the moment when Shaoshan activated it. However, the passage they unveiled was significantly smaller.
Still hesitating?
Zhou Tianxiang scoffed coldly. In the next instant, several figures among the otherworldly beings leaped into the air, heading toward the passage.
Witnessing this,
Zhou Tianxiang and the others retracted their hands and departed without a backward glance. Ye Linyuan, once I capture you, I shall certainly transform you into a pet. In the battlefield of myriad clans, several figures materialized, among them a strikingly formidable woman who spoke in a chilling tone.
Chapter 80, Who did this?
Su Lai's Fury. Within the battlefield of myriad races, 6 formidable figures emerged, each possessing extraordinary strength, although they had not yet ascended to the status of martial saints. As prodigies of foreign races, their combat prowess was comparable to that of martial saints. These races, hailing from the depths of space,
inherently boasted greater power than their human counterparts of equivalent rank.
Given their exceptional status, even a low-level martial saint would find them formidable.
In this realm, numerous races were overseen by their respective saints.
Su Lai alone could contend with the leaders of the foreign races, and the balance of power appeared relatively stable.
However,
with the inclusion of these foreign beings, that equilibrium was destined to be disrupted.
Na Sha.
The body of Ye Linyuan has long been coveted by my corpse clan.
His physique surpasses that of our alien brethren.
One member of the corpse clan spoke, reverence etched upon his face as he mentioned the corpse ancestor. The ancestor has specifically instructed us to take heed, we must not harm him. The foreign woman referred to as Nasha expressed astonishment.
The corpse ancestor desires to parasitize him? The corpse ancestor, the leader of the corpse clan, wielded immense power, commanding an entire star domain even amidst the vastness of the cosmos.
The fact that such a formidable entity would set sights on a human body was indeed perplexing. Now is not the time for such discussions, Yufan. Whatever your corpse clan desires is of no concern to me, we must unite our efforts to eliminate Ye Linyuan first.
Another foreign prodigy interjected calmly. Upon hearing this,
the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the significant threat posed by Ye Linyuan. They could not allow him to continue growing stronger, for he would undoubtedly become a substantial impediment to the foreign races. Let us return, we have confirmed the coordinates of our respective territories.
At that moment,
within the military headquarters of the battlefield, Su Lai abruptly rose, his expression one of incredulity and confusion. The space had been breached,
and other foreign races had entered. Who was responsible for this?
Su Lai's brow furrowed in concern.
Could it be that the rules governing this realm had faltered?
Such a notion seemed implausible.
If that were the case, far more foreign beings would have infiltrated.
This suggested that someone had opened a passage from the outside,
allowing these foreign entities to enter, and that individual was human. A human colluding with foreign races. Although such occurrences were not unprecedented.
As the power of rules constituted a treaty a result of negotiations, it was permissible for humans to send their kind into the fray, just as foreign races could do the same.
Yet, there were restrictions on frequency, numbers, and ranks.
The foreign races had already bolstered their ranks during the grand competition, and this latest influx evidently contravened those regulations. Su Lai's fury ignited instantly. He had already been apprised of certain actions taken by several prominent martial saint families from the capital. The revelation that someone had opened a passage from the outside undoubtedly tied back to those individuals. The audacity of those who would betray their own for personal gain,
daring to meddle in this battlefield.
Su Lai slammed his fist down onto the table with great force. The entire military headquarters trembled at the impact. For the battlefield of myriad races represented the most significant resource for martial practitioners, which was precisely why Su Lai had been dispatched to oversee it.
The purpose is to ensure that the various races in the battlefield do not allow the foreign tribes to carve out more territory. Now that these foreign beings have appeared, the situation has become instantly unbalanced. With Su Lai's mental acuity, he sensed the power of these alien entities the moment they stepped into this realm. Just a fleeting moment of contemplation was all it took before his figure flickered and vanished from sight. He intended to eliminate these foreign beings. He would not allow those who could disrupt the balance to exist in this space. Situated in the battlefield of myriad races, close to the territory claimed by the foreign tribes, Su Lai's manifestation crossed the expanse, unleashing his full strength. The immense power caused the earth to tremble and the very fabric of space to shatter. Su Lai. The silhouettes of the 6 foreign beings halted in the void, their hair standing on end at the sight of that manifestation. It is known that the 10 saints of the military are each regarded as gods of death among mortals, having severed countless foreign lives on the battlefield. They are both the most hated and most feared by the alien tribes. Although Su Lai has guarded the battlefield of myriad races for a century, he had once fought on the battlefield before he assumed this post. Who allowed you to enter? Su Lai demanded, his voice resonating with such force that mountains crumbled at his words. As soon as he spoke, his true form appeared. Ha! You are indeed quick to react, but do you think we entered without any preparation? A prodigy from the corpse tribe, named Yufan, retorted. As his words fell, dark smoke billowed across the horizon, heralding the arrival of several foreign leaders. They had been informed of the situation before the foreign beings entered, which conveniently resolved their urgent predicament. Otherwise, if Ye Linyuan continued his slaughter unchecked, the foreign tribes in the battlefield would eventually be wiped out by him. Su Lai. Do not harm our prodigies. A leader of the foreign tribe stepped forth from the dark smoke, his tone sharp and commanding. Su Lai's expression shifted, his face turning ashen. He had dealt with these foreign leaders on numerous occasions, and thus was acutely aware of the strengths on both sides. If all parties were to engage earnestly, it would indeed be challenging to determine a victor. Otherwise, he would have long since vanquished these foreign beings. However, one-on-one, Su Lai was certainly unafraid. Damn it! Su Lai spat, suddenly feeling the weight of pressure upon him. This pressure did not stem from the foreign leaders, but rather from the realization that if he were to be restrained by them, the foreign prodigies would wield too much influence in the battlefield of myriad races. You all go after Ye Linyuan, leave Su Lai to us, declared one of the foreign leaders. Upon hearing this, several foreign prodigies nodded in agreement. They then attempted to bypass Su Lai and depart. Su Lai's expression changed, and his manifestation suddenly surged into action, sealing off the entire space in an instant. The figures of those foreign prodigies were also confined in place. The manifestation extended a colossal hand, obscuring the sky as it reached for the foreign beings. You insolent wretch! Su Lai! How dare you launch a surprise attack? Your opponents are us! The foreign leaders shouted furiously, denouncing Su Lai for his ambush. Su Lai dismissed any notions of ambush or morality, viewing the current group of foreign beings as creatures inferior to swine or dogs. Engaging them in discussions of righteousness was the folly of a fool. If one could kill, then let it be done, regardless of the means employed. However, under such circumstances, Su Lai found success elusive. As soon as his form stirred, several leaders of the foreign faction advanced to impede him. The foreign prodigies cast Su Lai a fierce glare before hastily retreating. You are no match for us, one leader bellowed as Su Lai attempted to pursue. It seemed that without imparting a lesson, they truly believed Su Lai was powerless against them. With no choice but to halt, Su Lai unleashed his full martial prowess, summoning deadly formations from the heavens, intent on subduing these foreigners. Then come and test your mettle. The atmosphere crackled with tension, signaling an impending clash. Yet, the prolonged stalemate bore testament to the clearly established strengths of both sides. The outcome of this grand battle appeared uncertain. As Su Lai departed from the military headquarters, several foreign prodigies swiftly approached the territory of the humans. Ye Linyuan, come forth. Chapter 81, This is yours again, the fragmented territory. Within the ranks of the human race's forward camp, a voice resonated from the skies, sending a tremor through the military personnel, who instinctively gazed upward. An alien presence. The strength of this entity likely approached that of a martial saint. Alert the military's true dragon-level team. Where is Ye?
In the military headquarters, some quickly grasped the situation,
initiating a response. Ye Linyuan, are you afraid?
The alien continued to speak. Yet, at this moment, Ye Linyuan was not in the military headquarters. He was deep within the territory of the otherworldly beings. However, upon receiving news from the military, he promptly made his way back.
It seems he is still reluctant to emerge.
A cold chuckle escaped from a member of the undead race, his eyes laced with mockery. I have heard he has claimed many of our lives on the battlefield in recent days.
Why not return the favor? A female alien smiled frostily, her gaze devoid of warmth. I think that's a splendid idea.
Others among the alien elites nodded in agreement.
In the forward camp of the military, a group of demon suppression troops fixed their eyes on the heavens.
Moreover, the true dragon-level team had also arrived.
It appears that a great battle is inevitable. Some murmured.
The strength of these aliens is exceedingly perplexing, likely nearing that of a martial saint. Why have they appeared here?
Who knows? However, we might soon meet our demise.
Damn it, when the time comes, I will exert all my strength to ensure he sheds his skin, granting our comrades a fighting chance.
Within the forward camp,
many of the demon suppression soldiers sensed something amiss. The alien strength was overwhelmingly formidable. They should not be present on this battlefield. Yet, confronted with such dire circumstances, no one had the luxury of dwelling on their thoughts.
Then let the battle commence.
The undead being laughed heartily, charging first into the forward camp.
The other alien elites, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit.
After all, they had already learned of Ye Linyuan's recent slaughters of their kin on this battlefield.
This is their retribution.
Of course. Even without this incident, the aliens would not spare any of them once inside. At this moment, a figure darted like lightning through a range of towering mountains. The battlefield of myriad races held an air of mystery, resembling a world that had descended from the depths of the cosmos. The territory was vast, comparable to the combined lands of several of the largest nations. Thus, even with the intent to return at the utmost speed, Ye Linyuan required some time, approximately 10 minutes. In the forward camp, silence reigned, a deathly stillness enveloping the space. No sounds could be heard, and the air was thick with the stench of blood, littered with countless corpses.
Upon Ye Linyuan's arrival, the scene was already grim. He had returned in a mere 10 minutes.
Witnessing this sight, his blood surged with rage,
his eyes ablaze. What transpired here?
The equilibrium maintained among the aliens had never resulted in such a devastating confrontation within the forward camp. It was as if none had survived. The forward camp lay in utter ruin. Taking a deep breath, Ye Linyuan strode forward, determined to uncover the truth.
Commander!
A faint voice emerged from the mountain of corpses. Ye Linyuan swiftly approached, uncovering the heap to reveal an injured member of the demon suppression army.
Bloodied yet clinging to life. Do not speak, just rest well.
Ye Linyuan urged, administering the medicinal pills he carried.
Commander, the alien forces have advanced deeper.
Their strength is overwhelming. Su Lai is restrained by their leader and cannot extricate himself in time. If this continues, our military will suffer catastrophic losses. The wounded soldier continued. Ye Linyuan nodded solemnly.
I understand. You must recuperate.
He carefully laid him down, then rushed towards the depths with utmost speed.
Meanwhile,
within the territory of the human race, news of the vanguard camp's annihilation had spread, prompting the demon suppression army to organize a second line of defense. 6 alien prodigies hovered in the air, their eyes filled with mockery as they observed the scene. After all, according to the rules of the alien battlefield, without Su Lai, their power was unrivaled.
He can endure, but will he truly remain hidden? One alien remarked with a grin.
If he does not emerge, we shall force him out.
Let us see how long he can evade us. A female alien boldly charged into the fray. And the second line of defense was swiftly thrown into disarray against the might of the 7.
On the other side, Su Lai's blood surged with rage,
his fury igniting to its zenith.
Each punch he threw consumed his vitality, as he sought to conclude the battle with utmost haste.
Ha ha ha! Su Lai, do you see? Do you perceive? Your entire vanguard camp has perished, and soon, the defenders of the second line will follow suit. An alien leader laughed maniacally. What is wrong, Su Lai? Do you wish to flee? I assure you, that is impossible. Another alien leader chimed in.
Su Lai's eyes blazed crimson. Those soldiers, the members of the demon suppression army, were all under his command. Some had even fought alongside him from the front lines.
Yet now, despite his utmost efforts, he found himself unable to end the conflict or return to the military. Su Lai. It is simple to save them now. Relinquish your human territory. We, the 7 alien races, each require but a single city. If you agree, I shall order their withdrawal immediately.
The alien leader stated nonchalantly,
intent on exterminating the remaining humans on the battlefield and seizing all the territory.
Though they could not achieve complete annihilation due to the external rules of power, they could certainly take this opportunity to claim more land. The resources here were too tempting to resist, even for the alien races. Otherwise, they would not have instigated the Great War to carve out their share of the battlefield. Although a truce was eventually reached, the territories acquired by the aliens remained sparse and desolate.
Hearing these words, Su Lai trembled with fury.
Even a man of iron and steel would feel the piercing pain in his heart under such circumstances. Protecting was their mission.
Yet he could only watch helplessly as so many lives were extinguished. All lives are precious, how shall he choose?
Su Lai found himself engulfed in turmoil. For whatever decision he made, he would bear guilt.
Are you still unwilling to respond? Do you wish to witness so many perish before your very eyes? Su Lai. You truly are devoid of compassion.
The leader of the other race spoke up. In that space, the second line of defense was on the brink of total collapse. Su Lai's gaze sharpened like a blade, his murderous intent intensifying. If you wish to seize the territory I protect, you must tread over my lifeless body. You may allow them to continue, but from this moment forth, you must ensure that both you and your kin can contend with me until our very last breath.
Su Lai's aura surged once more as he advanced toward them step by step. The expressions of several alien leaders darkened,
and they suddenly understood. Su Lai was prepared to fight to the death.
Why must it be this way, Su Lai? Is it worth sacrificing your own life for those people? For those places? One of the alien leaders shouted.
Prior to this confrontation, their strengths were relatively equal, but should it come down to a life and death struggle,
they could not endure. Chapter 82, A Sensation, a Nationwide Shock, Betrayal Among Humanity.
In the battlefield of myriad races, the situation became instantly tense. The entrance of 6 extraordinary beings from other races shattered the delicate balance, resulting in significant losses for the military stationed at the battlefield.
This news quickly spread.
In an instant, the various military departments were in an uproar, and the entire nation was engulfed in commotion. The battlefield of myriad races is the largest cultivation resource. Should it fall into the hands of the alien races, the ramifications for humanity's future would be dire.
In the military headquarters of the capital,
a general sat at the head of the conference room.
High-ranking officers from several military departments had gathered here.
It must be noted that the events unfolding in the battlefield of myriad races are of utmost urgency, compounded by the current dominance of the 4 great martial saint families in the capital. The situation increasingly appeared to favor one side. The military is not a personal fiefdom. Even if a change in leadership were to occur, the marshal from the frontier would return. Any opposition within the military would prove futile. After all, the mission of the military is to combat the alien races.
Have you all received the news from the battlefield of myriad races?
Those sudden intruders from other races are continuously invading the territories guarded by our military and are intent on claiming even more land. General Su Lai is currently being held back by those alien leaders, and the situation in the battlefield of myriad races is exceedingly grim. The general at the head spoke,
being the highest-ranking officer in the military.
Yesterday, there were reports of energy fluctuations from the frontier, indicating that someone must have forcefully opened a passage.
A frown appeared on someone's face.
Upon hearing this, the others could not help but furrow their brows. The passage to the battlefield of myriad races is governed by rules of power. Each year, the alien races have an opportunity to reinforce their ranks, and humanity has a similar chance.
However, both sides have utilized these opportunities. How did the alien races manage to open the passage and enter?
It is known that the restrictions imposed by these rules are far greater on the alien races, making it nearly impossible for them to open such a passage. While humanity could forcibly breach it, they typically would not do so. After all, violating these rules would inevitably provoke the alien races, leading to another large-scale war. From this perspective, it seems that only humanity could have opened the passage. He Dingjun pondered for a moment before speaking. Upon hearing this, the general nodded and remarked, "Indeed. And it likely requires a martial saint, one alone may not suffice." "Could it be those individuals from the capital?" someone inquired. The eyes of many in the military conference room flickered, yet ultimately, no one responded. After all, the military is currently without the presence of a martial saint. Even if those martial saint families were indeed involved, what could they do? Reinforce our ranks. Since the alien races have already broken the rules, it is only fitting that we send more powerful warriors into the battlefield. Someone exclaimed loudly. However, the current issue is that opening the passage necessitates the involvement of a martial saint, the military, a female officer interjected. Let us reach out to those martial saint families. Regardless of whether they are the culprits, the priority now is to secure the battlefield of myriad races. The general at the head spoke again. As soon as these words were uttered, many nodded in agreement. Soon after, news spread through the military ranks. The situation was critical. And the nearest martial saints were those few in Kyoto. 10 minutes after the news circulated, only 2 individuals arrived at the military department, Zhao Xuanqing from the Zhao family and Chang Qianli from the Cheng family. Only 2 martial saints were invited, while the others from the 5 great families of martial saints all claimed illness and chose to rest. The person responsible for inviting the martial saints within the military remarked. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the high-ranking officials in the military turned grim. They had all attained the status of martial saints. What ailments could they possibly suffer from? Even if they were unwell, it was hardly plausible that they would all feign illness. It seemed evident that this matter was intricately linked to these martial saint families. The timing of their illnesses suggested a reluctance to intervene. Someone in the military coldly stated. Everyone understood the implications, yet what could be done? With only 2 martial saints present, it would be quite challenging to open the path to enlightenment. At least one more martial saint was needed to create even a small opening. Zhao Xuanqing had already grasped the unfolding events, and he now felt a mix of anger and helplessness. The situation in Kyoto was dire. The 5 of them stood together, and it appeared that someone from beyond the borders was preparing to seize control of the military within a few days. Is there any news from the martial side? Cheng Qianli sighed, his face filled with worry. Like Zhao Xuanqing, he had refrained from joining Zhou Tianxiong and his group during this tumultuous time. Yet, the current circumstances were clear to any discerning eye. It seemed likely that the military would be taken over at any moment. Once Ye Linyuan met his demise, the matter could be set into motion. Not yet, since the marshal descended into the abyss, although it has been suppressed and no uprising has occurred. This indicates that the marshal remains safe. The general of the military stated. Safety alone is insufficient. If he does not return, Kyoto shall face upheaval. Chang Qianli murmured. Upon this declaration, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Was there truly no better course of action? After a considerable pause, someone inquired. Unless all martial saints in the military could be summoned back, but that seems improbable. Zhao Xuanqing pondered for a moment before responding. The 10 martial saints stationed at the borders are bound to their posts and will not act without the highest command from the military. Now that Xiao Shen has departed, those martial saint families have recognized this fact, emboldening them to act recklessly. Simultaneously, news of the myriad races battlefield spread throughout the country. Numerous powerful martial artists began analyzing the situation. The analysis was straightforward. How could the alien races send their prodigies into such a scenario? The conclusion was singular: there were traitors among the human ranks. Furthermore, they were martial saints. This revelation sent shockwaves across the nation, stirring a great uproar. A traitor among the martial saints? Good heavens, if even the martial saints have become traitors, what hope remains for humanity? The myriad races battlefield is our greatest resource. What on earth were these martial saints thinking to open the passage for the alien races? Alas! The alien factions are poised to carve out their dominion on the battlefield of myriad races.
Can General Su Lai withstand such a tide?
It is rumored that an unparalleled star of warfare is also present on the battlefield. I wonder if they possess the ability to alter the course of this conflict. As the news spread, major newspapers echoed the reports, igniting fervent discussions across the nation. In the hearts of many, the martial sage epitomizes the pinnacle of human combat prowess.
A beacon of hope.
The betrayal of such a figure casts a shadow over humanity's future, rendering it bleak and uncertain. At this moment, on the battlefield of myriad races,
the second line of defense organized by the Demon Suppression Army has collapsed. Ye Linyuan, will you not emerge?
The alien woman spoke coldly.
A few alien prodigies stood together.
Observing the remnants of the Demon Suppression Army fighting desperately against the tide of defeat, a sinister smile creeping across their faces.
Eliminate them.
As the command resonated, a voice echoed from the heavens, accompanied by a warblade that cleaved through the void, leveling mountains in its wake.
Chapter 83, The price of angering me is a blade for each one. A group of alien warriors instantaneously sensed a formidable killing intent surge towards them. As they turned,
a battle blade hurtled through the air.
Who dares? One of the alien elites bellowed in rage after narrowly evading the strike. Did you not seek me?
Now that I have arrived, you fail to recognize me, came a voice, chilling to the bone, sending shivers down their spines. As if the very essence of the blade accompanied the words.
As the words faded, Ye Linyuan's figure pierced through the void, descending upon the battlefield.
Ye Zhua. Ye Zhua has returned. Ye Zhua, slay these wretches and avenge our fallen brothers.
Kill them all. The remaining members of the Demon Suppression Army erupted with fervor,
their blood surging with excitement. Ye Linyuan, I thought you would remain a coward forever. At last, you have emerged. One of the undead warriors laughed heartily.
Their mission was to eliminate Ye Linyuan. What do you think, Ye Linyuan?
The vanguard camp and the second line of defense, so many have perished, all your kin, hee.
Do you like the gifts we have prepared for you?
The alien woman cackled, her laughter echoing around her compatriots, who joined in mockery. Their gazes filled with derision for Ye Linyuan.
Hee. Undead, insectoid, have you succeeded in enraging me? Well done. Ye Linyuan's expression darkened as he grasped the battle blade firmly. A pulsating energy surged within him, an overwhelming battle aura began to emanate,
enveloping the vicinity with a palpable killing intent.
In that moment, the expressions of the alien elites shifted dramatically. He had grown stronger. And not just slightly.
Truly a prodigy, it seems he cannot be allowed to escape this time. Everyone, attack together. With that declaration, the alien warriors straightened, acknowledging the seriousness of the situation. They were well aware of Ye Linyuan's prowess from previous encounters, and with his newfound strength, they could not afford to underestimate him. Ye Linyuan unleashed his full combat potential. Frost and flames intertwined around his blade, accompanied by crackling lightning and fierce winds. A faint golden hue radiated from his skin, bestowing upon him an imposing presence,
akin to that of a warrior saint. Die! Ye Linyuan's figure became a blur, the blade's arc capable of leveling mountains in an instant. The closest alien, poised to defend,
suddenly sensed the overwhelming energy contained within the blade's trajectory. His expression shifted drastically.
Save me!
As the others began to react, the blade's light pierced through the nearest alien.
Boom! His body was obliterated in an instant. This scene left the remaining aliens in shock.
One strike had eliminated their elite, even in a moment of full awareness.
How is this possible? One alien gasped in disbelief.
Yet before he could fully comprehend, a wave of killing intent enveloped him. Ye Linyuan approached him, his figure resembling a nightmare.
No, please, no. With a single strike, it would lead to death. In that moment, the fears of these alien prodigies were magnified infinitely.
Ye Linyuan's combat prowess had become overwhelmingly strong, so formidable that it evoked both disbelief and terror.
What level of power did he possess now? In the distance, on the battlefield, Su Lai unleashed a punch that shook the very earth. The shoulder of an alien leader was brutally dislocated. Ye Linyuan, how could he possibly be this powerful? Our clan's prodigies.
He dispatches with a mere stroke.
Su Lai, shall we cease hostilities together?
You save your soldiers, and we will rescue our clan's prodigies. The arrival of Ye Linyuan was sensed by all of them. Yet, they were utterly unprepared for the sheer horror of his might. The strength of their clan's prodigies was comparable to that of martial saints, and some held significant status within the clan. Their deaths here would be unacceptable.
Now, do you wish to negotiate for peace? Do you recall what I previously stated?
Su Lai spoke coldly.
Several alien leaders were taken aback. Then gritted their teeth and said, Su Lai, do you truly intend to gamble with your life? Su Lai remained silent, relentlessly delivering blows. At this moment,
under Ye Linyuan's blade, the alien prodigies were on the brink of extermination. A female alien, pale with fear, implored, Ye Linyuan, please do not kill me.
I am willing to do anything you ask.
She was terrified. In her eyes, Ye Linyuan was no different from a demon king.
Anything, you say?
Very well. Tell me the coordinates of your home planet, and I shall commit it to memory.
Ye Linyuan's voice was chilling. The alien woman hesitated. Then asked, what do you intend to do?
I shall assault your home planet and compel your insect queen to flee into the cosmos, allowing countless races to propagate.
Ye Linyuan pressed the blade to her throat, coldly declaring. The alien woman shivered, suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense.
The insect queen was the monarch of her kind. The very creator of the insect race. With sufficient resources, it was not impossible to generate 100,000 elite soldiers in a single day. Thus, any member of the insect race could perish except for the queen.
Ye Linyuan, you devil! The insect race will not spare you! The alien woman exclaimed in fury.
Ye Linyuan paid her no heed, his blade swiftly severing her life.
The prominent alien prodigies were all slain. He lingered not,
but instead proceeded to another battlefield in the distance. At this moment, Su Lai and several alien leaders were embroiled in a chaotic struggle. The skies darkened and the earth shrouded in turmoil. All bore severe injuries, their vitality diminished by more than half. Their attacks were nowhere near their former strength.
Ye Linyuan!
How dare he slay the prodigies of our clans? He must be punished. The alien leader sensed the gravity of the situation and roared in fury. You should perhaps be more concerned about your own predicament. With those words, the confrontation continued.
Ye Linyuan descended from the sky, his gaze as frigid as ice.
The current state of the several leaders was far from their peak, their strength now comparable only to that of a 4th or 5th tier martial saint.
Ye Linyuan, do you still dare to come? One of the alien leaders spoke sharply, his eyes fierce.
I have not only come, but I also intend to slay you. Ye Linyuan replied, his expression indifferent, the aura and murderous intent emanating from him no jest.
This caused the faces of the alien leaders to shift dramatically. Ye Linyuan, are you truly planning to kill us? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?
The rules have long been established. If you slay us,
our kin will not let you go. Are you not afraid of igniting a second war among the alien races?
One of the leaders warned sternly. The death of an alien leader signified the loss of territory within the battlefield of myriad races. Thus, what would become of the large-scale wars fought for the sake of territorial claims if the treaties were rendered void? The balance of power within the battlefield had always been maintained. Not even Su Lai could eradicate all these alien leaders, lest their kind descend into madness. I care not for your wars, you are invaders by nature.
If I do not slay you, does that mean there will be no war?
Ye Linyuan retorted coldly. And in the next moment, he appeared directly before them. Su Lai, witnessing this, felt a flicker of change in his expression, yet ultimately, he uttered not a single word.
Chapter 84, the action commences. Is the military leadership changing? Ye Linyuan approached the leaders of the alien tribes.
After the fierce battle with Su Lai, these alien leaders had suffered considerable depletion, and their strength had significantly waned. Faced with Ye Linyuan at full combat readiness, all the alien leaders were struck with astonishment.
The murderous intent emanating from Ye Linyuan was no jest. Su Lai had not yet intervened. As Ye Linyuan's eyes blazed with fury, it was futile to plead for restraint.
Among the alien leaders, their hopes rested solely on Su Lai, for they perceived Ye Linyuan as too youthful to comprehend the gravity of the situation.
They understood that if they perished, the aliens would undoubtedly instigate an even greater war. The vast battlefield of myriad races was a resource-rich domain that the aliens had acquired at a tremendous cost. How could they possibly abandon it so easily? Su Lai observed silently. He was acutely aware of the catastrophic consequences should these alien leaders perish. Yet, he made no effort to intervene, remaining resolutely silent. These aliens deserved their fate, as did those from the martial saint families who colluded with them. Su Lai. Have you lost your mind? As the alien leaders saw Ye Linyuan drawing ever closer while Su Lai remained unmoved, they could not help but cry out in despair. Now! They were gripped by fear. Did they not foresee their own fate upon entering this star domain? A chilling voice echoed in their ears. Ye Linyuan had stealthily approached. The coldness emanating from his blade was piercing, radiating a blinding light. With a swift motion, several alien leaders attempted to resist. But they were now left with only the strength of a third or fourth level martial saint. Confronted with Ye Linyuan's current prowess, it was an insurmountable challenge. Simultaneously, the voice of the system resonated within Ye Linyuan's mind. Several alien prodigies, several alien leaders. For him, these were substantial prizes, and the rewards promised to be exceedingly generous. At the initial stage of the true dragon level, coupled with these rewards, a mere step away from breaking through to martial saint was within reach. However, Ye Linyuan did not succumb to exhilaration. Instead, he turned to Su Lai. "General, are you all right?" Su Lai shook his head, responding, "I am fine. Just a bit drained. I shall recover with rest." After a brief silence, Su Lai continued, "If the alien leaders perish on the battlefield of myriad races, the aliens will not relent. You must leave swiftly. The military requires someone to steer the situation. If we can locate the marshal, that would be optimal." Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan nodded. He was not oblivious to the implications of slaying these alien leaders. Yet, could mere retreat and submission to the alien dominion over the battlefield of myriad races truly bring an end to the conflict? Would it spare anyone from death? Clearly, such a notion was implausible. I understand. In the capital, news of the events on the battlefield of myriad races had not yet fully disseminated. The prominent martial saint families remained fixated on the moment the alien prodigies entered the battlefield. "My lord, currently on the battlefield of myriad races. Su Lai is restrained by the alien leaders, while Ye Linyuan is besieged by the alien prodigies. I believe it will not be long before news of Ye Linyuan's demise reaches us." In the Zhou family, Zhou Tianxiang addressed a youth seated before him, exuding an air of utmost respect. This youth was none other than Ye Bai, who had previously been retrieved from the battlefield of myriad races by Ye Jiangyun. "Ah! My dear elder brother, I shall not allow you to perish so easily," Ye Bai thought, a peculiar glimmer flashing in his eyes as an enigmatic aura emanated from him. Sensing this aura, Zhou Tianxiang and several martial saints exchanged glances, their expression shifting to one of heightened reverence. "My lord, shall we commence our actions now?" The several martial saints of the military cannot return in time. Reclaiming the military now presents the finest opportunity, Zhou Tianxiang suggested quietly, stealing a glance at Ye Bai's demeanor. Ye Bai appeared contemplative for a moment before nodding affirmatively, "Very well." Upon utterance of these words, expressions of delight adorned the faces of the martial saints present. If this endeavor succeeded, their transgressions would remain concealed, sparing them from impending retribution. In an instant, they vanished, arriving at the military headquarters. Zhou Tianxiang and his companions materialized in the military's training grounds, where a formidable pressure surged forth, reverberating throughout the entire military establishment. "Zhou Tianxiang, what brings you here?" Zhao Xuancheng and other military personnel emerged, their faces etched with concern. "What brings us here?" Zhou Tianxiang scoffed coldly. "The marshal is missing. And the most suitable candidates for the grand competition have perished on the battlefield. Yet, as the first line of defense against foreign tribes, the military cannot remain leaderless for a single day. I propose we appoint a new marshal starting today." His voice resonated throughout the military, prompting a collective shift in expression among the attendees, particularly among the senior military officials, whose faces turned ashen with shock and fury. The participants of the grand competition have perished. They were well aware of the events that had transpired on the battlefield of myriad races. However, with the martial saints of the military insufficient in number, support was unattainable. Zhou Tianxiang's words sent a chill through the hearts of the military's higher-ups. The marshal is missing. Ye Linyuan is dead. Would the military's great vengeance simply be dismissed? Would these martial saints, guilty of treason, continue to roam free?
Even Zhao Xuancheng and Chang Qianli, who stood with the military, felt a tremor within their hearts upon hearing this news.
The tide had turned. Zhou Tianxiong, you conspired with foreign races to slay our human prodigies, and now you dare to meddle in military affairs? Let me remind you. The military's matters are not for you to interfere in.
A general from the military exclaimed, taking a deep breath, his voice firm.
Indeed.
It is not for me to intervene, yet this concerns the future of humanity.
As a martial saint of the human race, how can I turn a blind eye?
Zhou Tianxiong laughed heartily, his demeanor unfazed. You dare to claim the title of a martial saint of the human race.
The military personnel seethed with anger. Yet faced with a martial saint, they found themselves at a loss. Surrender your military authority, or do not blame me for being merciless. Zhou Tianxiong disregarded their ire,
fixing his gaze upon the military personnel and speaking calmly.
Who among you can command the military authority?
Someone challenged. In response, Zhou Tianxiong shifted slightly,
revealing half of his body to the assembled military personnel.
Ye Bai stood amidst the martial saints. Upon catching sight of him, Zhao Xuancheng and Chang Qianli, both martial saints,
exchanged glances of concern.
Zhao Xuancheng inhaled deeply and remarked, "This individual bears the aura of that person from beyond the borders."
At this revelation, the members of the military department were taken aback. That person has returned to the capital? How did he manage to cross that formidable barrier? If it is indeed him,
the military authority may very well be at stake, for he was once the commander of the military department.
Even though he was exiled beyond the pass, his meritorious achievements remain an undeniable truth. What now? Zhou Tianxiong inquired coldly. The affairs of the military do not concern traitors or outsiders.
A general from the military department spoke with deliberate clarity.
If that is the case, do not blame me. Chapter 85, The Return of the Leaf Throne. The slaughter of the martial saints. Zhou Tianxiong's expression turned icy as he prepared to take action. Zhou Tianxiong, as a fellow martial saint of the human race, what benefit do you gain from this?
Zhao Xuancheng stepped forward, unable to contain himself.
Do I still have a way out? Given the past events in Jiangbei, would Ye Linyuan ever let me go?
Zhou Tianxiong shouted, then coldly sneered at Zhao Xuancheng. Zhao Xuancheng, you've lived for so long.
Yet you're inferior to a mere junior. What do you mean by that? Zhao Xuancheng asked in a deep tone.
As these words left his lips,
Zhao Zai's figure emerged from the crowd. Grandfather, please stop.
The tides have turned, the military has changed hands, and it is inevitable.
Why must we stake the foundation of our lineage on this? Zhao Zai pleaded.
Upon seeing Zhao Zai, Zhao Xuancheng was struck as if by lightning, trembling all over. This was his most cherished grandson, the one he had high hopes for to inherit the Zhao family. Now, he had betrayed him to ally with Zhou Tianxiong.
Beast! How dare you?
Zhao Xuancheng's voice quivered, his throat surging with blood and qi, his martial spirit quaking as if on the verge of explosion.
This was the most promising descendant he had ever nurtured.
Grandfather, my actions are driven by a desire to preserve the Zhao family's legacy.
Please, stand down. Zhao Zai continued to implore. Unfilial wretch. Put.
Zhao Xuancheng ultimately could not suppress himself and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his murky eyes filled with blood vessels. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zai was taken aback and rushed forward.
Grandfather, what is wrong with you? Ha ha ha. Zhao Xuancheng.
Did you ever think that despite your lifelong integrity and openness, your most esteemed grandson stands with us now?
Zhou Tianxiong remarked, his mood instantly buoyed. Get lost.
Zhao Xuancheng shoved Zhao Zai aside, glaring at Zhou Tianxiong.
Zhou Tianxiong, do you dare to scheme against me?
Do not misplace the blame, he sought me out.
Zhou Tianxiong replied nonchalantly. I ask you one last time, will you yield the military authority?
Zhao Xuancheng's aura erupted, darkening the heavens and summoning a howling wind. Runes flickered in the sky, and formations emerged. Let us go all out, this old fool has been provoked and will strike with all his might. Zhou Tianxiang instructed the several martial saints beside him, who nodded in agreement and stepped forward.
Xuancheng, I come to aid you. Cheng Qianli soared into the fray, joining the battle.
A conflict of martial saints is devastating. It can lead to mountains collapsing and rivers changing course, with blood flowing for miles.
In extreme cases, cities may crumble, leaving vast areas as scorched earth, devoid of life.
Thus, such battles typically tear apart the fabric of space, distancing them from inhabited regions. In the military headquarters, everyone was in a state of panic. The disparity of 2 martial saints against 5 was overwhelming. The outcome would soon become evident. This was nearly a foregone conclusion. Not long after they departed, a piece of news surged from the myriad battlefields.
Sending shockwaves through the military headquarters, the Leaf Throne is returning. Simultaneously, the news reached the ears of several martial saints.
Upon emerging from the spatial rift, Zhou Tianxiang and the other martial saints experienced an immediate change in expression. That beast, astonishingly, had survived.
Zhou Tianxiang was enveloped in a profound sense of disbelief. Despite the onslaught from several exceptional beings of foreign descent, he had managed to emerge unscathed.
This was utterly remarkable. Yet, it was precisely this resilience that intensified the anxiety and dread among Zhou Tianxiang and the other martial saints. If this individual were to grow stronger,
the consequences would be dire. Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. We must first eliminate Ye Linyuan.
Zhou Tianxiang disregarded Zhao Xuancheng and Chang Qianli,
recognizing that Ye Linyuan posed a far greater threat. Should he return and take command of the military, all their plans would be for naught.
Agreed. The assembly of saints nodded in unison, and they swiftly made their way towards the exit of the myriad races battlefield. Observing this, Zhao Xuancheng and Chang Qianli immediately followed suit. The space trembled as a fissure opened. Ye Linyuan stepped forth, entirely unaware of the unfolding events in the capital.
However,
he understood the urgency of returning to the military headquarters.
Just as he prepared to depart, a palpable murderous intent pervaded the air.
And a colossal hand descended from the heavens, casting an ominous shadow. The sheer force of this hand flattened the surrounding mountains upon contact.
Taken aback by this sudden onslaught,
Ye Linyuan found it nearly impossible to evade.
Bang! The handprint struck down.
Mountains were obliterated, and the earth sank into a vast chasm. Though Ye Linyuan unleashed his full combat prowess, comparable to a level 4 or 5 martial saint, Zhou Tianxiang and his companions were all level 6 and above.
Furthermore,
Ye Linyuan had yet to assimilate and cultivate the numerous rewards acquired from the myriad races battlefield. Consequently, he suffered the brunt of the blow, rendering him dazed. With a ringing in his ears, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth.
"You little brat, come and meet your end." Zhou Tianxiang was the first to appear in this space, launching lethal attacks without hesitation. "Zhou Tianxiang? You old wretch, have you lost all fear? Resorting to striking a true dragon martial artist?"
Ye Linyuan wiped the blood from his mouth, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Your words are bolder than your strength.
Even at death's door, you dare to boast."
Zhou Tianxiang's palm bore down with such ferocity that it could obliterate a small asteroid, even in the vastness of the cosmos. Not only that, but the martial saints of the Chen family also arrived, fully aware of Ye Linyuan's peculiar and formidable strength. They dared not underestimate him. 2 level 6 martial saints approached with the intent to ensure his demise.
One of the Chen family martial saints slashed forth, their power rivaling that of Zhou Tianxiang. Moreover, both martial saints unleashed their domains, effectively binding Ye Linyuan, rendering him incapable of movement.
"This is bad, we must evade." In the distance, Zhao Xuancheng and Cheng Qianli, though anxious, found their path obstructed by the remaining 3 martial saints, rendering any attempt to assist futile.
"You little brat, perish!" Zhou Tianxiang sneered.
"You martial saints from various esteemed families truly exude an air of dominance." A voice echoed from the exit of the myriad races battlefield. Following this, a foot stepped forth.
And a divine manifestation descended. "Su Lai. Without a command from the military, how dare you venture out? Are you not afraid that those from other races will seize the opportunity to invade?" Upon witnessing this, Zhou Tianxiang's expression changed dramatically. Su Lai, after all, is a 7th level martial saint.
The only reason he has been so reckless in the capital these past few days is that he knows the martial saints cannot be mobilized without military orders.
Yet, he never anticipated that Su Lai would emerge at this moment. Su Lai's manifestation stood firm against the realms of the two adversaries, protecting Ye Linyuan as if he were in an unassailable domain. When the two attacks struck Su Lai's manifestation, he could not help but emit a muffled groan. He had not yet replenished his vitality from the earlier battle. He was injured. Wang Tianyang, you and Chen Lan deal with Su Lai.
I shall take care of this little brat, Ye Linyuan. Zhou Tianxiong immediately perceived Su Lai's condition and issued the command. Among the three martial saints engaged in battle with Zhao Xuancheng and Cheng Qianli, one swiftly flew over to this location. Su Lai is injured and his combat power diminished.
You too should be able to handle him. After speaking, Zhou Tianxiong's gaze fell upon Ye Linyuan. Little brat, let us see how you escape this time. Chapter 86, The Self-Detonation of the Dharma Form. He dares to invite foreign tribes into the capital. As Zhou Tianxiong's words echoed, the situation became starkly clear.
Zhao Xuancheng and Cheng Qianli were restrained by two martial saints, while Su Lai, despite his formidable strength, had recently endured a fierce battle on the battlefield of myriad tribes. His vitality had yet to be replenished, and his injuries were still unhealed. Consequently, facing two martial saints proved somewhat challenging for him. However, as a member of the military, Zhou Tianxiong's audacity to take action in such a direct manner indicated his intention to sever ties decisively. Moreover, he harbored a lethal intent towards Ye Linyuan.
Now,
I shall see who can aid you, Ye Linyuan, Zhou Tianxiong sneered ominously. He then stretched out his massive hand, reaching for Ye Linyuan. Zhou Tianxiong was a 6th-level martial saint, while Ye Linyuan, at full strength, could only contend with a 3rd to 4th-level martial saint.
Nevertheless,
facing such a powerful adversary made escape nearly impossible. Ye Linyuan, aware of the gravity of the situation, did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He unleashed his full power,
enveloping his body in a faint golden hue.
It was this very physical resilience that had allowed him to survive in the depths of the cavern.
Clang!
As the colossal hand collided with his form, it produced a sound akin to metal striking metal.
Additionally, a subtle cracking noise was heard as fine fissures appeared on Ye Linyuan's skin. What extraordinary physicality! No wonder you emerged alive from the depths of the cavern.
If I had known, I should have thrown in more explosives to ensure your demise there.
Zhou Tianxiong expressed his astonishment. He was acutely aware of the force behind his strike. Any ordinary true dragon-level warrior would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. And even a lower-level martial saint would be gravely injured. Yet, he never anticipated that Ye Linyuan could withstand such a blow. Zhou Tianxiong, if you cannot kill me today,
I will ensure the annihilation of your entire family. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Ye Linyuan's mouth. This blow had inflicted injury upon him. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before he could no longer hold on. Su Lai, casting a sidelong glance at Ye Linyuan's condition, fixed his icy gaze on the two martial saints before him.
What audacity! You dare to strike against me?
Su Lai's voice was cold and resolute. Prior to this, these renowned martial saint families had shown him the utmost deference. They would not dare to lift a finger against him, let alone speak loudly in his presence.
Simultaneously,
Su Lai understood that Ye Linyuan could not endure for much longer. He had to resolve the predicament before him swiftly.
After a brief moment of contemplation,
his vitality surged dramatically.
The Dharma form towering into the heavens grew ever more radiant.
Su Lai, you have lost your mind. You are sacrificing half of your power into this Dharma form. Should you self-detonate, your strength will plummet to that of a true dragon. The two martial saints exclaimed, their expressions shifting dramatically. Upon hearing this, everyone froze, including Zhou Tianxiong. No one had anticipated that Su Lai would choose to self-detonate his Dharma form.
Let us retreat. The martial saints, sensing the imminent danger, wasted no time in making their escape.
However, the manifestation of the law body moved with astonishing swiftness,
capturing the two martial saints in its grasp.
The explosion of the martial saint's law body wielded destructive power comparable to that of a nuclear weapon.
Zhou Tianxiong's expression shifted,
a flicker of panic emerging within his heart. Should Su Lai desperately seek to retain him here, his life would be in peril.
casting a glance at Ye Linyuan.
Zhou Tianxiang hesitated momentarily before retreating. Zhao Xuancheng and Cheng Qianli, facing their own adversaries, also chose to flee,
swiftly making their way to Ye Linyuan's side to escort him away. Bang! Shortly after their departure, a tremendous explosion erupted in the space behind them.
Su Lai resorted to self-detonation of his law body, eliminating the two martial saints and simultaneously resolving the immediate predicament.
In Kyoto, Zhou Tianxiang was acutely aware that he had squandered his final opportunity to eliminate Ye Linyuan. Once he returned to the military headquarters, matters would become exceedingly complicated.
As long as the military refused to hand over Ye Linyuan, he would find himself powerless. Given Ye Linyuan's extraordinary talent, the military undoubtedly placed great value upon him. And even in the face of martial saints, there would likely be individuals willing to sacrifice themselves for his protection. Furthermore, Zhou Tianxiang had his own reservations.
To kill military personnel? Perhaps he could manage one or two, but could he truly eliminate so many high-ranking officials?
It must be understood that the military serves as humanity's guardian, standing as the first line of defense against alien races and beasts.
Engaging in a massacre within the military would mean declaring war against the entire nation. My lord, the situation has become quite precarious. Su Lai's self-detonation has spared Ye Linyuan's life.
Now that he is within the military, we find ourselves at a disadvantage.
Zhou Tianxiang addressed Ye Bai with respect.
Upon hearing this, Ye Bai could not help but smile faintly. Those two martial saints from outside the borders are still in your Zhou family, are they not? Since you find yourselves unable to act, we shall take care of it.
Su Lai's self-detonation had diminished his realm to that of a true dragon. Presently, within the military,
only Zhao Xuancheng and Cheng Qianli remained as martial saints. The two from outside the borders would suffice to handle the situation.
At that point,
there would be no need for you to confront the military's high-ranking officials. Simply turning the military upside down to locate and eliminate Ye Linyuan would suffice.
This task should be quite manageable for you, wouldn't it? Ye Bai continued. Zhou Tianxiang and the other two martial saints exchanged glances, their faces revealing their dilemma. Was this not tantamount to compelling them to act?
Rest assured, this matter will not escape a whisper, and you have no other options at this juncture.
Ye Bai pressed on. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Tianxiang reconsidered. Having reached this point, did he truly possess a path of retreat? Very well. At the military headquarters, a group moved back and forth. Jiang Yuye had been summoned overnight by the military, personally received by Zhao Xuancheng.
The martial saint traversed the distance in under an hour. Soon after, Jiang Yuye emerged from his quarters, and the military high-ranking officials approached him. General Su's law body has sustained severe damage, compounded by the loss of life force, which has jeopardized his martial foundation. While I have preserved his life, the path to recovery will be exceedingly arduous, and his vitality will continue to wane until he becomes a frail elder. Jiang Yuye sighed. The explosion of the law body had been a miracle in preserving life.
Zhou Tianxiang.
This despicable creature dares to lay a hand on a member of our military. Among the high-ranking officials, some are seething with indignation.
Su Lai,
being the second most formidable force within the military, faces a tremendous setback if his realm and vitality continue to wane.
This poses a significant weakening for the military as well. Despite their fury,
the absence of the foremost power and the incapacitation of the second has resulted in the most substantial losses the military has faced in nearly a century.
Moreover, these losses are not due to an external threat. General, the immediate concern is how to respond. Zhou Tianxiang will not relent until he seizes control of the military. Someone spoke up. The high-ranking officials nodded in agreement, and one inquired, "Where is Commander Yi? What is his current location?"
It is crucial to remember that when Shaoshan departed, he clearly stated that if he did not return,
Ye Linyuan would succeed him as the next marshal of the military. Chapter 87, The Appointment of Marshal Yi, the Eight Saints Arise.
Ye Linyuan sat in a conference room within the military headquarters, his expression as cold as ice. The self-detonation of Su Lai's Dharma form and the disappearance of Shaoshan were intricately tied to that old dog, Zhou Tianxiang. If given a few more days to assimilate the gains from the battlefield among the myriad races and ascend to the martial saint realm, even Zhou Tianxiang could be vanquished. Yet, the urgency of the present situation rendered any pursuit of cultivation impossible. Zhou Tianxiang might strike at any moment.
Bang!
the door burst open. High-ranking officials of the military filed in, and upon seeing Ye Linyuan, one of them spoke up. Ye Linyuan, our military has suffered tremendous losses. How can you sit here in a daze? Ye Linyuan snapped back to attention, gazing at the assembly. The military cannot remain leaderless for a single day. The marshal once declared that if he did not return, you would be the next marshal of the military. Please, General Yi, assume the mantle of marshal. Please, General Yi. Assume the mantle of marshal. Please, General Yi, assume the mantle of marshal. The chorus of high-ranking officials echoed in unison. Although Ye Linyuan's accomplishments and strength slightly fell short of the title of marshal, his talent in martial arts and his potential far surpassed the role of a mere marshal. Ye Linyuan's eyes flickered. The military was beset with crises, and now was not the time for him to decline. Someone had to rise to the occasion. Very well. Ye Linyuan nodded, no longer hesitating. Upon his agreement, an entry was instantly recorded in the military system. Xiao Shun, having departed, seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Prepared for Ye Linyuan's ascent, the military system would automatically log his identity information and announce it to the entire army. The first military order, the martial saint of the military, returned to the capital immediately. In the eastern Rift Mountains, within a military camp, a burly man towering at nearly 2 meters stared at the message transmitted by the military system, his expression bizarrely perplexed. General, the military has sent word for you to return to the capital immediately. A star-ranked officer entered, reporting loudly. The burly man scoffed. That young pup has become marshal and now dares to give me orders? Not going, I refuse to comply. The star-ranked officer, hearing this, quietly remarked, General, that is the new marshal's military order. Upon hearing this, the burly man's expression shifted slightly. After a moment of contemplation, struggling to find suitable words, he finally muttered, damn it. He then strode out of the military camp, vanishing from sight. In the western desert, General, the military has issued an order for you to return to the capital. Amidst the swirling yellow sands, a warrior clad in battle armor emerged, holding the severed head of an alien creature. Understood, he replied lazily before disappearing as well. In the northern ice fields, in the vast ocean, countless strange beasts surged forth like fish crossing a river, drawn to this expanse of heaven and earth. A flash of blue light sliced through the air, imbued with a chilling intensity. In an instant, the sea was encased in an icy prison, entrapping the beasts within. A woman clad in pale blue armor descended onto the frozen expanse, sheathing her long blade. Her gaze fell upon the military system, and a momentary look of astonishment flickered across her exquisite face. Soon after, a smile graced her lips, and she vanished without a trace. The military orders were conveyed. All the martial saints stationed outside received the news and rushed back at once. That night, the military faced a formidable enemy. Zhou Tianxiong, accompanied by the Wang and Shen family martial saints, along with 2 martial saints from beyond the borders, had arrived. Surrender Ye Linyuan to avoid slaughter, Zhou Tianxiong proclaimed loudly from above the military headquarters. This scene cast a pall over the faces of those within the military. The marshal was present. Who dared to stand above the military? Yet, an even more shocking revelation awaited them, the sudden appearance of 2 martial saints. These individuals were clearly not from the capital nor from the Xia kingdom. They hailed from beyond the borders. This unexpected development left the military, as well as Zhao Xuancheng and Chang Qianli, utterly astounded. They had initially believed that with Ye Linyuan becoming the marshal, Zhou Tianxiong would not dare to act recklessly. Even the military personnel would be beyond his reach, given the military's unique standing. However, to their astonishment, Zhou Tianxiong had actually summoned foreign martial saints into the capital. Zhou Tianxiong, the crimes you have committed cannot be atoned for by you alone, Zhao Xuancheng exclaimed in shock. Humph. The victors write history. Who will know of today's events? Once that marshal ascends, you shall be the true criminals. Zhou Tianxiong scoffed dismissively, showing no concern. Why waste words? If you are not publishing a book, then hand it over to me. One of the foreign martial saints stepped forward, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianxiong ceased his chatter. Very well. The 2 foreign martial saints descended in an instant, their eyes fixated on the military's upper echelon. As they brandished their weapons, Zhao Xuanqing and Shang Qianli, sensing the gravity of the situation, stepped forward with solemn expressions. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianxiong scanned the scene, searching for Ye Linyuan's presence. "I thought you were hiding, reluctant to show yourself. This is for the best, it saves trouble." Soon, Zhou Tianxiong's gaze locked onto Ye Linyuan, his expression darkening. Ye Linyuan observed the unfolding drama coldly, remaining silent. Zhou Tianxiong was equally disinclined to engage in idle chatter. He yearned to eliminate Ye Linyuan, dreaming of it incessantly. Thus, he lunged toward Ye Linyuan. A great battle was on the verge of erupting within the military. In the capital, all eyes were turned toward the military headquarters. Expressions etched with shock. Before long, a thunderous roar erupted from within the military. Who dares to cause chaos in the military? An overwhelmingly ferocious aura permeated the air, accompanied by a long spear in the military training ground, prompting everyone to instinctively turn their heads. A figure emerged, exuding a radiant light beneath the night sky, resembling a sun traversing the darkness. A saint, yet another saint. Indeed, it is the esteemed Zhang San from the military. How could he have returned to the capital so unexpectedly? Zhou Tianxiong's expression shifted dramatically. The martial sage of the military should be stationed at a critical location, and abandoning one's post could lead to severe repercussions. What is there to fear from merely a martial sage? Remarked the martial sage beyond the borders. Zhou Tianxiong nodded slightly. At this juncture, it was time to strike. There was no prospect of retreat. However, before he could finish his words, an overwhelming aura surged forth. Zhou Tianxiong and the other martial sages changed countenance. They turned towards the source of the aura, only to feel an unsettling shift, prompting them to glance in another direction. Yet soon, they realized that the oppressive presence emanated from all quarters, front, back, left, and right. The air was thick with the essence of martial sages. Those formidable figures, akin to walking suns, raced towards the military headquarters with astonishing speed. In an instant, the 8 sages appeared in the sky. Chapter 88, The Banner Flies, The Reckoning Begins. Above the military headquarters, the 8 saints appeared like celestial bodies, casting an oppressive shadow that caused a shiver to run through the hearts of all present. Of the 10 saints of the military, 8 had arrived, and to be precise, it should be 9, as Su Lai was still recuperating from his injuries, having lost his divine form. Meanwhile, Shaoxin had disappeared into the abyss without a trace. Zhang San, Su Pefeng, how could you return so suddenly? Zhou Tianxiong felt a profound disturbance upon witnessing this scene. It should be noted that the reason he had dared to act so recklessly in the capital, disregarding the military's authority, was twofold. Firstly, he had the backing of a martial saint from beyond the borders. Secondly, the martial saints stationed at the fortifications were bound by military orders, unable to act without command. Otherwise, the enemy could seize the opportunity, leading to the fall of cities. Zhou Tianxiong, in the past, I advised the marshal to expel your Zhou family from the ranks, but the marshal, recognizing you as a martial saint, believed you could contribute to humanity. Little did I expect you to betray your own kind, colluding with outsiders and enemies, and now daring to strike at the military. The burly figure hovered in the air, his voice resonating powerfully. Zhang Yu, do not place such labels upon me. You guard the human stronghold. Do you not fear the enemy taking advantage of your absence? What of the cities behind the fortifications? What of the humanity that resides there? Zhou Tianxiong's face grew ashen. The arrival of the 8 saints had disrupted his plans. Gentlemen, there is no need for further discourse, let us eliminate the traitors, Ye Linyuan stated calmly. Upon hearing this, a general from the military hesitated, responding, Commander Yi, although these individuals have committed heinous acts, their combat prowess is formidable. Would it not be better to cast them to the front lines, allowing them to fight the enemy? The 7 great martial saint families of the capital, while not the pinnacle of human strength, certainly represented significant power. In the current situation, losing even one martial saint would be a considerable blow to humanity. Thus, his reasoning was simple: allow Zhou Tianxiong and the others to expend their remaining strength. If they dared to conspire with outsiders today, what if they turned traitor on the front lines? Ye Linyuan replied coldly, once they are cast to the front, what if they betray us? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianxiong could no longer contain himself.
Ye Linyuan, cease your incitement. As martial saints of humanity, how could we ever turn traitor? If we are granted our lives, we will fight valiantly at the front, and at the very least, we can serve as protectors of our realm. The situation was dire. With the 8 martial saints of the military personally present, they numbered but 5 against them. Moreover, the military's martial saints had fought their way to their current status, their combat capabilities far surpassing those of their peers. Even with an equal footing, the odds were not in Zhou Tianxiong's favor. Kill! Ye Linyuan declared coldly. Upon hearing this command, the military's martial saints nodded in unison, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura descended upon Zhou Tianxiong and the others, draining the color from their faces. 8 martial saints against them equated to negligible chances of survival. Damn it! This wretch clearly intends for us to perish. We must fight our way out. Zhou Tianxiong shouted in desperation. In the current predicament, a desperate struggle offers a glimmer of hope. Surrender guarantees certain death. Boom! Zhou Tianxiong and the several martial saints by his side manifested their avatars, illuminating half the sky beneath the night's shroud. The 8 saints of the military maintained their composure. Even if they ventured forth individually, they could at least contend 1 against 2, if not more. Especially with 8 of them present. After the avatars of Zhou Tianxiong and his companions took form, the martial saints of the military also unleashed their might. Flames raged in the air, intertwining sword and blade lights, as a formidable avatar descended from above, intent on crushing Zhou Tianxiong beneath its heel. Crack! Zhou Tianxiong and the other avatars bore cracks under this assault. Moments later, they shattered, yet the onslaught continued unabated, hurtling towards Zhou Tianxiong and his allies. The destruction of their avatars significantly diminished their combat prowess. Faced with the full force of the martial saints' attack, they were left with no room for resistance. With a thunderous roar, the military training ground was engulfed in clouds of dust. On the ground, Zhou Tianxiong and the other martial saints lay lifeless. Marshal! What shall we do next? Many within the military, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of satisfaction. Zhou Tianxiong's crimes warranted 100 deaths. Purging these martial saint families involved in the incident would ensure that the capital would no longer harbor such malignancies. Ye Linyuan spoke with serene authority. A general within the military nodded, promptly issuing orders. In an instant, the military was ablaze with activity. The Ye family's banner flew high above the military, and numerous formidable warriors emerged, their direction set towards the martial saint families. Within the military, after the 8 martial saints dealt with Zhou Tianxiong, they bid farewell to Ye Linyuan. As they had conveyed to Zhou Tianxiong, their duty was to guard the human fortresses, preventing them from straying for too long. Even this brief absence risked alerting the alien factions, who would likely begin organizing their assaults. In the training ground, Chang Qianli and Zhao Xuanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. They felt a tinge of gratitude for not aligning themselves with Zhou Tianxiong, for otherwise, they too would face extermination today. Come forth! Zhao Xuanqing, seemingly recalling something, barked in a low, furious tone. Among the Zhao family members, someone brought forth Zhao Zai. Zhao Xuanqing was particularly incensed by Zhao Zai's betrayal of the family and defiance of his wishes. However, he was also aware that Zhao Zai was his own grandson. Under ordinary circumstances, he would merely impose a reprimand, stripping him of his heir status. Yet the situation was different now. The military was in a dire state of peril. At such a critical juncture, Zhao Zai's defection was unforgivable, especially given the ruthless methods employed by Ye Linyuan, which he had witnessed firsthand. Zhao Zai trembled as he knelt, his voice quivering. "Grandfather, I was wrong. I beg for your forgiveness this once. From now on, I shall heed your words." Zhao Xuanqing felt a pang in his heart. After all, Zhao Zai was a valued heir in his own grandson. Nevertheless, he had a decision to make. Eradicate Zhao Zai from the family tree and assign him to the front lines, Zhao Xuanqing declared weakly with a wave of his hand. He could not bring himself to execute Zhao Zai directly, yet this punishment was akin to a death sentence. Erasing his name from the genealogy signified that Zhao Zai would no longer be regarded as a member of the illustrious martial family. The perils of the front lines were all too evident, almost a matter of life and death for someone who had been raised in such a noble lineage. "Grandfather, please. I beg you." Zhao Zai's expression turned to one of sheer panic upon hearing this edict, and he instinctively pleaded with Zhao Xuanqing.
When he noticed Zhao Xuanqing's lack of response, his gaze shifted to Ye Linyuan.
General Yi. I am truly sorry. It was my fault. I implore you. Spare me this once.
Ye Linyuan cast a calm glance in his direction, remaining silent. He was already aware of Zhao Zai's transgressions and felt no sympathy for someone so self-serving and fickle.
Chapter 89, After tonight, united we stand. Overnight. The capital underwent a transformation.
The military leadership changed, and the Yi flag soared proudly above the military headquarters.
5 of the 7 renowned martial families were expelled. And even the long-absent elder martial saints took to the field personally. Such monumental events in the capital could not remain concealed, and thus,
the nation erupted in a frenzy of shock the following morning. The annihilation of 5 prominent martial families in a single night was nothing short of horrifying,
inciting both outrage and dread. Many speculated that foreign tribes had intervened secretly, otherwise, who would dare act so boldly?
As the nation simmered with excitement,
news from the Great Xia court broke, revealing the events that transpired overnight.
However, this only stirred greater tumult. The martial saints of humanity were accused of colluding with foreign tribes.
A wave of disbelief swept across the country. The martial saints were the pillars of humanity. Yet they had betrayed their kin. Was there any hope left for humankind? This revelation left me astounded for an entire year, as I bore witness to the dawn of a new era.
Commander Yi, nearly 22 years of age, had decisively cleansed the capital of 5 martial families, truly remarkable. Those martial families that conspired with foreign tribes deserved their fate. The only regret was that I was not there to witness it firsthand. I would have relished the chance to kick a few of them myself. Indeed, I never envisioned such a scenario. The future of humanity appeared precarious. Yet these martial saints chose to align with foreign tribes. It was best to eradicate those traitorous kin as well.
Have you not seen the news?
The martial families have been utterly purged. The nation was in a state of shock.
Upon learning the details, everyone applauded. What is the military but the first line of defense against foreign threats, the bulwark of humanity? Zhou Tianxiong dared to strike at the military. Furthermore,
he severely injured Su Lai, and at that moment, shadows of those martial families loomed over Jiangbei.
How could they not rejoice? In addition,
another voice emerged from within the country.
It heralded the dawn of a new era.
Ye Linyuan, in his early 20s, ascended to the rank of military marshal,
demonstrating power rivaling that of a true dragon.
This marked a beacon of hope for humanity in the martial way. It heralded the advent of Ye Linyuan's era, or perhaps, the onset of humanity's resurgence amidst the invasion of myriad tribes. The events of that night were momentous. On that very day, the elder martial saint of the Great Xia court made an appearance to bring closure to the matter.
In essence,
he declared that all traitors in the capital had been eradicated, and from that day forth, everyone would unite to resist foreign tribes.
With the elder's revelation,
the fervent voices quieted somewhat. In the military headquarters, within the training chamber, Ye Linyuan sat cross-legged, his aura surging, his breath resonating like a mighty bell. The occurrences of the previous night fueled his urgency to break through to martial saint status.
Had he achieved that rank?
He would not have fallen victim to Zhou Tianxiong's ambush, nor would he have risked recalling the martial saints from the military. In the battlefield against myriad tribes, he had reaped substantial gains, sufficient to propel him to martial sainthood. After nearly 3 days, a terrifying aura emanated from the training chamber, exerting pressure over the entire military headquarters. Many in the military gazed in the same direction, fully aware that Ye Linyuan had ascended to the martial saint level. At this moment, within the training room, Ye Linyuan's thoughts stirred, causing the system panel to materialize before his eyes. Host, Ye Linyuan, age, 22, realm, level 1 martial saint, merit, 45, 860, 000, martial skills, divine thunder blade true art, star severing blade technique, exploding star fist.
Immortal cell cultivation method.
Law avatar, crimson fire glazed golden body. The martial skills had undergone a qualitative transformation. In addition to the techniques he had previously mastered, Ye Linyuan had now comprehended new martial skills, all of which belonged to the sacred level. Although the immortal cell was grasped during his dragon-level comprehension, its cultivation had reached an extraordinary pinnacle, rendering it incomparable even to sacred martial skills.
Exploding star fist.
Ye Linyuan glanced at the panel, and an introduction regarding this martial skill emerged in his mind. Exploding Star Fist, focused on strength, when cultivated to the utmost. A single punch can explode a star. Seeing this, Ye Linyuan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. A punch capable of exploding a star would be exceedingly rare even amidst the cosmos. What immense power and might must that entail? Marshal! Just then, a voice echoed from outside the door. Come in, Ye Linyuan replied. An officer entered, his face alight with excitement. Marshal, you have broken through to the martial saint level? They were well acquainted with Ye Linyuan's combat prowess. Previously, during the dragon level assessment, his strength already rivaled that of a martial saint. Having slain Yi Jing on the battlefield of myriad races, one could only wonder to what heights his power would soar now that he had ascended to the martial saint level. Perhaps it already rivaled that of a 6th or 7th level martial saint. This addition signified a formidable enhancement to the military's strength. Indeed, Ye Linyuan nodded, then inquired, what is it that you seek me for? Marshal. While we were purging the martial saint families, we discovered an individual that may require your personal intervention, the officer spoke in hushed tones. After all, it was Ye Linyuan's brother. Ye Linyuan's gaze flickered, and a figure emerged in his mind. Take me there. In an interrogation room? Ye Bai wore an exceedingly grim expression. Captured by the military, escape was nearly impossible. Moreover, Ye Linyuan had previously crossed the border using his law avatar, resulting in the loss of one such avatar. Even if he were to condense another, it was doubtful he could reach the capital. Before long, Ye Bai heard footsteps approaching. Ye Linyuan, you truly are full of surprises, he remarked with a cold demeanor upon seeing him. I shall ask you but one question. Should your answer satisfy me? I may consider sparing your life, Ye Linyuan stated indifferently. Upon hearing this, Ye Bai's expression shifted in disbelief. He had assumed his demise was certain. Yet, Ye Linyuan's words offered a glimmer of hope. Speak, Ye Bai turned his head, responding. What, precisely? Has Ye Linyuan cultivated that allows for the infinite condensation of a law avatar? And how can one achieve resurrection? Ye Linyuan inquired. This is the perplexity that resides in his heart. After all, the words spoken at Yi Jing's death were exceedingly enigmatic. Upon hearing this inquiry, Ye Bai's expression changed abruptly as he replied, if it pertains to this matter, I can only express my ignorance. However, he indeed possesses such capabilities. Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow, astonished that such extraordinary abilities truly existed within the aristocratic families. Observing Ye Bai's genuinely bewildered demeanor, he refrained from probing further. Yet, Ye Linyuan remains an enigma, a danger not inferior to that of the alien tribes. After a brief pause, Ye Linyuan turned to depart, casting a subtle glance. The two officers stationed at the entrance promptly advanced inside. Ye Linyuan. Do you truly intend to kill me? Is it not enough that you have slain our father, but now you seek to take my life as well? The voice of Ye Bai echoed within. Meanwhile, beyond the borders, shrouded in thick fog, a formidable figure advanced across the Great Barrier. The force of the rules bore down upon him, impeding his progress at every turn. Ye Linyuan, O Ye Linyuan, you have indeed bestowed upon me countless surprises. However, this is where it ends. Chapter 90, Beneath the Abyss. You are the chosen one under the Great Barrier, the power of the rules descends. Although Ye Linyuan is not physically present, he remains a formidable 9th-level martial saint. Upon reaching the martial saint realm, a practitioner encounters layers, each akin to a threshold or a chasm. Even the most gifted martial prodigies find the martial saint level to be their ultimate limit. Each layer attained after becoming a martial saint resembles a formidable barrier. A trial to be overcome. Ye Linyuan, you have indeed brought me countless surprises. In a secret chamber, Ye Linyuan suddenly opened his eyes, his cold, hard face devoid of color, as if he had sustained grave injuries. It is not difficult to surmise that the Dharma body is the foundation of a martial saint. And typically, each martial saint can only cultivate a single Dharma body. Yet, Ye Linyuan appears to have cultivated an indeterminate number. Jiangbei Yitai, one among the myriad battlefields. And now another. His method of cultivation is exceedingly peculiar. Nonetheless, the continuous loss of so many Dharma bodies has undoubtedly taken a toll on him. Ye Linyuan stepped out of the secret chamber, which had seemingly been prepared for his arrival. There were more than a dozen young men and women, along with some from other races. My lord, these are all followers eager to accompany you. As for these others, they were captured from beyond the barriers. A respectful warrior from outside reported to Ye Linyuan. Understood, you may leave, Ye Linyuan replied nonchalantly, waving his hand, prompting the warrior to exit with understanding. At that moment, among the young men and women, a youth with a buzz cut could not contain himself. My lord, my martial aptitude is rather dull. Yet I have heard that following you can lead to greater strength. I wonder if there is any truth to this? A strange smile appeared on Ye Linyuan's face. Indeed, you all wish to grow stronger? The youth and women nodded in unison. The few from other races regarded the scene with cold indifference. One of them angrily exclaimed, Ye Linyuan, our collaboration has concluded. Why are you not allowing us to leave? Indeed, the collaboration has ended, but it has also failed henceforth. I require your assistance once more, Ye Linyuan replied with a faint smile. The other worldly beings exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend Ye Linyuan's intentions. However, in the next moment, Ye Linyuan extended his hand, and a formation suddenly materialized outside the chamber, enveloping the youth and the beings within. A terrifying pulling force emanated from the formation, as if it sought to extract their very blood. Ah! The young men and women screamed in agony. In the next instant, something resembling essence appeared above their heads. Upon witnessing this, Ye Linyuan opened his mouth and inhaled it. You are. One of the other worldly beings seemed to recognize him, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock, even if fear. Yet, before they could finish their sentence, a similar essence materialized above their heads. As Ye Linyuan absorbed it, the individuals and other worldly beings became akin to soulless husks, their pupils vacant and lifeless. Until Ye Linyuan infused a strand of spiritual energy, they only then began to respond. Withdraw, Ye Linyuan spoke with indifference. Yes, my lord. They bowed respectfully and then quietly exited. This peculiar method of control bore a resemblance to the tactics of the phantom tiger, yet it was entirely distinct. The fact that the other worldly beings recognized it indicated that Ye Linyuan was likely linked to them. After absorbing these ethereal essences, Ye Linyuan's complexion improved significantly. And he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. What of being the marshal of the military? It was always mine. You dare to annihilate the other races, and soon you shall face the onslaught of the other worldly beings. Ha, with Shaoshan absent, wait for the moment you come to plead with me. In the southern region, amidst a colossal mountain range, a vast chasm extended for hundreds of meters. Viewed from above, the abyss appeared unfathomably deep, shrouded in mist, as dark as a pool of water. Below lay the abyss itself. As one ventured deeper, a magnificent figure emerged, surrounded by swirling nebulae and fragments of stone, pressing downwards. Beneath this majestic form lay countless corpses of the otherworldly beings. Within this figure, Shaoshan glanced at the military's news, a smile gracing his face. My task is accomplished. Currently, the strongest leaders of the otherworldly beings were all within the abyss. Their purpose was rather straightforward, to lure Shaoshan away from the capital, instigating a grand battle within the city. This was a scheme orchestrated by Ye Linyuan in collusion with the otherworldly beings. However, what no one anticipated was the failure of this power struggle. Ye Linyuan summoned the 8 saints of the military, cleansing the capital of its malignant influences. Initially, Zhou Tianxiong and the martial families merely sought to seize power in the capital. After plotting a grand scheme in Jiangbei, they became ensnared in this vortex, failing to retreat in time. Upon reflection, it made sense. They were esteemed martial saints, while Ye Linyuan was merely a great clan, a true dragon. What was there to fear? It was precisely this mindset that led them to such an outcome. Even at the final juncture, when the 8 saints of the military converged, their intention was to draw that individual from beyond the pass into the capital, to become the new marshal of the military. In this scenario, what crime had they committed? Perhaps the true culprits were not them, but had they engaged in a massacre within the military, the situation would have been entirely different. Firstly, the military did not belong to any personal faction, and it served as the frontline defense against the otherworldly beings. Once violence erupted, even if Ye Linyuan returned to the capital, he would find no refuge.
Or rather, it could be said that while Ye Linyuan might tolerate it, the rest of the nation would not.
Thus, to kill members of the military would yield no benefit to Zhou Tianxiong and the others.
News arrived from their clan that rascal Ye Linyuan has reclaimed all our territories on the battlefield of the myriad races.
What? He dares to be so audacious.
Clearly disregarding us otherworldly beings.
Assemble the troops and initiate the Second Great War.
This time, we shall seize more territory, we will not relent.
Indeed.
They broke the rules first, and even if that person becomes aware, we have our justification. What is he pretending to be?
If our clans were to summon our ancestors,
we could crush him in an instant. From the depths of the abyss, voices echoed.
Then someone shouted, Shaoshen, since you dare to seize our territory,
be prepared for the onslaught of our mighty army. We shall not entertain you any longer. In the abyss, these alien leaders merely sought to restrain Shaoshen.
The prospect of eliminating him was daunting, for he was ranked first in the sacred rankings. Thus, lingering here served no purpose. They needed to depart swiftly and rally their forces to reclaim the territories of the myriad clans on the battlefield.
You called me here only to leave yourself? Is such fortune truly possible?
Shaoshen laughed heartily, as his avatar took a decisive step, plunging deeper into the abyss by several dozen meters.
Chapter 91, The Dawn of a New Era, Assassinating Ye Linyuan?
In the depths of the southern abyss, the voice of Shaoshen echoed from below. He possessed a clear understanding of the affairs concerning the alien races and the martial families of the capital, at least to a certain extent.
These alien leaders,
undeterred by the immense costs, had forged a chasm in the south with the intent of luring him away from the capital, thus allowing their ally beyond the borders to return, a proposition they could hardly refuse. After all, this was a prime opportunity to eliminate high-ranking military experts, including Ye Linyuan and even Shaoshen himself.
However, with their plans unraveling and the territories of the myriad races being claimed by Ye Linyuan,
these alien leaders found little incentive to prolong their confrontation with Shaoshen. Continuing this stalemate bore no benefits for them. They had already incurred significant losses within a matter of months. From the subterranean lairs of Jiangbei, where thousands of formidable beasts had been eradicated, to the battlefield of myriad races, their elite warriors had also suffered greatly. In their eyes, all of this misfortune was the doing of Ye Linyuan,
as he had initiated the collaboration. Shaoshen, do you truly wish to keep us suppressed here? You, a 9th-level martial saint,
are but a step away from ascending to the next realm.
I fail to see how this could be advantageous for you.
One of the alien leaders gazed at the colossal manifestation hovering above, speaking coldly. Individuals of Shaoshen's caliber were exceedingly rare among humans. Having achieved the rank of 9th-level martial saint for over a century, many believed his ascension to martial god was imminent.
A martial god,
in comparison to some of the alien races in the cosmos, would at least be a dominion lord.
It was incomprehensible why such a warrior would choose to remain entangled with them in the abyss.
Ah, there is no need for you to comprehend, Shaoshen replied with a faint smile. His mission had been accomplished. Ye Linyuan had successfully ascended to the position of marshal of the military, and the martial families had effectively established his authority. His standing